Thank you for watching and supporting our channel. Don't forget to subscribe. And if you enjoy any of the comics, feel free to let us know in the comments. The enforcement hall disciples that were kneeling in front of Elder Kang all trembled when they heard his furious voice. But the young man who was in charge of reporting this matter, whose cultivation was at the peak of rank 8 in the nascent soul, still took a deep breath before he said seriously, Elder Kang, it is like this: many outer disciples were found unconscious on the streets near the area of the courtyards where the new disciples live. Although they have yet to wake up, none of those disciples seems to have been attacked, nor have they been poisoned. And it looks like they have simply lost consciousness for now. The young man who reported this didn't dare to raise his head and meet Elder Kang's furious gaze, as he simply narrated everything that he knew. He was simply unlucky enough to be the one who had to report things this time. However, the look on Elder Kang's face didn't soften after hearing the report. And instead, the white-robed elder looked at the disciples in front of him with the same cold look on his face before he asked in a mocking tone, none of them seem to have been attacked. Is that your excuse as a member of the enforcement hall? Do you claim to have comprehended how every Tao and every unique physique works before you came to this assumption? More than 100 outer disciples are unconscious on the streets. And you dare to say that they are simply unconscious? If you don't investigate this and find out the reason behind this matter, every single one of you will be punished accordingly. Now scram! Elder Kang's tone had turned furious towards the end as his powerful voice and the unstoppable of a peak Tao King ended up shaking the entire enforcement hall. The disciples of the enforcement hall all left the room in a hurry after hearing Elder Kang's words, almost as if they had been pardoned. As they left the enforcement hall in a hurry, as soon as they left the hall, the disciple that had to make the report to Elder Kang had a murderous look on his face as he said in a furious voice, I'm curious to see which idiot dared to attack other disciples in broad daylight like that. Tao Zeng, make sure to report to me immediately once any of those idiots wake up. Yes, leader. At the same time that this discussion was taking place among the disciples of the enforcement hall, inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Shun Long was still sitting cross-legged on the ground as he kept feeding middle-grade spirit stones to the heaven-swallowing vine, before it absorbed them and quickly filled the air around him with extremely pure qi. A little more than 2 days soon passed like this, while 21 days had already gone by in the foggy space in the Stone of Time until Shun Long finally opened his eyes. Raising his head with a smile on his face, Shun Long saw the 20 silver-colored balls of qi that were now floating inside the monarch's hourglass. As he had already entered the early rank 3 of the nascent soul, since today was the day that Lu Mei's master and disciple ceremony was going to take place in the inner court, Shun Long didn't stay inside the foggy space any longer. As he closed his eyes and simulated himself returning back to his room, after taking a shower and changing himself into a pair of clean, yellow-colored outer disciple robes, Shun Long opened the door of the room and saw Lu Mei on the courtyard, sitting on the Death Eater's back with her eyes closed. The enormous Death Eater was slowly walking around the courtyard, while an army of 60 undead knights and 1,000 jade-white skeletons were marching behind it. Noticing Shun Long's presence, a brilliant smile soon formed on Lu Mei's face as she waved her hand, allowing the Death Eater and the rest of her undead army to disappear before she flew towards Shun Long and greeted him warmly. Long Ji. Maya. Are you ready? Shun Long looked at Lu Mei, who had a dazzling smile on her face as she stared at him, while a bright look flashed inside Shun Long's eyes at the same time. It was obvious that Lu Mei's control over her undead army had increased significantly in these past 2 days. The skeletons and the undead knights were now moving less raggedly, and in an even more natural manner than before, while the Death Eater's aura of madness and cruelty was also suppressed to a certain extent. Of course, that didn't mean that the Death Eater was weaker or less mad than before. Instead, Lu Mei was intentionally suppressing it for now, in order to increase her control over her undead army even further. After all, with her breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, Lu Mei no longer treated her undead creatures as inanimate objects that she simply used to fight. Every single one of them felt no different than actual living creatures, even though they were obviously undead. Nodding her head, Lu Mei took a step forward and hugged Shun Long before she gave him a kiss that was filled with love and joy as she then said, Long Ji. Thank you. Shun Long simply smiled in response as he used his right hand to gently brush Lu Mei's hair. He knew that the reason why Lu Mei was thanking him was because of the Guqin song that he had played for her 2 days ago. It was obvious that a large part of the discomfort that Lu Mei was feeling in the past from her blood absorption art had already disappeared as the Guqin's sound had cleansed her mind. Without wasting any more time, Shun Long and Lu Mei then left the courtyard as they headed directly towards the north of the sect where the inner court was located. Shun Long had already learned that the holy sect was divided between the outer court where the outer disciples and the outer court elders lived, and the inner court where the inner disciples and the inner court elders stayed. Normally, outer disciples wouldn't set foot into the inner court unless there were some special circumstances. Of course, an inner court elder like Elder Xuan Zhao accepting a personal disciple was precisely one of those special circumstances. However, the moment that he and Lu Mei stepped out of his courtyard and started to walk towards the inner court, Shun Long heard discussions among some of the surrounding outer disciples that made him suddenly stop into place. While even Lu Mei's expression changed into one of disbelief. Hey! Did you hear about it? The enforcement hall disciples have already verified that the person who attacked the disciples on the streets 3 days ago was an expert who played the Guqin. Every single disciple who heard his Guqin had fallen asleep, and they only woke up almost a full day later. That's all you know? I heard that it's not just the disciples that were walking on the streets during that time that they were affected by the Guqin, but even some people who were cultivating inside their own courtyards. Every single one of them fell asleep, completely unable to resist that feeling. The second outer disciple had lowered his voice when he said this, almost as if this was something that not many people knew of just yet. What? How is this possible? The protective formations around the courtyards in this place, even if they are the weakest among the entirety of the holy sect, can even take on the full-powered attack of an early-stage Dao King without any problem. Are you saying that the person who attacked those disciples has already exceeded the level of a Dao King? The second outer disciple shook his head with an uncertain expression on his face before he replied, I am not sure. I actually heard that the protective formations around the courtyards weren't even triggered by the sound of that Guqin. I don't know how that's possible, but it's the truth. Additionally, the disciples who heard the Guqin were not only unharmed in the end, but it seemed that their mental state even improved somewhat. However, the disciples of the enforcement hall are still looking for that person who played the Guqin, and I am not sure what they want to do with him. Seeing Lu Mei turn her gaze towards him with a worrying look, Shun Long simply smiled and patted her head lightly, indicating for her that there was nothing to worry about. As they kept walking forward, of course, Lu Mei instantly understood that the person that these disciples were talking about and the person that the enforcement hall disciples were also looking for was obviously going to be Shun Long. After all, who else had played the Guqin 3 days ago, and could possibly make everyone else relax and cleanse their minds? In the same way that Shun Long's Guqin did with Lu Mei. Although Shun Long hadn't even thought that the sound of his Guqin would actually escape his own courtyard and would spread on the streets around it, let alone that it would spread into the surrounding courtyards. After barely a moment of thinking, he realized that he had been negligent in this matter, with his skill and his memories of the Guqin from his previous life. And as someone who had already reached the pinnacle of playing the Guqin in the immortal dimension in the past, even if his cultivation was still at the early stages of the nascent soul, how could the protective formations around the courtyard ever match the profoundness of the sound of his Guqin? This was a melody that even people in the immortal dimension couldn't hear at will. Even if these formations could actually block the full-powered attacks of early-stage Dao Kings, the sound of Shun Long's Guqin was completely different. After all, the profoundness hidden inside it wasn't something that normal protective formations could block. Of course, this didn't mean that the sound of his Guqin was actually stronger than the full-powered attack of a Dao King. Instead, it was the profoundness and the mystery of the magical sound that had already reached a level that was above this world. As these thoughts appeared in his mind, Shun Long realized that it was only natural for the sound of his Guqin to escape the confines of his courtyard and even be heard by the surrounding outer disciples instead. Naturally, the effect that the Guqin would have on those disciples who heard it wouldn't even be a tenth of the effects that it had on Lu Mei. But it was still something that allowed the people who heard it to benefit greatly. As the two of them walked towards the inner court, Lu Mei could no longer contain her worry that had already covered her face. as she asked in a concerned tone, Long Ji. Are you sure that it's going to be all right? After all, in the Golden Treasures Hall a few days ago, there were plenty of disciples around us when Long Ji bought the silver guqin. Hearing Lu Mei's concerned voice, Shun Long smiled and held her hand as they walked forward. Before he replied in a calm tone, Maya, don't worry. Even if someone reported it to the disciples of the enforcement hall, it's simply impossible for them to think that a disciple at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul could actually ignore the restrictions around the courtyards, which can even block the attacks of Dao Kings. At most, it will definitely attract some more attention to me. But it's nothing too important in the end. Even if people really learned about it, we are not going to stay low-key inside the sect to begin with. Lu Mei nodded her head gently while her left hand that was holding Shun Long's tightened in response. No matter what Shun Long decided, even if he wanted to fight against the disciples of the enforcement hall in the end, Lu Mei would always stand by Shun Long's side anyway. Shun Long and Lu Mei kept walking towards the north of the outer court. And half an hour later, the gigantic gates that separated the outer court and the inner court soon appeared in Shun Long's and Lu Mei's eyes. The enormous black gates were nearly 10 meters, 33 feet, tall, and were the only place where one could pass through to enter the inner court. And yet, although the gates were wide open, 2 disciples with yellow-colored robes and a badge with the words Enforcement Hall guarded it by both sides, not allowing anyone to step past it without permission. However, before Shun Long and Lu Mei could even reach the gates of the inner court, 2 young men dressed in yellow robes both appeared in front of them and blocked their path at the same time. Lu Mei's eyes widened in shock, while Shun Long's eyes narrowed, as they both recognized the 2 young men that appeared in front of them. The man in front of Shun Long was the prince of the Shengshan dynasty, Sheng Huang, while the young man in front of Lu Mei was the young lord of the Mercenaries Association of the Night Star Continent, Zhong Fang. Sheng Huang had a glimmer in his eyes as he stared at Shun Long, completely ignoring Lu Mei, who was standing next to him, while a deep healing intent seemed to have involuntarily burst out from his body. Lu Mei's eyes narrowed when she saw this, and completely ignoring the fact that Sheng Huang had already advanced to the early rank 4 of the nascent soul, she took a step forward while her entire body overflowed with the aura of death. It was obvious that as long as Sheng Huang wanted to start a fight here, Lu Mei would happily oblige and take him on, even if her cultivation was 2 minor ranks lower than his. Shun Long, however, simply shook his head and pulled Lu Mei back, and ignoring the silver-haired young lord of the Mercenaries Association that was standing by the side and was looking at him with a scornful look on his face, he focused his eyes on Sheng Huang as he asked, coldly, Sheng Huang, what do you want? Don't you know that a good dog doesn't block the way? Of course, Shun Long wasn't planning on being polite with Sheng Huang. Putting aside the fact that Sheng Huang appeared out of nowhere and blocked his way, just from the fact that this was the second time that he had showed his killing intent towards him, was enough for Shun Long to treat him like an enemy. The killing intent in Sheng Huang's eyes became even more apparent when he heard Shun Long's provocative words, as he took a step forward and extended out his hand before he said, Shun Long, hand over the star rank sword that you took from the Dragon Lord's villa, and I can let bygones be bygones between us. I know that you are definitely related to the 2 people on that black dragon, who snatched the sword under my grandfather's nose from the core of the villa. Refuse to hand it over and I will let the elders of the sect know that you are related to someone who is connected with a dragon. Even if the elders of the holy sect are all saints, I am sure that at least one of them will be interested in finding out the whereabouts of a living dragon. Hee. Even if it's just an outer court elder that targets you, I am sure that you can imagine the results. Lu Mei trembled in anger when she heard Sheng Huang's blatant blackmail attempt that was obviously trying to force Shun Long to hand over the black sword that they had obtained from the Dragon Lord's villa, while the chubby Zhongfang by Sheng Huang's side simply smirked. Of course, since neither of the 2 black-robed people that were on the black dragons back in the Dragon Lord's villa hadn't dared to fight against the old king of the Shengshan dynasty, Sheng Huang had already assumed that any normal outer court elder of the holy sect could simply take care of them all the same, as long as they learned of the existence of a living black dragon. Sheng Huang was certain that even if no inner court elders actually did anything about it, at least 2 or 3 outer court elders of the holy sect would be interested in this. And yet, Shun Long's expression didn't change as he kept staring at the prince of the Shengshan dynasty like he was looking at an idiot. And looking at Shun Huang's extended hand that was still waiting confidently for him to hand over his black sword. Shun Long shook his head before he said in a mocking tone, "Why would I give my own weapon to you? What do you think I am? Your father? No. I doubt that even your father would actually give you a star-rank sword. Even if he had one in his possession. Is this why you came here to beg Uncle Shun Long? Stop begging and scram out of my way. Do you think I have so much time to waste on an idiot like you?" Shun Huang's eyes widened like saucers while even Zhongfang could no longer help but have his expression change when he heard Shun Long's mocking words that were obviously trying to anger Shun Huang even further. As for Lu Mei, although the aura of death around her didn't dissipate, a brilliant smile was formed on her lips as she couldn't hold her laughter back any longer. Taking a step forward, Shun Huang furiously took out his bronze-plated rank 3 gold-grade warhammer from his spatial ring and held it in front of him almost as if he was ready to attack as long as Shun Long said another word. While at the same time, his body was covered with the aura from his Tao of Destruction, barely managing to suppress himself from killing Shun Long on the spot. Shun Huang took a deep breath before he asked coldly, "Shun Long, do you really dare to refuse? Do you think I won't inform the elders of the sect about it? Hand over the star-rank sword or your life in the holy sect will become more miserable than you can imagine. Idiot. Let alone that it's useless to even dream of taking away something that belongs to me. Even if I gave you the sword, do you think I would trust you with keeping your mouth shut? Besides, you are not the only one who knows that there is a living black dragon somewhere in the Night Star continent. The Hallmaster from the Demon Emperor Palace also knows it. Even if the elders of the sect hear about it, do you think that they would come and bother me instead? What are the chances that a normal outer court disciple would know about the whereabouts of a dragon in the first place? Do you really think that a dragon would stay in the same place if it senses danger? Instead of bothering me, the elders would go directly to the Night Star continent and search for him." Shun Huang's expression finally changed as he seemed to have realized that Shun Long's words were probably correct. Indeed. As long as those elders who were interested in a dragon heard that there is a living, breathing dragon somewhere in the Night Star continent, they wouldn't even bother with a small early-stage nascent soul outer disciple of the sect and would depend on their own resources to find his location. Besides, the chances that Shun Long really knew the actual location of the dragon were most likely going to be non-existent in the elders' eyes. Taking a step forward, Shun Long appeared next to Shun Huang, who could barely hold himself back from attacking him with his warhammer and killing him in an instant. But Shun Long simply muttered a single word, as he and Lu Mei walked past the golden-robed prince of the Shantian dynasty and the young lord of the Mercenaries Association that were blocking his way, and towards the inner court gates in the distance. Idiots. Shun Huang's face instantly turned bright red with anger, while even Zhongfang's chubby face had a murderous expression inside it. But in the end, they both allowed Shun Long and Lu Mei to keep walking forward, while they stared at his back with a murderous look in their eyes. Taking a deep breath, Zhongfang looked at Shun Huang before he said seriously, "Brother Huang, there is no reason for us to be rash and fight against that brat. Right now, although he is definitely unable to use his bloodline, his cultivation has most likely advanced to the early, no, to the middle of rank 2 in the nascent soul already. Although I don't want to admit it, but even with your cultivation at the early rank 4 of the nascent soul, you may not necessarily be able to defeat him. Besides, that kid may not accept a deathmatch challenge in the arena in the first place. What are you trying to say?" It was obvious that Shun Huang was still irritated, as his tone held no trace of politeness when he responded to Zhongfang, while his eyes were still glued on Shun Long's and Lu Mei's disappearing backs. Zhongfang's eyes narrowed when he saw Shun Huang snapping at him, but a smile was still formed on his lips barely a moment later as he shook his head and continued, "Brother Huang seems to have misunderstood me. Although you may not be able to defeat that brat now, it doesn't mean that you won't be able to defeat him in the future either. As long as you manage to break through to the middle of the 5th stage in body refinement, with your Tao of Destruction you will definitely be able to kill him without any issue. Even though Shun Long seems to also be a body refiner, he is still only at the peak of the 4th stage, making his body refinement cultivation essentially useless. Even if he breaks through to the early 5th stage in the future, he will still not be a match for Brother Huang, who will have definitely broken through again by then. Shun Huang's eyes lit up with a bright light, while the murderous intentions inside his eyes only became even stronger. Indeed, as long as he broke through to the middle of the 5th stage in body refinement, Shun Long was as good as dead. Of course, he wouldn't tell Shun Long about his breakthrough beforehand, and would simply kill him in one strike, with both his body refinement cultivation and his Tao of destruction. Even Shun Long with his Tao of space and his star rank sword won't be able to withstand a few strikes against him. After all, Shun Huang's strongest attribute was his offensive ability. As long as the two of them were trapped inside the arena in a deathmatch, Shun Long's death would practically be assured. At the same time, Shun Long simply smirked as he felt the dense killing intent coming from Shun Huang's gaze behind him, as he and Lu Mei continued walking towards the inner court gates. No matter what, he wouldn't shy away from fighting against Shun Huang to begin with. Since this prince of the Shengshan dynasty had not only shown killing intent against him twice already but had even eyed his black sword and tried to threaten him, there was no way that Shun Long would allow him to stroll freely in the sect. However, although Shun Long was certain that he was already stronger than Shun Huang, in a situation where he wouldn't easily expose his Tao of time, he wouldn't take this prince of the Shengshan dynasty who had already comprehended the Tao of destruction lightly. A few moments later, Shun Long and Lu Mei had already arrived in front of the inner court gates, when the two disciples of the enforcement hall that were guarding the gates took a step forward before one of them shouted, "Halt! What are you doing here?" At the same time, the two disciples that were guarding the huge black gates both burst out with their auras that were at the middle of rank 9 and the peak of rank 9 of the nascent soul stage respectively, ready to attack as long as Shun Long and Lu Mei tried to trespass within the inner court. Waving her hand, Lu Mei took out a golden-colored token from her spatial ring and showed it to the two enforcement hall disciples in front of her. Before she said in her usual apathetic voice, "I am the personal disciple of Elder Xuan. I am here to complete the master and disciple ceremony with my master." The two disciples of the enforcement hall both trembled barely a moment later as they stared at the golden token in Lu Mei's hands that had the word Xuan on it, before they turned their eyes towards Lu Mei herself. While looks of disbelief had covered their faces, the token in Lu Mei's hands was obviously the personal token of the inner court elder, Elder Xuan. However, the two of them that were guarding the inner court's entrance today had already seen 4 other new outer court disciples that had been accepted as personal disciples by inner court elders and were going to complete their master and disciple ceremony with their respective masters. Could it be that there was going to be a 5th as well? The master and disciple ceremony was extremely important in the cultivation world. Only after the ceremony was completed would a disciple be formally considered a personal disciple. Otherwise, if there was no master and disciple ceremony between a master and his disciples, then those disciples can only be considered as in-name disciples at best. Although in-name disciples usually received decent treatment from their masters, and they would more often than not get some pointers in their cultivation as well, guiding them on how to progress in the future, they simply couldn't be compared to the treatment that a personal disciple received. A personal disciple would usually be able to cultivate using their master's personal techniques. They would often receive pointers in their cultivation, and they would also get plenty of resources, including but not limited to spirit stones, saint-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills, high-grade pills or rare medicinal herbs, and even powerful weapons and protective artifacts. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the status of an in-name disciple and that of a personal disciple were like the difference between the clouds and the mud. After staying silent for a few moments, the two disciples of the enforcement hall both nodded their heads towards Lu Mei as they opened up a path for her. But the young man on the left looked at Shun Long and said seriously, "Only the person who holds the personal token of an inner court elder is allowed to enter the inner court. Stand back." Shun Long didn't respond to the young man from the enforcement hall. As Lu Mei's eyes narrowed before she said seriously, "Long Ji has already received permission from Master to enter the inner court along with me. If you have a problem with it, you can come along with me and meet Master yourself." Without waiting for a response, Lu Mei, who hadn't let go of Shun Long's hand, took a step forward. As she walked towards the inner court's gates, this The two young men from the enforcement hall were both troubled when they heard this, as they turned to look at each other with uncertain looks on their faces. Normally, they would never allow someone who didn't hold the token of an elder to enter the inner court. But if it was something that was personally allowed by an inner court elder, they would be offending that elder themselves. Besides, although the disciples of the enforcement hall usually enjoyed a lofty status in the outer court, their status was still lower than that of a personal disciple of an inner court elder. It was practically guaranteed that the personal disciples of the inner court elders would also become inner court disciples in the future as well. Thus, although the two of them wanted to stop Lu Mei, in the end, the young man on the right, whose cultivation was at the middle of rank 9 in the nascent soul, looked at the young man next to him, as he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "If a problem really occurs, we will blame that girl instead. If she really used the name of an elder to sneak someone into the inner court, even Elder Shun will not let her go like that." The young man on the left nodded his head, as the two of them saw Shun Long and Lu Mei stepped past the huge gates and enter the inner court. Lu Mei had a pout on her face as she looked at Shun Long before she said seriously, "Humph. They thought they could stop Long Ji from coming with me. If they really insisted, I would go and bring Master to teach them a lesson." Shun Long smiled at the angry-looking Lu Mei, who was obviously still in a bad mood due to their meeting Shun Wang earlier, as he patted her head gently. At that moment, as soon as Shun Long and Lu Mei entered the inner court, a young woman dressed in yellow robes who was standing a few meters away from their location actually approached them at full speed as soon as she spotted them, appearing in front of Lu Mei in the blink of an eye. Even Shun Long was astonished by this woman's speed, causing him to look at her for a few more moments with a serious look on his face. This woman, who looked to be in her mid-20s, whether it was her face or her body, she definitely had an above-average appearance. As for her cultivation, from the aura coming from her body, Shun Long instantly understood that this woman was at the peak of rank 9 in the nascent soul. Her aura was even slightly stronger than the young man from the enforcement hall who was guarding the gates of the inner court just now as well. For some reason, Shun Long could feel that although the woman in front of him was smiling, she was no different than a magic beast that was ready to attack at any moment. This woman had a bright smile on her face. She looked at Lu Mei, and taking a step forward, she affectionately held Lu Mei's hands with her own before she said in a warm tone, "He. You must be our new junior sister. Lu Mei. You really had this senior sister wait for a long time today. He. Our master said that you are beautiful. But you are even more beautiful than I imagined. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wei Yaling and I am a personal disciple of our master. He. You can call me Senior Sister Wei from now on." Wei Yaling then took out a golden token from her spatial ring and showed it to Lu Mei with the same unchanging smile on her face. Before she continued, "Master sent me here to fetch you, junior sister." He. The truth is that Master only has 4 personal disciples so far. Well, 5 now that junior sister is also going to become one of us as well. Nodding her head, Lu Mei's expression finally softened somewhat after hearing Wei Yaling's gentle tone and seeing the word Shuen on her token as well, proving that she was also a disciple of Elder Shuen. Before she too held her own token in her hands, showing it to Wei Yaling. "Senior sister? My name is Lu Mei and this is my husband, Shun Long." Shun Long cupped his hands at Wei Yaling, who in turn seemed to have shot him a curious look for a few moments, when a bright smile appeared on her face barely a moment later as she too cupped her hands in response. Hearing the excited tone that was filled with unconcealed pride as Lu Mei introduced her husband to her, made Wei Yaling a bit curious about the young man in front of her. However, as a peak rank 9 nascent soul stage outer disciple and a personal disciple of an inner court elder, she wouldn't pay any attention to the new disciples that had just entered the sect. If it wasn't because Lu Mei was going to become her new junior sister, it was very unlikely that Wei Yaling would even know of her name until she advanced in the rankings of the martial roll of honor, or if she became a member of one of the top 1,000 factions. Turning her eyes towards Lu Mei a moment later, Wei Yaling then said, "Junior sister. Let's go. We shouldn't make Master wait for too long." Lu Mei turned her eyes towards Shun Long, who nodded his head in response, before they both followed Wei Yaling as they walked through the inner court. A quarter of an hour later, Their group arrived in front of a huge courtyard that was covered with many different flowers. Turning around, Wei Yaling looked at Lu Mei with a smile on her face before she said, "This is Master's residence in the inner court. Let's enter inside." Wei Yaling then placed the golden-colored token in her hands with the word Shuen on the entrance gates. As Shun Long then saw the gates slowly open as an enormous garden appeared in his and Lu Mei's vision. This garden was filled with countless trees and flowers, making it look like a place meant for immortals inside the holy sect. However, what shocked both Shun Long and Lu Mei weren't the many different trees and flowers around them. Instead, it was the extremely pure qi that had filled the courtyard. Shun Long's eyes widened when he realized that the pure qi in this place was barely inferior to the pure qi inside his foggy space in the Stone of Time when he fed the heaven-swallowing vine with middle-grade spirit stones. With a proud smile on her face, Wei Yaling turned around to look at Lu Mei and Shun Long before she asked, surprised, "Master's residence is indeed one of the best places in the entire holy sect. The pure qi in this place is simply incomparable to anything else I have ever seen as well. Even my own grandfather's residence doesn't have pure qi like Master's residence." As she finished speaking, Wei Yaling didn't look like she intended to explain anything else, as she led Lu Mei and Shun Long deeper inside Elder Xuan's residence. A few minutes later, the three of them arrived in front of a large tree that seemed to have extended for hundreds of meters into the sky. On top of the huge tree, a small but luxurious mansion that was covered with beautiful flowers seemed to have been built there, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Seeing Wei Yaling fly towards the flowery mansion, Lu Mei and Shun Long both followed after her as they appeared outside the mansion's entrance. Taking a deep breath, Wei Yaling had a solemn look on her face as she said in a serious voice, "Master, disciple has returned. I have brought junior sister Lu with me as well. Hee. Come inside then." Elder Xuan's gentle voice resounded in Shun Long's ears, before Shun Long suddenly felt himself being covered by countless flower petals. Shun Long noticed that the flower petals did not only block his vision, but even his soul sense was completely suppressed. And yet, this state lasted for barely a few moments before the flower petals slowly fell to the ground one by one, revealing the scene in front of his eyes. At that moment, Shun Long saw that Lu Mei was standing by his left side while Wei Yaling had already taken a few steps forward, standing next to a young woman behind Elder Xuan. Elder Xuan Zhao took a step forward and quickly appeared in front of Lu Mei with that same gentle smile on her face, while her limpid black eyes were staring at her with a satisfied look inside them. As for the young woman in yellow robes next to Wei Yaling, she seemed to have been studying Lu Mei with a curious look in her eyes, while Shun Long could practically feel the competitive spirit that was burning inside them. And yet, Lu Mei only threw a look at that young woman for a few moments, before she turned her attention towards Elder Xuan that was standing in front of her. The beautiful middle-aged elder who had her black hair tied in a ponytail looked at Lu Mei and smiled before she introduced the two women behind her. Hee. "Little Mei? These two are your senior sisters from now on. But even though they are your senior sisters, your status is actually the same as theirs. You have already met with Yaling on your way here, so I don't need to introduce her. As for the girl next to her, her name is Dong Ai. And just like you, she entered the sect recently as well. Just a few months ago." Dong Ai puffed out her chest when she heard this while her gaze was fully focused on Lu Mei, almost as if she was studying this new junior sister of hers. As for Lu Mei, she also stared at this new senior sister of hers for a few moments with her usual apathetic gaze, before she turned her attention back to Elder Xuan, who was standing in front of her barely a moment later. Even though Dong Ai had a look in her eyes that was saying, "I am superior to you in every way and you have nothing else but looks to show off in front of me," Lu Mei didn't care about this challenging look in her newly acquired senior sister's face at all. Elder Xuan's lips curved up into a smile when she saw this scene, but she didn't seem to be willing to solve a quarrel between her two newest personal disciples. As she turned around and sat towards the main seat of the hall, with a gentle look on her face, she looked at Lu Mei before she said with that same warm smile on her face, "Little Mei, the master and disciple ceremony is very simple. All you have to do is pour a cup of tea for your master and offer it sincerely. As long as your master accepts the cup and drinks the tea, you will formally be accepted as a personal disciple. Nodding her head, Lu Mei turned her eyes towards Shun Long for a moment, before she stepped forward, towards the already prepared cup of tea on the simple-looking wooden table by Xuan Zhao's side. Holding the cup with both hands, Lu Mei then carried it towards Xuan Zhao's seat, before she kneeled down on both knees and offered it sincerely to her master. Elder Xuan didn't conceal her expression of joy and approval that she had on her face, as she elegantly received the cup with both hands and drained it in one gulp. Her limpid black eyes then looked at Lu Mei, who was by her side, before she said smilingly, "Little Mei, stand up. Hee hee. This elder sister is very proud to get a disciple like you." When Elder Xuan said this, Shun Long noticed the yellow-robed Dong Ai's expression turn angry for a moment, while a glint appeared in her eyes that she managed to quickly conceal, while even Wei Yaling's lips twitched slightly for a second, with her usual ice-cold expression that had softened ever so slightly as she looked at her master. Lu Mei stood up and bowed to Elder Xuan as the final part of the master and disciple ceremony. "Hee hee. Since I have accepted a new disciple, it's only fair that I will give you a small welcoming gift as well." Using both of her hands, Elder Xuan then carefully removed a small pendant that she was wearing on her neck, and handed it to Lu Mei under Dong Ai's and Wei Yaling's stunned eyes. "Master. Sigh. Junior sister is really lucky to be favored by master like this." Dong Ai was the first one to speak, as she looked at the small pendant in Elder Xuan's hands with an unconcealed expression of jealousy on her face, while even Wei Yaling couldn't hide her envy, as her words implied that their master clearly favored Lu Mei more than them. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Mei extended her hand, accepting her master's gift, before her eyes widened barely a moment later, just from the chi fluctuations coming from the pendant in her hands. Although Lu Mei didn't know what it was used for, it was obvious that it was an extremely rare treasure. Of course, something that Xuan Zhao was wearing on her person couldn't be something of no value to begin with. Staring at the beautiful middle-aged woman in front of her, who was still smiling warmly, Lu Mei bowed before she replied with a tone filled with gratitude, "Thank you, master." Even Shun Long nodded his head as he looked at Xuan Zhao, agreeing that this was how a master who valued their disciples should act. In comparison to Lu Mei's father, who could be considered half of Lu Mei's master and had only given her a half-assed cultivation technique as well as that martial skill that could create an ice pillar even though she was his own daughter, it was obvious that Xuan Zhao valued Lu Mei much more, even though he hadn't touched it himself. Just from the mysterious runes and patterns on the pendant's surface, as well as the powerful chi fluctuations that were coming from it, Shun Long could accurately judge that it was most likely a defensive treasure that one couldn't buy with sect points inside the sect. "Hee hee. No need to thank me. Didn't I say it already? This is just a welcoming gift for my youngest disciple." As she finished her words, Elder Xuan turned her eyes towards Dong Ai and Wei Yaling before she said seriously, "Do the two of you really want to compare your assets with someone like Lu Mei?" "But master, even I didn't receive such a rare welcome gift from my junior sister." "Shut up." As soon as she heard Elder Xuan's words, Dong Ai was the first one to step forward and complain. But surprisingly, Wei Yaling's expression seemed to have suddenly changed as she snapped at her. And yet, the beautiful yellow-robed young woman's expression turned even uglier when she heard this, as she looked at Wei Yaling and said angrily, "Shut up. Why should I? Senior sister Wei. Who do you think you are to tell me to shut up? Besides, I am only saying the truth here. Neither I nor anyone else aside from eldest senior sister has ever received such a welcoming gift from master. So why should she get master's pendant?" Finally, Elder Xuan's expression changed, and as the look in her eyes chilled, the entire room suddenly turned freezing cold as Xuan Zhao's piercing gaze fell on Dong Ai's body that had suddenly stiffened. You dare to question my decision? Do you actually believe that I treated you unfairly 2 months ago when I handed you a complete Saint Middle grade cultivation technique as a welcoming gift?" "Master, that is not what I meant." "But not what you meant? What you meant was clearly that the value of Mei's gift was above yours, isn't it?" Dong Ai immediately fell silent when she heard this, as she nodded her head with an unresigned look in her eyes. Indeed, in her eyes, the value of a complete Saint Middle grade cultivation technique was nowhere near close to the value of the pendant that Lu Mei just received from their master. However, Elder Xuan's eyes only turned colder when she saw her disciple's reaction before she continued. You complained about neither you nor any of your senior sisters aside from your eldest senior sister have ever received such a welcoming gift from me. But you didn't even stop to think what kind of background do you and Yeling really come from compared to Mei. Both you and Yeling come from influential families and are even the direct descendants of your own family line. You have been showered with the best resources ever since your birth, and you still dare to complain that my treatment towards you wasn't equal in value. In that case, let me ask you, what did you do with the Saint middle grade cultivation technique that I gave you? Did you only keep it for yourself, or did you share it with your family instead? Dong Ai's face immediately paled when she heard this. As she lowered her head and said, I shared it. But Master, even if I shared it, it is still not as valuable as Master's pen enough. Of course I knew that you would share it with your family and that in turn, your family would reward you for it. After all, practically every single influential family that is adjacent to our holy sect sends its descendants and disciples here, in hopes that they will become stronger. Did you think that I didn't know how valuable a Saint middle grade cultivation technique is to a family? Even if your family has 10 Saint low grade cultivation techniques, I know that you at most will have 1 or 2 that have reached the middle grade. And yet I still gave you the technique without forbidding you from sharing it with your family, since that was my welcoming gift to you. How many spirit stones, protective artifacts and rare pills did your grandfather give you to reward you for bringing home a Saint middle grade cultivation technique? Even if it wasn't at the value of Mei's pendant, it's still not too far either. Seeing the regretful look that slowly appeared on Dong Ai's face, Elder Xuan's cold expression slowly softened as she shook her head and said, questioning, your master is not something that is taken lightly. Even more so when you feel jealousy for your junior sister. Yes, Master. Dong Ai lowered her gaze as she responded, not daring to meet Elder Xuan's eyes any longer. Master, I apologize. I also felt some envy in my heart when I saw Master giving your pendant to junior sister. If Master punished I, then I should be punished too. Junior sister, I apologize. Dong Ai raised her head in surprise, but she still shook it defiantly barely a moment later, almost as if she was unwilling to accept Wei Yaling's charity. While Lu Mei had the same cold expression on her face as she nodded her head, accepting Wei Yaling's apology. Being envious after seeing something that you want being given to someone else wasn't easy. And this was something that Lu Mei also understood herself as well. So it wasn't hard for her to accept Wei Yaling's apology. At the same time, however, Elder Xuan's cold expression hadn't disappeared from her face after hearing Wei Yaling's words. As she replied seriously, since I accepted Mei as my disciple today, and I also don't want a chasm to be formed among yourselves for such a reason, there will be no punishment this time. However, I want you to remember that being senior and junior sisters should be a relationship that goes beyond material needs. It should be a form no different from blood-related sisters. Turning her attention towards Lu Mei, Elder Xuan's gaze turned gentle as she looked at the small pendant in her hands and started to explain in a gentle tone, almost as if she wasn't speaking to Lu Mei but her own child instead. Little Mei, this pendant was something that I got from my master as a present, and I am now handing it to you. This is a protective artifact that I have been carrying with me for many years. It can protect you twice from the attack of anyone at the Dao Emperor realm and below. Even if you are attacked by someone who is at the late stages of the Dao Emperor realm, this pendant will still save your life twice. As for the specifics, since I never had the heart to use it, I can't tell you how it works. Shun Long's eyes widened when he heard the description of the pendant and was surprised by how valuable it actually was. While Dong Ai had an even more fervent look in her eyes as she stared at it, almost as if she was staring at a treasure that she couldn't lose no matter what. As for Wei Yaling, she nodded her head, but there was still a shocked look in her eyes, almost as if she hadn't expected it to be this valuable after all. Wei Yaling and Dong Ai already heard that in the past, their master had given a peak rank 1-star weapon to their eldest senior sister when she accepted her as a disciple. Although they were descendants of powerful families, neither of the two girls was qualified to hold a peak rank 1-star weapon. After all, the difference between a normal rank 1-star weapon and a peak rank 1 was much bigger than one could imagine. As for Lu Mei, she bowed deeply. accepting her master's gift while thanking her. However, Elder Xuanzhao simply shook her head and waved her hand before she continued. Little Mei, do you remember what I told you 3 days ago? I said I am the only elder in the entire sect that can help you with your control of your Tao of Death. And that there was a reason behind that. Although I haven't comprehended the Tao of Death, I know that it is an extremely dangerous Tao. One that is practically impossible to be traversed fully. I know that because my master had also comprehended the Tao of Death herself. Elder Xuan's words were like a bolt of lightning that shocked even Wei Yaling and Dong Ai, who were obviously unaware of this piece of news as well. However, the most shocked out of everyone else was clearly Shun Long, followed by Lu Mei. He already knew from Little Black that the difficulty in comprehending the Tao of Death, regardless of one's cultivation level, was extremely tough. One had to practically enter a state that was almost dead and yet not dead. While they managed to survive being grabbed by the hand of death as they peered through the death abyss. Only after those conditions were successfully met would one be able to truly start comprehending the Tao of Death. Even in the immortal dimension, the Tao of Death was considered an extremely special Tao due to its mortality rate, and the difficulty that one needed to have in comprehending it. After all, regardless of whether one was a heaven stage cultivator or an expert that had reached the Tao Emperor realm, the danger in comprehending the Tao of Death was the same. In front of death, everyone was equal. Thus, hearing that Xuanzhao's master had actually comprehended this Tao made Shun Long stare at the beautiful middle-aged woman with a stunned look on his face. Although he knew that Lu Mei wasn't the only person in this world who had comprehended the Tao of Death, hearing that Xuanzhao's master was similar to her was really too big of a coincidence. No. Perhaps it's not a coincidence. After all, Elder Xuan clearly approached Maya because she knew that she has comprehended the Tao of Death. As he reached this conclusion, Shun Long stared at the white-robed elder who was standing in front of Lu Mei with a curious look in his eyes as he waited for her to continue explaining. Indeed, Elder Xuan didn't let him down. As she stared at him for a moment and smiled before she turned her attention towards Lu Mei and spoke with a gentle smile on her face. One that was clearly reminiscing of certain scenes in her mind. My master was an expert that had reached the very pinnacle of the Tao Emperor realm. Someone who could walk through the land unafraid of nearly every other Tao Emperor realm expert. In front of Master and her undead army, only the strongest Tao Emperor realm experts even dared to raise their heads. Even the martial skill that you obtained from the barrier of knowledge, the Death's Chant. It's a martial skill that Master created herself after a lot of pain and effort. Master would surely have been very happy if she knew that I obtained a disciple who has comprehended the same Tao as her. Shun Long and Lu Mei, and even Wei Yaling and Dong Ai all clearly understood that Elder Xuan's tone was one filled with many complicated emotions, including sadness, grief, melancholy, regret, and yet also longing, admiration, respect and familial love. At that moment, they also understood from Elder Xuan's words that her master had most likely already perished. Without bothering to mask any of her emotions, Elder Xuan looked at Lu Mei as if she was looking at her own child as she continued. However, although Master had reached the peak of the Tao Emperor realm, like every other cultivator she couldn't remain stranded to her level forever as she longed to reach the peak of the world. After all, even after knowing how tough every subsequent breakthrough becomes in the future, cultivators are attracted like moths to a flame, as they do their best to become even stronger and live forever. So, one day, Master decided to try and break through to the level above the Tao Emperor realm. However, as fate would have it, Master failed her breakthrough, causing her soul to scatter in the end. Although Elder Xuan tried to say this with the most gentle tone, almost as if she was a mother who was telling a story to her own children, allowing Dong Ai and Wei Yaling to listen from the side. The warm tears that rolled down her cheeks betrayed her in a heart that was clearly in pain. And yet, no one dared to interrupt this powerful Tao Emperor, who continued speaking barely a moment later. My master was my only family. The person who raised me from nothing and gave me everything in this world. Even though I wanted to try and cultivate in the same Tao as Master, she always forbid that without a second thought, saying that the Tao of Death isn't something you can consciously cultivate, but instead it is only a small chance that you need to be very lucky to grasp. Shun Long listened attentively at Elder Xuan's words. But he didn't agree with the last part of her master's words. He already knew from Little Black that in the immortal dimension, there was a crazy powerful family, who had every single one of its disciples and descendants cultivate in the Tao of Death. Of course, it also wasn't wrong to consider the Tao of Death a lucky Tao that only the few really lucky ones could survive from and comprehend in the end. Unable to notice the almost non-existent change in Shun Long's expression, Elder Shuen, who still had her eyes entirely focused on Lu Mei, then continued, "The reason why I said that I could guide you through your control of the Tao of Death was precisely because Master imparted with me her knowledge and experience. Although she forbid me from ever trying to cultivate in this Tao, she hoped that her experience could prove useful to me, and perhaps even allow me to break through to the level above the Tao Emperor realm in the future. So little Mei, I will tell you everything that my master taught me about the Tao of Death. So pay close attention to it. After all, even though your fate said that you have hopes of becoming an immortal in the future, you do not understand the dangers of the Tao of Death just yet. But before that, the rest of you can all get out." Neither Dong Ai nor Wei Yaling were surprised after hearing that Lu Mei's fate held some chances of becoming an immortal. After all, nearly every single disciple in the top 100 rankings of the Martial Roll of Honor possessed an immortal fate as well. And even Dong Ai and Wei Yaling also had immortal fates too. And the same went for their two senior sisters that weren't present today. Of course, if the two girls knew that Lu Mei's fate had actually created a tiny crack on the ball of fate during her test, then their expressions would definitely be completely different than they are right now. After all, the news of Lu Mei cracking the ball of fate and Shun Long completely shattering it had only started to spread throughout the holy sect recently. And the most powerful outer disciples wouldn't pay any attention to such news, while even those who heard it would treat it as nothing more than a baseless rumor. How could the sect's ball of fate shatter so easily after all? However, what the two girls were most surprised about was when they heard Elder Shuen expelling them all from the room and keeping only Lu Mei inside, without so much as even the slightest ability to resist. The two girls and even Shun Long were all sent outside the mansion, staring at the luxurious mansion on the huge tree in front of them with complicated expressions in their eyes. Only Shun Long had a calm look in his eyes as he sat down cross-legged on the ground and waited for Lu Mei to come out, stomping her foot down angrily. Dong Ai stared at the mansion on the large tree in front of her as she asked angrily, "Why did we have to leave? Aren't we all martial sisters? Why does Lu Mei get to be the only one who hears more things about Master's master instead?" Wei Yaling looked at her junior sister and shook her head before she said in a disappointed tone, "I also wanted to hear more about it. But it's only natural that Master wouldn't permit us to do so. After all, Lu Mei has comprehended the same Tao as our Grand Master, so it's only normal that Master allows her to learn more about it. Besides, junior sister, you clearly understand that Master is definitely going to dote more on junior sister Mei than she does with you or me." In her eyes, junior sister Mei is probably the same as eldest senior sister. Shun Long opened his eyes when he heard this, as he stared at the two women next to him who were discussing things between them without caring about his presence. Dong Ai's expression turned even uglier when she heard her senior sister's words, as she stared at him with an angry look in her eyes before she responded angrily, "This is unfair. Coming from a powerful background should have been something that should make Master happy for her disciples and not wary. Doesn't it simply mean that we can get stronger faster when we come from powerful clans or families that are willing to support us instead of being rogue cultivators without any backing and resources? Why should Master simply favor junior sister Mei more than us then?" Although Dong Ai's tone was angry, it was obvious that she also understood what Wei Yaling meant by this, but she simply wasn't willing to accept this. At the same time, she struggled to say the words junior sister Mei, but she still did so in the end. Shaking her head, however, Wei Yaling didn't even look at her junior sister any longer, as she turned her eyes towards Shun Long and said seriously, "Actually, this is not a secret. Which is why neither I and junior sister, I don't care if you hear about it from us or not. The reason why Master is so happy to take on junior sister Mei as her disciple isn't only because junior sister has comprehended the same Tao as our Grand Master. Although that was definitely important for Master's decision, I believe that Master would still try to take junior sister Mei as a disciple even without her having comprehended the Tao of Death either. The reason behind that is because the elders of the sect will always prefer to take on talented disciples that don't have a powerful background rather than those who come from powerful forces. Of course. It's not because the elders are looking down on those disciples who come from powerful clans or families like Junior Sister I's Dong clan or My Way family. Instead, it's because those clans and families are already part of the holy sect and are under the direct influence of the sect as well. So if an inner court elder like Master ends up favoring me or Junior Sister I more, I am sure you can imagine how the balance of power would change among the powers that are governed by the holy sect if one family has the support of an inner court elder. However, that is also extremely hard for the elders as well, as the disciples who belong to the powerful families are almost always the most talented ones as well. So the inner court elders end up taking them as disciples in the end regardless of them being part of a powerful family or not. Shun Long seemed to have just realized a huge part of the internal situation of the holy sect after hearing Wei Yaling's words. As many thoughts flashed through his mind at the same time, so this is why Maya, Xingyi, Zhang Chen and Longshan were all accepted by the elders so quickly. Since their talents are exceptional, and they don't come from any powerful families or clans of the central region, it's only natural that the elders will look to snatch them away and take them as personal disciples. After all, if they were too late to make their move, it's possible that some of the clans or families adjacent to the sect would do so as well. What about me though? Is it because I destroyed the ball of fate that I wasn't approached by any elder? Regardless, the elders should still think of me as a potential seedling that they should be willing to nurture as well. Shun Long was baffled by the elders' decision to not approach him just yet and try to take him as a personal disciple, especially considering the fighting prowess that he had showed during the fourth test and his immortal grade bloodline that he had also revealed. At the same time, he also managed to guess another thing that caused his eyes to widen in realization: if even the inner court elders of the sect need to be wary of the powers that are under the sect's influence and don't want to favor any of them blatantly, then the strength behind those powers is definitely nothing to scoff at. Even if those clans and families can't match the strength of the entire holy sect, they are definitely strong enough to rival the power of some inner court elders. Otherwise the elders wouldn't be so wary to accept disciples of those powers in the first place. As he came to this conclusion, Shun Long stared at the two young women next to him, only to hear Dong Ai's mocking voice resound in his ears at the same time. Since you haven't gotten picked by an elder like your wife, it can only mean that you are a weakling. Or at the very least, not someone who deserves the elder's attention. I am curious what Junior Sister May sees in you. Maybe she will leave you now that she became apprenticed to the master and won't look to carry a dead weight with her any longer. How tragic would it be to have such a beautiful wife only to have her leave you in the end? Shun Long understood that Dong Ai's spiteful words were only trying to create a chasm between himself and Lu Mei, as her venomous tongue tried to put the seeds of doubt in his heart. However, what Dong Ai didn't know was that it was useless to try and shake Shun Long's confidence in the first place. Putting aside the fact that Dong Ai was simply unaware of his talent and real strength, even if he was a weakling and a deadweight, Shun Long was still certain that Lu Mei wouldn't leave him even if that was the case. If Lu Mei was really someone like that, both himself and Little Black would have realized that long before they met Dong Ai. Spending the last 4 years of his life with Lu Mei and going through countless life and death experiences wasn't something that Dong Ai could simply come and destroy with her ignorant words. Shun Long simply shot Dong Ai a mocking look in response, making her narrow her eyes in the process as she looked at him. As for Wei Yaling, although she heard this as well, she wasn't going to get into a fight with her junior sister over her insulting Shun Long. Even though Shun Long was Lu Mei's husband, it wasn't worth getting into a fight with her junior sister for his sake to begin with. And yet, the mocking look on Shun Long's face only caused an evil smirk to form itself on Dong Ai's lips as she then continued, "Do you really think that junior sister would be willing to be with you just because of your barely passable face?" Although I don't want to admit it, junior sister May is indeed extremely beautiful. Do yourself a favor and give up on her and walk away. Now that she is a disciple of an inner court elder, you two don't belong in the same world anymore. Perhaps some powerful senior brother will be interested in her and take her as his wife instead. At that moment, Shun Long's eyes suddenly narrowed as he stared at the woman in front of him with a cold gaze, before he shook his head and responded in a frosty, yet mocking tone, "Don't judge everyone by your own low standards and don't try to provoke me either. Otherwise the moment that I step into the late stages of the nascent soul, I will squash you like a bug. Wei Yeling's eyes widened at Shun Long's arrogant words that held no hints of politeness even when he was facing a personal disciple of an inner court elder inside her own master's residence. While Dong Ai suddenly burst out laughing as she said mockingly, ha 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 ha. You, an early rank 3 nascent soul stage rookie, will squash me like a bug. I wonder how you even managed to pass the sect's test with such a trash cultivation level in the first place. By the time you step into the late stages of the nascent soul, I may have even reached the peak of the nascent soul stage instead. Fool! I don't even put an idiot like you in my eyes in the first place. Wei Yeling also shook her head as she realized that Shun Long's words that were obviously trying to gain back some face in her eyes were actually nothing more than a joke in reality. He had obviously sensed Dong Ai's cultivation at the early rank 8 of the nascent soul. And yet he still dared to say something like that. Just from the fact that Junior Sister Ai is a personal disciple of an inner elder should have made him realize the difference between them from the beginning. Challenging someone like Junior Sister Ai is no different than courting death. Humph. I suppose he is really counting on Junior Sister May's strength in the end. As she came to this conclusion, Wei Yeling simply closed her eyes, not bothering to care about the two of them any longer. And yet, Shun Long simply refused to entertain Dong Ai either, as he turned his gaze towards the luxurious mansion in the end. Although Shun Long was originally not going to respond to Dong Ai, even though she was obviously trying to provoke him since he didn't want to worsen Lu Mei's relationship with this senior sister of his. It was obvious that Dong Ai didn't care about Lu Mei at all and only had feelings of jealousy towards her. From the moment that Lu Mei received her master's pendant, Elder Shuen kicking them out from the room and only allowing Lu Mei to stay inside as she shared her information regarding the Tao of Death with her, only made the negative feelings in Dong Ai's heart unable to find an outlet. As she immediately set her sights on Shun Long and decided to make him her target and force him to leave Lu Mei. Time passed like this as absolute silence filled Shun Long's and the two women's surroundings. Until an hour later, a white-robed Elder Shuen along with Lu Mei finally appeared in front of the mansion's gates. Long Ji? Lu Mei exclaimed with a smile on her face as she landed on the ground and ran towards Shun Long's direction. Master! Master! Wei Yeling and Dong Ai spoke at the same time as they turned their attention towards Elder Shuen in the sky, who was covered by many colorful flower petals as she stared at Lu Mei with a doting look in her eyes. Sigh. Little Mei? It looks like even your master isn't anything in your heart compared to her, Long Ji. Master. Hee. Don't worry my cute disciple, I was just joking with you. Of course it's normal for someone to place their Tao companion above everyone else. Elder Shuen then turned her attention towards Dong Ai and Wei Yeling before she said seriously, remember that no matter what, all 5 of you are martial sisters right now and you share the same master. If one of you needs help in the future, the rest of you should do everything you can to help her. Also, feeling envy towards your junior sister when you are descendants of the Dong clan and the Wei family, 2 of the strongest clans and families in the territory of the sect, is not something that I will tolerate. It was obvious that Elder Shuen's words were mostly aimed towards Dong Ai, who was still feeling aggrieved that Lu Mei got the pendant instead of her. Thus, she wanted her to understand that, as her master, she was not willing to tolerate this spoiled behavior of hers. After all, whether it was her current strength, background, or even her influence in the outer court right now, Dong Ai simply exceeded Lu Mei in every aspect. However, even though she was a member of the Dong clan and her cultivation had already reached the late stages of the nascent soul, it didn't necessarily mean that Dong Ai would certainly be stronger than Lu Mei in the future, even if she had more resources than her on hand right now. After all, Lu Mei was someone who had comprehended the same Tao as her own master, the Tao of Death. Elder Shuen already knew some things about the terror of this Tao, and she didn't want her 2 youngest disciples to be at odds with each other simply because of pettiness and envy. Even if they couldn't work together, she didn't want them to be enemies at the very least, since she knew that it wasn't uncommon for disciples of the same master to end up killing each other over a quarrel. Whether she lost Lu Mei or Dong Ai, that wasn't a sight that Elder Shuen was willing to see in the future, so she decided to destroy such thoughts from the very beginning. Dong Ai nodded her head a moment later as she looked at Elder Shuen, but her eyes still glimmered with a bright light. As for Lu Mei, She was somewhat surprised when she heard her master's words. As she looked at Elder Shun and asked, curiously, "Master, I remember that senior sister Wei also mentioned that Master had 4 personal disciples before me." But Elder Shun clearly understood what Lu Mei meant. Since she had 4 personal disciples, it shouldn't only be Wei Yaling and Dong Ai who were present here today. Shaking her head, the beautiful white-robed elder had an apologetic smile on her face as she replied, "Your master is sorry, little Mei. I know that you should have met your 2 senior sisters today during your master and disciple ceremony. But your 2 senior sisters are both inner court disciples who are outside of the sect in an important sect mission. However, you will be able to meet them in a few months from now. Hee. I am sure that your eldest senior sister would be very happy to meet you as well." With a deep look in her eyes, Elder Shun then turned her attention towards Shun Long before she said with a mesmerizing smile forming on her lips, "Little brother, you can stay and cultivate here for the next few days along with little Mei if you want to. There is plenty of chi in my courtyard for everyone. And all of it is directly extracted from high-grade spirit stones using a special formation. Hee. If you want to spend some time and chat with this elder sister, I may also agree to it as well." Elder Shun winked seductively at Shun Long when she said the last part, before her body turned into countless flower petals as she disappeared from everyone's vision. And yet, Shun Long simply cupped her hands towards her direction as a look of realization had dawned in his eyes. "So this is why the chi here is almost as pure as the chi from my heaven-swallowing vine when I use middle-grade spirit stones to cultivate. The elders here use high-grade spirit stones for their cultivation." The simple notion of constantly using high-grade spirit stones to fill their courtyards with chi made Shun Long's heart bleed as his greedy nature resurfaced. After all, Shun Long had only heard of the existence of high-grade spirit stones and had yet to see one with his own eyes. And yet, he knew that a single high-grade spirit stone was worth as much as 1,000 middle-grade ones. Even if Shun Long exchanged all of his current 1,210,000 middle-grade spirit stones with high-grade ones, he would only be able to obtain 1,210 high-grade spirit stones in the end. Of course, no one was dumb enough to exchange their high-grade spirit stones for middle-grade ones in the first place. And yet the Holy Sect's elders were able to constantly burn high-grade spirit stones to fuel their own courtyards with chi. This showed the difference in wealth between a rich Dao emperor and himself. Shun Long had originally thought that even average late-stage Dao kings would drool at the sight of his wealth. But he finally realized that this was simply the difference of the experts residing in the central region and those in the Night Star continent. Indeed, although he could be considered a rich tycoon in the Night Star continent, it was very likely that Shun Long's wealth could only rival some weak middle-stage Dao kings from the central region right now. And yet, this didn't make him feel discouraged but instead elated that there were so many resources in the central region for him to snack off. Borrow. After throwing another look at Elder Shun who had already disappeared, Shun Long turned his eyes towards Lu Mei who was smiling brightly as she stood by his side before he said gently, "Maya, let's go back." There was only a week until Shun Long and the rest left the Holy Sect to go and complete their own personal missions. So returning to his room to cultivate without wasting time was the most important thing. After all, Shun Long didn't know what unexpected issues may pop up during his sect missions. Wei Yaling and Dong Ai both stared at Shun Long and Lu Mei who turned around to leave with eyes filled with disbelief. They were unable to understand why Shun Long and Lu Mei would both give up the opportunity to cultivate in their master's courtyard and would instead choose to return back to their courtyard in the outer sect. Of course, the 2 girls had no idea that Lu Mei couldn't absorb the chi in the air in the first place, while the chi inside Shun Long's foggy space was even purer than the chi in Elder Shun Zhao's courtyard. Although Shun Long wouldn't have to spend any of his own spirit stones if he decided to cultivate here, his cultivation speed would drastically reduce while the fact that he could absorb chi in huge amounts like a monster would also be revealed. Risking to expose his secrets simply wasn't worth it. And yet, at that moment, Wei Yaling was actually the first one to take a step forward, as she shouted loudly, "Wait." Seeing Shun Long and Lu Mei both turn around, she then asked curiously, "Do you really intend to leave? Master has already allowed for the both of you to stay here and cultivate." He replied seriously, shaking his head. Shun Long cupped his hands at Wei Yaling who was clearly asking them without any ulterior motives. "Before no matter what? I am not Elder Xuan's disciple, so I wouldn't stay in this place or it would become weird. Besides, a man shouldn't cultivate in the same courtyard with 4 other women, 3 of whom he has no relationship with. Or rumors may start spreading. Wei Yaling and Dong Ai both nodded their heads when they heard this, almost as if they had just realized this problem. As Dong Ai then said, "At least you are not as shameless as I thought." Lu Mei's eyes narrowed dangerously as she immediately turned her attention towards this senior sister of hers. While the aura of death started to swirl around her body, she would never allow anyone to insult Shun Long in front of her, even if that person is her senior sister or even her own master. And yet, Shun Long simply held Lu Mei back with a smile on his face, indicating that he didn't care about her. As he looked at Wei Yaling and said without a care, "If there is nothing else, I am going to take my leave." Wei Yaling nodded her head, not caring too much about the quarrel that Shun Long seemed to have with Dong Ai. As she turned her attention towards Lu Mei and said, "Junior sister, I won't insist that you stay here if you don't want to. I only have one thing to say. If you want to join a faction, you can always join Xin Jia's faction. Just mention my name and say that I invited you and you can join the faction without any issue." Her faction is ranked 23rd within the top 100 factions rankings, so junior sister will be able to obtain plenty of resources this way, as well as get plenty of support within the sect. Contrary to what Wei Yaling had expected, however, Lu Mei simply shook her head and thanked her before she rejected her offer without a second thought. As she said, "Senior sister, thank you for your goodwill. However, I have already joined Long Ji's faction and I will not leave." Wei Yaling was instantly rendered speechless, obviously not having expected Lu Mei's rejection. But she still nodded her head reluctantly a moment later as she said, "Don't worry, junior sister. I understand. Remember that if you ever need help, you can still ask for help from Xin Jia's faction using my name. At the very least I will personally come to help you." Although she didn't understand why Lu Mei would want to stay in Shun Long's faction when she could enter a faction in the top 30 of the outer court, Wei Yaling still didn't pressure her to change her mind. She had already explained everything that she had to. So the choice was Lu Mei's. Of course. Lu Mei immediately realized that Wei Yaling was trying to form a good relationship with her this way. However, no matter what happened, she would never leave Shun Long's faction to join another one. Even if everyone else left, she had already decided that she would be the one who would stay by his side. At that moment, Dong Ai wanted to throw a mocking remark towards Lu Mei for joining Shun Long's faction that would never even reach the top 1000. But remembering her master's words earlier, she barely held herself back from insulting Shun Long again in front of her junior sister. Of course, Dong Ai didn't know that Shun Long really intended to crush her the moment that he entered the late stages of the nascent soul. He had already sensed her hostility both towards him and Lu Mei, and he wasn't planning to allow that situation to continue. As for how he was planning to take care of her, that was an entirely different issue. He couldn't outright kill her as the sect clearly forbade killing anyone outside of death matches in the arena. And Shun Long wasn't confident in assassinating her using his Tao of Space without getting caught from the sect. After all, he didn't yet know the full capabilities of a Tao Emperor, and if they had a way to find out about that. And he wasn't willing to risk his life just to kill Dong Ai to begin with. Nodding her head, Lu Mei thanked Wei Yaling before she and Shun Long both left Elder Xuan's courtyard. Turning her head to the side, Wei Yaling then looked at Dong Ai before she said seriously, "Junior sister, you heard master already. It's better for you to have a good relationship with junior sister Mei rather than brood over something that wasn't meant to be yours from the beginning. I know that you really wanted master's pendant, but you should see things more clearly. Master will definitely pamper junior sister Mei. And even eldest senior sister will probably like her a lot. Even if second senior sister doesn't like her, she won't be at odds with her either. So your attitude right now is the only problem. If you keep fighting with her husband, it's certain that junior sister Mei and you will end up fighting each other." Staring at the disappearing figures of Lu Mei and Shun Long, Dong Ai simply smiled mockingly before she replied coldly, "Fight each other? So what? Don't make me laugh, senior sister. Even if she has comprehended the same Tao as our Grand Master, it doesn't mean she will be as proficient in it as her either. Senior sister should know this better than me. That even two people who have comprehended the same Tao may have entirely different powers in the end. As for two rogue cultivators who have just entered the sect and will definitely have to struggle for resources right now. So what if I am at odds with them? With how arrogant that piece of trash actually was. I will make sure to crush him in the future as well. Even if Master forbids martial sisters from fighting with each other. She can't say anything if I happen to have enmity with Junior Sister's husband. Hee. Of course. If Junior Sister May intends to give me a certain pendant to fix our relationship, I may actually agree. With a serious look on her face, Wei Yeling looked at Donna before she asked coldly, what about eldest senior sister? Wasn't she a rogue cultivator that was found and raised by Master? It was obvious that Wei Yeling was trying to warn Dong Ai. And yet the beautiful yellow robed woman simply laughed before she responded with a mocking tone, ha ha ha. Senior sister? Do you really think that every single rogue cultivator is like eldest senior sister? Even among inner court disciples. And even among the sect's core disciples. How many can be mentioned in the same breath as eldest senior sister, even if junior sister May has comprehended a rare Tao? That's all there is to it. Besides, although eldest senior sister May have indeed been a rogue cultivator in the beginning, wasn't she raised by Master using the best resources that Master had on hand? Can you really call her a rogue cultivator in that case? Whether it is her talent or background. By being the eldest disciple of Master, how can you compare her to any other rogue cultivator? I am sure that eldest senior sister was raised at the very least with the same resources that the top clans and families use on their direct heirs. Wei Yeling shook her head as she looked at her junior sister, finally giving up on trying to persuade her to fix her relationship with Lu Mei. After all, her words weren't wrong either. Wei Yeling also didn't believe that there was anyone else in the sect who could rise through the rankings and become a core disciple of the sect. Like their eldest senior sister. Even Lu Mei would most likely be unable to replicate this feat. After all, only the absolute best of inner disciples, in both their cultivation level, talent and fighting strength, could obtain the title of core disciples in the sect. And their eldest senior sister was precisely one of those peak geniuses. At the same time that this situation was taking place in Elder Xuan's courtyard, Shun Long and Lu Mei passed through the inner court's gates as they returned back to the outer court. With her arms both holding Shun Long's right arm affectionately, Lu Mei raised her head and stared at him straight in the eyes before asking curiously, Long Ji, did something happen between you and senior sister Dong? Hearing Dong Ai call Shun Long shameless had made Lu Mei extremely furious earlier. If it wasn't because Shun Long had held her back, Lu Mei wouldn't have cared about Dong Ai's status as her senior sister and would have immediately gone to confront her. Shun Long however simply pulled Lu Mei closer into a hug when he heard this. And as they continued to walk towards his courtyard, he simply shook his head as he said in an uncaring tone, she is just an annoying girl. Nothing more than that. Lu Mei nodded without asking more about what had happened. If Shun Long didn't want to mention it, it was probably nothing too important in his eyes. Instead, the two of them kept walking for nearly an hour until they arrived back in the courtyard and entered the room. As soon as they stepped inside, Lu Mei looked at Shun Long. And without holding anything back, she started to narrate everything that happened from the moment that Elder Xuan expelled him and her two senior sisters from her mansion. Long Ji? Actually, when Master sent everyone outside, she taught me what her master had taught her about the Tao of Death. It seems that Grand Master's experiences are somewhat similar to what I experienced after I broke through to the nascent soul. Master said that I shouldn't treat my summons as soulless creatures, and instead I should look at them as living beings. However, Master also said that I should never use my Tao of Death when my spiritual strength is close to depletion. Otherwise, if my skeletons escape my control, I will become their target instead. It seems that this happened to Grand Master once, and she only escaped out of luck. Shun Long nodded his head when he heard Lu Mei's narration about what she had learned from Elder Xuan, before he actually fell silent for the next few moments. It was obvious that Lu Mei had come to a similar conclusion regarding the first part of her experience, as she had already started to treat her undead creatures like being with a soul instead of inanimate objects. As for the second thing that Lu Mei mentioned, this seemed to be more like a warning rather than direct advice on how to use her Tao of Death. Well, Elder Xuan's master was a peak Tao emperor, so her experience with her Tao of Death must have definitely been much vaster than Lu Mei's. However, Even though it was obvious that Elder Shun only wanted the best for Lu Mei, Shun Long wouldn't take everything that she said for granted. And instead, he had already decided to ask Little Black about this as well. After all, it was very likely that Little Black would know a few more things regarding Lu Mei's Tao of Death too. However, Lu Mei would have to wait until Little Black had completely digested the energy inside the Dragonstone first. After a round of arduous dual cultivation on their bed, Shun Long and Lu Mei both took a shower before Shun Long entered the foggy space in the Stone of Time to cultivate further. There was only a week left before his group all left the sect to go and complete their personal sect missions. And Shun Long was planning to spend this time condensing his 21st ball of Qi, as well as completely purifying the previous 20 Qi balls, bringing them all at the same level. As for Lu Mei, she was planning to further enhance her control of her undead creatures. Entering the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Shun Long took out more than 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones and fed them to the heaven-swallowing vine in front of him. The pure Qi coming from the enormous vine instantly filled the air around him. As Shun Long closed his eyes and started to cultivate without a second thought, days quickly passed like this. And as the 7th day arrived in the real world, inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, Shun Long was suddenly woken up by the excited roar of a panther, causing a smile to slowly form itself on his lips. Turning his eyes towards Little Silver, Shun Long felt its aura that had now reached the middle of rank 6, causing his smile to become even wider. Although Shun Long knew that Little Silver's breakthrough had high chances to succeed since Little Silver had already absorbed enough energy during the past few years by eating an almost uncountable number of stalks of dragon blood grass from the herb garden, Shun Long also knew that there was a very big risk of danger involved when a magic beast tries to break through to a level that has already exceeded its natural limits. After all, although it was extremely rare, it wasn't impossible for a silver-winged panther king to reach the early rank 6 from the peak of rank 5 if it chanced upon a fortuitous opportunity. However, reaching the middle of rank 6 was an entirely different matter, as it had already exceeded Little Silver's natural limits. Of course, if it somehow managed to obtain the beast core of a middle or peak rank 6 magic beast, it would have also been possible for Little Silver to break through that way as well. But the danger of the breakthrough would still have been there no matter what. Nudging its big head on Shun Long's left arm, Little Silver acted like an excited puppy as it looked at him instead of a ferocious middle rank 6 magic beast. After all, if it wasn't for Shun Long's Guqin, even with the energy that was accumulated inside its body after eating so many stalks of rank 5 dragon blood grass, it was unknown if Little Silver would have successfully broken through. Shun Long smiled wryly as he raised his hand and rubbed the top of the Black Panther's head softly, before he stopped feeding middle-grade spirit stones to the heaven-swallowing vine at the same time. After all, it was already time for Jiang Chen, Shi Xingyi, and Bai Longshan to all arrive by now. So Shun Long knew that he had to return back to his room. In the past nearly 70 days that he had spent cultivating in seclusion, Shun Long had used up more than 60,000 middle-grade spirit stones to condense the 21st ball of Qi, as well as purify his previous 20 Qi balls and bring them to the same level as the 21st. Even though he didn't manage to enhance the purity of the Qi inside the 18th, 19th and 20th Qi balls, he still managed to completely purify the previous ones. With the enhanced purity of his Qi balls, Shun Long was certain that he could now use his Thunder God / at least 8 times consecutively before he ran out of Qi at the same time. Along with his cultivation increase, the power of the Thunder Gods / had also increased. So using a Saint low-grade martial skill 8 times consecutively, even if it was just the first stage of that skill, was something unheard of even for middle-stage nascent soul cultivators, let alone an early stage one like Shun Long. Closing his eyes, Shun Long then imagined himself leaving the foggy space in the Stone of Time as he returned back to his room. Opening his eyes barely a moment later, he noticed that just like the last time, he was the only one inside the room. After changing his sect robes into a set of new ones, he opened the door of the room, only to see Lu Mei sitting with Shi Xingyi in his courtyard chatting joyfully with each other, while Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan were also sitting cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed. Although they were in Shun Long's courtyard, as long as Lu Mei wanted to, she could allow anyone to enter while she was inside. As soon as the door of the room opened, everyone turned their attention towards it at the same time. As they saw Shun Long's figure walking towards them, Long Ji brother Long Lu Mei's and She Xingyi's voices sounded in his ears as they greeted him joyously. While Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan had also opened their eyes at the same time and stood up. As they turned their eyes towards him as well, it was obvious that all four of them were waiting for Shun Long to exit seclusion. Looking at the members of his faction that had all gathered in his courtyard, a smile appeared on Shun Long's face as he then asked, "Are you all ready?" Nodding in response, Lu Mei, She Xingyi, Jiang Chen, and Bai Longshan all stood up at the same time, while bouts of excitement filled their hearts. "Let's go to the assignment hall to choose our missions first." As he finished speaking, Shun Long walked out from his courtyard as he led the way to the assignment hall. Of course, forget about their excited expressions. Even Shun Long himself was looking forward to the sect's missions. Although they were just missions that would give sect points and nothing more, Shun Long wasn't planning to spend his entire life inside the holy sect, and he looked forward to these missions instead. After all, as a cultivator, he wanted to explore the entirety of the central region, and not stay holed up in this place. Even though the D-rank personal missions would almost exclusively be contained within the territory that was controlled by the holy sect, and wouldn't allow any of them to go too far away from those limits. For the 5 of them who had never been in the central region before, this was still a completely new place that they could explore. Half an hour later, Shun Long's group arrived in front of the huge building at the center of the outer court. While his eyes were once again greeted by the 2 eye-catching words that were plated in gold above the building's entrance. As always, the assignment hall was filled with life, as hundreds of outer disciples were coming and going from its entrance at every moment. Without any hesitation, Shun Long then led his group inside the huge building. As they walked directly towards the building's depths, towards the huge black mission board in the distance, just like the last time that he and Lu Mei came here, Shun Long saw more than 100 disciples standing in front of the mission board looking for missions that they wanted to choose. Without needing him to say anything, Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan both took a few steps forward at the same time, as they focused their eyes on the huge blackboard in front of them. Seeing that Lu Mei and She Xingyi had turned their eyes towards him, Shun Long looked at the 2 peerlessly beautiful women who instantly attracted a lot of attention from the disciples around them and said, "Maya, Xingyi, don't choose any missions where the enemies are above the early rank 5 of the nascent soul." Although Shun Long was certain that both Lu Mei and She Xingyi wouldn't choose any missions that were impossible to complete, he still decided to remind them to be careful about this. For She Xingyi, who had already broken through to the early rank 4 of the nascent soul and had entered the middle stages of the nascent soul, Shun Long knew that it was possible for her to defeat a normal peak rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivator that didn't come from a sect without many issues. As for where her limits lied, Shun Long guessed that she could probably defeat an early rank 5 nascent soul stage cultivator as well in a head-on fight, albeit with some difficulty. After all, in the cultivation world, it was common knowledge that cultivators who belonged to sects or powerful clans and families would almost always be much stronger than other cultivators at the same level as them who had no backing. The reason behind that was the rare cultivation techniques and martial skills that they could use, that normal cultivators that didn't belong to powerful forces would almost never be able to touch in their lives. This was also the reason why Dong Ai looked down on Shun Long and Lu Mei for being rogue cultivators. After all, the difference between a mystic grade and a saint grade cultivation technique was much more important than one would think. Just the difference in speed of the absorption of chi between a normal saint grade cultivation technique and a mystic grade one would make countless cultivators willing to kill for it. As a single saint low grade cultivation technique allowed a cultivator to absorb chi 50% faster compared to someone who was training in a mystic high grade cultivation technique. This 50% increase may not sound like a lot, but it would make an enormous difference if one had to cultivate for 2 years or 3 years in order to break through to the next stage. And yet, it wasn't just the speed of advancement that made saint-grade cultivation techniques so valuable. The purity from the chi that a saint low-grade cultivation technique allowed a cultivator to absorb was also more than 50% purer compared to the chi that a mystic high-grade technique. This increase in the purity of the chi may not allow a cultivator to advance faster, but it directly affected their combat strength, making them even stronger. This was why, every time that a Saint low-grade cultivation technique appeared in an auction or a place that wasn't controlled by a huge power, cultivators who didn't belong to huge powers would do everything they could to get their hands on it. Of course, even Saint low-grade techniques had their own differences as well. For example, a Saint low-grade cultivation technique like the Moonlight Sigil that Shun Long had obtained from Qui Guoliang's collection back in the Vermilion Realm, was actually at the absolute bottom among Saint low-grade cultivation techniques and would at most be categorized as a mystic high-grade cultivation technique in the central region. The reason behind that was both its slow chi absorption speed compared to other Saint low-grade cultivation techniques, as well as a huge flaw that this technique actually had, that whoever trained in it could only practice at night since they had to absorb the moonlight. As for the Saint middle-grade cultivation technique that Donai obtained from Elder Shuen as her gift, its effects, whether it was in the speed of chi absorption or the purity of the chi, were more than 2 times better compared to a Saint low-grade cultivation technique. This was why Shun Long believed that someone like Shi Xingyi, who belonged to the Shi family and was most likely training in a Saint low-grade cultivation technique, could fight against a weak early rank 5 nascent soul stage cultivator who didn't come from a peak power head-on, albeit most likely with a lot of difficulty. Of course, if by some crazy scenario, Shi Xingyi's opponent was not only cultivating a Saint low-grade cultivation technique, but he even knew a Saint low-grade martial skill as well, then forget about an early rank 5 nascent soul stage opponent. Shi Xingyi would even have trouble fighting against a peak rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivator, even with her unique physique. After all, even most outer disciples of the holy sect were at that level as well. And yet, Shun Long knew that the chances of something like that happening were practically zero. Additionally, he also knew that Shi Xingyi's real strength didn't lie in head-on fights, but instead in assassinations. Her Vanishing Shadow's unique physique was practically the perfect physique for an assassin who wanted to lie in the shadows and wait to strike. If Shi Xingyi really went all out to assassinate someone, Shun Long couldn't estimate how high her killing potential could reach. Perhaps even peak rank 5 nascent soul stage cultivators would die in her hands before they realized what was going on. However, assassinations were always risky, both for the victim as well as the assassin. In case that an assassination attempt failed, the assassin would then be in a vulnerable spot. And in that case, Shi Xingyi would be the one who would be risking her life. At the same time, Shun Long's words were also a hint to Lu Mei as well, for her to not try and choose any missions that were impossible either. Lu Mei and Shi Xingyi both nodded their heads as they looked at him before their eyes started to scan the huge mission board in front of them. Smiling slightly, Shun Long also did the same, as his gaze focused on the personal D-rank missions while he looked for a suitable one. At that moment, Shun Long's eyes suddenly fell on a single mission that seemed perfect for him to test his current strength D-rank personal mission: kill the peak rank 5 nascent soul stage slave traders Dai Lim and Dai Hao and destroy their shop in the Yansu city. Reward, 190 sect points. Shun Long's eyes instantly brightened upon seeing this mission and decided to choose it without any hesitation. Although fighting against 2 peak rank 5 nascent soul stage cultivators with a cultivation at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul may seem impossible for most people, Shun Long didn't think much about it. After all, when he had just broken through to the early rank 1 of the nascent soul, he could actually kill peak rank 3 nascent soul stage opponents like the golden-robed young man during the 4th test. Now that he had broken through to the early rank 3 of the nascent soul, even though he had to fight against 2 nascent soul cultivators who had already reached the middle stages of the nascent soul, he was still confident that he could complete this mission effortlessly unless something unexpected actually happened. At the same time, since he hadn't been able to fight even once ever since he had entered seclusion to advance his cultivation, he was actually itching to stretch his limbs and fight without holding back. As for the Yazoo city that Shun Long had to travel to, it was actually located on the small map along with the mission's description, showing this city that was less than 2,000 miles away from the holy sect. After choosing this mission, Shun Long didn't leave just yet, as his eyes kept roaming around the huge blackboard in front of him, staring at the rest of the D-rank personal missions while looking for a second mission to accept. A few minutes later, Shun Long's eyes eventually landed on another D-rank mission. As he nodded his head and mumbled to himself, this will do for now. Unlike the previous one, the second mission didn't need Shun Long to fight or kill someone to complete it. Instead, the mission's description was even simpler than that. D-rank personal mission: join Merchant Yinggui's group in the Holy City 3 days from now, and help his caravan reach Yansu City successfully. Reward: 80 sect points. Seeing that this mission simply required him to act as a bodyguard and help a merchant transport his caravan to Yansu City, which he was intending to go to in the first place, since he had to complete his mission, made Shun Long choose this as his second mission after a moment of thinking. Turning his gaze towards Lu Mei and the rest, Shun Long noticed that they were all almost finished choosing their own missions as well. A few minutes later, seeing that everyone had stopped looking at the missions and had now gathered around him, Shun Long nodded his head before he said, "Let's go to the mission counter." Shun Long already knew that in the Holy Sect, more than one disciple could accept the same mission if they wanted to. After all a disciple had to do was report the mission that they chose in the mission counter, and the first one who completed it could claim the rewards. Thus, the missions on the mission board always remained there until they were completed, queuing up in front of the second busiest counter aside from the exchange hall. Shun Long's group had to wait for 20 minutes until it was their turn. Looking at the young man in front of him who was wearing yellow-colored robes like everyone else working in the assignment hall, indicating that he was an outer disciple, Shun Long took out his sect-identifying token before he explained which missions he wanted to accept. The young man behind the counter accepted Shun Long's token, before he asked in a curious voice barely a moment later, "Is this your first time accepting a mission?" Shun Long nodded his head after hearing this question, while his face had a curious look that he didn't bother to hide. The young man behind the mission counter had a good-natured smile as he pointed at Shun Long's token before he explained seriously, "It is obvious that you haven't used your memory recording formation. Since it's your first time accepting a sect mission, I am obligated to inform you that every time you are completing a mission, regardless of whether it's a personal mission or a faction mission, you must record the entire process of how you completed it through your sect-identifying token. Every single sect-identifying token in the sect is embedded with special memory recording formations that you can activate by infusing a small part of your chi inside them. Of course, this is done to ensure that you didn't receive any external help during the mission, and completed it on your own, as well as serve as deterrent so no one can claim a mission without being the one to complete them." Although Shun Long had no idea that there was such a formation in his sect-identifying token, he didn't mind it that much as he simply cupped his hands and thanked the disciple in front of him. The thought of using Little Silver or Little Black to complete higher-leveled missions hadn't crossed his mind from the beginning, since he was planning to complete everything by himself. After all, only this way would he truly hone himself as well as become even stronger, since staying in seclusion to cultivate was useless. If he didn't exercise, he would be unable to bring himself to his full potential and would instead hinder his advancement. The only problem that this memory recording formation could cause was exposing his Tao of Time. But after some thought, he realized that there was no reason to be afraid of something like that happening. The reason why he didn't mind was because Shun Long knew that unless an elder of the sect was present right next to him when he used his Tao of Time and sensed it personally, it would be simply impossible for them to realize what Tao he was using. Even if they had some questions and they would start to get suspicious, Shun Long still wouldn't care, and in a worst-case scenario, he would simply look to bullshit his way out of it. In any case, even the elders of the sect wouldn't be able to force him to spit out what Tao he has comprehended. After all, as high-leveled experts, even peak Tao kings wouldn't risk losing face by personally asking a junior which Tao they had comprehended, let alone Tao emperors. After cupping his hands and thanking the young man in front of him, Shun Long walked away from the mission counter while he waited for Lu Mei and the rest to register the missions that they wanted to take. Although every disciple in the sect could choose any level of mission that they wanted to regardless of their status or cultivation level, even inner disciples couldn't avoid the process of registering which missions they wanted to accept. Fortunately, his wait wasn't for too long, as in just a couple of minutes, everyone else had also registered their missions as well before they turned their attention towards him. At that moment, the look on Shun Long's face turned serious as he said in a solemn voice, "Remember, that no matter what happens, always place your safety above everything else while you are alone. Seeing Shun Long speaking solemnly for the first time in a while instead of having his usual non-caring, laid-back attitude, made Lu Mei, Jiang Chen, Xie Xingyi and Bai Longshan all nod their heads at the same time. They all understood what Shun Long meant. Since this was their first time venturing out alone in the central region, they all had to be careful. Jiang Chen knew this as well, as his father had already told him to not underestimate anyone in the central region regardless of their strength. Even though he was a genius with an immortal grade bloodline, Jiang Chen knew that his bloodline had a 3-month cooldown from the day he used it until he could use it again. So that wasn't something that he could count on. Hell, if it wasn't for the fact that he had to fight against a middle rank 5 nascent soul outer disciple while his cultivation was still at the early rank 4 of the nascent soul, he wouldn't have used his bloodline in the first place, and would have at most exposed only his eternal darkness physique instead. Seeing that everyone had understood his words, Shun Long simply smiled and said, "Let's go then." Turning around, he then walked out of the assignment hall. As he led his group towards the entrance of the sect, while they walked, Shun Long didn't ask any of them about the missions that they had chosen. He had already seen that Lu Mei had picked 2 personal D-rank missions that required her to hunt down 2 criminals at the middle and the peak of rank 4 of the nascent soul respectively, while Xie Xingyi had chosen a mission to act as a bodyguard for a caravan, just like him, as well as an assassination mission to kill a bandit head whose cultivation had reached the early rank 5 of the nascent soul. Missions that asked for protection were extremely popular, as the merchants wouldn't miss a chance to get the powerful disciples of the holy sect to act as their bodyguards, while many disciples who didn't enjoy putting themselves into danger seemed to like them as well. As for Xie Xingyi, the reason she chose this mission was the same as Shun Long. Since the caravan was heading towards the city where the target of her main mission was located, she didn't mind completing this one as well. As for Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan, their missions were completely different. Jiang Chen had first chosen a mission that required him to fight against a middle rank 5 nascent soul stage evil cultivator, who kidnapped infants and used them to increase his own cultivation stage, while his second mission required him to take care of a small gang in a city, as the gang leader who was at the early rank 5 of the nascent soul had already destroyed a small village and raped every single woman while he personally beheaded everyone at the spirit realm and above. Of course, although Jiang Chen's first mission required him to fight against a middle rank 5 nascent soul stage cultivator, the same as the young woman whom he had to face during the 4th test, Jiang Chen wasn't worried in the slightest even though he was unable to use his bloodline this time. After all, how could normal cultivators who had to steal and kill to live be compared to the geniuses of the holy sect who cultivated insane low-grade cultivation techniques? Even if the young woman he had to fight during the 4th test was one of the 1,000 weakest disciples of the sect, she would still be considered a powerful genius in nearly every single city that she was placed within the holy sect's territory. Otherwise, how could she pass the holy sect's test in the first place? As for Bai Longshan, he had simply chosen to join the squad of a group of adventurers and help them hunt a middle rank 5 magic beast, as well as help guard a small sect and protect them from any attacks, while the head of the school attempts her breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Surprisingly, these 2 missions that he had chosen were ones that almost no other outer disciple wanted to pick. Especially the last mission, since the location was more than 5 days away from the holy sect even if Bai Longshan rushed there at full speed, and most outer disciples either didn't want to spend their time guarding a small peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator in her breakthrough, or they simply weren't interested in the measly 60 sect points that this mission offered since they would have to spend at least 10 days just to come and go from there. However, Bai Longshan didn't seem to mind this as he accepted this mission with a face full of joy, making Jiang Chen shoot him a side glance in the process. Of course, Shun Long had seen all of this but he wouldn't interfere with anyone's mission, whether Bai Longshan wanted to hunt magic beasts or guard someone during her breakthrough, or even go and hunt down gang heads like Jiang Chen. That was completely up to him. Although his personality seemed to be an amiable, easygoing one in the first place, Bai Longshan's choice of hunting a middle rank 5 magic beast showed that he still intended to train himself during these days that they were going to leave the sect. The 5 of them kept walking, And 45 minutes later, they arrived in front of the familiar wooden gates that they had passed through the first time. When they entered the sect, it seemed that the gates of the holy sect were wide open, allowing anyone to pass through at will. Unlike the floating cloud sect, Shun Long realized that the holy sect didn't try to restrict any disciple's freedom. If someone wanted to leave, the sect wasn't going to beg that person to stay. Of course, no one was dumb enough to even think of leaving the sect in the first place. Putting aside the protection and the status that the sect offered to all of its disciples, just the fact that they could obtain complete saint-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills, as well as countless other things that one would be unable to find outside of the sect while they could simply obtain them using their own sect points, was enough to make those disciples stay in the sect and even fight against anyone who tried to kick them out. It was common knowledge that the holy sect was practically the overlord of the region that they governed. So why would those disciples want to stop hugging such a strong thigh in the first place? And yet, obtaining average saint low-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills was only something that the weaker outer disciples looked forward to, as the stronger disciples who belonged in the powerful factions of the outer court had already set their eyes towards the rewards that they could obtain through the faction wars. After all, every single disciple with even a little bit of strength and who had already reached the rank 6 of the nascent soul, would always set their eyes towards the bountiful rewards of the top ranks in the faction wars that would make anyone's gaze drip with envy. The faction wars was the ultimate competition among outer disciples in the holy sect, its intense only being matched by the top fights of the martial roll of honor. The reason why Shun Long had decided for them to venture out of the sect right now was precisely for them to become stronger and complete a few missions for themselves before they started completing faction missions, making their factions eligible to participate in the faction wars as well. Even if he could, Shun Long wouldn't join the faction wars right now anyway, since he knew that the strength of his faction wasn't enough to compete even with any factions at the middle of the pack, let alone those at the top 100 faction rankings. At best, Shun Long knew that they would be able to win against the weakest factions at the very bottom of the sect, and even that would probably be a stretch. Stepping through the gates, Shun Long's group soon arrived in front of the sect's gates, where the same 2 white-robed elders as the last time were standing guard as well. The elders were standing there with their eyes closed and they didn't seem to care about Shun Long's group or the other 3 groups like Shun Long's that were entering and leaving the holy sect. Standing in front of the enormous palace gates of the holy sect at the top of the mountain, Shun Long gazed at the enormous city at the foot of the mountain that could barely be seen from their current location. A few moments later, he turned around and looked at Lu Mei and the rest before he said seriously, "Let's split up. We will meet each other again here 1 month from now." Seeing that Shun Long didn't say any fancy words and simply relayed that they should meet each other again in front of the holy sect's gates 30 days later made Jiang Chen the first one to respond, as he nodded his head while he looked at him and said with a serious look in his eyes, "All right. Just remember that it doesn't matter what Dao you have comprehended, as you are not invincible either. You can't die without saying another word." Jiang Chen didn't even look at Lu Mei, Xie Xingyi or Bai Longshan. "And after staring intently at before I go to the immortal dimension, so make sure to take care of yourself." Shun Long's eyes for a few moments. A pair of pitch black wings sprouted from his back as he flew towards the north without any hesitation. A smile was formed on Shun Long's face as he saw Jiang Chen's disappearing figure. While he understood that the words that he had simply said just now were a warning for Shun Long to take care of himself properly. Indeed, it didn't matter if he had comprehended the Tao of time, the Tao of space, or even if he was a disciple of the holy sect. Jiang Chen was still right. Even with his monarch's eternal body, Shun Long wasn't invincible. Bai Longshan was the next one to move as he looked at Shun Long and smiled good-naturedly before he said, "Brother Long." Like senior brother Jiang said, "Make sure to take care of yourself as well." Turning his eyes towards Lu Mei and Xie Xingyi, he then continued, "Sister Mei. Sister Xingyi. You should take care as well. I will see you all in 1 month from now. I hope that all of us will be stronger by then as well. Good luck." After throwing one last look at Jiang Chen's figure that had almost disappeared on the horizon, Bai Longshan smiled even further while a look filled with fighting intent appeared in his eyes, before he actually flew towards the west. Seeing that there were just the 3 of them left, The stunning golden-haired beauty felt her face heat up as she stared at Shun Long, while even her ears had started to turn red. As she lowered her head and said gently, "Brother Long, I will see you in 1 month. Take care of yourself as well. Sister May, you take care as well." Without waiting for a response, Shai Xingyi then soared into the sky with a red face, as she actually headed towards the southwest. Seeing that there were just the two of them left, Lu Mei walked up to Shun Long and hugged him gently, almost as if she was trying to take in the warmth of his body and integrate it into her own before she planted a kiss filled with love and affection on his face and said, "Long Ji, I will see you in 1 month." Lu Mei didn't tell Shun Long to take care of himself, and simply said these simple words before she hugged him even tighter than before. This was the second time that she and Shun Long were going to split with each other. But Lu Mei understood that this was something that couldn't be avoided. At the same time, although she didn't like being split away from Shun Long, she knew that this was also a chance for her to advance her cultivation as well using her blood absorption art. Nodding his head, Shun Long placed his hands around Lu Mei's waist and held her tightly as well, only letting her go a full minute later. Looking at Lu Mei's enchanting black eyes that seemed to be able to capture the soul of every man and woman alike, he simply smiled before he said, "Maya, don't worry. I will be waiting for you here 1 month from now." A dazzling smile broke out on Lu Mei's face when she heard this. And with these thoughts in mind she didn't delay any longer, as she rose to the sky and flew towards the east. Shun Long's lips curved up as he stared at Lu Mei's disappearing figure before he actually started to fly towards the east as well barely a moment later. Instead of heading towards the holy city that was located directly below the holy sect, at the foot of the holy mountain. After opening up a distance of more than 20 miles between himself and the holy mountain, Shun Long turned his eyes towards Lu Mei's figure that was still visible in the distance ahead of him and waved his hand, as the figure of a black panther that was more than 4 meters, 13 feet, tall appeared in front of him, patting Little Silver's head gently. Shun Long sent a mental command to the black panther in front of him, who immediately turned its attention towards Lu Mei in the distance ahead of it. After whimpering for a few moments, almost as if it was saying that Shun Long shouldn't attract too much trouble while he was by himself, Little Silver flapped its silver wings, chasing after Lu Mei, who was going to disappear from his eyes in the next few moments. Shun Long stared at Little Silver's figure that flew forward like a bolt of black and silver lightning as it tore through the sky, while he heaved out a sigh of relief. Of course, the reason why Shun Long sent Little Silver to follow after Lu Mei was to make sure that Lu Mei would stay alive even if she somehow ended up attracting more trouble than she normally would. No matter what, Lu Mei was too important to Shun Long for him to gamble with her life and let her roam around the central region completely unprotected. At the same time, Shun Long knew that sending Little Silver to protect her in the shadows was even better than sending Little Black. As a silver-winged panther king, Little Silver was innately used to lying in the shadows and hunting for prey. Thus, protecting Lu Mei secretly until her life was really about to be taken away was the best form of protection that Shun Long could offer her. After all, despite the difference in their strength between Little Black and Little Silver, Shun Long knew that it was impossible for Little Black to stay low-key even if Shun Long asked the Black Dragon to protect Lu Mei. The moment that someone heard of the existence of a living Black Dragon, it was likely that all hell would break loose in the entire holy sect, and perhaps in the surrounding territories as well. Besides, although Little Black had started to warm up to Lu Mei in the past 3 years, Shun Long knew that it was impossible for the Black Dragon to act as a bodyguard for anyone else other than him. However, it didn't matter too much since Shun Long knew that he couldn't expose Little Black's existence in the first place. Besides, although Little Silver had the strength of a newly advanced middle rank 6 magic beast, Shun Long knew that even middle-stage Dao Kings wouldn't be able to fight against it head-on. Unless Lu Mei really offended a crazy peak-stage Dao King who didn't care about anything, there was practically no one and nothing that would be able to harm her. Especially considering that she was a personal disciple of an inner court elder of the holy sect. Of course, Shun Long didn't tell Lu Mei about it because he was certain that she would refuse if she knew about him sending Little Silver to protect her. Since Little Black was still asleep, Lu Mei wouldn't accept Shun Long not having anyone to protect him just so that she would stay safe by herself. As for the reason why Shun Long had to fly for more than 10 miles away from the holy mountain before he let out Little Silver from the Stone of Time, it was because he was still wary of the two white-robed Tao Kings who were standing guard in front of the holy sect's gates. As peak stage Tao Kings, the two elders would definitely be alerted if a middle rank 6 magic beast appeared in front of their eyes out of nowhere. At the same time, although Shun Long knew that the soul sense of a peak stage Tao King could easily cover an area of 10 miles around them, it was impossible for anyone to keep their soul sense active at all times. Using the soul sense to spread it around one's body was extremely tiring and consuming towards one's spiritual strength and wasn't something that anyone could keep doing for long durations of time after all. Especially if one had to cover large areas and observe everything that happened. So the two elders would only pay attention to anyone who approached the holy sect's gates and wouldn't give a damn about the rest. Finally, after Lu Mei's and Little Silver's figures completely disappeared from his eyes, Shun Long turned around and cast his gaze back at the holy mountain. Before his eyes were focused on the enormous city at the holy mountain's foot. With a look of curiosity as well as excitement in his eyes, Shun Long didn't hesitate as he flew straight towards the famous holy city at the foot of the mountain. Since he had just arrived in the central region for less than a month, Shun Long didn't know anything about the city situated at the foot of the holy mountain aside from the fact that it was called the Holy City. Of course, since the city had such a name and it was also located directly in front of the mountain where the holy sect was located, anyone would realize that the city had a connection with the holy sect and it may even be managed by the sect directly. 20 minutes later, Shun Long had already descended the gigantic holy mountain, and had circled around the periphery of the holy city as he arrived in front of the city's entrance. Although Shun Long had guessed that the holy city was probably just as big as the biggest city in the Night Star continent, the Heaven's Dome City. After arriving in front of the huge city gates and seeing the hundreds of luxurious carriages lining up one after the other to enter the city, he realized that this city was much more bustling than the Heaven's Dome City instead. Thousands of cultivators were lined up in front of Shun Long as they waited to enter inside the city as well. While the city guards on top of the city walls as well as those in front of the city gates who were responsible for allowing cultivators to enter made sure to keep everyone in order. The heavy breathing of the magic beasts that were pulling the carriages as well as the fervor and excitement of the cultivators who were about to enter the city for the first time gave an entirely different atmosphere to this city. Just like the rest of the cultivators, Shun Long queued up in front of the city gates as he waited for his turn to come. Even though there were thousands of cultivators lining up on foot as well as hundreds of carriages by their side, the guards in front of the city gates were extremely efficient. And in just an hour, it was already Shun Long's turn. Stretching his hand out, the guard looked at Shun Long with an impassive face and said seriously 100 middle-grade speary slap. Before he could finish his words the guard felt someone slap him at the back of his head, making him turn around and stare at the guard that was standing behind him furiously. On his face before he turned his attention towards Shun Long and spoke while cupping his hands however. Before the first guard could open his mouth and berate his friend, the second guard looked at him with an angry look. Young lord, please forgive this idiot and go ahead. As a disciple of the holy sect of course you don't have to pay anything to enter the city. The first guard who had a furious look on his face immediately turned around when he heard the words disciple of the holy sect. And yet, the moment he noticed that Shun Long was indeed wearing the robes of an outer disciple of the sect his face turned pale in an instant. He had actually disregarded a disciple of the holy sect. Whether it was the weakest outer disciple or not or that the guard was at the peak of rank 1 of the nascent soul. It didn't matter in the slightest. This guard already knew that any disciple of the holy sect had more authority than him in the city. So asking for payment from Shun Long was no different than asking for payment from his direct superior. Even his own superior only had a status where he could look at Shun Long and the rest of the disciples of the holy sect as equals within the city. At the same time, it was only now that the remaining cultivators around him looked at Shun Long's robes with hints of envy in their eyes. An outer disciple of the holy sect. How many of them wished that they could enter the sect only to be mercilessly slapped by the difficulty of the trials? Of course, no one could blame the first guard for not paying attention to Shun Long's robes and realizing that he was an outer disciple. As most outer disciples of the holy sect wouldn't line up here and would directly skip the queue and enter the city as soon as they arrived. After all, this was their own city. The holy sect's city. Why would they voluntarily line up and wait along with the rest of the commoners? Additionally, most outer disciples of the sect came from the huge families and clans, as well as the rest of the big powers who lived in the territory of the holy sect. So this sentiment was even further ingrained in their minds. Of course, the guard who had explained this to Shun Long had already guessed that Shun Long didn't belong to any of the powerful families or clans in the territory of the holy sect. Otherwise he would have already known about this. Nodding his head, Shun Long thanked the second guard. And without paying any attention to the first guard whose face had turned even paler during this time, he stepped past the city gates and entered the holy city. The moment that he stepped inside the city, luxurious homes and mansions, as well as big shops that spanned further than the eye could see, filled Shun Long's vision, bringing along with them the vitality of an extremely bustling city. Knowing that there were still 3 days until merchant Yingui and his caravan left the holy city, Shun Long decided to first take a look around and see what the holy city had to offer. After all, there was no way that the city wouldn't possibly have anything that would catch his attention. Indeed, after leisurely walking around the city for 2 hours while taking in the sights around him, Shun Long finally stopped in front of an enormous tower more than 3.000 meters, 9,850 feet, tall near the heart of the city. The 2 words on the tower's entrance immediately attracted Shun Long's attention, while his eyes were quickly filled with a look of curiosity as well. As he mumbled to himself, Dao Tower, staring at the colossal black tower in front of him that had more than 100 cultivators queued up in front of its entrance, Shun Long walked towards it as well after a few moments of deliberation. He still had 3 days until his first mission began, so he wasn't in a hurry in the first place. Waiting in the queue along with the rest of the 100 cultivators, Shun Long looked around him while he stared at the expressions of the people who were also waiting to enter the tower as well. He saw looks of hope and longing in their eyes as well as gazes that were filled with fighting intent, making Shun Long even more curious about the tower in front of him. The reason why this tower had attracted Shun Long's attention, aside from its colossal size, was the words Dao Tower that Shun Long had never heard of before, as well as the fact that it didn't matter whether one was a heaven-grade cultivator or a Dao King, as they were all queued up and waited for their turn. For a building to have both heaven-grade cultivators and Dao Kings enter inside it, as long as it wasn't a shop, then there must definitely be something extraordinary about it. Turning his attention towards the young man who was standing right in front of him while waiting in line as well, Shun Long looked at him and cupped his hands before asking in a voice that didn't conceal his curiosity, "Friend, I just arrived in the holy city and I am still new here. Can you tell me what the purpose of this Dao Tower is?" The young man in front of Shun Long had a disdainful look on his face the moment that he heard his ignorant question. But as soon as he turned around and saw the yellow robes with the insignia of the holy sect on them, his expression quickly changed as he stared at Shun Long's face with some doubt in his eyes. "A disciple of the holy sect?" the young man asked Shun Long with suspicion evident in his voice, unable to understand how it was possible for a disciple of the holy sect to not know about the Dao Tower. Even those disciples who didn't belong to any powerful forces in the holy sect's territory still knew about the Dao Tower in the holy city. Did the guy in front of him just come out from a cave? Regardless, after a moment of deliberation, the young man nodded his head and decided to answer seriously. After all, Shun Long still seemed to be an outer disciple of the holy sect, and the young man knew that he wouldn't lose anything by answering his question. Pointing at the enormous black tower in front of them, the young man looked at Shun Long and said seriously, "The Dao Tower is one of the most important buildings in the entire holy city. It is a mystical place that every cultivator can enter to test their Dao. And all you have to do to enter is pay some middle-grade spirit stones. It doesn't matter if one is a heaven-grade newbie or a Dao King realm expert. The 2 of them can fight, and the person who utilizes their Dao better will win. Cultivation ranks don't matter at all when 2 people fight inside the Dao Tower. And it is not too uncommon for the person with the lowest cultivation to actually win a fight. Of course, it's not possible for a heaven-grade rookie to compete against a Dao King expert in the first place. I am simply using it as an example." The young man in front of Shun Long, whose cultivation was at the peak of rank 1 in the nascent soul, had a look of fervor in his eyes as he looked at the tower in front of him. And after taking a deep breath a moment later, he actually continued with an even more excited look than before. "However, The most exciting thing about the Dao Tower isn't just that you can fight experts above your level using the Dao that you have comprehended, but that the Dao Tower in the Holy City is actually connected with the rest of the Dao Towers in every major city in the rest of our central region. Shun Long's eyes widened when he heard this as he stared at the colossal black tower in front of him with a look of disbelief. He didn't need the young man in front of him to explain the last sentence as he immediately understood what that meant. The Dao Tower could allow you to fight other people all around the central region as well. A tower where cultivation didn't matter while only the Dao did. Shun Long had never heard of something like this in his life. Of course. His knowledge and memories of his previous life were still sealed for the most part. But the Dao Tower still made his eyes burn with fighting intent. Almost as if he had guessed what Shun Long was thinking. The young man in front of him smiled and said, "Hee hee. Even though you are an outer disciple of the Holy Sect, don't think that you will be able to fight against the best geniuses around the central region only because you managed to pass the sect's tests. Practically every single disciple of the Holy Sect come and train themselves in the Dao Tower when they want to train. And I have heard that even inner disciples and even the legendary core disciples do so as well. But I don't think that any of them have ever reached the top rankings of the Dao Tower. Of course. If any of the core disciples have reached the top rankings is not something that anyone would know. But if someone can do it, it's only them. It's impossible for you or me to do so. So I suggest you stop dreaming." The young man stared at Shun Long's yellow robes with hints of envy in his eyes. But his words still hammered down mercilessly. Uncaring if they were going to ruin his hopes of ever glancing at the people in the top ranks of the Dao Tower. And yet, Shun Long merely smiled at the young man's attempt to lower his confidence while a powerful fighting intent appeared inside his eyes as he stared at the enormous tower in front of him. While watching the line moving forward slowly. Humph. The young man harumphed when he saw Shun Long's smile, making him feel like he was being mocked while inwardly he thought to himself, just wait until you enter the Dao Tower. Outer disciple of the Holy Sect or not. No one will give a damn about your identity in there. Without another word, the young man angrily turned around and stared at the Dao Tower as he eagerly waited for his turn to come. 2 hours later, after the young man in front of him entered inside, it was Shun Long's turn to enter the Dao Tower. As he stepped forward, Shun Long saw that the huge gates of the tower were wide open, allowing him to enter without any obstruction. A luxurious hall appeared in Shun Long's eyes the moment that he stepped foot inside the Dao Tower, as well as 2 beautiful receptionists standing who were behind a large counter. Seeing the handsome yellow-robed young man who was approaching them caused the eyes of the 2 receptionists to light up at the same time, as both of them flashed the sweetest smiles they could muster and greeted him gently. "Hello, young master. Welcome to the Dao Tower. How may I assist you?" The receptionist on the right looked at the woman next to her and pouted when she realized that she had taken the initiative to offer her assistance first. Shun Long simply smiled at the 2 receptionists, before walking towards the one on the left a moment later and asked her, "It's my first time visiting the Dao Tower. Can you explain the rules for me or tell me anything else that I need to take note of?" "With pleasure, young master." The young woman's gaze heated up even further when she noticed the yellow robes that Shun Long was wearing that indicated that he was actually an outer disciple of the Holy Sect. Pointing at the huge staircase in the distance, she then started to explain the Dao Tower has more than 9,000 rooms, split into different floors. And you can use any room that you want without any restrictions. Every room is the same, so it doesn't matter which one you choose. Additionally, you can stay inside a room for as long as you want. But to use a room you are required to pay 5,000 middle grade spirit stones. Young master should be careful and shouldn't leave the room unless you are certain that you are going to leave the Dao Tower as well. Otherwise you will have to pay 5,000 middle grade spirit stones again to enter inside. Since it is your first time coming to the Dao Tower, we will give young master your personal tower token. Of course, since young master hasn't participated in any battles just yet, your tower token will be the lowest white rank token. The first and also the lowest rank is the white rank, followed by the yellow rank and then the orange rank. After the orange is, however, as you fight and win more of your fights, your rank will rise as well. The red rank, followed by the purple rank and the silver rank, and then finally the legendary gold rank. Since young master is an outer disciple of the Holy Sect, I am sure that you will be able to reach the orange rank in no time, so I wouldn't worry about it. Now to the rules. When you enter inside the room, it will only take a few moments for the Dao Tower to connect young master with someone else. During the fights there are actually no rules. You can do whatever you want. Of course, you cannot use your Qi, and will only be allowed to use your Dao. But you are free to torture or kill your opponent without any restraints. Naturally, there is nothing to be afraid about even if the fights look real, since it will only be your mind and your opponent's mind that will be connected. So, even if you die during a fight, your consciousness will return to normal soon. But you will feel an intense pain every time you die. As she said the last part, the receptionist's voice was lowered significantly, almost as if she remembered the intense pain every time she died inside the tower's fights as well. This was why most people couldn't handle dying more than 3 times before they left the Dao Tower. After all, the tower wouldn't wait for you to rest every time you finished a fight, regardless of whether you won or lost, and would at most give you 15 minutes to rest before the next fight began. After taking a deep breath and expelled the bad memories of death inside the tower, the receptionist looked at Shun Long and handed him a small, white-colored token before she continued, as long as young master lets a drop of blood fall onto the token. The token will connect with your consciousness every time that you enter a room. As long as you want to stop the challenges or give up a fight, all you have to do is cut off the connection with the token and you can leave the room. Your face will also not be shown to your opponent during the fights, so there is nothing to worry about. I wish you good luck, young master. There was a flirtatious tone in the young receptionist's words as she said the last sentence. But despite her pretty appearance, Shun Long simply nodded his head as thanks before he walked towards the huge staircase in the distance that led him to the next floor. The receptionist pouted that she couldn't get more of a reaction from him, while the other receptionist next to her simply laughed in response. At the same time, arriving on the first floor, Shun Long saw nearly 100 doors, all of which were closed, while their entrances were filled with 5.000 middle-grade spirit stones. Seeing that there was no room available on this floor, he continued to walk upwards towards the second floor. Noticing that there were a handful of rooms available, Shun Long picked one at random and stood in front of its entrance, waving his hand. 5.000 middle-grade spirit stones appeared in front of him, before Shun Long sent them towards the small holes on the door. As soon as the middle-grade spirit stones embedded themselves on the door, a deep rumbling could be heard as the door slowly opened. The room behind the door was filled with nothing but darkness, without a piece of furniture or anything else in sight. After a moment of deliberation, Shun Long took a step forward and entered inside a moment later. However, the moment that he stepped foot inside the room, Shun Long heard another loud rumbling sound coming from behind him, as the heavy door of the room automatically closed by itself, blocking off what little light tried to enter the room from the outside. Inside the darkness that had now almost completely filled the room, Shun Long wasn't even able to see his own fingers. There was only a very dim light coming from the door itself, which Shun Long assumed was thanks to his 5.000 middle-grade spirit stones. Of course, even if he couldn't see anything using his eyes, he knew that he could still use his soul sense to sense his surroundings. As expected, after scanning the room with his soul sense, he noticed that it was indeed empty. Sitting cross-legged on the ground and closing his eyes, Shun Long then fell into deep thought. A moment later, I wonder how the Dao Tower can force 2 people to fight using only their Dao without utilizing their cultivation. Regardless, if this Dao Tower can really allow one to do so, then this will truly be the perfect place for me to advance my comprehension of my Dao of space. Shun Long knew that he was just a step away from advancing to the early 5th stage of his Monarch's eternal body, and that the only thing he required was to break through in his comprehension of the Dao of space. However, unlike his Dao of time, even with the increased affinity that he had for the Dao of space thanks to his Monarch's eternal body, Shun Long was still unable to break through in the past 2 years that he had spent in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and step into the early 5th stage. Holding the white-colored token that he had received from the receptionist in his left hand, he no longer hesitated as he bit his own finger, causing a bright red droplet of blood to appear and fall on the white token. Shun Long could instantly feel the token in his hands trying to establish a connection with his own consciousness the moment that it absorbed his drop of blood. But sensing that it was a connection which he could cut off at any moment, Shun Long gritted his teeth before deciding to allow it a moment later. The moment that the connection was established, he could sense that his pitch-black surroundings had started to change, while a feeling as if he had started to lose control of his own body had also sprouted in his heart. No. It wasn't that he had lost control of his body. Instead, it was his consciousness that had established the connection with the white token that was making him unable to control his body at this moment. However, Shun Long quickly calmed down a moment later, as he could still feel that he could simply cut off the connection between himself and his white token any moment that he wished to do so. And everything would instantly go back to normal. A few moments later, as he opened his eyes, he noticed that his surroundings had completely changed as he found himself standing in the center of a large palace hall. Looking at his own hands as well as the rest of his body, Shun Long understood that this wasn't his real body but a body made by motes of light instead. In front of him, he also saw the silhouette of a young man that had started to materialize at the same time. And yet, Shun Long didn't pay too much attention to the man who had started to appear in front of him, as he stared at his own hands with a look filled with disbelief. His cultivation seemed to have returned to the early rank 1 of the heaven grade. But this wasn't the biggest change that he sensed. Instead, it was the chi inside him that felt completely different from the chi in his body back in the real world. Shun Long sensed that the chi inside this body that was made by motes of light was much weaker and circulated much slower compared to his real chi. When you and your opponent both have your cultivation base restricted at the early rank 1 of the nascent soul, while having the same amount of chi inside your bodies as well as the same chi purity, the only difference between the two of you would be the martial skills that you know, and the Tao that you have comprehended. However, due to how slowly the chi inside his body was now circulating, Shun Long instantly realized that it was impossible for him to use even yellow-grade martial skills, let alone mystic grade and saint grade ones. It was only at this moment that Shun Long truly realized why the Tao Tower was rumored to test nothing but the Tao that a cultivator has comprehended, while a complicated feeling started to rise in his heart at the same time. After all, fighting like this was indeed no different than fighting with shackles around your entire body. And yet, a moment later, Shun Long quickly shook his head, as a look filled with fighting intent appeared inside his eyes before he mumbled to himself, "This is good as well. This place is truly perfect for me to advance my Tao of space." As he came to this conclusion, Shun Long stared at the figure of the young man in front of him that had fully materialized itself as well. It was a young man dressed in brown robes, with short black hair and a solidly built body. However, Shun Long was unable to discern any details from his face. Indeed, this was the protection that the Tao Tower offered to its participants. As long as one wanted to keep their identity hidden, no one could force that person to reveal it. At that moment, Shun Long saw the young man in front of him take a look at the hall around them before he turned his attention towards him. Taking a step forward, the young man's foot suddenly stomped on the ground, actually creating a small fissure on the floor of the palace hall. The fissure rapidly expanded as it moved towards Shun Long. And from the palace's depths, tree branches of various sizes, some of them as thin as a person's finger while some of them as thick as a human's thigh, emerged from the fissure, as they moved to surround Shun Long, blocking all paths of retreat. Staring at the tree branches that were moving towards him, Shun Long wasn't flustered in the slightest, as he stretched out his right hand before an illusionary purple-colored blade appeared on it. Although martial skills couldn't be used inside the Tao Tower, anything related to his own comprehension of their Tao could be utilized as long as Shun Long was willing to spend some of his chi. This meant that although he couldn't use martial skills like the Gale Steps, or his Thunderbolt Finger, or the only saint low-grade martial skill that he knew, the Thunder Gods / things that Shun Long had comprehended through his own Tao, like the spatial blade in his hand, his blink or opening a space tier with his own hands, everything that was related to his own Tao, regardless of whether they originally required Shun Long to use his chi or his body refinement energy to be activated, could now be used inside the Tao Tower. Of course, Shun Long wasn't planning to use any of his moves that required him to use his Tao of time. and was planning to completely rely on his Tao of space instead. Staring at the tree branches that were about to completely submerge him in their attacks, Shun Long didn't hesitate as the spatial blade in his right hand started to cut through them like a scorching blade cutting through snow. The tree branches couldn't provide the slightest resistance in front of the purple spatial blade. And regardless of whether it was the thicker tree branches or the small and thin ones, they were all cut down all the same as Shun Long advanced towards the young man in brown robes. The young man's body trembled when he felt his strongest attack being destroyed from the inside without him being able to do anything. Although he tried to summon more tree branches, it was obvious that his attempt was futile as Shun Long simply cleared them faster than they emerged from the ground while he moved towards him. And yet the only thing that he could do was stick to this same plan. As he kept attacking Shun Long, the young man had started to step backwards at the same time, opening up the distance between them as he wasn't willing to allow Shun Long to get too close to him. But in just a few moments, he realized that he had ended up reaching the end of the hall with his back against the wall. At the same time, Shun Long finally cut through the last of the tree branches that was blocking his way a few moments later. Before he stared at the young man in front of him who was clearly trembling in fright. Shun Long wasn't certain if this was the young man's first fight in the Tao Tower as well or his first time coming so close to death which made him so afraid. But it was obvious that his comprehension of his Tao was more than lackluster, to say the least. Although the attribute of his Tao of space was really terrifying, being able to cut through practically anything at will, Shun Long knew that as long as he met someone whose comprehension of their Tao was higher than his comprehension of his Tao of space, he wouldn't be able to win effortlessly like this. As for the young man in front of him, Shun Long guessed that his comprehension of his Tao was at the level of someone who had just broken through to the heaven grade. Slashing the air in front of him with his right hand, Shun Long then opened a space tier and stepped inside it, closing the distance between them and appearing in front of the brown-robed young man in practically an instant before he swept his right hand horizontally before the young man could even open his mouth to say anything. A small wound appeared on the place where the brown-robed young man's heart was supposed to be. And a few moments later, his body started to break down into motes of light as he began to disappear in front of Shun Long. The young man didn't know why he had been so unlucky to face a monster like Shun Long so early in the Tao Tower. He had won his previous fight almost effortlessly. But just in his second fight, he had to fight against this monster who had destroyed him in less than a minute. He was still in the white rank. What the hell was this guy doing in the white rank as well? Shun Long had also guessed that the young man would probably feel aggrieved about his loss. Since this previous fight was no different than bullying, he didn't really care about it since there was nothing he could do about it either. As he was still in the white rank, Shun Long had guessed that he would probably have to fight against the weaker cultivators before rising in the ranks, causing most of his opponents in the beginning to only have a comprehension at the heaven grade level. But as he rose to the yellow grade, Shun Long guessed that he would start fighting against peak heaven grade opponents or even spirit realm cultivators, making the battles tougher as he rose through the ranks. The moment that the brown-robed young man disappeared, Shun Long noticed that some of the motes of light around his body didn't disperse in the surroundings, but instead, they were being absorbed by his white rank token. His token that had a pure white color didn't change externally, but Shun Long could sense that there was a small difference as he held it. After looking at it seriously for a few more moments, a smile broke out on his face before he sat cross-legged on the ground on the now dead silent palace hall and closed his eyes. The cracks on the ground created by the fissure of the young man's attack were quickly repaired in less than a minute, restoring the palace's appearance to its original state before Shun Long's first fight. Finally, 15 minutes later, after the period for everyone to rest had ended, a new silhouette started to materialize in front of Shun Long, causing him to slowly open his eyes as well. This second silhouette that appeared in front of him belonged to a young woman who was dressed in pure white robes, and had long silver hair that reached down to her waist, even though her facial features couldn't be discerned. From the way she carried herself and how she wasn't in a rush to make the first move, Shun Long could guess that this woman had a calm and collected look on her face as she looked at him, before her gaze inspected the rest of the palace hall around her. Of course, just like Shun Long and the brown-robed young man that Shun Long had faced a few minutes ago, this young woman's cultivation was naturally at the early rank 1 of the heaven grade as well. After all, the rules of the Tao Tower were the same for everyone. After inspecting the young man in front of her for a few seconds, the white-robed young woman's body was suddenly surrounded by a gust of wind as she lifted herself in the air. And as she looked at the yellow-robed young man who was still sitting cross-legged on the floor without moving, she said in a calm but frigid tone, her voice resounding throughout the entire palace hall, "Prepare yourself or die." Without waiting for a response, the silver-haired young woman pointed her hand towards him before tens of wind blades appeared in the air around her. After staying still in the air for a few moments, the wind blades all flew towards Shun Long at the same time, barraging him at once. With a calm smile on his face, Shun Long looked at the young woman in front of him who was hovering in there confidently as she waited for her attack to land. Before he calmly raised his right hand and punched the air in front of him once, creating a large space tear the size of a normal person. The silver-haired young woman took a step back in disbelief as she saw her wind blades all disappear inside the space tear that Shun Long had casually opened with a single punch. But before she could even process what was going on, her wind blades had already appeared from behind her. Before the silver-haired young woman had enough time to realize what happened and move out of the way, her body was riddled with wounds and holes as her own wind blades ended up tearing her apart, falling on the floor of the palace hall with her consciousness on the verge of fading. The young woman raised her head with extreme difficulty to look at the yellow-robed young man who was sitting opposite to her and had yet to move a single step since their fight started. She was simply unwilling to accept that she had really lost just like this. But she only managed to see Shun Long sit casually at the center of the hall for a single moment, before her body finally broke apart into countless motes of light. Of course, what the silver-haired young woman didn't know was that the reason why Shun Long didn't move from his seat was in order to place more pressure on himself. Fighting against the brown-robed young man had made him realize that using his spatial blade wasn't really helping him increase his comprehension in his Tao of space. Thus, he decided against using it, or his blink, unless he really faced a powerful opponent. As for the space tear that he had created during the fight that sucked in the young woman's wind blades, Shun Long could only use it when he was fighting opponents whose comprehension of their Tao was at the same level as his Tao of space at most. Otherwise, if the young woman's comprehension of her Tao of wind actually exceeded his comprehension of his Tao of space, Shun Long guessed that his space tear wouldn't be able to absorb every single wind blade, and would most likely end up crumbling halfway after absorbing around 40% of the wind blades instead. After all, the space tears could only absorb an enemy's attacks, depending on Shun Long's strength and his own Tao comprehension. No Tao was omnipotent. Everything relied on a cultivator's own strength in the end. Of course, in situations where his comprehension of his Tao of space and his opponents were at the same level, Shun Long was confident that he could win every single fight. He had yet to meet someone who was strong enough to fight him head-on. The only exception so far was when Shun Long fought against Jiang Chen. But to match Shun Long's power when he was utilizing his Tao of space, Jiang Chen needed to use his demonic Tao, as well as his rank 1 star rank weapon and a Saint low-grade martial skill. Of course, Jiang Chen could also fight Shun Long even without his demonic wings when Shun Long was only using his Tao of space. But in that case, he wouldn't be the one who had the advantage during the fight and could only be placed in a passive position instead, where he would only be able to defend himself. As for the silver-haired young woman whose comprehension of her Tao was still at the heaven grade, it was impossible for her to last for even a few seconds against Shun Long when he fought seriously. Nevertheless, if Shun Long had to compare her with the brown-robed young man from before, Shun Long believed that the young woman would most likely emerge as the victor if the two of them fought against each other, and she wouldn't need more than 15 minutes to do so. As the young woman's body turned into motes of light, a portion of that light didn't disperse but instead, it was absorbed in Shun Long's white token instead. Shun Long continued to sit cross-legged on the ground without moving, as he waited for his next fight to begin. In the blink of an eye, a day soon passed, as Shun Long stared at the body of a robust middle-aged man in front of him, that had started to turn into motes of light before it slowly disappeared from the palace hall. This middle-aged man was Shun Long's 48th opponent. During the past 24 hours, Shun Long had actually managed to win 48 battles in a row. This was a terrifying number that very few people could achieve in the Dao Tower in one go. In these past 24 hours, his token had also changed from the original white color to a deep orange one. And it seemed to be just a few fights away from having its color turn red. After reaching the yellow rank, Shun Long had to fight against opponents whose Dao comprehension had reached the level of an average peak heaven-grade cultivator or a newly advanced spirit realm. Of course, in front of Shun Long's Dao of space that was just a step away from reaching the standard of a newly advanced nascent soul stage cultivator, none of them could actually last for more than a couple of minutes. However, after reaching the orange rank, the opponents that Shun Long had to face became even stronger, as every single one of them had reached the standard of a normal middle or late stage spirit realm cultivator, causing Shun Long to feel much more pressure fighting them while sitting cross-legged on the ground. As for the robust middle-aged man that Shun Long had just faced, his Dao comprehension was just a step away from breaking through to the nascent soul stage as well. In this fight against the middle-aged man, Shun Long had actually failed to block some of his attacks as well, causing him to suffer pain similar to what he would have felt in the real world from them. And yet, despite being hit in the chest 3 times and being placed in this situation of immense stress, Shun Long's eyes lit up as he looked at the unmoving body of the man in front of him. At the same time, as the middle-aged man's body started to disappear, a few of the motes of light coming from his body were absorbed by Shun Long's orange-colored token, bringing it one step closer to red. After a moment of hesitation, Shun Long closed his eyes and cut off the connection between himself and his orange-colored token. His surroundings quickly changed as he suddenly felt himself disappearing from the large palace hall, before he returned back to his dark room of the Dao Tower barely a moment later. Although Shun Long was confident that he could probably reach the red rank after a few more fights using only his Dao of space, despite the fact that the difficulty of the opponents that he had to face had already increased exponentially, after 24 hours of non-stop fighting, and after this last fight with the robust middle-aged man, an intense feeling had started to appear deep inside him, as Shun Long could feel that his comprehension of space had started to change. He knew that this was his chance to break through to the early 5th stage in his Monarch's eternal body. The moment that he cut off the connection between himself and his orange token and felt himself returning back to the room, Shun Long heard the familiar rumbling sound coming from behind him, as the heavy black door started to open by itself. Without wasting any time, Shun Long walked out of the room directly. As he returned back to the ground floor of the Dao Tower a few moments later, walking past the enormous building's entrance, Shun Long wandered around the holy city as he started to look for an inn. Thankfully, he didn't have to search for a long time, as the holy city was actually filled with plenty of inns, most of them belonging to the powerful clans and families that resided in the city. After all, as the city located directly below the holy mountain, it was only natural that many of the powerful clans and families that lived in the holy sect's territories would not only have their own businesses in the holy city such as pill shops, formation master shops, and inns and restaurants, but some of them would even choose to relocate their entire clan in the city as well. Of course, only the strongest families and clans would dare to do something like that, since the holy city was a huge pie that everyone wanted to share, but only the strongest would do so in the end. Additionally, those families and clans who dared to send their main forces in the holy city didn't mean that they wouldn't control any other cities either. After all, the more cities they have under their control, the more businesses they will also have, meaning the bigger their profits would be. After choosing a random inn near the center of the city that belonged to the Chao clan and paying 200 middle-grade spirit stones to rent a courtyard for the next 2 days, Shun Long entered his room and without wasting any time, he sat cross-legged on his bed and closed his eyes, as he simulated himself returning to the foggy space in the Stone of Time. Sitting in his usual seat, Shun Long waved his hand, causing a single bottle filled with bright red pills to appear in front of him, as well as 100 stalks of rank 5 dragonblood grass. This was the last bottle of top-grade dragonblood tempering pills that Shun Long still had, and he had kept it for himself instead of selling it to Wanzu in the Golden Treasures Hall for sect points, because he was preparing for this breakthrough to the 5th stage of body refinement. The moment that he opened the bottle, The sweet fragrance of the 5 dragon blood tempering pills instantly filled the air around him with their intoxicating scent. After taking a few breaths to calm himself down, Shun Long held the 5 red pills in his hands. Before placing them all in his mouth at the same time, the 5 top-grade rank 5 dragon blood tempering pills instantly turned into a gentle stream of energy that melted in his mouth. But as soon as the energy went down his throat, a familiar pain assaulted Shun Long, causing his eyes to widen in the process under the extreme pain. While his spiritual sea inside his spiritual space had started to split apart as his spiritual sea began to churn and split into 2 parts. The sudden pain of his soul splitting once again assaulted Shun Long, making him grind his teeth and try his best to endure it while his eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. This indescribable pain in his soul was the only thing that neither Shun Long nor any other cultivator could defend against it, no matter what. This was why attacks directed towards one's soul were considered to be extremely dangerous. If your soul, your spiritual strength and your spiritual sea weren't strong enough to endure it, forget about losing your body. Even your soul would be snuffed out. And yet, along with the soul-splitting pain, Shun Long also felt an intense sensation of hunger from every fiber of his being. Almost as if his body was a hungry beast that had starved for countless years and was now demanding energy. Fortunately, Shun Long had already predicted this, as he started eating the stalks of dragon blood grass that he had already prepared and had placed in front of him before he started his breakthrough without holding back. Not caring about his appearance in the slightest, large amounts of energy started to fill his body the moment that he consumed the first stalk of dragon blood grass. But just as the energy entered his body, it quickly disappeared. And yet, Shun Long didn't stop, as he kept eating stalk after stalk of the crimson-colored grass without caring about any of this. He could sense that the energy from the dragon blood grass that he was consuming was being split into 2 parts. One part was absorbed by his body, enhancing his tendons, his muscles, his bones, and even his own blood, while the other half was transformed into spiritual energy and was absorbed by his spiritual sea that was split into 2 halves. Even after he had consumed more than 30 stalks though, Shun Long still felt that he had barely made a dent in the insatiable feeling of hunger inside him. Without any other choice, he could only continue eating until he completely filled his stomach. It was only 2 hours later and after he had consumed nearly 90 stalks of dragon blood grass that he finally felt his body being full. However, this wasn't the end just yet, as changes were also taking place inside his spiritual sea as well. The huge, illusionary sea made of spiritual energy that was previously split into 2 halves was gradually merging together into one gigantic spiritual sea that was twice the size of the original. At the same time, Shun Long could feel his comprehension of his Tao of space advancing even more and at a terrifying rate, while his affinity with the element of space was also increasing without any signs to stop. This process continued for more than a week until Shun Long finally opened his eyes. Even without standing up from his seat, he could now sense that his body was filled with limitless amounts of energy, as he finally reached the early 5th stage in body refinement. And yet, the moment that he opened his eyes, before he could actually rejoice in his breakthrough, Shun Long realized that the golden steel inside the foggy space that hadn't shown any changes during the past 2 years, was now emitting a white light that was many times stronger than before. After staring at it seriously for a moment, Shun Long stood up from his seat and approached the golden steel with a serious look in his eyes. He was actually feeling a little hesitant to touch this golden steel since everything that was related to the Stone of Time had always subjected him to a certain degree of danger in the past. But after remembering that this steel had only appeared after he had returned from that magnificent white palace with the golden staircase that had allowed him to break through again in his body refinement, he took a deep breath before he placed his hand on the steel's surface. However, even after waiting for a few moments, Shun Long noticed that there were no changes on the golden steel. Even after injecting his chi or his soul sense inside it hoping that there would be any changes, there was still no reaction. Maybe it needs a bit more time. This was the only conclusion that Shun Long could come to, causing him to temporarily give up for now. After all, no matter what, it was obvious that the white light that was coming from the steel now was much brighter than the dim and almost non-existent light that the golden steel was previously emitting. Shun Long guessed that he either had to wait for some more time, or he had to advance his body cultivation to the middle of the 5th stage or maybe even the peak of the 5th stage before the steel actually reacted again. Of course, he wasn't certain whether the steel would really take him back to that golden staircase in front of the White Palace with the 2 angel statues guarding in front of it. But if he could advance his monarch's eternal body further, then this was a risk that he was willing to take. After all, Shun Long hadn't forgotten how he had been abducted by the Stone of Time twice after breaking through in his cultivation in the past. And he wasn't certain what kind of enemies he would have to face in the future if that happened again. Thus, advancing his cultivation in both his chi and his body refinement were of utmost importance to him. Regardless, even if the steel didn't respond right now, Shun Long now knew that it would do so again in the future. Closing his eyes, he quickly calmed down, as he tried to sense the changes around him. A moment later, however, he snapped his eyes open with a surprised look on his face, as he realized that as long as he closed his eyes and focused, he could clearly sense the different layers of space present around him, meaning that his affinity with the element of space had increased even more than what he had originally thought. Closing his eyes for the second time, Shun Long then spread his soul sense around his surroundings before he mumbled in a low, almost inaudible voice, "Let's try this." Spatial fluctuations started to ripple out around his body as soon as the words left his mouth, before he suddenly vanished from the spot he was standing on barely a moment later, almost as if his figure had faded into nothingness. A full minute later, Shun Long's body reappeared back inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time, in the same spot that he was standing on before he disappeared. It was too bad that Little Black was still asleep. Otherwise his reaction would have definitely been extremely interesting to look at, after seeing this scene in front of him. After all, Shun Long hadn't left the foggy space in the Stone of Time just now, but he had really disappeared. As soon as he reappeared on the same spot as before, a bright smile appeared on Shun Long's face as he mumbled to himself thoughtfully, "Space has so many different uses, that its uniqueness is almost at the same level as my Tao of Time. Since I can completely conceal myself with this technique, I will name this One with the World." As he came to this decision, Shun Long decided to spend the next couple of hours testing this new technique that he had comprehended after breaking through to the early 5th stage of his monarch's eternal body. Indeed, after his breakthrough and since his affinity with the element of space had increased even further, he could now clearly feel the space around him even better than before, allowing him to hide his body inside it. Of course, although it looked like he had actually vanished and even one's soul sense would be hard-pressed to spot him while he used this technique, Shun Long knew that his one with the world wasn't perfect since he couldn't move while he activated this technique. He could only stay still and observe his surroundings. But as long as he tried to move around, the technique would instantly break. And yet, despite this limitation, Shun Long was extremely happy with this technique. The only thing that he didn't have was such a protective technique to conceal himself. Although he wasn't certain if he would be able to hide successfully in front of powerful Tao Kings, Shun Long's intuition told him that there was a high chance for him to succeed. A few hours later, after consuming 5 stalks of dragon blood grass to replenish his energy, he closed his eyes and imagined himself leaving the Stone of Time, returning back to his room at the inn. Thankfully, his breakthrough had only lasted for a little more than a week inside the foggy space, meaning that barely 1 day had passed in the outside world. Although he knew that he still had more than half a day left, Shun Long decided to leave the inn before that and take a quick look at the rest of the holy city, as well as go and meet with the merchant Yingui after that. After all, according to the second mission that he had accepted from the assignment hall, there was less than a day left until Yingui's caravan left for Yansu City. Shun Long spent the next 4 hours touring through the shops of the holy city, especially pill shops, in hopes that he could find some rare medicinal herbs. However, Shun Long didn't know whether it was because he simply was unlucky or if the pill shops that he visited just happened to be like that. But most of them didn't sell almost any rank 6 medicinal herbs, but only sold their pills directly. Of course, Shun Long wanted to take a look at the rest of the holy city as well and see if the other pill shops really worked like that. But he knew that it was time to meet with Yingui as well. After remembering the details of the mission, he decided that he would take a look at the rest of the shops in the Holy City after completing his 2 missions. So without any hesitation, he then started walking towards the east of the Holy City. As he walked towards the east of the city looking for the inn that he was supposed to meet Ying Gui, Shun Long thought back to the things that he had seen in the Holy City in the last 4 hours and realized that he was truly much poorer than he thought. Although his current wealth could most likely rival that of an average early-stage Dao King from the central region, this was as far as it could go. Shun Long simply couldn't compare yet to even middle-stage Dao Kings, let alone the truly rich heirs and families that lived in the Holy City. He had already seen that an average early rank 6 magic beast actually costed anywhere from 1 to 1.5 million middle-grade spirit stones. This meant that as long as an average middle-stage Dao King was strong enough and he managed to capture a living early rank 6 magic beast, he could actually make as many spirit stones as an average early-stage Dao King had managed to gather throughout his life. Of course, this was the price for a living early rank 6 magic beast and not a dead one. Otherwise the price would drop by many times. Capturing a rank 6 magic beast alive was also much tougher than one would think, as most magic beasts were almost impossible to be subdued, and would rather fight to the death than submit to humans. Naturally, if middle-stage Dao Kings could make 1 million spirit stones so quickly, Shun Long couldn't even fathom how rich the late-stage Dao Kings would be, or even the Dao Emperors. It was only now that he started to understand why elders like Elder Shuen could burn high-grade spirit stones to fill their courtyards with qi effortlessly. And yet, not only did this not make Shun Long depressed, but it actually made him so happy that any passerby who happened to see the evil smile on his face would end up feeling shivers all over their body before they scurried as far away from him as possible. With so many resources available in the central region, why wouldn't Shun Long ever be happy? At the same time, in these last 4 hours that he toured through the Holy City, Shun Long also learned about the existence of some cultivators who were called beast tamers. Beast tamers could subdue beasts much easier than normal cultivators, and they could even tame those magic beasts much faster than them and even have them follow them into battles, earning the title of beast tamers. Of course also knew that there were such people in the Night Star continent as well, and even in the desolate East. But they were so few and far between that he never paid any attention to them. However, in the central region, beast tamers weren't any less important than alchemists or formation masters. High-level beast tamers were actually treated with the same importance by the powerful families and clans as well as the other forces in the central region, that everyone longed to become a beast tamer as well. However, although beast tamers enjoyed a high status, it wasn't easy for someone to join their ranks. Every beast tamer needed to have extensive knowledge of the magic beasts they have to deal with, including the magic beasts' personality traits and how aggressive or docile the beasts were, their natural habitat that they preferred to live, as well as the internal structure of the magic beast and even the prey that they liked to hunt the most, as well as the natural enemies that the magic beasts had. At the same time, although alchemists also needed to have extensive knowledge of the magic beasts as well, the difference between them and beast tamers was that alchemists also needed to learn the traits of countless medicinal herbs as well as have a powerful spiritual strength that allowed them to mix the ingredients together and concoct their pills. In comparison, although beast tamers didn't need a powerful spiritual strength, they needed a high combat strength if they wanted to subdue a magic beast. And yet, although being an alchemist was considered to be a lot harder than being a beast tamer due to the amount of knowledge that the alchemists needed to know, being a beast tamer and having to deal with terrifying and powerful magic beasts was more dangerous in the end, making both professions enjoy an extremely high status throughout the central region. Thus, it was extremely common for powerful families and clans to vie with each other in order to obtain the favor of powerful alchemists, formation masters and beast tamers alike. After arriving at the eastern part of the city, Shun Long noticed that even if the inns and the shops weren't as luxurious as the shops that were closer to the center, they didn't seem to have much fewer customers than the top shops. Finally, an hour later, he stopped in front of the entrance of a medium-sized inn named Blue Heaven Inn. Shun Long knew that he was supposed to meet merchant Ying Gui here today if he wanted to join his caravan and join the Holy Sect's mission. Before entering the inn, Shun Long first took out his sect identifying token and infused his qi inside it. immediately activating the memory recording formation. Then, without any delay, he stepped past the inn's entrance and entered the inn. A fat, middle-aged woman with her hair tied up in a bun approached Shun Long the moment that he entered the inn. And as soon as she spotted his yellow-colored robes, which indicated that he was an outer disciple of the holy sect, she smiled brightly before asking, "Welcome, young lord. Can I help you?" Since Shun Long seemed to be an outer disciple of the holy sect, and the woman knew that most disciples of the sect usually enjoyed an extremely high status everywhere within the holy sect's territory, she didn't think that the young man in front of her had actually chosen her in to stay and would most likely be here looking for someone. Indeed, nodding his head at this woman, whom he assumed was most likely the innkeeper, Shun Long then asked curiously, "Thank you. Is merchant Yingui staying here?" The woman nodded her head with the same smile on her face as her eyes lit up in realization after hearing Shun Long's question. Before she pointed towards the depths of the inn and gestured for him to follow after her before she replied, "Of course. Senior Yingui is staying in his own courtyard. I was told that if a disciple of the holy sect really arrived, I should lead you to his courtyard right away. Please follow me." Without any delay, the young woman led Shun Long to Yingui's courtyard. A couple of minutes later, Shun Long arrived in front of one of the largest courtyards in the inn. Before the innkeeper's voice resounded in the air, "Senior Yingui, your guest has arrived." The gates of the courtyard opened promptly a few moments later, as Shun Long saw a short, almost obese middle-aged man with a fat nose, big lips, and a greasy forehead, walking towards him with a smile on his face. With just a glance, Shun Long easily guessed that this was probably the man who had registered the mission. Yingui. His cultivation was at the rank 1 of the spirit realm, which wasn't impressive for someone of his age. But it was still the norm for a merchant who mostly focused on traveling around instead of fighting or cultivating. Behind him was a huge middle-aged man, whose height probably exceeded 2.5 meters, 8.2 feet. Dressed in battle armor while a big silver axe was strapped on his back. The visual difference between Yingui and this man who was following behind him made the gigantic man look even more imposing, deterring anyone who would even think of approaching close to him. Even though Shun Long had also grown taller in the past 4 years, his height that had reached 1.8 meters 5.10 feet made him look like a kid in front of this man as well. However, as Yingui approached Shun Long with a smile on his face, the robust middle-aged man frowned when he saw him. "Welcome. My name is Yingui and this is the head of my guards, Zuchang. I am very happy that you accepted the mission." "Haha. I wasn't sure if someone would really accept it in time." Yingui didn't lose a single moment as he introduced both himself and the head of his guards with a passionate expression as he looked at Shun Long, while gesturing for him to enter his courtyard at the same time. Although Yingui knew that protection missions like this were popular among the outer disciples of the holy sect, what he had said was also true. He had to leave for Yansu City right away, and he wasn't certain if an outer disciple of the holy sect would accept the mission in time. If he wasn't lucky enough, he could only leave 3 days later with only the power of his normal guards. Nodding his head, Shun Long looked at the smiling Yingui before he took out his golden-colored token that he had placed in his robes and showed it to him. As he introduced himself, "My name is Shun Long, and I am a disciple of the holy sect." After he finished his simple introduction, Shun Long stopped looking at Yingui and turned his gaze towards the giant Zuchang, who was standing behind him and was staring at him with the same frown on his face. Noticing that Shun Long hadn't entered his courtyard and was looking at his head of guards instead, Yingui turned around and stared at the man behind him before he asked with the same professional smile of a merchant that he always used, "Zuchang, is everything okay?" Zuchang shook his head after hearing his boss's voice, before answering with a serious look, "No problem, boss." "Haha. That's good. Young Master Shun Long. How about you enter my courtyard for a drink?" Although Shun Long didn't have a problem having a drink with Yingui, he wasn't really in the mood to drink after seeing Zuchang's gaze. Despite having said that there was no problem, how could Shun Long not realize that this head of guards was clearly looking at him as if he was staring at an ant? With just a glance, he quickly realized that the reason behind this was his cultivation that was at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul. Of course, Shun Long wouldn't hide his cultivation this time, since there was simply no reason to do so. However, after seeing the frown that turned into a gaze of contempt and utter disregard from the peak rank 5 nascent soul cultivator behind Yingui a moment later, there was no way that he would simply accept Yingui's offer to drink together. Thus, he shook his head before he responded with his usual cold voice, "No need. Let me know when you plan to leave for Yansu City instead." Yingui immediately noticed the tense atmosphere between the two men, and after turning around to shoot a stern glance towards Zuchang, not understanding why his head of guards was trying to antagonize a disciple of the holy sect, he looked at Shun Long with the same smile on his face before he replied, "I was simply waiting for young Master Shun Long to join our group so we could leave. Since you are here, we can leave right away." Turning around, Yingui looked at Zuchang before he ordered seriously, his usual easygoing smile having already disappeared from his face. "Gather the guards in front of the inn. We are leaving for Yansu right away." What Yingui had said to Shun Long was the truth. He had been waiting for a disciple of the holy sect to join them before they left for Yansu City. Since Shun Long had now joined his group, why would Yingui wait any longer? Especially since it was obvious that Shun Long wasn't willing to waste any time chatting. Zuchang simply shook his head before he left his boss's courtyard and headed elsewhere inside the inn. Even though his boss couldn't ascertain Shun Long's exact cultivation since he was just at the rank 1 of the spirit realm, and could only understand that the young man in front of him had simply entered the nascent soul, how could Zuchang not realize that this outer disciple of the holy sect was merely an early rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator? Although he didn't know how someone like that had passed the holy sect's test, as even the weakest outer disciples had a cultivation at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul, Zuchang simply accepted his bad luck, realizing that they would have no extra protection during this journey. He and his team would simply have to face any danger that showed up without any help. If there was time, Zuchang would have told Yingui to simply send Shun Long back and wait for some other disciple of the holy sect to accept the mission. But he knew that something like that wasn't possible for 2 reasons. Firstly, today was already the 3rd and final day that his boss was willing for anyone who accepted the mission to show up. And if no one eventually did, they would still leave the holy sect by themselves. Thus, even if his boss actually rejected Shun Long's help, it would just be Zuchang and his team in the end. As for the second reason, Zuchang already knew that the holy sect would never accept anyone questioning the capabilities of its disciples. The only way for someone to reject the help of a disciple of the holy sect would be to cancel the mission. But cancelling the missions wasn't free. To ask for the help of an outer disciple, Zuchang knew that his boss had to pay a certain fee to the holy sect. And using that fee, the sect would reward the disciples who completed the mission. But if Yingui really cancelled the mission, he would still have to pay half of the fee. The only way to reject Shun Long would be if another outer disciple of the holy sect showed up for the same mission. In that case, Yingui would be able to choose between the 2 disciples. Shaking his head, the giant 2.5 meters tall giant cursed his bad luck of getting the weakest outer disciple of the holy sect, as he went to gather his team. 10 minutes later, Shun Long, who had already walked to the entrance of the Blue Heaven Inn, saw 14 men walking behind Zuchang, as they all stared at him and Yingui, who was standing next to him. Nodding his head, Yingui looked at his team of guards that had quickly gathered in front of the inn's entrance, before turning his head to the side to look at Shun Long and saying humbly, "As young Master Shun Long can see, I only have 15 guards. Normally, they would be more than enough to protect me and the items that I transport from any thieves. But this time things are slightly different. I will explain everything to young Master Shun Long after we leave the city." Originally, Yingui was about to explain his situation to Shun Long before they left the Blue Heaven Inn. But seeing that there were plenty of pedestrians who were looking at his 4 carriages with looks of curiosity, he decided against saying anything until they left the holy city in case anyone ends up lusting over his merchandise. Finishing his words, Yingui then jumped atop the first carriage, before he gestured for Shun Long to sit on the second one. As for Zuchang, he didn't pay any attention to Shun Long or his boss, as he had the 14 men who were walking behind him to completely surround the carriages, while he himself walked in the front. Shun Long noticed that all of the guards from Zhu Chang's team were between the early rank 1 and the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul, with only Zhu Chang himself having reached the middle stages. The guards had curious looks in their eyes as they inspected Shun Long as well, dumbfounded by his cultivation base that was only at the early rank 3 as well. They had already heard from their boss that there was a chance for a disciple of the holy sect to join them in their journey this time, and they were hoping that it would be someone at the early rank 6 of the nascent soul. Or if they were unlucky, someone at the early or middle rank 5 in the nascent soul. They couldn't believe that they were so unlucky to get someone who was even weaker than some of them, let alone their captain. Ignoring the looks on the guards' faces, Shun Long took a look at the 4 carriages in front of him, and without declining Ying Gui's offer, he sat atop the second carriage. At the same time, Shun Long also noticed that every single carriage was being pulled by 4 massive magic beasts at the middle of rank 4 that resembled cows, while the carriages themselves were completely covered, each of them with a white piece of cloth that made it impossible to see what was inside them. With just a glance, Shun Long instantly recognized the middle rank 4 magic beasts that were pulling the 4 carriages as ironhide cows. He knew that these weren't normal cows, but instead, resilient magic beasts with very high natural defensive abilities. Their hide was as tough as iron and it could absorb the attacks of other middle rank 4 magic beasts without suffering too much damage. Although the ironhide cows didn't have any offensive abilities, their ability to defend themselves was extremely strong, and they could even take on the attacks of some late-stage spirit realm cultivators. Just like Ying Gui had said, his guards were indeed strong enough to protect him from normal bandits. Even an early rank 6 nascent soul bandit wouldn't necessarily try to rob him with Zhu Chang on the front and 14 early stage nascent soul guards protecting the rest of the carriages, making Shun Long curious as to why Ying Gui felt the need to ask for the help of a disciple from the holy sect. Closing his eyes, Shun Long then sent his soul sense past the white cloth below his feet. But a moment later he realized that he had failed to pass through it. As expected, he actually wasn't surprised by this, as he had already expected the carriages to be filled with protective formations that blocked out any attempts of soul sense. Otherwise, anyone could simply send his soul sense and see past the white cloth of the carriage to find out what was being transported. The reason why Shun Long tried this in the first place was simply to verify the importance that Ying Gui had placed on the merchandise that he was transporting this time. Indeed, it seemed to be something beyond what he normally dealt with. Otherwise he wouldn't be so cautious as to ask for the help of the holy sect on top of all of the normal measures that he had taken. An hour later, Ying Gui's caravan had already arrived at the gates of the holy city before they passed right through it without any obstruction after all. There was no need to pay a fee of any spirit stones to leave the city, as one only had to pay when they entered. As soon as they left the holy city, Zhu Chang turned around and looked at his guards before he shouted, "From now on and until we reach Yansu City, be on full alert." "Yes, Captain?" Even Shun Long had to admit that Zhu Chang was a captain who was respected by his troops and had above-average leadership abilities. Unfortunately, this didn't really increase his image in Shun Long's eyes. Regardless of how good a captain he may be, intentionally offending someone who came to help him would only end up harming him in the end. Not caring about the orders that Zhu Chang was giving as he arranged the rest of the guards, Ying Gui smiled brightly as he turned around and looked at Shun Long before he then said, "Young Master Shun Long, let me explain why I asked for your help. Unfortunately, I couldn't explain this while we were still in the holy city, as there were too many people around us." As he finished speaking, after checking and making sure that they had opened up a sizable distance between themselves and the holy city and that there were no other cultivators around them, Ying Gui raised the white sheet that was covering his own carriage, revealing the scene inside. As soon as Ying Gui lifted the sheet, Shun Long realized that what he was riding on wasn't a normal carriage, but instead a small prison. And inside this very prison, a beast that resembled a dog, with pitch-black fur and orange eyes, appeared in Shun Long's vision. This beast was even larger than the rank 4 ironhide cows that were pulling the carriages, as it kept clawing with its front feet at the cell non-stop, trying to destroy the bars. Its eyes were filled with endless killing intent, obviously unwilling to stay trapped in this place, while every single one of its attacks ended up slightly shaking the entire carriage. However, It didn't matter how hard the beast clawed at the cell bars as the protective formations lit up every time they were attacked, completely absorbing the damage inflicted on them. Even from a distance away, Shun Long could clearly sense that this magic beast had actually reached the peak of rank 5. As he asked in a voice that didn't hide his surprise, a peak rank 5 solar hound. Young Master Shun Long is truly knowledgeable. Indeed. This is a rare peak rank 5 solar hound. Yinggui's eyes instantly lit up when he saw that Shun Long had immediately recognized the magic beast, as he praised him with a truly sincere expression on his face. Of course, solar hounds were extremely rare rank 5 magic beasts, whose rarity to find them was at the same level as a silver-winged panther king. However, the reason why Shun Long was shocked wasn't just due to how rare this magic beast was, but how did Yingui manage to get his hands on it in the first place? After all, even the strongest person on his caravan, Zhu Chang, was only a peak rank 5 nascent soul stage cultivator. Even with his entire team of guards as support, Zhu Chang wouldn't be able to fight against a solar hound who was still at the middle of rank 5. Let alone a peak rank 5-1. Hurriedly covering the carriage with the white sheet, afraid that someone would see the peak rank 5 solar hound, Yingui first looked around to make sure that no one was watching them before he heaved out a sigh of relief. A self-mocking smile appeared on his face a moment later, and almost as if he had guessed Shun Long's thoughts, he then explained, as young Master Shun Long can guess, it is impossible for me to hunt a peak rank 5 magic beast, especially one as powerful as the solar hound. Even if I asked Zhu Chang and the rest to risk their lives for me, I still know that it would be impossible to achieve something like this, and that we would all end up dying in the end. The truth is that these 4 magic beasts that we are transporting today don't belong to me, but to a relatively powerful family of Yansu City who purchased them from a large shop in the Holy City. Of course, the person who gave me this mission didn't want to use the channels of his family lest their family's enemies found out about this and stopped them on the way. Otherwise, how could I ever get my hands on 4 peak rank 5 magic beasts? I was simply asked to transport them from the Holy City to Yansu City. Normally I would reject such a mission since I don't know what dangers await us, and we are simply incapable of handling even a single peak rank 5 magic beast by ourselves, let alone 4 of them. However, the reward for this mission was too big and we only have to transport them from the Holy City to Yansu City in the end. So I couldn't refuse. Shun Long's eyes instantly turned serious when he heard this, as he realized that Yingui had probably bitten more than he could chew this time. Without a moment to waste, Shun Long's eyes started to scan his surroundings to see if anyone from the Holy City was following after their caravan. But even after a full minute had passed, he noticed that there wasn't anyone coming after them. And yet, this didn't make Shun Long feel at ease, but instead, it made him even more certain that something was going to happen. Yingui had indeed been too greedy this time, and he didn't wait to think of the repercussions that his actions may cause to him and his guards. A family that could afford to buy 4 peak rank 5 magic beasts, especially rare magic beasts like the solar hound. It was certain that they must have at least a couple of early-stage Dao Kings backing them. If that family was truly afraid of transporting the magic beasts that they had purchased from the Holy City using their own channels, it could only mean that their family's enemies were at least at the same level as them, if not even stronger. Shun Long wasn't certain if Yingui hadn't realized this point or if he had simply been too blinded due to his greed for the reward that he had been promised. But from his last sentence, Shun Long assumed that it was the latter. However, could such a huge transaction really go unnoticed? Shun Long had already seen in the Holy City that a single peak rank 5 magic beast was usually sold for 200.000 to 250.000 middle grade spirit stones. As for rare magic beasts like the solar hound, it wasn't impossible for their price to exceed the 300.000 middle grade spirit stones mark. Naturally, he also knew that it was impossible for the family that had assigned this mission to Yingui to simply allow him to be robbed by their enemies' Dao Kings. If any Dao Kings from either side really meddled in this fight, Shun Long believed that the other family wouldn't stay still either and watch that scene unfold. Thus this was most likely going to be a fight between nascent soul stage experts. Unfortunately, Neither Shun Long nor Ying Gui had any idea of the enemy's forces that they would have to face. But if Ying Gui really believed that he could safely arrive in Yansu City and easily transport 4 peak rank 5 magic beasts to that family, Shun Long knew that was definitely going to be a fool's dream. Naturally, it wasn't just Shun Long who had such thoughts in his mind. As Zhu Chang's expression had already turned ugly upon hearing Ying Gui mentioning the mission's details once again. Even before they left the holy city, this captain of the guards was always on full alert, not allowing anyone to get so much as within a few meters of the 4 carriages. Aside from his boss and his subordinates, no one knew what they were transporting this time to Yansu City. And yet Zhu Chang still didn't feel safe. As a veteran mercenary, he knew that his boss shouldn't have meddled in a transaction far above the level of what they could handle. After all, even he, the head of the guards, was just a peak rank 5 nascent soul stage cultivator in the end. Although Zhu Chang was strong enough to defend himself against most dangers that he had faced so far, the reason behind him being still alive to this day while being a head of the guards was that he was always prudent and never took risks that had a high risk of danger. Zhu Chang clearly knew that even a normal early rank 6 bandit would make him have to go all out with the assistance of the rest of his guards just to fend him off. In the end, peak rank 5 nascent soul stage cultivators like him were far too common in powerful families, which had made him always put his life first. If there was a mission that he deemed too dangerous to handle, he would usually reject it without a second thought. And yet, Zhu Chang only had himself to blame this time, since he had agreed to Ying Gui's offer. Even though he knew that the danger of this mission was probably going to be off the charts, he still agreed upon hearing the reward that Ying Gui had promised him. Naturally, Ying Gui didn't fail to see Shun Long checking his surroundings after hearing the details of the mission. But he simply closed his eyes and hoped that Shun Long wouldn't abandon him after he had explained things. After all, it wasn't rare for disciples of the holy sect to do so if a mission exceeded the danger level that they had originally estimated. Besides, it was common knowledge that the disciples of the holy sect also didn't have to pay any fee if they gave up on a mission. Thankfully for Ying Gui, Shun Long didn't decide to abandon him and head to Yansu City by himself. Although he was certain that he would be much safer if he left this sinking ship and went forward alone, Shun Long already knew that being in tense situations like this was the best way to train himself. Even though he couldn't count on Little Silver who had now followed after Lu Mei, or Little Black who was still asleep inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time. From the beginning Shun Long wasn't planning on counting on anyone but himself during the sect's missions, especially since the memory recording formation was still active. No matter what, he was already prepared for unexpected things to happen during the sect's missions. Besides, in terms of survivability alone, Shun Long believed that there were very few cultivators at the middle stages of the nascent soul who could compare with him. Without paying any more attention to Ying Gui, Shun Long then closed his eyes as the carriages continued to move forward. With the Ironhide Cow's speed, the trip to Yansu City would take at least a week. Ying Gui heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Shun Long didn't choose to leave in the end. But there was still a worried expression on the fat merchant's face as he turned around and watched his carriages move forward. After all, it would be a lie to say that Ying Gui himself wasn't worried about this journey. With or without Shun Long's presence along with his guards, he was the one who knew exactly what kind of family he was dealing with, making the pressure that he felt even more intense. However, along with this pressure, a look of greed had also appeared deep in his eyes, as he looked forward to the reward he would obtain upon completing this mission. As for the 2.5 meters, 8.2 feet, tall head of guards, Zhu Chang, he seemed like he didn't care in the slightest whether Shun Long stayed or left, as he kept walking forward, leading the way for the caravan to follow after him. 5 days quickly passed, and although Zhu Chang's, Ying Gui's, and the 14 guards' nerves were stretched taut during the entirety of these 5 days and nights, not a single mishap happened throughout their journey. At this point, both Ying Gui as well as his 14 guards had all finally started to relax, knowing that they were less than a 2-day journey away from reaching their destination. As soon as they reached Yansu City, It didn't matter if anyone found out about their caravan, since they would be provided with protection from their employer no matter what happened. And yet, not only was Shun Long not feeling relieved that nothing had happened in these last 5 days, but the look in his eyes was even more serious than before. He understood that if they were going to be attacked, today was the most likely day for it to happen. Their enemies wouldn't be dumb enough to wait until they reached Yansu City to do so. It seemed that Zhu Chang had also realized this point as well. And after turning around and seeing that the expressions of his subordinates had started to soften, he then shouted in a serious voice that was filled with unconcealed anger, "Did we reach Yansu City yet? Why the hell are you idiots acting relaxed? If we are going to be ambushed, it's definitely going to happen today. Those fuckers won't wait for us to deliver the magic beasts before they make their move." The relaxed expressions instantly disappeared from the guards' faces as they realized that their captain was correct. Indeed, they had been feeling relaxed today after walking on a thin line for the past 5 days that had made their minds mentally exhausted. Since they had been waiting to be attacked at any time during the past 5 days, only for nothing to end up happening in the end. It gave them a false sense of security that they were finally in the clear. However, Zhu Chang's words quickly brought them back to the cruel reality of things. And yet, the guards didn't seem to despair as they also realized the hidden meaning behind their captain's words, making them feel invigorated and put aside their exhaustion as the 14 guards all shouted at the same time, "Yes, Captain?" Indeed. If they managed to pass the day safely, they would finally be clear of any danger. Ying Gui also realized that Zhu Chang's words were actually correct, instantly causing the easygoing expression to disappear from his face, as it was quickly replaced with a serious one. Of course, as a rank 1 spirit realm cultivator and someone who didn't even know a single martial skill, there was no way that Ying Gui could do anything but rely on the strength of his guards, as well as the young man who had come to support him from the holy sect. Turning his head to look at Shun Long, he noticed that the look on his face was serious as well. But thankfully he didn't seem afraid like his guards, causing Ying Gui to relax a bit as well. At the same time, Zhu Chang turned around, and ignoring both Shun Long and Ying Gui, he looked at his subordinates that were still in defensive positions to protect the carriages and said in a serious voice, "In approximately 4 hours we will reach the Flame Lions Canyon. As long as we manage to cross the canyon safely, Yansu City will only be half a day's journey away." The guards all nodded with solemn expressions on their faces, as they kept staring at their surroundings vigilantly. Indeed, before the 4-hour mark was crossed, Shun Long, who was still sitting on top of the second carriage, saw a large canyon appearing in the distance in front of them. Before Ying Gui's serious voice sounded a moment later as he explained seriously, "Young Master Shun Long, we have almost reached the Flame Lions Canyon. This is the most dangerous place that we have to cross to reach Yansu City, as there are many powerful magic beasts living inside the canyon. Of course, even though there are also rumors of a rank 6 flame lion living inside the canyon, they are most likely just rumors in the end, as very few people claimed to have truly seen it. The biggest danger in this canyon is actually the early rank 5 and middle rank 5 magic beasts that may attack us at any moment. Although the guards will probably be able to handle 1 or 2 early rank 5 magic beasts without any problems, if a middle rank 5 magic beast ends up attacking us, I hope that you can join hands with Zhu Chang and protect me." Shun Long thought seriously for a moment upon hearing Ying Gui's request before he eventually nodded his head. After all, the point of the mission was to protect Ying Gui's caravan. Although hunting down a middle rank 5 magic beast would be normally considered a D-rank faction mission and not a personal mission based on the Holy Sect's rankings, as more than one rank 6 nascent soul stage cultivators were normally required to kill a middle rank 5 magic beast, Ying Gui didn't ask Shun Long to hunt the magic beast down if it appeared but simply protect him and his caravan. Shun Long wasn't certain if he could hunt down a middle rank 5 magic beast by himself, but he was actually eager to fight one and test his current limits. After enhancing his 21 chi balls and breaking through to the early 5th stage of his Monarch's eternal body as well. It was too bad that Zhu Chang's expression turned extremely ugly when he remembered that aside from being ambushed by their enemies, he would also have to be wary of the magic beasts inside the canyon. while a look of scorn had also appeared on his face at the same time when he saw Shun Long accepting Yinggui's request to help him, while he thought to himself in a mocking tone, "Let's see how you intend to help me if a middle rank 5 magic beast really attacks us with your cultivation at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul." As this thought appeared in his mind, Zuchang turned around and looked at the rest of his troops with a serious expression. Certain that at least 1/3 of them would die if they were really unlucky enough to face a magic beast of that level. At the same time, the look in Shun Long's eyes had turned more serious when he heard that a rank 6 flame lion was actually living inside the canyon. And that this was where the canyon took its name from. Although Shun Long may not be afraid of middle rank 5 magic beasts, he knew that the flame lion was a completely different level of magic beast. Every single flame lion would always reach at least the middle of rank 6 upon reaching adulthood, while the powerful ones may even reach the peak of rank 6. That level had already exceeded even Little Silver's level. And even rank 9 Dao Kings may not be able to subdue such a magic beast. Shun Long would never try to fight against such a terrifying magic beast with his cultivation at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul. Especially when Little Black was still asleep, staring at the carriages that had almost reached the entrance of the canyon by now. He looked at the look on Yinggui's face that was growing more solemn by the second before Shun Long actually heard a guard by his side asking, "Boss, is this the only path available to reach Yansu City?" Although most of the guards had followed Zuchang for many years, some of them were still new and had to replace the position of the guards who had died in other missions. It was obvious that this guard was going to Yansu City for the first time as well. Shun Long, however, was also curious about this, since he didn't know if there was no other way to get to their destination or if Yingui was simply following the shortest path to get there. Shaking his head, the rank 1 Spirit Realm merchant had a pained look on his face as he looked at the young guard whose cultivation was a full major stage above him, at the peak of rank 1 in the nascent soul. Before he answered seriously, although the Flame Lion's Canyon is extremely dangerous to cross for any merchant who wants to arrive in Yansu City quickly, there is actually no other way but to pass through it. We could take the long way around to reach Yansu City, but doing so would mean that our journey would be delayed by at least half a month. As Yingui finished his explanation, half the guards looked at him with furious looks in their eyes, while at the same time, the carriages also started to enter the canyon's entrance one by one. Of course, it was natural that these guards would be angry at their boss, since he had chosen the most dangerous path to simply shave off some time, without caring about their lives in the slightest. However, only half the guards were furious, as the other half had followed Zuchang and Yingui for a long time and already knew about this. Yingui simply shook his head when he saw the angry looks on the guards' faces while they started to whisper among themselves. As he then continued with a helpless tone, "With the things that we have to transport this time, I would have taken the safer path around the Flame Lion's Canyon if I could, since I cannot afford anything unexpected to happen. Unfortunately, I was told that I had to reach Yansu City within 10 days. And if we take the long way around, we will never make it in time." Just as Yingui finished his explanation, Zuchang's angry voice sounded from the front as he roared to those guards, "You idiots knew the risks of the mission before you joined, so you better shut your mouths. Stop complaining and pay attention to your surroundings, or you will only have yourselves to blame if you end inside the stomach of a magic beast." Although Zuchang was also indignant about this mission since there seemed to be hidden dangers in every corner, he wasn't going to risk his own safety by having the guards complain to their boss when they were in the most dangerous period of their mission. If they were suddenly ambushed, as the strongest person here, he would end up taking the brunt of it. At that moment, before the guards could react upon hearing Zuchang's angry voice, Shun Long's pupils instantly narrowed as he suddenly took a step forward and appeared next to Yingui, who was still sitting on the first carriage. With his right hand clenched, he quickly punched the air in front of him without holding back his strength, before a loud booming sound was heard in everyone's ears. Boom! Zuchang, the 14 guards, and the startled Yingui all turned their heads to stare at Shun Long at the same time, only to see that his punch seemed to have actually stopped a small metal arrow midair. It was obvious that the arrow was heading directly towards Yingui's neck, causing the fat merchant to stand up in fear while his eyes had widened in disbelief. At the same time, the force of the arrow had ended up forcing Shun Long to take 2 steps back in order to stabilize himself. as he almost fell down from the carriage. Zhu Chang was the first one to come back to his senses and realize what was going on. As he immediately recollected himself and shouted in a voice that was mixed with both shock and anger, "Enemy attack! All of you! Protect the boss!" Naturally, the shock that Zhu Chang felt was from Shun Long being able to react and block the arrow that even he hadn't noticed. While his anger was actually directed towards himself as he failed to react in time and save his boss. He knew that if Shun Long hadn't stepped in this time, Ying Gui would have definitely turned into a corpse with an arrow on his neck by now. As the head of the guards, this was a mistake that Zhu Chang wasn't allowed to make. "Oh!" Shun Long and the rest all heard a surprised voice coming from their right. But before they could all take their positions to protect Ying Gui, 3 consecutive sounds could be heard piercing through the air. One after the other. Swoosh! 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 3 metal arrows instantly emerged from the same location as the first one that Shun Long had blocked. But unlike what everyone expected, the arrows didn't all head towards Ying Gui. Instead, only the first arrow was directed towards him, while the second one was actually flying towards Zhu Chang. As for the third arrow, it was flying towards the guard closest to Ying Gui below the first carriage. Without any hesitation, Shun Long immediately circulated his Monarch's hourglass, while his eyes instantly turned golden at the same time. Monarch's domain. Shun Long's voice was cold as he activated his first Monarch's domain without holding back, before he punched the second arrow that was once again trying to take Ying Gui's life. The moment that it entered inside the Monarch's domain, the arrow's speed dropped dramatically, but it didn't completely stop as it kept heading towards Ying Gui. However, the closer it approached towards Shun Long, the more the arrow's speed was reduced. Before Shun Long clenched his right hand and sent another punch forward, the second arrow was blocked effortlessly, not causing Shun Long to even take a single step back this time, as his eyes stared towards the origin of the arrow. At the same time that Shun Long blocked the metal arrow, Zhu Chang removed the silver axe that was strapped on his back and slashed the incoming arrow that was flying towards his head. At that moment, however, a scene that neither Ying Gui, the 14 guards, or even Zhu Chang himself expected actually happened. The silver axe did indeed manage to block the metal arrow, stopping it from piercing his head. But Zhu Chang was actually sent flying backwards from the overpowering force behind it, as he stumbled for more than 10 meters until he managed to regain his balance. His arms started to tremble as pain coursed all over them, causing the peak rank 5 nascent soul head of the guards to look at the origin of the arrows with a gaze filled with disbelief as well as fear. This wasn't the end, however, as Zhu Chang suddenly remembered that there was a third arrow that was fired off this time. However, as soon as he turned his head to the side to look at his subordinate and order him to dodge out of the way, the sound of blood splattering was suddenly heard. As the guard's head exploded into a mist of blood, Zhu Chang and the remaining 13 guards stared at the headless corpse next to them with eyes filled with shock and disbelief, while a look of extreme fear had appeared on Ying Gui's face at the same time. If even Zhu Chang himself could barely resist the attack of a single arrow, and if his own guard who was at the peak of rank 2 in the nascent soul couldn't even guard against it before dying in one shot, what kind of terrifying enemy were they facing? Shun Long's gaze was also focused at the origin of the arrow, while a serious look had also appeared on his face. Luckily, Ying Gui didn't have to wait for a long time to get an answer for the question in his mind, as 2 middle-aged men dressed in long black robes slowly appeared as they stood next to each other. One of the men held a long black bow in his hands while a quiver filled with metal arrows was strapped on his back, while the other man was holding a crimson sword. However, what made both Zhu Chang and his remaining 13 guards despair was that the middle-aged man who was holding the crimson sword was a middle rank 6 nascent soul stage expert, while the man with the arrow was actually at the peak of rank 6 in the nascent soul. Ying Gui's body trembled when his eyes fell on the small emblems on the 2 men's chest, as he suddenly asked in a high-pitched voice, You are from the Su family?" The 2 men inspected Zhu Chang and Shun Long for a few moments, while an amused expression had appeared on both of their faces barely a moment later as they turned their attention towards Ying Gui. The middle-aged man with the black bow smiled warmly and nodded his head as he looked at Ying Gui before he asked in return, "Since you already know, why bother asking? Tell me, Do you want to take your own lives or should I do it for you? Although the man in front of him seemed to be smiling. The warm smile on his face looked no different than the cold smile of a demon in Yinggui's eyes. Even Zhu Chang started to fall into despair as he stealthily took a few steps backwards, opening up the distance between himself and the two monsters that had appeared in front of them. There was no way that he could fight against even a middle-rank 6 nascent soul stage cultivator, let alone one who had already reached the peak of rank 6. Seeing the despair on Yinggui's face after he revealed his identity made the middle-aged man with the black bow to smile even wider. As he took another step forward towards Yingui, and asked mockingly, "Who gave you a small rank 1 spirit realm trash the guts to meddle between the fight of our family and the Yao family? Did you really think that you could purchase 4 peak rank 5 magic beasts from the holy city for the Yaos and avoid being discovered by us? Idiot. How could we not notice it when the Yaos use more than 1 million middle-grade spirit stones from their treasury for this?" Yinggui's face that had already started to turn pale in front of the middle-aged man's imposing presence ended up turning even paler as the blood was all drained from his face. He had originally thought that even if this mission was leaked, the Su family wouldn't know the exact details of it. It was only now that he realized that they most likely had a spy among the higher echelons of the Yao family. Otherwise, how could they know it when the Yao family took out 1 million middle-grade spirit stones from their treasury? From the moment that he accepted this mission, he had already been noticed by the Su family. After all, even for a family backed by Dao kings like the Yao family, taking more than 1 million middle-grade spirit stones all at once from their treasury wasn't something that they could do at a whim, as it would definitely affect the family's financial ability to do anything else in the near future. Without any hesitation, Yingui suddenly fell on his knees as he begged with a face filled with snot and tears, "I am sorry. Please. Please don't kill me. Take the Solar Hound and the other 3 peak rank 5 magic beasts if you want. But let me live. I don't want to die." More than half of the remaining 13 guards instantly fell on their knees as well when they saw Yingui doing so, as they too echoed out their "Please, please don't kill us. We were only following orders." It was just the boss who spoke with Yao family. At the same time, the guards threw looks of hatred towards Yingui, both for making them take on this dangerous mission, as well as for choosing to go through the Flame Lion's Canyon instead of taking the long way around. After all, it was obvious that if they took the long way around, they wouldn't have met with these monsters who could so effortlessly kill them. Although Yingui couldn't understand how terrifying these people were, his guards who were all at the nascent soul stage could clearly sense that these people were just steps away from entering the late stages of the nascent soul. Even if they were willing to give up their lives, it was impossible for the guards to fight even one of them, let alone 2. The middle-aged man who was holding the red sword and had stayed silent for so long suddenly started to laugh mockingly before he said in a derisive tone as if he was looking at a group of idiots, "Ha ha ha. Let you live. You dared to meddle into our family's matters and now you want to ask for forgiveness. Keep dreaming, fools. As for the magic beasts, of course I'm going to take them all. Do you think that I need your permission?" The middle-aged man then turned his gaze towards the guards who were pleading for mercy, and seeing that their thoughts were almost painted on their faces, he didn't hesitate to mock them as he said, "Pathetic worms. Do you regret entering the Flame Lion's Canyon? Too bad that it wouldn't have mattered whether you really entered it or not. Even if you decided to take the long way around to get to Yansu City. Do you really think that you could escape so easily from our Su family?" The guards all froze the moment they heard the middle-aged man's mocking words, while the despair in their faces became even more evident. Since every way towards Yansu City was blocked by the Su family, didn't this mean that they were doomed to fail from the moment that they accepted the mission? It wasn't just the 13 guards were feeling despair, however, as Yingui and even the 2.5 meters 8.2 feet tall Zhu Chan abruptly froze when they heard this, as they finally realized that they were nothing more than insects that had stepped into a deadly spider's web. However, Yingui couldn't just accept that he would die like this when he was less than 2 days away from reaching Yansu City. Looking around him with a hopeful expression, his eyes suddenly fell on Shun Long's yellow robes, as he saw him still stare at the 2 middle-aged men who had appeared with a serious look on his face. Unlike Zhu Chang, however, he didn't seem to be terrified of them. It was only at this moment that Ying Gui remembered which power Shun Long really came from. In front of the holy sect. What was a tiny Su family? Knowing that he wasn't going to get spared from the men of the Su family today if he didn't do something to save himself. The fat merchant gritted his teeth and stood up. Before he pointed at Shun Long's robes and asked the two men of the Su family in a threatening manner, "Do you see this? Don't tell me that you don't recognize the words on his robes. Young Master Shun is a disciple of the holy sect. Even if you come from the Su family, do you really think that you can mess with a disciple of the holy sect? I have personally asked for young Master Shun to help me today. So killing me will mean fighting against the holy sect itself. Do you think that you can afford to do something like that?" Ying Gui then turned his attention towards Shun Long, who was still standing a few meters next to him. Before he said with the previous begging expression on his face, "Young Master Shun, please make sure to save me. I don't care if everything else is lost, but I don't want to die." It was only at this moment that Ying Gui truly regretted taking on this mission from the Yao family. The Su and the Yao family were much more dangerous than he had originally expected. He knew that his only hope of escaping alive from this place was to ask the yellow-robed young man in front of him to save him and scare off the men of the Su family with Shun Long's status. It was too bad that Ying Gui's words not only failed to frighten the two men in black robes, but the middle-aged man with the crimson sword actually laughed mockingly as he looked at him. Almost as if he was looking at an idiot. Before his eyes inspected Shun Long with a smile on his face, almost as if he was looking at his own toy. Ying Gui couldn't understand why the man in front of him didn't seem afraid of Shun Long's status as an outer disciple of the holy sect. But the middle-aged man didn't keep him waiting for long. As he spoke barely a moment later, his words echoing like thunder in Ying Gui's ears, "He. A disciple of the holy sect. So what? Do you really think that the status of a disciple of the holy sect can really save you worms today? Or are you counting on that kid's pitiful cultivation at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul to protect you? Ha 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 ha. Fool! Although the holy sect may be the overlord of this region, do you really think that they will interfere every time someone fights against their disciples? How many missions has the holy sect issued, and how many times did its disciples have to fight with other families? Naturally, if we were inside the holy city, we wouldn't fight against a disciple of the holy sect, since their status there is the same as those descendants of the big families and clans. But here, why would I care, fool? The middle-aged man's words were like a bolt of thunder as it struck Ying Gui's mind, making him tremble, as if he was paralyzed. But the thing that kept reverberating in his mind over and over again were the words "pitiful cultivation at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul." Ying Gui had always thought that Shun Long was at least at the same level, if not even stronger than Zhu Chang. But this middle-aged man said that he was just at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul instead. Raising his eyes to look at the yellow-robed young man in front of him, Ying Gui didn't see him refute the words of the middle-aged man from the Su family, finally making his heart sink in despair. At that moment, however, the solemn voice of the middle-aged man who was holding the black bow in his hands resounded in Ying Gui's ears, stunning both him and the black-robed middle-aged man next to him. "Su Bao, I will take care of those worms while you take care of that brat. You better not look down on him, however. Regardless of how low his cultivation is, he still managed to block 2 of my arrows that were at 80% strength, and he is still standing." The middle-aged man named Su Bao looked at the man next to him with a disbelieving look on his face, as the black-robed man's words were like a bomb that had exploded in his head. Before he immediately turned his attention towards Shun Long barely a moment later. At this moment, Shun Long simply smiled as he noticed that Su Bao's gaze was no longer a condescending one, but one that was actually dead serious. Su Bao had originally thought that the arrows that the black-robed middle-aged man next to him had fired previously were using at most around 20% of his strength. He had obviously never expected that the arrows that Shun Long had blocked were actually fired at almost full strength, and yet he was somehow still standing there unharmed. After all, the cultivation of the middle-aged man with the black bow was already at the peak of rank 6 in the nascent soul. Even if he wasn't as strong as a normal peak rank 6 nascent soul disciple of the holy sect, it shouldn't be possible for an early rank 3 nascent soul cultivator like Shun Long to take his attacks head-on, especially with his raw hands. Although others may not know about it, Su Bao clearly knew. that the black bow that the middle-aged man next to him was holding was actually a peak rank 1 gold-grade weapon, while the metal arrows that he fired were all rank 2 silver-grade weapons. Their lethality was able to harm even a body refinement cultivator who had reached the middle of the 5th stage in body refinement, let alone someone like Shun Long who was obviously still at the early 5th stage. Even if Shun Long combined both his chi and the strength of his body refinement, he shouldn't be able to even block a single arrow at 40% strength, let alone 2 of them that were actually at 80%. The shocks that he received one after the other made Su Bao stand rooted in place, as he turned his head to look at the middle-aged man next to him and asked coldly, "Su Dong, are you serious?" Of course. The shock that Su Bao felt was only natural. Even before they began their ambush, the two of them had already noticed that Shun Long was wearing the robes of an outer disciple of the holy sect. They hadn't expected that Yingui would actually ask for help from the holy sect this time, nor that he would manage to find someone to help him in just the 3 days that he stayed in the holy city. Thankfully, after seeing that Shun Long was only an early rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator who had only reached the early 5th stage in body refinement, Su Bai and the middle-aged man with the black bow, Su Dong, decided to continue with their ambush as planned. Only if they had to fight against a disciple of the holy sect who had reached the peak of rank 5 or the early rank 6 in the nascent soul, would they consider to back off from the fight and quickly return to the family and change their plans. After all, it was common knowledge that the disciples of the holy sect couldn't be compared with the normal cultivators who were living within the holy sect's territory. Even if Su Bao and Su Dong came from the Su family, they still wouldn't fight against an early rank 6 nascent soul disciple of the holy sect unless they absolutely had to, since even with their combined strength they wouldn't be absolutely certain that they could come out on top. As for Shun Long, although he wasn't even at the middle stages of the nascent soul, to be able to block Su Dong's arrows, his strength was definitely abnormal. This made Su Bao uncertain of whether he should continue or not. And yet, Su Dong didn't sit there and wait for him to react, as he started firing arrows from his quiver one by one, heading towards the guards who were either kneeling or they were still standing and staring at him. "Ah! Help!" The guards' cries instantly woke Su Bao from his stupor, as 2 heads suddenly exploded into a mist of blood almost at the same time. Staring at the headless corpses, Zhu Chang no longer waited until his turn arrived, as he ran at full strength back towards the entrance of the Flame Lion's Canyon. It was too bad that he couldn't escape from Su Dong's eyes, as the black-robed middle-aged man instantly narrowed his eyes when he saw him trying to escape. And after killing 3 more guards with his arrows he actually chased after him. Naturally, the remaining 8 guards didn't care that Zhu Chang was being chased by the peak rank 6 nascent soul middle-aged man, and instead they actually rejoiced, as they headed deeper inside the Flame Lion's Canyon without any delay. They weren't dumb enough to return back to the canyon's entrance since both Zhu Chang and that terrifying man named Su Dong were there. So heading deeper inside the canyon was their only chance to escape, leaving behind only Shun Long, Ying Gui, as well as the middle-aged man with the red sword Su Bao. As for hoping that either Shun Long or their captain could win against those enemies, they'd rather cross this terrifying canyon all alone than base their chances on something like that. Ying Gui wanted to escape inside the canyon as well after seeing his guards all do so. But unlike his guards who were all at the nascent soul stage, he remembered that his cultivation was only at the rank 1 of the spirit realm. Forget about an early rank 5 magic beast. Even if a single rank 4 magic beast appeared in his way during this time, he would definitely end inside that beast's stomach. And unfortunately, Ying Gui clearly knew that rank 4 magic beasts were more than common in the Flame Lion's Canyon. Thus, the only thing he could do was slowly back away from the carriage, as he allowed Shun Long to fight with Su Bao. His only hope now was that Shun Long could magically win this fight. Even if that seemed impossible, Ying Gui knew that there was nothing else that he could rely on. His head of guards had already abandoned him and even his remaining 8 guards had done so as well. Right now even an average spirit realm cultivator could probably take his life, let alone monsters from the Su family like Su Bao and Su Dong who clearly hated him for meddling in their business. As for Su Bao, he didn't care about those small fries at all, as his eyes were only focused on Shun Long who was staring back at him. as well as the 4 carriages with the peak rank 5 magic beasts. Seeing that Su Bao's gaze was completely focused on him and the 4 carriages, Shun Long simply smiled before he waved his right hand, causing a black sword with countless mysterious runes and patterns on its surface to appear in front of him. Since he was going to fight against a middle rank 6 nascent soul stage cultivator, he wasn't planning on holding back this time. As soon as the black sword appeared in his hand, Shun Long injected his chi inside it without any hesitation, causing sparks of lightning to appear all over the sword's surface before they slowly gathered on its edge. The moment that Su Bao's eyes landed on the black sword in Shun Long's hands, his body suddenly started to tremble, as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. For a moment, he couldn't believe what he was seeing, before an uncontrollable look of greed soon replaced his expression barely a moment later. Although he wasn't part of some extremely powerful family, Su Bao wasn't someone who couldn't recognize a treasure when it was right in front of him. He already knew that even the patriarch of his family only had a single peak rank 3 gold grade weapon in his possession. Su Bao had once seen it, and he immediately understood that his rank 1 gold grade crimson sword simply couldn't be compared with the patriarch's weapon. And yet, the energy fluctuations coming from the black sword in Shun Long's hands had already exceeded the Su patriarch's peak rank 3 gold grade weapon. This could only mean one thing. With a face filled with excitement, Su Bao didn't immediately attack Shun Long, as he first asked with a voice that could barely cover his heavy-breathing kid, "Is that a legendary star rank weapon?" Although Yingui was a distance away and he was still moving further back so he would avoid being harmed by their fight that was ready to erupt at any moment, his feet were instantly rooted on the spot when he heard the words "star rank weapon" while his gaze was glued to the black sword in Shun Long's hands. After all, although he was just a small rank 1 spirit realm merchant, since he frequently visited the holy city, he had already heard about the legendary weapons above the gold grade. He knew that they were called star rank weapons and that even in the holy city, they were extremely rare to appear and would only do so in the auctions of the highest level. The value of these weapons was so high that even the powerful Dao emperors of the strongest families in the holy city would instantly exit their seclusion to obtain them. It was known that some of the strongest families in the holy city were rumored to have star rank weapons, and they all treated them as supreme treasures. Thus, for Shun Long to really have a star rank weapon, how could Yingui as a merchant not be interested in such a treasure? Surprisingly, not only did Shun Long not deny this, but he actually nodded his head in confirmation before he said, "You are right. Not only is it a star rank weapon but it's even a peak rank 1 star weapon." Naturally, how could Shun Long not notice the greed in Su Bao's eyes? Indeed, the moment that he heard Shun Long's confirmation, Su Bao no longer held back, as he stepped forward and exploded with his full strength, as he slashed the crimson sword in his hand towards Shun Long's chest. Not only was he not feeling afraid to fight Shun Long, who had a star rank weapon in his possession, but even if Shun Long was even stronger than he currently was, Su Bao would still fight him, going all out. Forget about the 4 peak rank 5 magic beasts. Just this black sword alone was worth him risking his life to obtain it. Unfortunately for him, the moment that he stepped inside Shun Long's Monarch's domain, he didn't notice that his speed was lowered by nearly 40%. At the same time, after activating his second Monarch's domain, Shun Long's body was instantly covered by a pale blue light, before he calmly took just a single step to the side. And yet, that single step was enough for him to avoid Su Bao's full-powered slash that only managed to touch the edge of his clothes. Su Bao and even Yingui were both surprised when they saw how easily Shun Long avoided his lethal attack. But Su Bao didn't stop, as he continued to attack Shun Long without stop. Every single one of his attacks were packed with his full strength, and could easily kill any normal early rank 6 nascent soul cultivator. Although Su Bao wouldn't possibly admit it, he was actually feeling extremely anxious right now and was afraid that Su Dong would take care of that peak rank 5 nascent soul head of guards and return at any moment. If that happened, Su Bao's dreams of obtaining Shun Long's black sword for himself would only remain a dream. There was no way that Su Dong would allow him to do something like that. A star rank weapon wasn't something that a small middle rank 6 nascent soul cultivator like him could keep for himself. Unfortunately for him, not a single one of his attacks landed on Shun Long's body. as even those that came from the trickiest angles were easily blocked by the terrifying black sword in his hands. Of course. How could Shun Long be caught off guard when he could easily see 5 seconds into the future and foresee every move that Su Bao was about to make? Brat! Stop running like a coward. Do you not have balls to fight like a man? It was obvious that with every passing second Su Bao was only growing more and more agitated. Afraid that Su Dong was going to return. Shun Long avoiding and only parrying his attacks without giving him a single opening only made him more furious. As he couldn't hold himself back from taunting Shun Long. Hoping that he would take the initiative to attack himself. Unfortunately, Shun Long's next words made the middle rank 6 nascent soul stage expert vomit blood from anger. While his eyes instantly turned red from the fury and humiliation as his words resounded in his and in Yinggui's ears. Attack you. I'm afraid that you won't be able to withstand even a single strike. How could Shun Long fail to notice the increased agitation and despair that showed on Su Bao's face with every passing moment? It only took a few seconds for Shun Long to piece everything together and realize why the middle-aged man in front of him was so agitated, causing Shun Long to mock him without restraint in his mind. You want to take my sword? Take it if you can. Unfortunately for Su Bao, Shun Long wasn't feeling pressured in the slightest during their battle and was merely getting used to his increase in cultivation without fighting for so long. However, Shun Long knew that even though Su Bao didn't pose any danger to him right now, the same couldn't be said if Su Dong also joined his side. Although Shun Long wasn't afraid of them, he knew that the difficulty of the battle would increase by more than 2 times if the middle-aged man returned and the 2 of them joined hands against him. After all, every single arrow coming from Su Dong was at least at the same level as Su Bao's full-powered attacks with his sword. And their teamwork, where one could attack him from afar while the other one keeps him tied in close range, could prove more difficult to handle. However, it would only be slightly more difficult in the end. And yet, in the end, after giving it some more thought, Shun Long nodded his head and closed his eyes for a second before he gathered his chi inside his sword. Although he was getting used to the increase in his cultivation, he still had to take care of the mission in the end, as well as take care of Yingui. He didn't want the first mission that he accepted to be a failure because the person he had to protect died. Especially when it was only a D-rank mission. When Su Bao saw Shun Long snapping his eyes open a moment later, he involuntarily took a step back as he felt his senses screaming at him to escape. It was too bad that Shun Long didn't give him such a chance. As he looked at him coldly with his golden eyes and said, "Let's end this. Screw this." Although Su Bao was greedy and didn't want to give up with such a treasure right in front of him, he could no longer be bothered to obtain the black sword in Shun Long's hands when this feeling of terror overwhelmed him. As he instantly tried to escape and fly towards the entrance of the Flame Lion's Canyon, hoping that he could regroup with Su Dong before they took care of Shun Long together. Unlike most people, Su Bao was always someone who would listen to his own gut feeling, since it had saved his life more than once already. If he thought that there was no hope to win a fight, he wouldn't stay and sacrifice his life like an idiot. After all, he could always come back along with Su Dong and join hands with him to kill Shun Long. However, before he could turn around and leave, the feeling of danger that Su Bao felt seemed to have abruptly reached its peak, causing his heart to go cold with fear. Without any hesitation, he instantly abandoned his plan to escape and focused his eyes on Shun Long, ready to go all out and defend against his attack. Unfortunately, the moment that he raised his head, he saw Shun Long holding the black sword with both hands before he slashed it forward, causing a terrifying black-colored slash that was covered with lightning to fly towards the terrified Su Bao Thunder God's slash. No! Su Bao shouted in despair, when he felt the black-colored slash that was akin to death himself looking at him in the eye, before he raised his crimson sword in front of his face, while at the same time he covered his entire body with all of his chi, creating a chi shield and hoping that he could survive this terrifying attack. Stop! Just as the Thunder God's slash had arrived less than 2 meters away from Su Bao and was about to collide with his red sword and his chi shield, a voice filled with fury came from the entrance of the canyon. As Shun Long saw a metal arrow covered in red flames tearing through the air before it collided with his Thunder God's slash, Su Bao's eyes instantly brightened when he saw the arrow coming from behind him, while a look of hope reappeared in his heart. This was the flame arrow. a mystic high-grade martial skill that Su Dong had been cultivating for many years, as well as his strongest move. Indeed, Su Dong had just returned and had only managed to step past the entrance of the Flame Lion's Canyon, when he saw the terrible position that Su Bao had been placed in. It was obvious that he had just been trying to escape, but Shun Long wasn't going to allow him to do so. Seeing that the arrow was about to collide with his Thunder God slash head-on, Shun Long's gaze instantly turned serious, as his golden eyes started to light up with an almost imperceptible azure color. Before the flame arrow could actually collide with his Thunder God slash, Shun Long mumbled in a low voice, "Disappear." At that moment, the nearly invisible blue light coming from his eyes instantly became much brighter before the arrow's tip actually started to vanish under Su Bao's and Su Dong's disbelieving eyes. In less than a single moment, the body of the arrow quickly followed suit as well, before Su Dong's attack disappeared in front of their disbelieving eyes. Of course, this was the strength of Shun Long's eternal banishment. Even though this move consumed an enormous amount of chi, it managed to completely banish Su Dong's flame arrow into absolute nothingness. Despair and disbelief colored Su Bao's face as he saw the terrifying black slash that appeared right in front of him, while a look of incredulity had colored Su Dong's face at the same time. Holding the crimson sword with both hands, Su Bao raised it right above his head, as he unwillingly took Shun Long's Thunder God slash head-on. The moment that the black-colored Thunder God slash met Su Bao's chi shield head-on, a loud sound akin to a large bubble popping could be heard, before the chi shield was obliterated instantly under Su Bao's and Su Dong's disbelieving eyes. No 000. Su Bao could no longer contain his fear the moment that he saw his chi shield being destroyed so easily, as he shouted in a voice filled with fear and unwillingness, "Boom!" Unfortunately, his screams were drowned barely a moment later, as his crimson sword failed to block Shun Long's Thunder God slash before his body was completely engulfed by the gigantic sword slash. The peak rank 6 nascent soul stage expert, Su Dong, stared at the scene in front of him with a gaze filled with shock and disbelief. As the moment that the terrifying sword slash disappeared, Su Bao's motionless body could be seen lying on the ground. His body had been split into two halves, but the clear expression of terror that was still etched on his face even after his death made Su Dong unconsciously take a few steps back. Just a single sword slash had actually managed to kill a middle rank 6 nascent soul stage expert like Su Bao. Even when Su Dong himself had tried to interfere and block it using his flame arrow, he didn't know what Shun Long had done to his flame arrow. But the vigilance that was previously present in his eyes now also held traces of fear, as he thought to himself, what kind of monster are we fighting against? An early rank 3 nascent soul stage rookie could kill a middle rank 6 nascent soul stage cultivator like Su Bao. Even if Shun Long was a disciple of the holy sect, Su Dong had never heard of something as exaggerated as this in his life. A moment later, Su Dong's eyes were attracted to the large black sword in Shun Long's hands, making his body immediately freeze as he stood rooted on the spot. Just like Su Bao, he also realized that Shun Long's black sword had already exceeded the gold grade, causing the look of unconcealed greed to appear on his face. However, unlike Su Bao, Su Dong wasn't someone who couldn't control himself. Although he desperately wanted to get his hands on Shun Long's sword as well, he wasn't planning on getting himself killed in the process. At the same time, Shun Long had also stopped looking at Su Bao after making sure that he had truly died to his Thunder God slash, before he turned his attention towards Su Dong. Of course, Shun Long wouldn't give a chance for Su Bao's soul to escape after his body was destroyed, which was why he had made sure to thoroughly kill him with the Thunder God slash. After all, he wouldn't simply forget that the nascent soul stage was also called the Nirvana stage. If his attack had been barely strong enough to destroy Su Bao's body without harming his soul, Su Bao would not only try to escape, but in the worst-case scenario, he could even manage to invade Yinggui's body, who was spectating from the distance. If that happened, Shun Long wasn't certain if Yingui, who was only a rank 1 spirit realm cultivator, would be able to resist Su Bao's invasion. Turning his eyes towards the remaining peak rank 6 nascent soul stage opponent, Shun Long saw the serious look on Su Dong's face, as he knocked another arrow on his black bow and fired it at him without any hesitation. Whoosh! The metal arrow pierced through the air. As it headed towards Shun Long with a speed that normal early-stage nascent soul cultivators wouldn't even be able to see it. It was obvious that Sudong wasn't holding back at all, as he used 100% of his strength this time. He clearly wasn't planning to give Shun Long the chance to attack first and try to get close to him, as he was the first one to take the initiative. However, Shun Long wasn't going to stay still and simply take on Sudong's attacks head-on. Taking a step forward, his body instantly blurred as he rushed towards Sudong at full speed. With his speed enhanced by his second Monarch's domain, even someone like Sudong, who had reached the peak of rank 6 in the nascent soul and was just a step away from entering the late stages, was barely able to keep track of Shun Long. Of course, since their distance was more than 700 meters away from each other, while his blink could only cover around 300 meters at most with his current comprehension of his Dao of space, Shun Long knew that he couldn't just blink next to Sudong even if he used his blink 2 consecutive times. As he crossed the first 100 meters between them, Shun Long suddenly noticed that the trajectory of Sudong's arrow had slightly changed midair and was actually still flying towards him. Without any hesitation, he immediately dodged to the side, easily avoiding it, before he kept flying towards Sudong. At that moment, however, Shun Long could suddenly feel a bad premonition appearing in his heart, while his golden eyes also lit up at the same time. Another scene then appeared in his mind that caused his eyes to widen in disbelief. Without any hesitation, Shun Long immediately turned around and punched the air in front of him without holding back any of his strength. A metal arrow with a golden hue that was shooting towards him like a bolt of lightning suddenly collided with his punch. This was the same arrow that Shun Long had dodged just a few moments ago. Unlike the previous 2 times that he had repelled Sudong's arrows, this time Shun Long could clearly feel a sharp pain in his left hand, as the arrow's tip actually pierced through his skin, causing his blood to spurt in the process. Ying Gui's face instantly turned ashen when he saw the blood that had started to flow from Shun Long's hand without stop, while a mocking smile had immediately appeared on Sudong's face when he saw this scene before he shouted, "Ha ha ha! Die!" Not willing to waste this opportunity, Sudong then nocked 2 more arrows on his black bow, and one after the other, he fired them at Shun Long as well. Shun Long, who was still in a trance, immediately regained his senses as he realized that Sudong had fired 2 more of his metal arrows. Grabbing the arrow that had pierced his left fist, he then clenched his teeth and pulled it out forcefully, causing even more blood to spurt from his wound. And yet, Shun Long forcefully ignored the pain that had turned even more intense when he pulled out the metal arrow, before he turned his eyes towards Sudong and the 2 arrows that were now cutting through the air as they flew in his direction. After a moment of thought, Shun Long realized that there were 2 reasons why he had been ambushed just now and had ended up getting injured by Sudong's arrow. The first reason was that he wasn't familiar enough with archers and didn't know that they could use their chi to completely control the direction of their arrows in midair. Indeed, the scene that had appeared in his mind after activating his golden eyes had showed Shun Long that after he had dodged Sudong's arrow, the arrow actually turned around and chased after him as it tried to pierce his heart from the back. If Shun Long hadn't noticed it, even if he had really survived such a lethal attack, it would have definitely dealt an extremely serious injury. Of course, although Shun Long had fought with many cultivators in the past, most of them had used either swords, spears, or their own hands, and didn't use bows and arrows, which was why he actually wasn't familiar with an archer's fighting style. As for the second reason, it was actually the fact that this golden arrow that Sudong had used was actually completely different than the first 2 arrows that he had used against Shun Long before the fight had started. To be able to pierce his skin when his monarch's eternal body had already reached the early 5th stage, Shun Long guessed that the arrow was probably either at the peak of rank 3 in the silver grade or it had actually reached the gold grade. However, there was no more time for him to analyze the situation in front of him, as the 2 arrows that Sudong had fired were less than 200 meters away from him. However, as he held the black sword with both hands and was about to deal with them, Shun Long suddenly noticed that his left hand had started to swell as it slowly turned purple. His eyes instantly narrowed as a single thought appeared in his mind. Before he turned his attention to the golden arrow that he had already removed from his fist and thrown it on the ground a few moments ago, I have actually been poisoned. Sudong laughed furiously when he saw that Shun Long had finally realized this. As he shook his head and said mockingly, ha ha ha. It's too late to realize it now. The moment that the golden python's poison entered your blood, your fate was already sealed. Shun Long didn't respond to Sudong as he turned his eyes towards the two arrows that were flying towards his direction. He didn't need Sudong's gloating explanation to know that the poison in his blood came from a rank 5 golden python. He clearly knew that the golden python was an extremely weak middle rank 5 magic beast that even a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator could kill by himself. However, the python was still feared by many other middle rank 5 magic beasts despite its extremely low combat ability. Precisely because of its potent poison. Although its poison was extremely slow acting, it could even prove to be lethal for many middle rank 5 magic beasts, subjecting them to extreme agony before they died. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, most middle rank 5 magic beasts wouldn't provoke a rank 5 golden python. Of course, it was possible to expel the python's poison using a rank 5 antitoxin pill. But whether Sudong would give such a chance to Shun Long, that was a completely different issue. Looking at the arrows that were flying in his direction, Shun Long obviously wouldn't do the mistake of ignoring them this time. As he clenched his black sword tightly and swung it towards the first arrow. Seeing that his arrow was about to get hit, Sudong used his chi to try and change its direction to avoid the attack. But regardless of how much he tried, Shun Long's sword speed was simply incomparable to the speed of his arrow that had already entered inside his monarch's domain. Crack! The metal arrow instantly snapped in half as soon as the black sword hit it before Shun Long turned his attention towards the second arrow. Without any suspense and regardless of how hard Sudong tried to control it, the second arrow broke in half as well, as its connection was also severed from Sudong at that moment. As Shun Long continued moving forward, he saw that Sudong was slowly moving backwards, as he fired arrow after arrow towards him. And yet, the look in his eyes was extremely serious, as he destroyed every single arrow that came his way while he was quickly approaching even closer to Sudong. Finally, a few moments later, the moment that Shun Long entered within a 300 meters range from Sudong, a cold smile appeared on his lips as he said in a calm voice, "It's over." Under Sudong's disbelieving eyes, Shun Long abruptly disappeared from the spot he was standing as he suddenly appeared behind him. Without any hesitation, he then swung the black sword with his right hand towards Sudong's neck. Before he could even react, the peak rank 6 nascent soul stage cultivator's head was instantly severed from his body, causing a fountain of blood to spurt in the air. Ying Gui stared at the scene in front of him with awe and fear, as he saw the expert from the Su family die in Shun Long's hands. With a single sword strike, Shun Long stared at Sudong's dead body for a few moments without doing anything, before he finally waved his hand a few moments later, taking out a bottle filled with top-grade rank 5 antitoxin pills from the Stone of Time. Without any hesitation, he immediately consumed a single pill to expel the poison of the golden python that was still inside his hand, before he turned his attention towards Ying Gui, causing him to flinch and step back in reflex. Shun Long simply smiled when he saw this scene, and ignoring the blood that had already painted his robes a bright red color, he simply shook his head before he mumbled to himself, "This is definitely a peak D rank mission. 80 sec points for this amount of work is really too little." Without wasting a second he then waved his right hand, collecting both Sudong's and Su Bao's spatial rings, as well as Su Bao's crimson sword and Sudong's black bow and his metal arrows. Of course, Shun Long wasn't planning on giving up his spoils, even if they were just middle-stage nascent soul cultivators. Shun Long believed that the two of them should have a sizable amount of spirit stones. As for their weapons, each of them could definitely be sold for at least 40.000 to 60.000 middle-grade spirit stones. Indeed, after taking a look inside their spatial rings, Shun Long found a little more than 230.000 middle-grade spirit stones and some rank 5 pills. Unfortunately, all of the pills were low-grade or middle-grade pills, making their market value practically non-existent. After scanning Su Dong's body with his spirit sense, Shun Long found another spatial ring as well hidden inside his robes. After taking a look inside this spatial ring, Shun Long found 45.000 middle-grade spirit stones, as well as a large silver axe, causing him to shake his head and say as expected. Naturally, this was Zhu Chang's spatial ring. It was obvious that Su Dong had managed to successfully kill this captain of Yinggui's guards before he took his spatial ring. Of course, the reason behind that wasn't just due to the difference in their cultivation. After all, Zhu Chang was a rogue cultivator who was most likely training in a mystic low-grade or middle-grade cultivation technique, while Su Dong belonged to a large family that was probably backed by Dao Kings. Even if his family didn't have a weak saint low-grade cultivation technique to train in, they definitely had at least a handful of mystic high-grade ones for him to choose from. Just the difference in the purity of their chi was definitely going to be a huge factor for the fight. The same way it was for Shun Long and Su Bao. If Shun Long's combat strength wasn't so abnormal, and if he wasn't absorbing the purest chi possible from the heaven-swallowing vine, as well as naturally having such an extremely pure chi thanks to the Monarch's hourglass, he wouldn't have managed to break Su Bao's chi shield that easily and obliterate him with one strike. Aside from that, it was obvious that Su Dong had been the hunter while Zhu Chang was the hunted. In a situation where Zhu Chang, who was obviously suited better to fight in close combat, simply tried to escape and save his life instead of fighting, the chances of him successfully escaping from Su Dong were nearly zero. Instead, if he had tried to hold his ground, even if he hadn't won the fight, it would be possible for him to pressure Su Dong and perhaps make him give up if he felt that it wasn't worth it. Unfortunately, Zhu Chang had already been too terrified of the Su family from the beginning that the thought of fighting didn't even cross his mind. Having Shun Long being the scapegoat and fight against the members of the Su family while he tried to escape was already the best scenario possible. Shaking his head, Shun Long placed everything that he had obtained inside the Stone of Time before he turned his attention towards Yingui. Seeing that his feet were trembling in fear, Shun Long jumped on top of the first carriage and asked him seriously, "Do you know how to handle the iron-hide cows, or should I do it?" Naturally, Shun Long wouldn't look down on Yingui just because he was afraid. Although he was definitely foolish for meddling in a fight of two families that reached far beyond what he could normally handle, he was still a merchant in the end. If he didn't take any risks in his life, it would be impossible for him to expand his network of clients. Yingui immediately woke up from his shock when he heard Shun Long's voice, and nodding his head he replied in a hurried manner, "Oh, of course." There was no way that he was going to allow Shun Long to become his driver. In his eyes, Shun Long was already much more terrifying and worthy of respect than the members of the Su family. After all, an early rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator killing those experts from the Su family, who had managed to chase away all of his guards, was already unbelievable. Although Yingui didn't know exactly how strong Su Bao and Su Dong were, just from the fact that they had managed to scare off not just all of his normal guards, but even Zhu Chang, his head of guards as well, Yingui guessed that they must have definitely been at least early rank 6 nascent soul stage cultivators. After all, even if there were two of them, if they were just two peak rank 5 nascent soul stage cultivators, Zhang wouldn't have been so afraid of them. No. For that Su Dong to chase away Zhu Chang all by himself, his strength is probably even above the early rank 6 of the nascent soul. At the same time that he came to this conclusion, Yingui also cursed Zhu Chang in his heart for abandoning him to save his own life. If it wasn't for Shun Long who had stayed behind to protect him, it wouldn't have been Su Dong and Su Bao who had died today, but him. As he touched the back of his neck, Yingui felt a cold shiver in his heart, as he hurriedly went forward and sat on the back of the biggest iron-hide cow in the lead. Before he started to lead his 4 carriages deeper inside the Flame Lion Canyon, as he led the carriages deeper inside the Flame Lion's Canyon, Yingui started to check his surroundings with unconcealed fear in his eyes, clearly afraid that they would be attacked again. Although Shun Long was probably stronger than his entire previous group of guards combined, Yingui still didn't feel safe in this place that was rumored to have even rank 6 magic beasts that were as powerful as Dao King realm experts. After taking a few breaths to calm himself down, he turned around and looked at Shun Long, who was still sitting on top of the first carriage. before he asked cautiously young Master Shun Long. "Should we find a place to stop and rest for a few hours? There are many magic beasts in this place. And I'm afraid that young Master Shun Long isn't in optimal condition to fight." Shun Long opened his eyes and thought seriously for a few moments after hearing Ying Gui's cautious suggestion. Before he actually nodded his head and said, "You are right. It's better to rest for a few hours before we head deeper inside." Just as Ying Gui was about to ask if they should turn around and set up camp near the entrance of the canyon so that they won't have to face the attacks of any magic beasts who lived inside the canyon, Shun Long's next words instantly chilled his heart to the core as they destroyed any such notions from his mind. "Although we should find a place to rest, we will do it deeper inside the canyon. Staying close to the entrance is too dangerous right now. You don't know if those two are the only members that the Su family sent to this place, or if there are more of them on the way." Ying Gui immediately understood what Shun Long meant, causing his heart to freeze from the chill he felt. Indeed, if there were more members of the Su family on their way to this place, or if more of them simply came to search for Su Dong and Su Bao and only found Ying Gui's camp there, the scene that would follow after that wasn't hard for Ying Gui to imagine. Even if Shun Long could somehow preserve his own life against more members of the Su family, it wasn't certain if Ying Gui himself would be able to escape from a second certain death scenario. Nodding his head with a serious look, the fat merchant turned around and led the iron-hide cows deeper inside the Flame Lion's canyon without any delay. Right now, Ying Gui's fear of the Su family was hundreds of times bigger than his fear for the magic beasts living inside the canyon. A little more than an hour later, Shun Long and Ying Gui stopped the carriages in an isolated place, not too far away from the main path of the canyon. Seeing that this place was surrounded by large rocks high above their heads, that blocked them from being spotted by any flying magic beasts that happened to fly in the sky above them, Shun Long nodded his head before he sat cross-legged and took out a bottle filled with top-grade rank 5 chi replenishing pills, since he couldn't enter inside the Stone of Time with Ying Gui sitting right next to him. While the memory recording formation from his sect identifying token was still active during the mission as well, Shun Long simply closed his eyes and ate a handful of chi replenishing pills to refill the chi inside his chi balls. Although his fight with both Su Dong and Su Bao didn't last for too long, Shun Long knew that he had expended more than 50% of his chi when he used his eternal banishment to take care of Su Dong's flame arrow, as well as when he used his Thunder God's slash to destroy Su Bao's chi shield. Continuing deeper inside the canyon when his chi wasn't even 50% full was too dangerous, considering that powerful magic beasts probably lived deeper inside the canyon. At the same time, although Shun Long knew that it would be somewhat troublesome to explain how he took care of Su Dong's flame arrow, since he wasn't planning to explain anything about his Tao of Time to the sect, he wasn't really too worried about this either. The chances that the sect would review every single mission that a disciple took on were practically non-existent. And even if for some reason they decided to check his own missions, Shun Long would still blame it on his Tao of Space. After all, even the Holy Sect's elders wouldn't be able to find out anything about his Tao of Time through the memory recording formation. At most, it would only create some suspicions, but that was still a level that Shun Long was willing to handle. An hour later, after feeling that his chi balls were back to 100% full, Shun Long stood up from his seat and turned his attention towards Ying Gui, who was still sitting just a few meters away from him and was vigilantly checking his surroundings. It was obvious he didn't feel safe in the slightest in this place. Of course, even Shun Long could sense how dangerous this place actually was, since in the first 1 hour alone that he and Ying Gui had entered the canyon, he had already dealt with 2 peak rank 4 magic beasts. Although peak rank 4 magic beasts were only equivalent to rank 9 spirit realm cultivators, considering that their group was still near the entrance of the canyon, Shun Long knew that things would only get tougher the deeper inside they headed. After placing the bottle with the rest of the chi replenishing pills in his hand inside the Stone of Time, Shun Long then sat on top of the first carriage and looked at the restless Ying Gui before he said, "Let's go. There is no reason for us to spend the night here. The faster we reach Yansu City the better." Ying Gui's eyes lit up when he remembered how close to Yansu City they were right now. And after taking a look at his surroundings and realized that it was almost nighttime already, he nodded his head before he sat on the back of the iron-hide cow in the lead and started leading the carriages forward. Since Shun Long was ready, Yingui wouldn't waste more time waiting in this place until they were discovered by any of the wandering magic beasts around the region. Getting out of this dangerous place as quickly as possible and reaching Yansu City were his most important priorities. Of course, Shun Long's thoughts weren't much different from Yingui's, since he also wanted to get to Yansu City as quickly as possible. After taking care of the two slave traders and destroying their shop to complete his second mission, he was planning to return back to the Holy City and train himself in the Dao Tower until he returned back to the Holy Sect. Thankfully, despite their massive size, the Ironhide cows were among the fastest, as well as the most resilient rank 4 magic beasts. As they continued to pull the 4 carriages deeper inside the canyon without a break. Forget about one day. The Ironhide cows could easily keep traveling for 2 weeks without a need for food or rest. Like that, their group continued forward. And in just 4 hours Shun Long and Yingui had already covered more than 2/3 of the distance that they needed to cross. As they reached the deepest parts of the canyon. During these last 4 hours, Shun Long had dealt with a handful of peak rank 4 as well as 2 early rank 5 magic beasts. Obtaining their magic beast cores as well as the rest of their bodies that were still considered treasures to him. Now that he had broken through to the early 5th stage in his Monarch's eternal body. Dealing with early rank 5 magic beasts wasn't an issue even if he didn't use his chi and simply relied on the strength of his body. However, the moment that they arrived in this place, Shun Long noticed that Yingui's expression had turned even more solemn than it previously was. As the fat merchant turned around and looked at him with a look that couldn't hide his anxiousness. As he then said, "Young Master Shun Long, we have already reached the deepest parts of the Flame Lion's Canyon. As long as we manage to successfully cross this final part without attracting any magic beasts, we should be able to exit the canyon, and be just half a day away from Yansu City. I simply hope that if any middle rank 5 magic beasts show up, young Master Shun Long can do your best to hold them off." Although Yingui had already seen Shun Long deal with 2 early rank 5 magic beasts in the past 4 hours, he knew that the difference between an early rank 5 and a middle rank 5 magic beast was enormous. And what he was asking for right now was already past the limits of the mission. After all, it was just a simple D-rank personal mission, but Shun Long had already dealt with the 2 cultivators from the Su family, as well as a handful of peak rank 4 and 2 early rank 5 magic beasts all by himself. However, for a disciple of the Holy Sect to fight against a middle rank 5 magic beast, the mission's difficulty would be almost at the same level as a C-rank personal mission. Yingui clearly understood that even if the 2 experts from the Su family, who had nearly destroyed his caravan, were forced to fight a life-and-death battle with a middle rank 5 magic beast, they would probably be the ones to lose their lives in the process. After all, it was common knowledge that at least a handful of peak rank 6 nascent soul stage experts were required if they wanted to truly take down a middle rank 5 magic beast. As for the peak rank 5 magic beasts that he was transporting in his carriage, in order to actually subdue a rare magic beast like the Solar Hound and the rest, even 7 or 8 peak rank 9 nascent soul stage experts may not be enough. This was why Yingui didn't want to cross the Flame Lion's Canyon, and would rather take the long way around to reach Yansu City. He knew that the dangers inside the canyon were much more difficult than what he could handle. At the same time, this was also the reason why he didn't ask Shun Long to kill the middle rank 5 magic beasts if they showed up, but simply hold them off if he can. After all, holding them off and killing them were 2 completely different things. Of course, Yingui also understood that there was no way that Shun Long would simply accept his request like that. Regardless of what he said, it was one thing to ask a disciple of the Holy Sect to simply assist Zhu Chang and the rest of his guards with the protection of his carriages if a middle rank 5 magic beast attacked them, and another thing to ask him to do everything by himself. Otherwise, if every mission of the sect to guard someone was like that, no one would opt to accept these missions. Yingui understood that since the mission's level had almost reached the C rank, he would have to pay the Holy Sect much more. But compared to failing this mission that he had obtained from the Yao family, he would be willing to pay anything even if it meant going bankrupt. Afraid that Shun Long was going to reject him, Yingui shook his head before he continued in an almost begging tone, "Young Master Shun Long, I know that this is truly much more dangerous than the original mission, but I hope that someone as magnanimous as you will help this poor merchant. Of course, I will report everything about this mission to the Holy Sect as soon as I return back to the Holy City and would never allow young Master Shun Long to suffer a loss. Of course. Ying Gui understood that Shun Long had not only not suffered a losses this time, but he had most likely obtained a sizable amount of middle-grade spirit stones from Su Bao's and Su Don's spatial rings. However, in the end, he was also the one who had done everything to obtain them, while Ying Gui simply obtained his protection for almost nothing. Thus, he could only mention that he was willing to pay more to the Holy Sect to raise the mission's level. Of course, it didn't matter whether Ying Gui was willing to pay more or not, since it was clearly up to Shun Long whether or not he was willing to accept this mission. After all, the Holy Sect itself wouldn't force its disciples into accepting a mission that could potentially risk their lives. As for going back on his word and refusing to pay once the mission was complete, who would dare to do so in front of the Holy Sect's eyes? The memory recording formation wasn't there simply for the disciples to prove that they had successfully completed their missions, but also to deal with situations like this one. Shun Long however simply smirked when he heard Ying Gui calling himself a poor merchant. Someone who could afford to employ 14 nascent soul stage cultivators as his personal guards was definitely anything but poor. At the same time, Shun Long truly didn't feel any pity for Ying Gui, since it was his greed alone that had drove him to this corner. However, even though Shun Long didn't really care about the extra sect points that a C-rank mission would give him, since they were already less than a day away from Yansu City, there was no reason for him to refuse either. However, just as Shun Long was about to answer to Ying Gui, who was still staring at him with a hopeful gaze, his eyes suddenly spotted the huge figure of a magic beast running towards the ironhide cows in the lead. It was actually an enormous bear more than 8 meters 26 feet tall, with thick red fur and yellow eyes. However, the moment that Shun Long's eyes landed on the bear's figure and sensed its overbearing aura, a single word appeared in his mind as he mumbled to himself, "Shit." Ying Gui quickly noticed Shun Long's abnormality, as his gaze followed Shun Long's, only to see the giant red bear that was running towards him. His heart almost leapt out of his chest at this horrifying sight. But the moment that he sensed the bear's aura, Ying Gui's eyes widened even further in terror. Although he was just a rank 1 spirit realm cultivator and he was usually unable to sense the difference between a rank 3 and a rank 6 nascent soul stage expert, Ying Gui knew that he had to be an idiot if he failed to understand that this bear's aura had already far exceeded the aura of a peak rank 6 nascent soul stage cultivator like Su Dong. Based on this overbearing aura that made the ironhide cows tremble in fear and freeze on the spot, it could only mean one thing. Nodding his head solemnly, Shun Long looked at Ying Gui, and said in a serious voice, "You better step back." Naturally, if Ying Gui could sense the bear's aura, then how could Shun Long fail to? Looking at this bear that was obviously at the peak of rank 5. Even Shun Long knew that it would nearly impossible for him to take it down. Ying Gui hurriedly nodded when he heard this, but an expression of despair had already appeared in his eyes as he realized what was going to happen. Forget about his ironhide cows. The bear was definitely going to destroy his carriages and completely ruin his mission, the moment that the solar hound and the rest of the magic beasts inside the carriages were set free. The first thing that they would do would definitely be to take his life. "Young Master Shun Long, is there any way for you to?" Although Shun Long clearly heard Ying Gui's question, he didn't even bother to respond to it as his eyes were fully focused on the peak rank 5 red-furred bear that was quickly approaching the first carriage. He knew that there was no way for him to fight against a peak rank 5 magic beast head-on. At least not just yet. After all, the cultivation level required to do something like that would be close to the level of a Dao King, while Shun Long was still at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul. With a serious look on his face, he tried to think if there was any possible way to deal with this. But all of his thoughts led to the same conclusion. There was only one way? As he stared at the incoming magic beast, a sharp look flashed through his eyes as he mumbled to himself, "This shouldn't affect cultivators at the rank 9 of the nascent soul stage and above. But there is a chance if it's against the red-furred bear." His eyes were focused completely on the massive body of the bear that was quickly approaching the carriage, before an illusionary purple blade appeared in his hand a few seconds later. At the same time, Shun Long also waved his left hand. causing a small bottle that was filled with a purple liquid to appear inside it. The enormous bear was now only 500 meters away from the first carriage and the ironhide cows that were pulling it. And at this point, even Shun Long could clearly sense the uncontrollable bloodlust coming from its body that was only growing more and more intense. It was obvious that it had already targeted Shun Long, Ying Gui, and the ironhide cows as its own food. With a serious look on his face, Shun Long circulated his Monarch's hourglass and activated his second Monarch's domain, causing a blue light to cover his own body, before he used his left hand to open a small space tear in the air in front of him, while making sure that the bottle with the purple liquid in his hands wouldn't break at the same time. The moment that the space tear appeared in the air, Shun Long's right hand along with his illusionary purple blade both entered inside it, appearing right in front of the charging rank 5 red-furred bear. The bear seemed to have sensed something the moment that the space around it started to get distorted. But its attention was already fully focused on the ironhide cows in front of it. By the time it noticed what was going on and tried to respond, it was already too late. Ra Eater Eater Eater, the giant bear screamed in pain as its left eye was suddenly pierced by Shun Long's illusionary purple blade, causing its bright red blood to cover its face. Shun Long's spatial blade had destroyed the bear's eye effortlessly before he pulled his right hand back from the space tear, just as the bear roared in pain by having its left eye destroyed. Shun Long didn't hesitate, as he pushed his left hand inside the space tear, before he actually threw the bottle filled with the purple-colored liquid towards the furious magic beast that was still thrashing around. Rah! The moment that the bottle fell on the giant bear's head, it immediately exploded, causing the bear to scream in pain for the second time. It was obvious from the bear's roars that this time the pain was much more intense than before. It seemed that part of its red fur had also started to get corroded by the purple liquid. But that wasn't the end. Ying Gui watched with a dumbfounded look on his face, as the moment that the purple liquid entered inside the bear's destroyed left eye, the terrifying peak rank 5 magic beast actually collapsed on the ground with a bang. Its cries that had already started to get weakened instantly died down a few moments later. As a powerful magic beast that could usually only be hunted by a group of peak rank 9 nascent soul stage experts or a Dao King, was now lying motionless on the ground. It died. It really died. Ying Gui was stuttering, unable to believe the sight that had appeared in front of his eyes. He couldn't understand how it was possible for Shun Long to kill a peak rank 5 magic beast like that. He had already prepared himself to lose everything including his life. But before the bear had even killed a single ironhide cow, Shun Long had somehow managed to kill the huge magic beast instead. Unfortunately, Shun Long didn't seem to be willing to share his secrets, as he actually opened another space tear, appearing right in front of the huge body of the bear. After touching it with his right hand and placing it inside the Stone of Time, he returned back and sat on top of the first carriage before he turned his attention to the still stunned Ying Gui, who was standing in a frozen state behind him. Ying Gui didn't need any instructions this time, as he climbed on the back of the ironhide cow and drove the 4 carriages forward without any delay. He had already been scared to the core by his experiences in the Flame Lion's Canyon this time, and he wasn't willing to stay in this place any longer. In fact, if he managed to escape successfully, he never planned to enter this goddamned place ever again. Ying Gui didn't know if it was thanks to his prayers or his good luck, but in the next 2 hours, he and Shun Long didn't meet with a single other magic beast, causing him to rejoice as he finally managed to escape the horrifying canyon. Even after his 4 carriages all left the canyon, he didn't stop for a moment, as he kept urging the ironhide cows forward at full speed. Finally, 10 hours later, Shun Long's eyes lit up as the outline of a city slowly appeared in front of his eyes. Tears started to flow from Ying Gui's eyes as he saw the city in the distance ahead of him, as he turned his head around and looked at Shun Long before he said with a face full of joy, "Young Master Shun Long, that's Yansu City." Shun Long nodded his head with a calm look in his eyes, as he looked at the city that was slowly becoming bigger and bigger in front of his eyes. He was originally planning to come to Yansu and complete the more difficult mission of the 2 that he had accepted, which was to hunt down the 2 slave traders. However, in front of the problems that had showed up while he protected Ying Gui's caravan, Taking care of two peak rank 5 nascent soul slave traders and destroying their shop seemed to be nothing in comparison. As the Ironhide cows approached closer and closer to Yansu City, Shun Long was thinking of how lucky he was that his plan had actually worked. If it wasn't the red-furred bear but some other peak rank 5 magic beast instead, especially one with strong mental defenses, it would have been impossible for the poison from the soul-poisoning hell grass to kill it. At most it would have managed to wound it severely. Indeed, the purple liquid that he had used against the red-furred bear was precisely the poison that he had concocted back in the City of Sin using the soul-poisoning hell grass. Although Shun Long knew that this poison couldn't kill any cultivators at the rank 9 of the nascent soul or above, he still knew that it could still severely injure them if they were affected by it directly. As for a peak rank 5 magic beast like the red-furred bear, Shun Long was lucky that although its physical strength was extremely strong and it could even kill peak 5th stage body refinement cultivators with just a few attacks, its mental defenses were extremely weak compared to other peak rank 5 magic beasts. After Shun Long had destroyed its left eye, the bear's mental defenses were lowered even further because of the pain, which allowed the poison to immediately affect it and corrode its soul. Otherwise, if it hadn't been injured by Shun Long's spatial blade first, there was no way for a peak rank 5 magic beast like the red-furred bear to die so easily, even after getting affected by the poison of the soul-poisoning hell grass. At the same time, Shun Long wondered whether the elders of the sect would accept the mission or not. In the end, he had indeed used a poison to take care of the red-furred bear, but it was poison that he had created himself, so it was definitely considered part of his real strength. After all, the poison that poison masters concoct is also considered part of their own strength rather than outside help. As he reached this conclusion, Shun Long realized that the carriage had nearly reached the gates of the city already. They were simply waiting along with the rest of the carriages to enter the city. Ying Gui seemed to have felt much more relaxed at this moment, almost as if he had suddenly gotten rid of a huge load of pressure that was weighing down on top of him. As he turned his gaze towards Shun Long and looked at him with a smile of relief on his face, he then turned his gaze towards the medium-sized city in front of them and asked him curiously, "Young Master Shun Long, is this your first time coming to Yansu City?" Shun Long didn't deny it as he kept staring at his surroundings with some curiosity in his eyes. The city gates of Yansu City were actually much smaller compared to the holy cities, but the city itself seemed to have a lot of people coming and going from its gates. Although it couldn't be compared to how bustling the holy city was, but in a certain sense, the holy city was the holy sect's capital. So this was the first normal-sized city that Shun Long saw since he had arrived in the central region. With the same smile on his face, Ying Gui pointed at the words Yansu City above the city gates before he explained, "Actually, this city isn't governed by only one family like most of the cities in the Holy Sect's territory, but it is instead governed by both the Zhu and the Yen families. Those two are real top-tier families with many powerful Dao kings in their midst. And they are hundreds of times stronger than the Su family that ambushed us in the entrance of the Flame Lion's Canyon. I have been in Yansu City a few times already. So if young Master Shun Long needs any help, it would be my honor." Ying Gui had already realized that Shun Long was probably a monster, even when compared to most other outer disciples at the same level as him. So he would do anything he can to build a good relationship with him. Shun Long was about to decline his help, but after thinking for a few moments, he actually nodded his head and asked, "Have you heard of a shop inside the city that belongs to two slave traders named Dai Hao and Dai Lim?" "Dai Lim?" Just as Ying Gui was about to answer, the voice of a guard behind him sounded in his ears as the guard said while stretching his hand, "The entrance fee is 40 middle-grade spirit stones for each carriage." Ying Gui didn't hesitate as he paid 160 middle-grade spirit stones, taking all 4 of the carriages inside the city. He then turned his eyes back to Shun Long and said, "Young Master Shun Long, if you are looking for those two brothers, I heard that they have a shop at the east of the city. However, they don't have a good reputation, so I suggest young Master Shun Long to be careful." After a moment of hesitation, Ying Gui then added in, "I will stay in the Yao family for the next 3 days before I return back to the holy city. If young Master Shun Long wants to, you can come with me to the Yao family as well. I am sure they will be very happy to host a banquet for a genius of the holy sect." Shun Long smiled and shook his head at Ying Gui before he said no need but thanks for the offer. Jumping down from the carriage, he then waved his hand as he walked towards the east of the city, as he then continued, since there are no dangers inside the city, let's part ways here. Ying Gui got down from the iron-hide cow when he heard this, and staring at Shun Long's back, the fat merchant bowed deeply without saying a word. Words weren't enough to express how grateful he felt after making it to Yansu City safely. Shun Long had the same smile on his face as he kept walking towards the east of the city at a leisure pace. Before he found the shop of the two slave traders and took care of them, he didn't mind having a look at the rest of the shops inside the city as well, and see if there were any rare rank 6 medicinal herbs or anything else that caught his attention. After all, what Shun Long lacked the most right now was precisely rank 6 medicinal herbs. After walking around the pill shops in the eastern part of Yansu City for a few hours, Shun Long found nearly a dozen rank 6 medicinal herbs that were placed up for sale. The situation in this city didn't seem to be that much different compared to some of the shops in the Holy City. Most of the shops only sold pills and very few of them looked to sell medicinal herbs directly. Shun Long even heard from a shop clerk that if he wanted to buy medicinal herbs directly he should have a look at the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce in the Holy City. Regardless, Shun Long still bought every single rank 6 medicinal herb that he found despite the extremely expensive prices. A single rank 6 medicinal herb was sold for more than 60.000 middle-grade spirit stones, while the prices of some of the more expensive ones went even beyond the 100.000 middle-grade spirit stones mark. Naturally, those herbs could be used not just by peak rank 3 gold-grade alchemists, but even by the famous star-rank alchemists that had already exceeded the gold grade long ago, which was why they were so expensive. After all, although they were only rank 6 medicinal herbs and couldn't be used as the main medicinal ingredients to create rank 7 pills, star-rank alchemists would always look to buy rank 6 medicinal herbs to use them as supplementary ingredients when they concocted their pills. In the end, Shun Long had to pay 755.000 middle-grade spirit stones just for the rank 6 medicinal herbs that he had purchased today, leaving him with only 675.000 middle-grade spirit stones remaining. Seeing that his spirit stones inside the Stone of Time had shrunk by more than half after a single shopping spree, a deep look flashed through Shun Long's eyes as he decided to do something that he had never done in the Night Star continent. He first temporarily deactivate the memory recording formation from his sect identifying token, so that his next actions wouldn't be recorded inside it, before he started to visit the rest of the pill shops in the eastern part of Yansu City. Since he had dozens of rare rank 5 medicinal herbs inside his Stone of Time, and most of them would only be used as supplementary herbs for him in the future, he decided to sell a big batch in the pill shops in Yansu City. Naturally, this was a huge risk, since he would sell a big amount of the same rank 5 herbs, which would definitely attract some people's attention. This was the reason why he had never done so in the Night Star continent. Shun Long was now a disciple of the Holy Sect, and he was simply selling his medicinal herbs in a city that was clearly not at the however. Things in the central region were completely different. Level of the Holy City. Even if he attracted some people's attention here, he didn't really care about it. Besides, Shun Long had already created his own faction inside the Holy Sect. How could he be afraid of selling some medicinal herbs in Yansu City? Especially when the risk of someone finding out about his secrets through that was practically zero. As he entered the rest of the shops and turned his attention towards the rank 5 medicinal herbs as well, Shun Long noticed that the prices of most rank 5 herbs in the central region were actually much more expensive compared to the Night Star continent. In the end, Shun Long sold plenty of his medicinal herbs in many different shops in the eastern part of Yansu City, and in a bulk at that, making the employees inside the shops widen their eyes in shock. It was obvious that every single one of them was looking at Shun Long in disbelief, wondering where he found so many rank 5 medicinal herbs. Some of those shops didn't even have half of the number of herbs that Shun Long sold in their own stock, causing them to fervently buy everything that Shun Long sold, especially rare herbs like the dragon blood grass, the dreamy ash flower, as well as the even more rare icicle soul grass. Every single one of them was sold for very much higher prices compared to the other rank 5 medicinal herbs. In the end, Shun Long made more than 1,200,000 middle-grade spirit stones from his herbs, filling back his almost empty stone of time. After nearly emptying his stock of rank 5 herbs from his herb garden, Shun Long stared at the clerk of the pill shop in front of him and asked her if she knew the location of Dai Lim and Dai Hao's shop. After receiving a positive response, he left the pill shop and continued to walk around the eastern part of Yansu City at the same unhurried pace as before, until he arrived in front of the entrance of a small shop half an hour later. Shun Long's expression didn't change even after seeing the cultivators who were chained in front of the entrance of the shop like magic beasts for sale and had almost no clothes on their bodies aside from those that were barely covering their private parts. Some of them even had their clothes torn, clearly exposing their private parts. And yet they didn't seem to mind regardless of whether they were men or women. It was clear that the look on their faces was one of despair, clearly having lost all hope or the will to keep living. There were a few of them who were still self-conscious of their nudity and were trying to cover themselves in embarrassment. But compared to the rest they were only a tiny minority. Most of them seemed to have already accepted their fate after being captured and put on display in this place. At the same time, Shun Long noticed that their cultivation seemed to range anywhere from the late stages of the chi condensation all the way to the peak of the heaven grade. Seeing him approach the shop, some of them looked at him with gazes full of hope, hoping that he would buy them and be a good master, while most of them had that same look of despair in their eyes. After activating his memory recording formation, Shun Long walked past them and entered inside the shop. As soon as he stepped past the shop's entrance, Shun Long saw even more slaves that were chained and put on display. At the same time, there seemed to be more than a handful of customers who were looking at the products that they were going to buy, with different expressions on their faces. Some of them were old men who were lecherously touching the women's private parts while commenting on their suppleness and thickness, while others were old women who were checking the male products instead. Surprisingly, most of the slaves inside the shop were already at the spirit realm, while there were even some of them who had even reached the early stages of the nascent soul. Shaking his head, Shun Long looked at them with unconcealed disgust on his face, before he took a deep breath and said in a commanding voice that resounded throughout the entire shop, "You disgusting fuckers can fuck off this place right now, or I will bury you along with the rest of this shop." Everyone inside the shop, regardless of whether they were slaves or customers, all turned their attention towards Shun Long at the same time. Some of them had furious expressions on their faces when they realized what he had said, while others seemed to have actually recognized his yellow robes and immediately scrambled out of the shop as fast as they could. Regardless, more than half of the customers remained inside the shop in the end, and all of them had either angry or mocking looks on their faces as they looked at him. Most of them were either at the late stage of the spirit realm or the early stages of the nascent soul. So they clearly understood that Shun Long was going to die today. To dare step inside Dai Lim and Dai Hao's shop and claim that you were going to take it down. There was no way that the two cruel slave traders were going to let you go like that. One of the old women around, who was at the rank 8 of the spirit realm, licked her lips when she looked at Shun Long, before she said in an excited voice, "What a handsome young man. I want him. He is mine." At the same time, from the midst of the rest of the customers, an old man who was at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul took a few steps forward and walked towards Shun Long with a mocking look on his face before he said, "Brat. It doesn't seem like you know where you are. A small early rank 3 nascent soul cultivator like you dares to say that you will bury us all if we don't leave. You have already ruined this old man's mood today, so why don't you show me how you plan to boo?" Before the old man could actually finish his words, an illusionary, purple-colored blade appeared in Shun Long's hands. As Shun Long slashed his right hand horizontally, at an unbelievable speed, instantly beheading the old man. Blood spurted through the air like a fountain, as the old man's head fell on the ground with a thud and rolled on the floor of the shop, leaving behind his headless corpse that was slowly falling on its back as well. The old man's body collapsed on the ground with a bang, instantly waking up the rest of the customers from their stupor, before they began shouting in terror. They had never expected that Shun Long would really kill the old man, and so easily at that. They had all sensed that he was just an early rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator, which was why they weren't afraid. But his speed had already exceeded that of an early rank 3 of the nascent soul stage cultivator. The customers inside the shop started to run towards the exit. But unfortunately for them, they had to pass through Shun Long, who was still standing there blocking their path. Before they arrived within 5 meters from him, they actually all stopped and looked at him in wariness before one of them said in a terrified voice, "Let us go. We will leave just like you said." Unfortunately for them, Shun Long didn't plan to let them go any longer. As he shook his head and answered coldly, "You have already lost your chance to leave. You can all die together now." The slaves around Shun Long looked at him with a worshipping gaze, while the customers seemed to have fallen to the depths of despair when they heard his answer. At that moment, however, another voice seemed to have sounded from the depths of the shop that instantly brought joy back to the faces of the terrified customers. While the overjoyed slaves seemed to have fallen back to terror and despair when they heard it, "Which ignorant bastard dares to step inside my shop and tries to ruin my business?" Shun Long wasn't surprised when he heard this voice and saw the customers instantly stepping to the side and opening a path for 2 middle-aged men and a young man to walk towards them. He had already scanned the shop with his soul sense from the moment that he entered inside it, and had instantly sensed that 2 men at the peak of rank 5 of the nascent soul, as well as a man at the early rank 9 of the spirit realm who was sitting at the shop's depths together. Naturally, the 2 men were Dai Lim and Dai Hao, the 2 peak rank 5 nascent soul stage cultivators who were now walking towards Shun Long. As for the person who was at the early rank 9 of the spirit realm, it was obviously the green-robed young man who was walking by their side. The person who had spoken was actually the middle-aged man on the left. His expression had turned furious when he saw the old man's headless body that was lying on the ground. But the moment he saw Shun Long's yellow robes, his expression instantly changed as he suddenly halted his steps. The middle-aged man on the right had a similar reaction as well, as he instantly realized that Shun Long must be an outer disciple of the holy sect. Even if he was just an early rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator, they knew that they couldn't publicly kill a disciple of the holy sect in their shop, or there would be no place left for them within the holy sect's territory. After all, killing Shun Long privately during a bodyguard mission where no one would find out about it like Su Bao and Su Dong planned to, and killing him in broad daylight inside Yansu City were 2 completely different things. At the end of the day, Yansu City was an official city inside the holy sect's territory, and the 2 families that governed the city deferred to the holy sect. The moment that the 2 brothers laid their hands on him, they knew that they were doomed to be chased from the forces of both the Zhu and the Yen family until they died. At that moment, Dai Lim and Dai Hao seemed to have realized something, as they both turned their heads towards the young man behind them at the same time. The young man seemed to have also realized what was going on, as he nodded his head towards them with a reassuring expression on his face, before he turned his gaze towards Shun Long. With a calm look on his face, he took a few steps forward towards him, before he said without a hint of anxiousness or fear in his expression, "It looks like you are an outer disciple of the holy sect. Right? What's your name and which family do you come from?" Based on how low your cultivation is, you must be someone newly admitted to the holy sect. Is there a feud between you and the Dai brothers, or is there some other reason you are here?" Yen Wen immediately threw a barrage of questions towards Shun Long, completely uncaring of his identity as an outer disciple of the holy sect. At that moment, the middle-aged man on his right immediately took a step forward when he heard this, and looking at the green-robed young man next to him, he said politely, "Young Master Yen Wen, neither I nor Dai Hao have ever met with him before. Maybe he is here because someone has targeted our shop." As soon as Dai Lim offered his opinion, Dai Hao nodded hurriedly, confirming that they had never met Shun Long before, while the green-robed young man's eyes lit up in realization, with a calm smile on his face as if he was looking at 3 jumping clowns. Shun Long surprisingly nodded his head before he said, "You are right. There has been a personal mission from the sect that requires you 2 to die." As for Yen Wen, he didn't even bother to respond to his questions. Why would Shun Long even pay attention to an early rank 9 spirit realm cultivator who suddenly starts barraging him with questions? Dai Lim and Dai Hao's faces instantly paled when they heard Shun Long's answer, unable to conceal the fear on their faces any longer. Of course, they weren't afraid that Shun Long would kill them, but they were terrified of the fact that the holy sect had placed a mission on their heads. This was the same as if a king had issued a royal decree in a mortal kingdom, ordering for a commoner to be sentenced to death. Even if they didn't kill Shun Long and they somehow managed to send him away peacefully, there would definitely be other powerful disciples of the holy sect who would come to take their heads in the near future. Since the mission has already been accepted by the holy sect, it means that the sect has researched thoroughly about them, and has already confirmed that the two brothers deserve to die. Terrified? They could only turn their heads to look at young Master Yen for help. But they saw that his expression had also turned ugly when he heard this news. Taking a deep breath, Yen Wen calmed himself down, and after throwing a few more looks towards the pleading Dai brothers, he turned his attention back towards Shun Long and waved his hand dismissively before he said seriously, "You can return back to the holy sect. Dai Hao and Dai Lim are my friends. So they are also friends of my Yen family. I will personally ask my family to take care of this. So there is no need for someone like you to concern yourself with this matter any longer." Dai Lim and Dai Hao both heaved a sigh of relief when they got young Master Yan's promise that he would deal with this. But young Master Yan's expression was still ugly. It was obvious that dealing with a personal mission of the holy sect wasn't something easy to do. Otherwise he wouldn't have turned so serious when he heard this. Seeing that Shun Long had yet to leave and instead he was staring at him like he was looking at an idiot, Yen Wen's expression instantly turned ugly as he took another step forward in a threatening manner and said furiously, "Didn't you hear me? I told you to scram." At that moment, Shun Long's expression finally changed as a sudden wave of bloodlust erupted from his body. One that made the furious young master of the Yen family to take a few steps back in shock. Shun Long however didn't stop. As he circulated his Monarch's hourglass to the extreme before he activated his second Monarch's domain, the flow of time around his body instantly increased by many times, increasing his speed explosively. As Shun Long suddenly took a step forward and appeared right in front of the green-robed Yen Wen before Dai Lim and Dai Hao had even realized what was going on. What? The two brothers didn't even see when Shun Long had made his move. But in less than a single second, he had actually appeared in front of Yen Wen, extending his right hand forward with an ice-cold look on his face. Shun Long grabbed Yen Wen from the throat and lifted him up like he was lifting a chicken. His body that was radiating endless killing intent made the green-robed young master of the Yen family tremble in shock. He had never expected that someone would dare to land their hands on him inside Yansu City after he had given them his name. Brat! Let go of young Master Yen. Bastard, how dare you! Quickly! Let young Master Yen go, or you will die without a complete corpse. Turning his head to the side, Shun Long stared at Dai Lim and Dai Hao who were hurling threats towards him. But not only did he not let Yen Wen go, but he even clenched his hand lightly. "Ah! Help!" Yen Wen's screams resounded throughout the shop, causing Dai Lim and Dai Hao to stare at Shun Long with furious gazes but not daring to take a single step towards him. If something happened to Yen Wen, there would be no one who could deal with the holy sect's mission that targeted their heads. No. If something really happens to young Master Yen, forget about the holy sect's mission. Before someone from the holy sect even comes here, the Yen family will definitely take our heads first. As they came to this conclusion, the two brothers didn't know what to do as they looked at each other fearfully. They knew that Shun Long was just an early rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator and they could kill him within a few seconds. Even if they moved forward to kill Shun Long right now, he would be able to snap Yen Wen's neck before they managed to, but Yen Wen was already in his hands. Touch him? Unfortunately for the two brothers, Shun Long didn't give a shit about them, as he stared at Yen Wen with the same cold look on his face. Before he asked him, "Scram. Who the fuck are you to tell me to scram? Didn't I tell you to fuck off this shop or I will bury you along with it? Since you refused to leave, then you can die here." Crack. Without another word, Shun Long clenched his right hand tightly, snapping Yen Wen's neck without any hesitation. A deathly silence instantly filled the interior of the shop as everyone inside it, regardless if it was Dai Lim, Dai Hao, or the remaining customers who had tried to escape previously, all looked at Shun Long with looks of disbelief on their faces. "You bastard! Are you crazy?" Dai Hao and Dai Lim were the first ones to react, as they shouted at Shun Long with looks of fury as well as terror in their eyes. They couldn't believe that he was crazy enough to actually kill Yen when he had already mentioned that he came from the Yen family. And the worst part was that he did this inside their own shop. No matter what, Dai Hao and Dai Lim would both be hunted down by the Yen family after today for failing to protect Yen when inside their shop. At that moment, Dai Lim and Dai Hao's eyes both turned red as they turned to look at each other and nodded their heads simultaneously. Dai Lim was the first one to make a move, as he suddenly took out a small dagger from his robes and rushed towards Shun Long, while his dagger aimed for the side of his throat. As for Dai Hao, a 1.6 meters (5.2 feet) long saber appeared in his hand. Before he attacked Shun Long from the other side, Shun Long's golden eyes instantly lit up, before he activated his original Monarch's domain, immediately slowing down the speed of the two brothers by almost half. However, although Dai Hao and Dai Lim's speed was reduced by almost half, the same couldn't be said about the rest of the customers inside the shop who were now in a frozen-like state. Naturally, since even the strongest of them was only at the peak of rank 2 in the nascent soul, they were unable to resist Shun Long's Monarch's domain that forcibly halted the flow of time around their bodies. Inside his domain, Shun Long was truly a king. He could feel that as his comprehension of his Tao of time increased, even his control of his Monarch's domain, as well as its radius, had started to increase as well. Shun Long believed that after he broke through to the Tao King realm successfully, his Tao of time would obtain a qualitative change. Staring at the attacks of the two brothers that were now at half of their original speed, Shun Long waved his hand, causing a pitch-black sword to appear in front of him. Just as Dai Lim's dagger was about to reach him, Shun Long held the black sword and used blink, as he suddenly disappeared from Dai Lim's eyes. "Brother! Behind you!" Dai Hao shouted in horror after seeing that Shun Long had suddenly appeared behind his brother, while even Dai Lim's eyes widened after seeing that his dagger had failed to hit Shun Long's throat. However, before Dai Lim could even respond, Shun Long slashed his black sword horizontally towards Dai Lim's waist. The peak rank 5 nascent soul stage expert's body was instantly cleaved in half, before it collapsed on the ground under Dai Hao's horrified eyes. "Brother!" Dai Hao screamed loudly in despair, when he saw Dai Lim's body lying on the ground in front of him. Unfortunately for him, Shun Long's slash hadn't just destroyed Dai Lim's body, but it had completely destroyed his soul as well, instantly killing the peak rank 5 nascent soul stage cultivator. "Let's die together then." A look of madness suddenly appeared inside Dai Hao's eyes as he looked at Shun Long, who was standing just a few meters in front of him, before he started to madly gather his energy inside his dantian. Indeed, he was trying to explode himself, just like the leader of the Dark Blade Guild, Tan Du-yi, had done back in the Night Star continent. Shun Long still remembered how Tan Du-yi's explosion had managed to hurt even little Silver back then, causing his wings to be filled with its blood. Instantly realizing what Dao Hao was trying to do, Shun Long's serious gaze was fully focused on him, as he mumbled to himself in an inaudible voice, "Time prism." Shun Long could feel more than 40% of his chi being sapped in an instant, as he forcibly stopped the flow of time around Dai Hao, placing him in a temporary time prison. Holding his black sword with both hands, he then used blink for a second time, appearing right in front of the frozen Dai Hao, before he slashed his black sword horizontally towards his abdomen. A rain of blood soon followed suit, as Dai Hao's body was slashed in half by Shun Long's sword slash, before he collapsed on the ground barely a moment later. Another peak rank 5 nascent soul cultivator died in just a single slash. There was no mercy inside Shun Long's eyes as he slowly turned his attention towards the remaining customers inside the shop, who were still under the effects of his Monarch's domain. In the blink of an eye, 7 more corpses appeared inside the shop, lying on the ground right next to the Dai Lim, Dai Hao, and the green-robed young Master Yen Wen. After gathering their spatial rings, Shun Long stopped his Monarch's domain, allowing the flow of time inside the shop to return to normal. The slaves inside the shop, who were also affected by the Monarch's domain as well, were all stunned when they saw the Dai Lim and Dai Hao's corpses on the ground right next to Yen Wen's, before they turned their attention towards the yellow-robed young man who was standing at the center of the shop. Some of the slaves even thought that they were dreaming for a moment. unable to truly believe the scene in front of their eyes. But the thick scent of blood that had filled the shop made them realize that this was anything but a dream. Using the black sword in his hands, Shun Long freed every single one of the slaves that were inside the shop, before he turned around and stepped past the shop's entrance, freeing the remaining slaves who were standing outside as well. Regardless if it was the chi condensation rookies or the nascent soul stage cultivators, every single one of the slaves looked at him with gazes filled with respect, reverence, and gratefulness. Only after those people had lost their freedom and were put to be sold as slaves by Dai Lim and Dai Hao, after being humiliated over and over again while enduring those gazes that looked at them as if they were nothing more than an item for sale, did they finally realize the cruelty of this world. Shun Long ignored their reverent gazes of those people, and pointing at the distance ahead of them he then said, "You are no longer slaves. But if you allow yourselves to be caught again, I doubt that you will be freed a second time." More than 30 cultivators all bowed towards Shun Long, before they turned around and started to run as far as possible. Especially those who were inside the shop, and had seen Shun Long kill Yen Wen. They knew it was only a matter of time until the Yen family got wind of it. However, there were some who didn't run right away. And looking at the yellow-robed young man in front of them, they steeled their hearts and walked towards him before one of them said cautiously, "Senior, that young Master Yen Wen that you killed is really from the Yen family of Yansu City. The Yen family is one of the 2 biggest families in the city and they control the city alongside the Zhu family. As for young Master Yen Wen, he was someone who visited Dai Hao's and Dai Lim's shop very often. And we have even heard that his father is one of the elders of the Yen family. Even if Senior is really a disciple of the holy sect, if you don't have a powerful backing you will definitely be chased down by the Yen family. Also, thank you for saving us." Since Shun Long hadn't activated his first Monarch's domain before he had killed Yen Wen, every single one of the slaves inside the shop had witnessed the terrifying sight that had taken place inside it. Thus, although these people were afraid and wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible, they still grouped together and informed Shun Long of the incoming danger. Surprisingly, Shun Long actually smiled at them and said, "Don't worry. I already figured as much from the beginning. However, it still doesn't matter. His identity makes no difference in my eyes. But he is from the Yen family." Those people couldn't understand why Shun Long would still dare to save them and kill Yen Wen after knowing of his identity. No matter what, they were still inside Yansu City. Killing Yen Wen in this place was no different than declaring war on the Yen family. At that moment, the look on Shun Long's face turned serious as he continued, "The Yen family. So what? Is there a reason for me to be afraid of the Yen family inside Yansu City when I am a disciple of the holy sect? This is still the holy sect's territory in the end. Killing Dai Lim and Dai Hao was also a mission issued by the holy sect itself. So why would a disciple of the holy sect simply leave? Just because Yen Wen ordered him to do so. However, even if I wasn't a disciple of the holy sect, I would still kill him all the same today." The freed slaves around him all looked at Shun Long incredulously when they heard his last sentence, but Shun Long didn't seem to be willing to explain anything else, as he turned his attention towards the small shop in front of him. Now that every single slave had been freed, there was no reason for Dai Lim's and Dai Hao's shop to remain standing. Holding his black star-rank sword in his hand, Shun Long raised it above his head and infused his chi inside it, before he slashed it forward, unleashing a powerful black-colored slash. Although the protective formations around the shop automatically activated themselves as soon as the Thunder God's slash landed on the shop's outer walls, they only managed to last for a single second before they were destroyed. The entire shop was instantly razed to the ground, causing all of the passers-by to stare at Shun Long with gazes full of shock and fear. This was even more so once they noticed that he was just an early rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator. Even some of the middle stage nascent soul cultivators from the crowd couldn't help but shiver after feeling the power of that sword slash which destroyed Dai Lim's and Dai Hao's shop, and were uncertain if they would be able to block it if they were the ones to face it instead. Who is this guy? Isn't that Dai Lim's shop that he attacked? Someone really dared to destroy his shop. The slave trader Dai Lim. How is this possible? I heard that he has already obtained the protection of the Yen family. Which was why he hadn't been arrested even when he and his brother abducted a woman in broad daylight a couple of weeks ago. Is this guy crazy? Not only does he dare to mess with those two inhuman slave traders, but he actually attacked a shop protected by the Yen family. No. Look at his robes. Aren't those the robes of an outer disciple of the holy sect? A few people from the crowd seemed to have recognized Shun Long's robes, making the discussions around them instantly turn even more fervent. Shun Long however simply ignored the people around him and the curious gazes that they were shooting towards him, as he raised his hand and slashed the air in front of him, opening a 2 meters (6.6 feet) long space tier under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd. He then stepped inside the space tier before he disappeared. As he appeared close to the city gates a moment later, Shun Long walked towards them with an unhurried pace. Since he had already killed Dai Hao and Dai Lim and completely destroyed their shop, there was no reason for him to stay in Yansu City any longer. He was planning to return back to the Holy City and train himself in the Dao Tower until he met Lu Mei and the rest back in the Holy Sect. As for killing Yen Wen during this mission, Shun Long was completely unfazed by it even after hearing that he was actually the son of an elder of the Yen family. There was no way that Shun Long would simply turn around and leave from the city just because Yen Wen had ordered him to scram out of the shop, although he didn't know what kind of influence the Yen family had inside the Holy Sect. He honestly didn't care about it either. Shun Long hadn't joined the Holy Sect simply so he could lay low and slowly grow biding his time. He knew that his own faction alone was going to offend many people inside the sect, especially when they joined the faction wars and started to climb in the faction rankings. Thus, from the beginning, he wasn't planning to stay low-key inside the sect. After all, every single one of his faction members aside from himself had actually been accepted as personal disciples by inner court elders. Once word of this started to spread within the sect, many powerful outer disciples would start turning their attention towards him, including some of those disciples who belonged to the top 100 factions. In front of that, what the hell was the son of a single elder from the Yen family? Although Shun Long didn't know how strong this family really was, he knew that it was definitely nothing compared to the top families who lived inside the Holy City. At the same time that Shun Long was walking past the city gates, inside a luxurious mansion at the heart of the city, a white-haired old man dressed in green robes was sitting in front of a marble table, with a purple-robed middle-aged man sitting opposite to him. The marble table only had 2 cups of wine and a single wine flask on top of it. The white-haired old man had a bright smile on his face as he grabbed the flask of wine from the table and filled both the cups to the brim, before he looked at the middle-aged man sitting opposite to him and said, "Brother Yen, haven't you always wanted to drink my purple nectar wine? Hee. Then let this elder brother share it with you today since I happen to be in a good mood." The middle-aged man whom the white-haired old man called as Brother Yen snorted in response when he heard the old man's words. And looking at him with an envious look on his face he then said, "Senior Zhu, didn't you just call me here today to brag? Would you have shared your purple nectar wine with me today if it wasn't for your grandson entering the top 600 places in the martial roll of honor inside the Holy Sect?" The white-haired old man started laughing boisterously when he heard this, his joyous laughter resounding throughout the entire room as he nodded his head and said, "Ha ha ha. Indeed. This old man is truly blessed to have such a grandson. However, there is no need to worry. Once your son enters the Holy Sect, I will personally tell Guan Yu to take care of him." The middle-aged man's face instantly brightened when he heard this, as he laughed and emptied his cup of wine before he said in an overjoyed tone, "Then I must thank Senior in advance. I have heard that Guan Yu has already reached the peak of rank 9 in the nascent soul and he can nearly fight against an early rank 1 Dao King head-on. I am sure it's only a matter of a time until he enters the top 500 rankings of the sect as well. Perhaps in the future he will even be able to match geniuses like Zhu Rong from your Zhu family." The white-haired old man had a proud smile on his face when he heard so many praises for his grandson. But as soon as the name Zhu Rong was brought up, he simply shook his head and sighed before he answered in a tone that was filled with disappointment. Although there are some chances for Guan Yu to enter the top 500 rankings, it will be impossible for him to go any higher if he doesn't break through to the Dao King realm. Geniuses like Zhu Rong are simply monsters in human skin who have also received the best resources of the clan. It is simply impossible for Guan Yu to compete with the heir of the clan. You should understand this too, since your family's Yanbai is no different. The white-haired old man sighed as he said this, while a look of envy also appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes when the name Yanbai was mentioned. At that moment, just as the old man in purple robes was about to drink his wine as well, the door of the room was suddenly opened, as a young man in green robes entered inside, along with two middle-aged men in purple robes who were following after him. The white-haired old man of the Zhu family and the green-robed middle-aged man from the Yen family both turned their eyes towards the green-robed young man with stern looks on their faces. Before the old man turned his eyes towards his two guards who seemed to have allowed the green-robed young man inside like that. However, before the old man questioned his guards, the green-robed young man looked at the middle-aged man from the Yen family and knelt on the floor. Before he said in a voice that was filled with dread, Elder Yen Ning. Something terrible happened. The middle-aged man's from the Yen family. Yen Ning's eyebrows were raised when he heard the alarmed tone in the green-robed young man's voice. But the young man didn't care as he continued speaking with a face filled with horror. It's Elder's son. Young Master Yen Wen's life jade has. It has shattered. Yen Ning's face instantly paled when he heard this, while even the white-haired old man from the Zhu family stared at the young man who had entered the room with eyes filled with shock. Was this a joke? How could Yen Wen's life jade shatter when he was still inside Yansu City? Would someone really dare to touch him inside Yansu City? The life jade was a magical jade that the geniuses of the powerful families in the central region used, so that their family would know of their condition, and if they were alive or if a mishap had actually happened. Everyone clearly understood that a life jade shattering could only mean one thing: that the person whom the life jade belonged to had actually perished. If the young man in front of them wasn't wearing the robes of the Yen family, the white-haired old man from the Zhu family would have never believed what he had just heard. As for Elder Yen Ning, his hands had started to tremble, causing the empty cup of wine to fall from his hand and shatter into countless pieces upon touching the ground. And yet, Yen Ning didn't seem to have noticed this, as his eyes kept staring at the young man in front of him while a gaze that was filled with killing intent that he was unable to suppress, causing his aura, the Tao King realm, to erupt from his body and shake the entire room. The white-haired man from the Zhu family shook his head and looked at the green-robed young man who was kneeling on the floor before he asked what was Yen Wen's last location. The green-robed young man, who was unable to even lift his head from the floor due to Yen Ning's overpowering aura that was now suffocating him, finally raised his head with extreme difficulty and looked at the elder of the Zhu family before he answered fearfully, I heard that young master went to Dai Lim and Dai Hao's slave shop. I don't know if the young master left their shop or if something happened there. Yen Ning stood up from his seat while his gaze that was filled with endless killing intent was instantly focused towards the east of the city, almost as if he was trying to look past the buildings in front of him and have his gaze land directly on Dai Hao's and Dai Lim's shop, as he mumbled to himself, Dai Lim and Dai Hao's shop. Those bastards failed to protect Wenna when he was visiting their shop. I will personally cut their heads off if they are still alive. As for the person who dared to touch my son, I will destroy your entire family, no matter who you are. Turning his gaze towards the green-robed young man who was looking at him with the same look of dread as before, Yen Ning then said in a frosty tone that seemed to be able to chill the hearts of anyone who heard it, lock down the entire city. Don't let anyone leave. Without saying another word, Yen Ning didn't even bid farewell to the white-haired old man from the Zhu family before he soared in the sky, destroying the roof of the room without any hesitation as he flew towards the east of the city at full speed. The people of Yansu City trembled when they sensed the furious Tao King who was flying in the sky and was radiating endless killing intent, as they all understood that something extremely big must have happened. Something that would probably affect the entire Yansu City. At the same time that the entire Yansu City was about to be engulfed in a storm, Shun Long had already walked past the city gates a few moments ago, as he headed towards the Flame Lion's Canyon right away. Since he had no other reason to stay in Yansu City now that he had completed both of the missions that he had accepted from the assignment hall, there was no way that Shun Long would simply stay there when the elders of the Yen family would be looking for him after he had killed Yen Wen. Although Shun Long wasn't afraid that they would dare to do anything publicly to a disciple of the holy sect, as that would be equivalent to the Yen family attacking the prestige of the sect itself. Returning back to the holy city was still the most important thing to do right now, since he planned to spend the remaining 2 weeks within the Tao Tower advancing his comprehension of his Tao of time. Thus there was no way that he would simply waste his time fighting with the people from the Yen family. Besides, it was very likely that the Yen family had more than a handful of Tao kings. So fighting with them without even little silver by his side was impossible just yet, even if he wanted to. Naturally, Shun Long wouldn't take the long way around that would take him nearly a month to return back to the holy city. There were only 20 days left until he met Lu Mei and the rest in front of the holy sect's gates. And if he really spent the remaining 20 days traveling, he wouldn't be able to even make it back in time to the holy sect, let alone train in the Tao Tower inside the holy city like he was planning to. Even though the Flame Lion's Canyon was said to be extremely dangerous and it was rumored to even have rank 6 magic beasts inside it. Now that Shun Long wouldn't have to protect Yingui and keep his carriages safe during the journey, crossing the canyon would be much easier. After all, even if Shun Long met with peak rank 5 magic beasts again, even if they were beasts who had stronger mental defenses than the peak rank 5 red-furred bear that he had met the last time and couldn't be taken care of in one hit, he was still confident that he could injure them heavily with the poison he had concocted from the soul-poisoning hell grass and kill them all the same. Of course, if he was unlucky enough to meet with any rank 6 magic beasts, there was no way that Shun Long would even think of fighting them. He knew that it was impossible to harm them even if he threw all his remaining bottles of poison towards them. The only thing that he could do was try to run as far away as he could from them. After all, the difference between a peak rank 5 and an early rank 6 magic beast was an enormous one. I only have 6 more bottles filled with the poison from the soul-poisoning hell grass. But they should still be enough to allow me to cross the canyon even if I meet with 2 or 3 peak rank 5 magic beasts. With this thought in mind, Shun Long no longer held back, as he ran at full speed, leaving Yansu behind him to disappear in the distance. After running for almost 3 hours, Shun Long quickly arrived back at the canyon's entrance. Although it had taken him 10 hours to reach Yansu City from the Flame Lion's Canyon the first time when he was riding the carriage that Yingui's Ironhide cows were pulling, in the end, the Ironhide cows were still rank 4 magic beasts. Even if they were running at full speed, they could never be compared to Shun Long's own speed. As soon as he stepped foot inside the canyon, Shun Long immediately circulated his Monarch's hourglass, causing his eyes to turn golden at the same time. Before he headed towards the canyon's depths right away, he knew that he was less than 30 minutes away from the spot where he had killed the peak rank 5 red-furred bear a day ago. Even though this place was still considered to be extremely dangerous since it was still within the depths of the canyon. As long as no rank 6 magic beasts showed up, Shun Long was confident to take on even peak rank 5 beasts, which was why he dared to step foot inside the canyon by himself. However, even most peak rank 9 nascent soul stage experts wouldn't usually enter the depths of the canyon by themselves without a large and powerful group, unless they were extremely desperate to cross the canyon as soon as possible. A little more than half an hour soon passed before Shun Long arrived at the same spot where he had killed the peak rank 5 red-furred bear 1 day ago. Surprisingly, the bear's blood that had fallen on the ground back then had yet to dry, even after an entire day had gone by. And it had actually formed a small pool of blood on the ground instead. Ignoring the small pool of blood, however, Shun Long followed the same path that he and Yingui had followed the first time. As he headed towards the other end of the canyon, activating the second Monarch's domain, Shun Long's speed instantly increased by many folds, causing his body to look like a streak of yellow lightning covered with a faint blue light as he coursed through the Flame Lion's Canyon. Surprisingly, only a handful of peak rank 4 and early rank 5 magic beasts attacked him on the way, and every single one of them was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Although the early rank 5 magic beasts were a bit trickier to handle, they were still taken care of easily as soon as Shun Long took out the black sword from the Stone of Time. In the end, not even a single one of those magic beasts managed to last more than 2 hits. And finally, an hour later, Shun Long arrived at the other end of the canyon. The moment that he walked out of the canyon, Shun Long saw another group standing outside. staring warily at the canyon's entrance. This group seemed similar to Ying Gui's group, with 2 small carriages and a group of over 10 guards that had completely surrounded the carriages, protecting them from all sides. The guards all had solemn looks on their faces as they stared at the entrance of the canyon, as if they were still debating whether to enter or not. Shun Long also noticed that most of the guards seemed to be at the early stages of the nascent soul, while 2 of them were actually at the early rank 4 and the peak rank 4 of the nascent soul respectively. At the same time that Shun Long walked out of the Flame Lion's Canyon, and turned his gaze towards them, the 12 guards all turned to look in his direction as well, staring at him with gazes filled with incredulity and shock. Did that guy really just exit the Flame Lion's Canyon by himself? Don't tell me that he made it out coming from the other side. Idiot. What are you even thinking about? Can't you see that he is just an early rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator? He probably just entered the canyon and walked around the outskirts before coming out again. The first guard nodded his head when he heard his friend's words as he realized that they actually made more sense than his own guess. Indeed. Even they needed a group of 12 people and more than ample preparations just to have a chance to pass through the Flame Lion's Canyon. Could an early rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator even survive if he entered inside by himself? Even reaching the depths of the canyon would be a far-fetched dream. Shun Long however completely ignored the guards' hushed discussions, and soaring in the sky, he headed directly for the holy city. Naturally, Shun Long wouldn't keep his second Monarch's domain active after leaving the Flame Lion's Canyon, or even with his own chi reserves. He knew that it would only be a matter of time until he was completely exhausted. 2 days later, after flying at full speed without taking a break, Shun Long saw the familiar outline of an enormous city appearing in the distance, along with a gigantic mountain towering right above the city, whose peak pierced high above the clouds. Shun Long's lips curved up when he saw the sight in front of him, as he flew towards the bustling city without any hesitation. The line in front of the city gates was no different than 10 days ago, with thousands of cultivators queuing up one after the other, as well as hundreds of carriages waiting in line. In front of the holy city that had tens of thousands of cultivators entering and leaving every single day, Yansu City really seemed like an abandoned small village in comparison. Unlike the last time however, Shun Long didn't wait in front of the city gates along with the rest of the people who were queuing up, and flew towards the city gates right away. Although some people were shocked when they saw someone skipping the queue, to most of them this was a natural occurrence that they had seen far too many times to care about. Forget about the disciples of the holy sect. Even the descendants of the powerful families and clans that lived inside the city didn't have to wait in the queue and could enter the city directly. Although most people were angry at those big families and clans who were abusing their power to do this, no one complained if the disciples of the holy sect had at least this much preferential treatment. Indeed, as soon as the city guards saw Shun Long approaching the gates, they simply bowed before they stepped aside, allowing him to enter the city, just like they did with any other outer court disciple of the holy sect, staring at the city in front of him that was overflowing with life, just like the last time that he was here, with countless street stalls and shops everywhere around him trying to promote their goods. Shun Long headed for the heart of the city right away. Although Shun Long was planning to enter the Dao Tower and spend the following 2 weeks trying to increase his comprehension in his Dao of time before he returned back to the holy sect, he first planned to take a look at the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce that he didn't visit the last time and see if they truly had any rare rank 6 medicinal herbs for sale along with anything else. Finally, 3 hours later, after walking around the center of the city where most of the biggest shops were located, Shun Long saw a massive building that seemed to have been made from pure white jade, with the words White Tiger Chamber of Commerce written above its entrance. The building wasn't as tall as the gigantic Dao Tower that spanned for more than 3.000 meters, 9,850 feet, in the sky. But the area it covered was much wider, enough to fit 5 more Dao Towers inside it. At the same time, Shun Long saw hundreds of cultivators entering and leaving the building at all times. But unlike the Dao Tower, there was no queue to enter inside. Following the crowd, Shun Long had a look of curiosity on his face as he walked past the building's entrance and entered inside. However, The scene that appeared in Shun Long's eyes the moment that he entered inside didn't look like the interior of a building, but like a whole new city instead. A sea of cultivators appeared in his eyes regardless of where he focused his gaze at. All of them standing in front of the hundreds of counters and looking at the items inside that were put on display. Walking around the enormous hall, Shun Long started to take a look at the counters around him to see the items that they sold. But he was soon left disappointed when he realized that most of them were meant for cultivators at the Chi condensation stage and the Earth grade. Whether it was the rank 1 and rank 2 pills and medicinal herbs that were for sale, or the bronze grade weapons and armor along with the yellow grade martial skills and cultivation techniques, none of them would be used by anyone above the Earth grade. Of course, Shun Long quickly realized that this made sense as well. As an enormous city that easily housed tens of millions of cultivators, it wasn't possible for the holy city to only have cultivators at the nascent soul stage and above. It was only natural that there would be hundreds of thousands if not more cultivators at the Chi condensation stage and the Earth grade as well. As for the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, it seemed that they didn't just deal with high-level cultivators but they had practically everything that one would need, regardless of their cultivation stage. After taking one more look at this floor and making sure that there was nothing in this place that would interest even average spirit realm cultivators, Shun Long turned his attention towards the large staircase at the end of the hall that many others walked to and from as well. Entering the second floor, Shun Long saw another sea of cultivators inside it. But their numbers were much fewer compared to the sheer amount of people that were present on the first floor. However, barely 15 minutes later, Shun Long realized that this floor was only filled with rank 3 and rank 4 medicinal herbs and pills, as well as silver-grade weapons and armor, none of which were of any use to the current him. As for the mystic low-grade and middle-grade cultivation and martial skills, Shun Long didn't even glance at them, as he walked towards the large staircase that led to the third floor. Thankfully, the moment that he stepped foot onto this floor, Shun Long understood that he had finally come to the right place. Although this floor seemed to have less than 1,000 people present, with just a look around he realized that rank 5 and rank 6 medicinal herbs and pills were bountiful here. At the same time, rank 1 to rank 3 gold-grade weapons and armor were placed openly for display for anyone who wished to purchase them. Although peak rank 3 gold-grade weapons were few and far between, some of them were also placed for sale on this floor as well. As for the cultivation techniques and martial skills here, every single one of them seemed to be at the mystic high grade. But there wasn't a single one of them at the saint grade or above. Without any hesitation, Shun Long started to stroll around the floor, purchasing every single herb that caught his interest. In less than 1 hour, he had actually spent more than 1,340,000 middle-grade spirit stones, as he purchased more than 20 rank 6 medicinal herbs along with a handful of supplementary rank 5 ones that he was lacking. With the 180,000 middle-grade spirit stones that he had found inside Dai Lim and Dai Hao's spatial rings as well as the 300,000 that Yen Wen was carrying inside his own spatial ring, Shun Long had 2,355,000 middle-grade spirit stones before he entered the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce. After spending more than 1,340,000 all at once, he was left with just 1,015,000 in the end. However, even though he had spent more than half of his spirit stones in one go, the only thing that Shun Long felt regretful for was that there weren't more rank 6 medicinal herbs available to buy. In this past 1 hour, he had actually emptied the entire third floor off of rank 6 medicinal herbs all by himself, leaving behind groups of employers and other cultivators who were staring at him with their eyes wide open. Even a few rank 6 herbs that no one else wanted to buy due to their low maturity age which would make them unsuitable for pill refinement, they were also bought by Shun Long with a smile on his face, feeling that he had made a killing this time, while completely ignoring the gazes of the people around him. After all, it was common knowledge to every alchemist that medicinal herbs had their own ages as well, and unless a herb's maturity age had reached a certain level, it would be almost impossible for someone to use it and refine pills. Even if an alchemist really used such a herb, he would only be able to produce low-grade or middle-grade pills at most, making the herb's value plummet in everyone's eyes. However, Shun Long didn't care about immature herbs in the slightest, as he hoarded every single rank 6 one that appeared in front of him. Naturally. Why would he care about rank 6 medicinal herbs when he could speed up the herbs' growth inside his herb garden in the Stone of Time? The rank 6 medicinal herbs that everyone else saw as trash were actually herbs that could easily be sold for 100.000 middle grade spirit stones if they were mature. And yet Shun Long actually got them for less than half of that price. Finally, after completely emptying the floor of every single rank 6 medicinal herb in sight, a single thought abruptly appeared in his mind, since the first floor corresponds to cultivators at the Chi condensation and those at the earth grade, while the second floor is meant for those who are still at the heaven grade and those at the spirit realm. Then, since the third floor is meant for nascent soul stage and Tao King realm cultivators, is the fourth floor actually meant for Tao emperors and above? At the same time that this thought appeared in his mind, Shun Long turned his attention towards the large staircase at the end of the hall. However, the moment that he did that, Shun Long saw 2 guards clad in golden armor actually blocking the staircase, each of them holding the hilt of a large greatsword. The most shocking thing, however, was actually the aura coming from the guards' bodies. These guards were actually rank 9 Tao King realm experts. The aura coming from the guards deterred everyone from approaching even a single step towards the staircase that was leading to the next floor. This made Shun Long suspect that if one wanted to step foot on that staircase, then that person needed to be at least a Tao King realm expert whose strength was nearing the peak of the Tao King realm. At the same time, he was also extremely surprised that there were actually 2 rank 9 Tao Kings inside the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, guarding the entrance of the next floor. Even in the Holy Sect, the 2 white-robed elders who were guarding the entrance of the sect were just peak rank 9 Tao Kings as well, although the guard's aura wasn't at the same level as the 2 elders of the Holy Sect, making it obvious that they weren't peak rank 9 Tao Kings just yet. Just the presence of these 2 rank 9 Tao Kings acting as guards was enough to scare anyone below the Tao Emperor realm. This White Tiger Chamber of Commerce must have a very deep background to be able to employ 2 rank 9 Tao Kings and have them work for them like this. Although Shun Long didn't know how strong this famous Chamber of Commerce really was, he could guess that their strength was probably not too inferior compared to the Holy Sect. After all, even the most powerful families and clans within the Holy Sect's territory wouldn't be able to use rank 9 Tao Kings to work as guards. Seeing that there was nothing else left for him to buy from this floor, Shun Long turned around and walked back towards the first floor. Of course, although he too wanted to enter the 4th floor and have a look at the items there, he had already noticed how everyone else on the 3rd floor was staring at the 4th floor's entrance with the same excited looks on their faces. However, a single look from the rank 9 Tao Kings who were guarding it quickly made those people change their minds, as they realized that that would be impossible for them to enter unless they reached the peak of the Tao King realm. Walking out from the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, Shun Long remained standing for a few moments, as he turned his gaze towards the enormous black tower in the distance that he could clearly see even from his current location, before he walked straight towards it. Since both the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce and the Tao Tower were located at the heart of the Holy City, it only took a few minutes for Shun Long to reach the colossal black tower. Just like the last time. As soon as he arrived here, Shun Long once again saw the huge queue in front of the Tao Tower, as hundreds of cultivators waited to enter. Half an hour later, it was Shun Long's turn to enter the tower. This time, he didn't need any help from the receptionists at the entrance, as he headed straight towards the 3rd floor, since every single room in both the 1st and the 2nd floor seemed to be already taken. After choosing a random room and placing 5.000 middle grade spirit stones inside the holes on the door, a deep rumbling sound was heard as the door started to automatically open by itself. A room that was filled with nothing but darkness once again appeared in Shun Long's eyes, as he entered inside without any hesitation. At the same time that he entered inside, the door of the room was closed, completely isolating Shun Long from the outside. Waving his hand, he then took out a small orange token from the Stone of Time and placed it by his side, before a small smile was formed on his lips. Shun Long knew that he was just a step away from entering the red rank and he probably could reach it with just a few more wins. However, His goal wasn't the red rank but the opponents at the peak of the nascent soul stage and even the early stage Dao Kings as well. Although he didn't know how he would fare against Dao King realm opponents using just his own comprehension of the Dao just yet. Since he already knew that entering the Dao King realm meant a qualitative change especially in one's Dao. Shun Long was still eager to face a Dao King realm expert and see where he stood and how big the difference between them really was. And yet, to fight against late stage and even peak stage nascent soul stage opponents as well as Dao Kings, Shun Long had already guessed that he would need to reach at least the peak of the red rank if not the purple rank. Right now he was still at the peak of the orange rank. And Shun Long had already noticed that the difficulty to rank up increased with every rank that he advanced. It doesn't matter how many fights I will need to fight. I doubt that it will take more than a week to reach the purple rank. There are still 16 days left until I return back to the holy sect. So it should be more than enough. With these thoughts in mind, Shun Long sat down cross-legged on the ground and first scanned the room with his soul sense to make sure that he was alone. Then, he closed his eyes and sent his soul sense towards the bright orange token of the Dao Tower that he had placed next to him, voluntarily connecting his consciousness with it. The moment that his soul sense entered the token, Shun Long could feel his surroundings rapidly changing. As just like the last time, the feeling of losing control of his own body once again sprouted in his heart. This time however, Shun Long was already prepared so he didn't feel startled by this change. Finally, a couple moments later, he opened his eyes as he found himself inside a familiar, huge palace hall, while the figure of a young woman that was dressed in red robes was standing opposite to him. A week passed by in the blink of an eye, as the figure of a middle-aged man that was standing in front of Shun Long started to turn into motes of light and slowly disappear from the palace hall. At the same time that the old man disappeared, some of the motes of light that were forming his body didn't dissipate in the air. And instead, they started to gather around Shun Long before they were absorbed inside his Dao token. In the past week, Shun Long had fought more than 60 battles inside the Dao Tower, causing the color of his orange token to change from the original deep orange to a deep red color. The higher his rank rose inside the Dao Tower, the more fights he needed to win to advance even further into the next rank while his opponents became even more difficult to handle. In the beginning, Shun Long could easily fight a dozen white and yellow rank opponents without an issue. But as soon as he entered the red rank, every single one of his opponents had a Dao comprehension at the nascent soul stage, causing him to feel much more pressure during the fights. Even with his Dao of time, he could still feel the ever-increasing pressure from the opponents around him, making Shun Long realize that the depth of one's comprehension of their Dao was equally as important as a person's cultivation base. Of course, although he was pressured, Shun Long actually felt exhilarated, as he could clearly feel that his comprehension of his Dao of time was increasing at an extremely rapid rate through these fights. The more he was pressured to fight against these stronger opponents, the deeper he could comprehend his Dao of time as well, making this a cycle that he was unwilling to stop. However, he still had to stop his challenge inside the Dao Tower more than once during the past week, both to quietly comprehend his Dao of time as well, but also to allow his mind to rest. After all, fighting against nascent soul stage cultivators with every single fight, most of whom had even comprehended their Daos even further than Shun Long had comprehended his Dao of time, placed an extremely heavy toll on Shun Long's mind. As for the middle-aged man in front of him whose body had almost completely disappeared by now, he was the strongest opponent that Shun Long had yet faced inside the Dao Tower during the past week. His comprehension of his Dao reaching the peak of the nascent soul stage, even with his Dao of time. At his current comprehension, Shun Long found it more than hard to defeat the old man. If it wasn't for the previous 60 fights that had allowed his comprehension of the Dao to increase by leaps and bounds, Shun Long was certain that he would have lost against this middle-aged man. As the last mote of light coming from the middle-aged man's body was absorbed inside his token, Shun Long saw the deep red token by his side changing colors as it slowly turned purple. I really had to reach the purple rank to fight against peak nascent soul stage opponents. Let's see where my current limits are then. 7 more days quickly passed as well, as the figure of an old man who was dressed in black robes, with short white hair and bony arms and legs, soon materialized in the palace hall in front of Shun Long. Shun Long had a serious look in his eyes as he stared at the old man in front of him, who was casually standing at the center of the hall with an easygoing expression on his face. Even though Shun Long could see that this old man was at the same cultivation level as him inside the palace wall. The early rank 1 of the heaven grade. It was obvious from the aura coming from his body that the old man's true cultivation had already exceeded the absolute peak of the nascent soul. Gusts of wind were tightly hugging his body while wind blades seemed to naturally flow around him. Looking as if this old man was truly someone who commanded the wind itself with a wave of his hand. Shun Long immediately understood that there was only one thing that explained the natural flow of wind around the old man's body. He is a Tao King realm expert. As he came to this conclusion, Shun Long's gaze turned even more serious, as he circulated his Monarch's hourglass without any hesitation, causing his eyes to instantly turn golden at the same time. This was the first time that he had to fight against a Tao King realm expert inside the Tao Tower. During the past week, ever since he had stepped into the purple rank, he had fought with more than 50 peak nascent soul stage cultivators, some of whom were even just a step away from entering the Tao King realm. As long as they could take that one final step forward and comprehend their Tao even further, they could attempt their breakthrough to the Tao King realm at any time. However, those were also the strongest opponents that Shun Long had faced during this time. Even with his Tao of Time, Shun Long found himself in a tough spot when he fought against some of those experts who were just a step away from breaking through to the Tao King realm. Thus, during this past week, he had already realized the difference between a normal nascent soul stage cultivator and an expert who was only half a step away from entering the Tao King realm. Of course, his comprehension of his Tao of Time had also increased even more during the past week. While Shun Long guessed that he was probably at the same level in terms of his comprehension of his Tao of Time as the average late-stage nascent soul cultivator, the black-robed old man glanced at Shun Long with a serious look, before he actually started to laugh a few moments later as he said, "Hee. Kid. I'm not sure if it's this old man that is lucky enough or if it's you that is extremely unlucky. To have reached this far, you probably already understand the difference between the nascent soul stage and the Tao King realm." Although the old man didn't say it explicitly, it was obvious that he was hinting that Shun Long's chances were practically non-existent. Shaking his head, Shun Long activated both of his Monarch's domains, before he turned his eyes towards the black-robed old man in front of him, whose face was still blurry, making it impossible to discern his facial features, before he said calmly a moment later, "Old man, you sound very confident. But unfortunately for you, this isn't the first time I'm fighting against a Tao King purely through Tao comprehension." The old man's laughter suddenly halted when he heard that, while his eyes narrowed dangerously into two slits as he looked at Shun Long. Although he didn't believe that he would actually meet with someone who could defeat a Tao King through their Tao comprehension before they stepped into that realm themselves, since he clearly knew the difference between a Tao King and anyone who had yet to step into that realm, the black-robed old man also knew that it wasn't impossible. There were plenty of monsters around the world, and he wouldn't simply discard the possibility that the yellow-robed kid in front of him was one of them. The chances were low that Shun Long was such a monster, but his words immediately made the old man stare at him seriously, as the gusts of wind around his body started to turn wild and unpredictable. What Shun Long had said just now wasn't a lie, since he had truly fought against a Tao King realm expert in the past purely through his Tao comprehension. It was Kui Guoliang's soul incantation that Shun Long had faced inside the Vermilion realm when he had entered his palace to complete the final trial. Although the conditions weren't exactly the same, since Shun Long was able to use martial skills back then if he wanted to, and he could also make use of his chi that was much purer than Kui Guoliang's soul incantation, as well as his chi reserves, which were incomparable to other cultivators at the same level as him. It was still a fact that back then he was fighting against the soul of a Tao King who was suppressing his cultivation. At the same time, Shun Long didn't want the black-robed old man to look down on him during the fight. He wanted him to give it his all. Otherwise, there was no point in him training inside the Tao Tower. The old man shook his head as the gusts of wind around him turned even more powerful, raising his body rapidly into the air. Before the old man said, "Fine, kid. Since you want this old man to get serious, then so be it. I don't want to waste my time with a greenhorn anyway. Let's see if you are worthy to stand in front of me." pointing his hand forward. Hundreds of wind blades instantly appeared around the old man seemingly out of nothing. Before he sent them all flying towards Shun Long, completely blocking him from all angles. There was no way for someone to simply run away from this attack. This was the power of a Tao King. With a wave of his hand, the old man could easily command the element that he had comprehended, forcing the wind to bend under his will. Understanding that this was just a probing attack and not one that went all out, Shun Long placed his entire focus in his monarch's domain. As the wind blades entered inside Shun Long's domain, the old man's eyes widened as he saw that the wind blades' speed started to slow down drastically. The closer they approached towards Shun Long, the slower the wind blades became. However, thanks to the old man's own level of comprehension, his Tao of Wind was many levels higher than Shun Long's Tao of Time, making Shun Long's monarch's domain unable to fully stop the flow of time around the wind blades. And yet, it didn't matter in the slightest, as the speed of the wind blades ended up being so slow when they reached a distance of just a few meters away from Shun Long, that even an Earth-grade cultivator would be able to effortlessly dodge them. Let alone Shun Long, who was augmented by his second monarch's domain right now. One by one, the hundreds of wind all slammed on the floor of the palace hall, causing it to slightly tremble, as not even a single one of the wind blades managed to touch Shun Long's robes. Despite his failed attempt, the old man didn't send another attack and stared at Shun Long seriously for a few moments without moving, as a single thought flashed through his mind: what kind of Tao is that? It was obvious that the old Tao King's experience wasn't enough to recognize Shun Long's Tao of Time. A moment later, the black-robed old man reorganized his thoughts before he thought to himself: regardless of the type of Tao that you have comprehended, the difference between a nascent soul stage cultivator and a Tao King can't be covered so easily. Closing his eyes, the old man placed his palms together in front of his chest, looking like he was praying, before the wind around his body started to calm down. And yet, Shun Long not at ease after seeing the raging winds calming down, as a feeling of lethal danger sprouted in his heart, before his golden eyes lit up with a bright blue light barely a moment later. At the same time, the figure of an illusionary, enormous bull, that was more than 20 meters 65 feet tall, started to materialize behind the old man. This wasn't a normal bull, but one made purely from the wind that was previously swirling around the old man's body. And yet the feeling that the bull gave became even more real with every passing moment. Barely a couple of seconds passed before the wind bull started to emit an aura similar to the old man and Shun Long, one that was at the early rank 1 of the heaven grade. Although Shun Long was standing opposite from the old man and the wind bull, he seemed to have actually fallen into a trance, as his aura that was clearly at the early rank 1 of the heaven grade had started to turn chaotic. His golden eyes, however, were still staring at the wind bull behind the old man. That looked very much like a real magic beast, the only difference being its body that was made entirely from wind. The old man simply smirked when he saw Shun Long standing still without moving a finger, obviously guessing that he must have felt terrified after seeing his wind bull. Before he said, he, kid, are you afraid? This is the difference between a Tao King and a nascent soul stage cultivator. A Tao King isn't someone mere nascent soul stage cultivators can compare themselves with. I can truly command my Tao. I am a true king. As the old man finished speaking, he pointed his hand forward, causing the wind bull behind him that had finished forming the rest of its body in just a few seconds to fly towards Shun Long at full speed, with its horns aiming at Shun Long's heart. And yet, Shun Long seemed completely oblivious to all of this, as a dozen thoughts were flashing through his mind as he stared at the incoming wind bull whose horns were approaching ever so closer to his heart. Time. It isn't just the flow of time around my body or my opponents. It isn't just the speed of how fast something moves. Time exists inside everything. Even if you are just a mass of wind, you cannot escape the constraints of time. Time, siphon. Staring at the wind bull that was less than a meter away from him, Shun Long's entire body lit up with a bright blue and golden light. Before he mumbled 2 words, time siphon, the wind bull in front of Shun Long that seemed to be made entirely from wind started to slowly disappear as it approached closer and closer towards him. The light coming from Shun Long's body first encompassed the gigantic bull's horns along with the rest of its head, before it moved towards its back and the rest of its body. The black-robed Tao King stared at the scene in front of him with eyes filled with disbelief, as his enormous bull that was made purely from his Tao of Wind started to disappear right in front of his eyes. In just a few moments, the gigantic bull had completely vanished from the palace hall, leaving behind a dumbfounded old man in black robes, as well as Shun Long, who was staring at the scene in front of him with a blank look on his face. What? The old man's almost inaudible voice resounded throughout the empty palace hall, as he stared at the yellow-robed young man in front of him with that same gaze that was filled with confusion and disbelief. The wind bull was something that was formed entirely by his Tao of Wind using his comprehension and strength as a Tao King. And yet the brat in front of him had somehow destroyed it without even lifting a finger. However, this wasn't the end just yet. As Shun Long stared at the figure of the bull in front of him that had completely disappeared a few moments later, before he turned his attention towards the black-robed old man in the sky. The moment that the old man felt Shun Long's gaze landing on him, a feeling of dread and terror overcame him, as he hurriedly circulated his Tao of Wind around him to the brim. It was almost as if an invisible hand had touched his body the moment that Shun Long's gaze had landed on him. Feeling as if the hand itself was trying to rob away his remaining lifespan, the old man took a few steps back in the sky with a gaze filled with horror, before he turned his attention towards the unmoving yellow-robed young man on the ground who was still staring back at him. What kind of fucking monster are you? No matter how hard he tried to hide it, the old man's voice was laced with hints of fear. He knew that it was impossible for his body or even his soul itself to be seriously hurt inside the Tao Tower. And yet the feeling of Shun Long trying to rob away his remaining lifespan was so real, that the old man couldn't help but doubt the capabilities of the Tao Tower for a second. He felt that if he hadn't protected himself with his Tao of Wind, or if he wasn't at the Tao King realm, he wouldn't be able to fully protect himself, and he would feel part of his lifespan slowly seeping away from his body. Thankfully for the old man, the light around Shun Long's body and his eyes only lasted for a few more moments before it disappeared, leaving behind a Shun Long whose aura instantly weakened. However, the old man wasn't surprised by this sight, and he even heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing it. He had used an enormous amount of his chi to form his wind bull. So if Shun Long could really use that terrifying move to destroy his bull without having to pay any price, the old man would truly give up and leave at that moment. No. Even now he was still considering if it was worth to keep fighting against this monster that was standing in front of him. Even though Shun Long was just a nascent soul stage cultivator, the black-robed old man didn't feel safe after being touched by that invisible hand. If it wasn't for the fact that he could sense his Tao of Wind was enough to protect him, he would have really turned around and left. The next scene that took place inside the palace hall, however, truly pushed the old man into the depths of despair. The old man's eyes had a disbelieving look inside them, as he clearly sensed the weak aura coming from Shun Long's body increasing at an extremely rapid rate. In the beginning, the old man could feel that Shun Long only had less than 30% of his chi left, while the old man had a little more than 40%. Thus, with him being a Tao King realm expert and Shun Long having expended a larger amount of his chi to take care of his wind bull, the old man knew that even if his fight with Shun Long wasn't easy, he was still the one who had the upper hand right now. However, the moment that his gaze landed on Shun Long's body, the old man could clearly feel Shun Long's weakened aura that was recovering extremely quickly. In just a few moments, his aura, which made it painfully obvious previously that Shun Long only had 30% of his chi remaining, quickly exceeded the old man's without showing any signs of stopping. Although both Shun Long and the black-robed old man were still at the early rank 1 of the heaven grade, anyone who landed their eyes on the two of them could feel that the amount of chi inside their bodies wasn't the same. In just a couple of seconds, Shun Long's chi seemed to have recovered to more than 80%, leaving behind a dumbfounded black-robed Tao King who was staring at him with a gaze filled with shock and even fear, with both of his monarch's domains still active around him, one of them increasing his speed while the other one was slowing down the old man. Shun Long instantly shot forward at full speed as he headed towards the old man. There was no way that he would simply allow the old man to barrage him with his attacks without responding. At that moment, however, The old man simply gritted his teeth before he said in an angry tone, "Brat. You better pray that you don't face me the next time, or I swear I will make you suffer, damn. If I knew that my raging wind bull wouldn't be any effective, I wouldn't have wasted so much of my chi for it." As he finished speaking, the old man didn't wait for Shun Long to arrive in front of him, before he decisively cut off the connection between himself and his token, causing his body to turn into motes of light that started to disappear from the palace hall. Shun Long stared at the prideful Tao King, who retreated so shamelessly with a dumbfounded gaze, before he sat back down on the floor a few moments later and observed the motes of light that were entering inside his purple token one after the other. Sometime later, he cut off the connection with his token as well, returning back to his dark, empty room inside the Tao Tower. The moment that he cut off the connection with his token, Shun Long once again heard the deep, rumbling sound coming from behind him, as the large door opened automatically. Without any hesitation, he stood up as he walked out of the room, walking back towards the first floor, obviously having no more intentions to stay in the Tao Tower any longer. Shun Long knew that he only had 2 more days until he met with Lu Mei and the rest in front of the Holy Sect's entrance. And he was curious to see how much stronger everyone else had grown as well during this past month. It was better for him to spend the next 2 days cultivating inside an inn, and solidifying his advancement in his comprehension of his Tao of Time. Naturally, his gains from the Tao Tower in the past 2 weeks were more than most people would get if they fought here continuously for months or even years. Just this last fight against the black-robed old man was enough to make everything during the past 2 weeks worth it. What the black-robed Tao King didn't know before he retreated from the palace hall was that him creating the raging wind bull through his Tao of Wind actually pushed Shun Long into a state of enlightenment and deeper understanding, allowing him to comprehend his Tao of Time even further. Otherwise, it was unknown if Shun Long would be able to increase the comprehension of his Tao so quickly, even if he spent a full month inside the Tao Tower. Entering a state of enlightenment wasn't something that cultivators could do so at will. It was a chance that rarely came, and a cultivator needed to be lucky enough to grasp it. With a joyous smile on his face, Shun Long headed towards an inn at the heart of the city and rented a small courtyard to spend the next 2 days. Although his comprehension hadn't reached the standard of a Tao King yet, it was now infinitely close to reaching the peak of the nascent soul stage. However, what Shun Long was most excited about wasn't just his comprehension of the Tao of Time that was increasing, but also the new skill that he had comprehended, the time siphon. This skill allowed him to absorb the time in everything else around him and use it for himself. In essence, he could actually steal the time inside every living and non-living being, including the lifespan in a cultivator's body. This was the feeling that the black-robed Tao King had felt that had made him horrified. Shun Long's time siphon was trying to steal his remaining lifespan. If Shun Long had managed to do it successfully, he could steal the lifespan of the old man and absorb it for himself. The old man was extremely happy that his comprehension of his Tao of Wind was far above Shun Long's comprehension of his own Tao. So regardless of how strong Shun Long was or how peculiar his Tao was, he couldn't casually steal the life of a Tao King without him retaliating. As long as the old man protected himself with his Tao of Wind, Shun Long would find it almost impossible to break through his defense using his time siphon. Although the old man could protect himself from Shun Long's time siphon, the same couldn't be said about the raging wind bull that he had created. Using the time siphon, Shun Long successfully stole the time inside the bull without any problem. Since the bull was created purely from the old man's chi, Shun Long easily absorbed all of its chi for himself, replenishing the chi that he had spent to use his time siphon while putting the old man in an extremely unfavorable situation at the same time. Sitting inside the room with his eyes closed, Shun Long placed his full attention on his Tao of Time, and more importantly his time siphon for the next 2 days. He knew that as he reached closer and closer to the Tao King realm, his Tao of Time itself would also experience significant changes. And Shun Long guessed that the time siphon that he had comprehended just now was only a single part of it. Finally, 2 days later, Shun Long opened his eyes and stood up from the meditative cushion that he was sitting before leaving the room of the inn. As he headed towards the gates of the holy city, flying past the city gates, He turned his attention towards the enormous mountain in the distance. Today was the day that Shun Long had promised to meet Lu Mei and the rest in front of the gates of the holy sect. Without any hesitation, he soared in the sky as he headed towards the holy mountain's peak. 20 minutes later, the familiar white palace that had its gates wide open once again appeared in his eyes as he reached the peak of the mountain, with the two white-robed elders standing guard in front of it just like the last time. Almost as if they never moved from that place. Just like the last time. Shun Long could see many disciples entering and leaving the holy sect at all times, with most of them either going to complete the missions that they had accepted, or going towards the holy city to purchase items or for some other reasons. Taking a look around the city gates, Shun Long quickly spotted the familiar silhouette of a gorgeous young woman with black hair, whose peerlessly beautiful face and her limpid black eyes could ensnare the soul of both men and women alike. Next to her was a stunning blonde-haired young woman with enchanting green eyes and a bright smile on her face, whose features weren't considered inferior to the black-haired young woman's at all. A black-haired young man with deep blue eyes and sword-like eyebrows was also standing next to the two women with a calm and gentle smile on his face. The moment that Shun Long's gaze fell on the three people, they all turned their attention towards him when they saw him walking in their direction. Long Ji? Brother Long. Lu Mei was the first one to speak as she exclaimed out in a voice full of joy the moment that her eyes spotted Shun Long, while She Xingyi's voice followed soon after. As the two women walked towards Shun Long at the same time, the black-haired Bai Longshan smiled gently as well, as he walked towards Shun Long and cupped his hands before he greeted him. Brother, it's good to see you again. Shun Long smiled and nodded his head at Bai Longshan and the two overjoyed girls, while even being somewhat surprised by their sudden increase in cultivation. Before his eyes started to look around for Jiang Chen as well. He was the only one missing from his group. But the day wasn't over yet, so he wasn't surprised. Besides, from their group, aside from him, Jiang Chen was most likely the strongest one when they left the holy sect. Even if he couldn't use his bloodline of the demonic crow of darkness because the 3-month period had yet to pass since they joined the holy sect, he was still strong enough to ensure his survival if something happened. Lu Mei didn't care about anything as she went forward and hugged Shun Long tightly, almost as if she wanted to feel his body scent that she had missed for the past month. Before she affectionately held his arm and looked at him in the eyes, Shun Long smiled gently and patted her head before he asked the three of them, how were the missions that you chose? Judging from how much your cultivation has increased during the past month, none of you probably had any trouble with it. Of course, how could the three of them had faced much trouble when they were completing D-rank, personal missions? Since their cultivation had already increased by leaps and bounds during this time. The aura that Lu Mei was emitting was already that of an early rank 5 nascent soul stage cultivator, while Bai Longshan and She Xingyi seemed to have reached the middle of rank 5 of the nascent soul and even looked like they were just a step away from the peak of rank 5 as well. This made Shun Long extremely surprised. Since before they had left the holy sect, Lu Mei was still at the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul, while Bai Longshan and She Xingyi were both at the early rank 4 of the nascent soul. It was one thing for Lu Mei's cultivation to increase explosively since she had most likely absorbed the qi, not just from the middle rank 4 and the peak rank 4 nascent soul stage criminals that she had to deal with, but from other enemies as well, which was exactly what her blood absorption art was used for. But Bai Longshan and She Xingyi's cultivation increasing so quickly was extremely surprising. After all, even if they had an entire month to cultivate in seclusion after returning back to the sect, they shouldn't be able to increase their cultivation so quickly. This wasn't a matter of talent, but simply the difference between their cultivation techniques. In the end, Lu Mei's blood absorption art was one that Little Black had personally handed to her. And despite all of the drawbacks and risks it had, it was still one that allowed her to keep up with Shun Long's speed of advancement. Almost as if he had actually guessed what Shun Long was thinking about. Bai Longshan turned his gaze towards the holy sect's gates behind them before he said seriously, after I completed the master and disciple ceremony with my master, he gave me a high-grade rank 5 pill as a welcoming gift, and said that that pill would allow me to increase my cultivation by a full minor rank, but that it's only effective for cultivators who are in the middle stages of the nascent soul. After consuming the pill, Not only did I reach the early rank 5 of the nascent soul, but I even reached the middle of rank 5 soon after. Xie Xingyi had a surprised look on her face when she heard Bai Longshan's words. And turning her gaze towards Shun Long, she nodded her head a moment later before she said, "Brother Long. It's actually the same for me. After the Master and Disciple ceremony, Master gave me a high-grade rank 5 pill as well with the same effects." Shun Long looked at Bai Longshan and Xie Xingyi with a look of surprise in his eyes, as he suddenly realized what was going on a moment after. Of course, not every master would give their disciples their most rare and prized possessions like Elder Xuan did with Lu Mei. And Bai Longshan's and Xie Xingyi's masters were the same. Despite the fact that they favored the two of them since they were extremely talented, and even accepted them as personal disciples, they couldn't afford to give their most important treasures to every single disciple that they accepted. Some elders accepted a handful of disciples at most like Elder Xuan, but others accepted more than a few dozen personal disciples. Even Elder Xuan, who had given Lu Mei her personal pendant, was actually unwilling to part with it in her heart. If it wasn't for Lu Mei having comprehended the same Tao as her master, she wouldn't have given it to her and would have most likely simply given her a pill like the one that Xie Xingyi and Bai Longshan had received from their masters. This was why it made sense for most of the elders of the sect to give the same welcoming gift to most of their disciples. Compared to Xie Xingyi's and Bai Longshan's master, Lu Mei's senior sister, Dong had actually received a complete saint middle-grade cultivation technique. Its worth being simply incomparable to a single high-grade rank 5 pill. As for Lu Mei's pendant, that was even rarer than that. Although that single high-grade rank 5 pill was relatively rare and could increase one's cultivation by a full minor rank, while in Xie Xingyi's and Bai Longshan's situations it had even increased their cultivation by more than that. Comparing it with a life-saving treasure that could take on the attack of even a late-stage Tao Emperor was at an entirely different level. Even normal early and some middle-stage Tao Emperors would be willing to pay incredible prices to get their hands on Lu Mei's pendant. Forget about someone like Dong Ai. Of course, Shun Long didn't feel any jealousy towards Bai Longshan or Xie Xingyi for receiving such a pill from their masters. He knew that the pill they had most likely obtained was the rank 5 barrier-piercing pill. Shun Long was already planning to concoct this pill and give it to Lu Mei, Xie Xingyi, Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan to consume it. However, the version of the rank 5 barrier-piercing pill that he was planning to create was much more potent than the pills that Xie Xingyi and Bai Longshan had consumed. His pill would allow even late-stage nascent soul cultivators to advance an entire minor tier upon consuming it, and wouldn't be effective only for middle-stage nascent soul cultivators. The only reason why he hadn't concocted the pill so far was because even though it was just a rank 5 pill, the barrier-piercing pill required the essence blood and the beast core of a peak rank 5 magic beast to be concocted. Thus, although Shun Long had already collected the medicinal herbs that he needed back in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and he was only lacking a few supportive rank 5 medicinal herbs in the past, he couldn't create the pill previously. But now, not only had Shun Long gathered all of the supportive medicinal herbs that he lacked from his journey in Yansu City as well as the White Tiger Chamber of Commerce, but he also had the corpse of the peak rank 5 red-furred bear inside the herb garden in the Stone of Time. Although Shun Long knew that the second barrier-piercing pill normally wouldn't have any effects, he knew that his own version of the pill could help Xie Xingyi and Bai Longshan break through a second time in the future. But the pill's effects would be greatly diminished. Regardless, the effects should still be enough for Xingyi and Longshan to break through at least half a minor realm upon consuming it. At the same time that he reached this conclusion, Shun Long's eyes suddenly spotted a yellow-robed young man flying from the direction of the holy city. Before he arrived in front of the entrance of the holy sect a few moments later, the young man immediately attracted a lot of attention the moment that he arrived on the holy mountain's peak, causing not just Shun Long, but everyone else present to also turn their eyes towards him. From the black wings on his back that were burning with dark red flames, even from a distance, Shun Long could guess that this was Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen wasn't the only one in the entire holy sect who was training in the demonic wings, thanks to his comprehension of the demonic Tao, when he activated the demonic wings, the black wings looked no different than real wings that truly belonged to him, instead of looking like a pair of wings that were formed from his chi. Hey! Isn't that Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen! The guy who slapped senior brother Chen Kun. What the hell? A newbie really dared to slap senior brother Chen Kun. Haven't you heard yet? More than a month ago, Jiang Chen actually refused to join senior brother Chen Tao's faction even when he was invited personally by senior brother Chen Tao. He even said that he would join the faction of another new disciple instead named Shun Long. However, this isn't the end. Supposedly, more than a week ago, senior brother Chen Kun met Jiang Chen in the Holy City and threatened him that he would personally break his legs in a faction battle if Shun Long's faction ever dared to participate in the faction wars of the sect. Apparently, not only was Jiang Chen not afraid after hearing this threat, even though it is known that Chen Kun is senior brother Chen Tao's cousin, but he even slapped Chen Kun in broad daylight inside the Holy City, even knocking out a few of his teeth in the process. What? Isn't Jiang Chen just a new disciple? How could he even fight against a middle rank 5 nascent soul stage cultivator like Chen Kun head-on? Let alone slap him. I heard that Jiang Chen was actually lucky enough to be accepted by Elder Yao Shuidong as a personal disciple. In just the last month, his cultivation is rumored to have even exceeded Chen Kun's. Tisk. No wonder. He probably received a barrier-piercing pill by Elder Yao. But still, to dare provoke senior brother Chen Tao's faction like that, even if he is the personal disciple of an inner court elder, it won't save him from getting bashed in the faction wars by senior brother Chen Tao. Shun Long could see that the crowd around him had instantly exploded into hushed discussions the moment that Jiang Chen appeared in the Holy Mountain's peak. And yet, Jiang Chen didn't seem to mind as he allowed the black wings from his back that were burning with dark red flames to disperse in the wind. As he walked towards Shun Long without a change in his expression, the crowd immediately parted whenever Jiang Chen appeared close to them, as they turned their eyes towards him to see where he was walking towards instead of entering the sect. In just a few moments, Jiang Chen had already arrived in front of Shun Long and the rest, and after throwing a few looks towards Lu Mei and Xie Xingyi and nodded his head in greeting, he threw a mocking glance at Bai Longshan before he turned his eyes towards Shun Long and said sorry for being late. Shun Long simply smiled and shook his head, even though he hadn't heard the crowd's discussions, since his eyes were entirely focused on Jiang Chen. How could he not guess from the crowd's reaction that something big had happened already? However, Shun Long didn't really care too much about what had happened either. As long as every one of them was safe, that was enough. A smile also appeared on Shun Long's face when he noticed that Jiang Chen had actually stepped into the peak of rank 5 in the nascent soul during this past month. Turning around, Shun Long then turned his attention towards the huge palace behind him that was guarded by the 2 elders of the holy sect, before he led Lu Mei and the rest towards it. Is everything all right? As the 5 of them walked towards the holy sect's entrance, Lu Mei's slightly worried voice sounded in the air as she looked at Jiang Chen, clearly having noticed the weird but also respectful gazes that the crowd was giving him. Xie Xingyi and Bai Longshan were no different as they looked curious to find out what was going on. Only Shun Long didn't seem too curious to know what was going to happen, as his mind was focused on the 5 D-rank faction missions that they had to complete as well as the single C-rank faction mission. The moment that these requirements were completed, his faction would be eligible to officially join the faction wars inside the sect. Nodding his head, Jiang Chen looked at Lu Mei and the rest with a calm look on his face before he replied, "It's just a bunch of idiots that were trying to find trouble with me in the holy city." Turning his gaze towards Shun Long, Jiang Chen then continued, "Actually, right after we entered the sect, a little more than a month ago, some idiot named Chen Tao approached me and tried to recruit me for his faction. Naturally, I rejected him and told him that I would only join your faction." Lu Mei's eyes widened slightly when she remembered that she and Shun Long had experienced something similar as well, back when they had visited the administration hall for Shun Long to register his faction. The follower behind the faction registration counter had also tried to make Shun Long give up on creating his own faction and told him to join senior brother Chen Tao's faction instead. Jiang Chen seemed to have failed to notice the look in Lu Mei's eyes that was starting to turn colder when she realized that this matter had something to do with that Chen Tao as well. And looking at Shun Long, Jiang Chen then continued, "Judging from his aura alone, I could tell that this Chen Tao is somewhat strong, although he was hiding his cultivation. It was obvious from the aura around his body that he had already reached the late stages of the nascent soul. Regardless, after I rejected him, even though it was obvious that he was angry, he still didn't bother me again. However, around a week ago, while I was strolling through the holy city, his idiot cousin and a few of his servants approached me and told me that as long as I dare to participate in the faction wars and happen to meet them, they would make sure to break my legs. This time, it wasn't just Jiang Chen or Lu Mei whose gazes had turned cold, but Shun Long's too, as well as Shi Xingyi's, and even Bai Longshan's. This was completely different from a personal insult. They were threatening Jiang Chen that as long as he participated in the faction wars in Shun Long's faction, they would personally hunt him down. This was a complete disregard to not just a member of their faction, but towards their entire faction instead. Shun Long nodded his head before Jiang Chen continued. That idiot was lucky that we aren't allowed to fight with other disciples of the sect outside the arena or during the faction wars. So I just knocked off some of his teeth and told him to scram. As for the threats that he hurled before he left, I couldn't care less. The next time that he appears I will make sure to bash the rest of his face in as well. Lu Mei and Shi Xingyi both nodded when they heard this, while even Bai Longshan had wiped the usual warm smile from his face. No matter what, things regarding their faction and their group were taken seriously by every single one of them. Lu Mei was Shun Long's wife, while Shi Xingyi clearly had some intense feelings for him that Shun Long had yet to address. So how could the two girls not care about their faction? As for Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan, their reasons weren't any less intense than the two divine beauties. They had both sworn to follow Shun Long for different reasons. So how could they simply ignore such a threat nonchalantly? Noticing the cold looks on everyone's faces that were filled with killing intent, and had even scared off some of the surrounding outer disciples that were close to them, Shun Long simply shook his head and smiled before he said, "There is no reason to get too worked up over this. This is only the beginning. How many factions do you think we will offend once we join the faction wars and start climbing in the faction rankings? And that's only for the lower-ranked factions. Once we start fighting the top factions of the sect, things will be even more difficult. Is there a reason to care about Chen Tao's faction specifically? However, since someone really dared to threaten Jiang Chen in public, make sure to break both of his legs in the future." Although Shun Long's tone was calm, everyone could hear the unconcealed anger in his tone when he said the last sentence. Jiang Chen, Lu Mei, Shi Xingyi and Bai Longshan all nodded their heads at the same time, as they kept following Shun Long inside the sect. Sometime later, they finally arrived in front of a familiar huge building, where hundreds of outer disciples could be seen coming. Shun Long led everyone inside the administration hall, and walked directly towards the exchange counter to hand in the ongoing from its entrance missions that they had completed before he chose any faction missions to complete. Just like the last time, the exchange counter seemed to have more than 30 outer disciples queuing up in front of it, all of them waiting to hand in their missions as well and obtain their sect points. Half an hour later, Shun Long's turn finally arrived. As he walked towards the yellow-robed young woman, who was standing behind the counter, and took out his sect-identifying token, the young woman, who was an outer disciple of the sect as well, had a placid look on her face as she looked at Shun Long and asked, "How may I help you?" Placing the golden sect-identifying token on the counter in front of him, Shun Long then said, "I am here to hand in 2 missions." Shun Long then mentioned the names of the missions that were still on the mission board at the depths of the assignment hall. The yellow-robed young woman behind the exchange counter nodded her head and sent her servant to grab the missions from the mission board. Once a mission was completed by an outer disciple, or if it had a certain time limit where the disciples were allowed to accept it, the disciples of the holy sect that were working in the assignment hall would take the missions off from the mission board so that other outer court disciples wouldn't waste their time with those missions. A couple of minutes later, the young man whom the young woman had sent over returned from the mission board holding only a single scroll in his hands. Since the first mission that Shun Long had accepted, Ying Gui's mission, had a time limit of 3 days before Ying Gui left the holy city, the disciples of the assignment hall had already removed it a month ago. Taking Shun Long's golden-colored token in her hands, the yellow-robed young woman placed it right in front of her, before she activated the formations etched on the counter. A dim white light instantly enveloped the entire counter. before certain scenes started to appear in the air, coming from Shun Long's token. But for some reason, only Shun Long and the young woman from the exchange counter could actually see them. Of course, these were the scenes that were recorded inside the memory recording formation while it was activated by Shun Long. So they only started to show what had happened from the moment that Shun Long entered the Blue Heaven Inn in the Holy City. The yellow-robed young woman didn't watch the entire thing as she quickly used the formation etched on the counter to skip everything else, and only watched the very beginning when Shun Long met with Ying Gui inside the Blue Heaven Inn, as well as the end of the mission, when the two of them safely arrived in Yansu City with the 4 carriages carrying the peak rank 5 magic beasts being completely intact. With so many people handing in their missions, how could the disciples working in the exchange counter possibly look through every single mission from the beginning until the end? Some of those missions lasted for more than a day, while others lasted for more than a week and maybe even a month. Shun Long's mission was the same as it went on for more than a week. So unless there was something extremely important going on during the mission that needed the Holy Sect to take special note of it, such as a dispute between 2 disciples or some other matter, the disciples in the exchange counter would avoid wasting their time seeing what happened in the missions and only after taking a look at the mission. The yellow-robed young woman nodded her head as she said seriously actually increased the reward from the original 80 sect points to 250. Verify whether it was completed successfully or not. Merchant Ying Gui has already reported that the mission's difficulty was higher than what was originally listed, and he has turning her eyes towards Shun Long. The young woman was surprised when she saw that he didn't have much of a reaction, but she still transferred him the 250 sect points in his sect identifying token in the end, before she turned her attention towards the second mission that he had accepted. Naturally, Shun Long wouldn't care whether he obtained 80 or 250 sect points from a D-rank personal mission, since the reason why he completed the missions was to obtain sect points, but to train himself and complete the quota of a single mission every 3 months. Having completed 2 missions meant that he didn't have to take on another D-rank personal mission for the next 5 months. As for the sect points, unless he started to complete B or A rank personal missions, Shun Long would still keep selling his pills if he happened to be in an urgent need of sect points. In the end, after buying the Silverbark Gukin the last time he was in the Golden Treasures Hall, as well as the peak rank 2 gold grade cauldron to upgrade his previous one, he was still left with 5,000 sect points in the end. The young woman behind the exchange counter took a look at the second mission that Shun Long had completed when her eyes suddenly widened in shock. Turning her gaze towards Shun Long, she then looked at him with a look filled with incredulity before she asked in a disbelieving tone, "Are you really the person who destroyed Dai Lim's and Dai Hao's shop?" Without waiting for a response, the young woman turned her attention towards the golden-colored token in her hands, before she once again activated the protective formations on the counter. Another scene started to replay in front of her eyes, showing Shun Long standing right outside from the medium-sized slave shop in Yansu City. The yellow-robed young woman suddenly shivered as she shot a pitiful glance at the young man in front of her, before her eyes started to roam around her, almost as if she was looking for a certain someone. She knew that she had heard something about the missions in Yansu City lately, but it was only after reading the names Dai Lim and Dai Hao that she remembered what it was. Shun Long nodded his head upon hearing the yellow-robed young woman's question before he said, "Indeed. I am the one who destroyed Dai Lim's and Dai Hao's shop. Is there a problem?" After all, the mission clearly stated that to complete it, Shun Long had to kill the 2 slave traders and completely destroy their shop. The young woman shook her head with a rueful smile before she replied, "You are simply too unlucky. For an outer disciple that doesn't have any backing inside the sect, you shouldn't have done what you did." As she finished speaking, the young woman didn't explain anything else as she continued to stare at the scenes that appeared from the memory recording formation on Shun Long's sect identifying token. But this time, she didn't skip a single detail, as she watched attentively Shun Long entering inside the slave shop, as well as the scenes that followed after that. Her face was filled with shock when she saw Shun Long moving so fast that even the 2 peak rank 5 nascent soul slave traders didn't have enough time to react, as he appeared in front of the green-robed Yen Wen and grabbed him by his throat. Shun Long was intentionally not hiding his cultivation inside the holy sect, so she could clearly sense that he was just at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul. Seeing Shun Long clenching his hand and snapping Yen Wen's neck made the yellow-robed young woman close her eyes for a moment while her body shivered. Before she shook her head a moment later and kept staring at the following scenes. Shun Long managing to kill the two brothers was even more shocking for the young woman, as she focused her gaze towards him with a complicated look in her eyes. In the end, she still shook her head a moment later and transferred 190 sect points in Shun Long's sect-identifying token before she handed it back to him. After struggling with herself for a few moments, she looked at Shun Long's calm and unperturbed gaze and said seriously, "You shouldn't have killed that green-robed young man from the Yen family. You don't know how much trouble that has brought to you." The young woman looked around her and made sure that there was no one eavesdropping in their conversation before she continued, her voice turning even quieter than a whisper. "Although the Yen family doesn't have any elders in the outer sect, and even if they did, elders would still need to be impartial even if they come from one of the powerful families or clans. The Yen family still does have some connections inside the sect itself. 2 weeks ago, Elder Zhe from the administration hall came and informed us that once the disciple who destroyed Dai Lim's and Dai Hao's shop in Yansu City came to claim the mission, we should immediately let him know. It is known that Elder Zhe and the patriarchs of the Yen and the Zhu families of Yansu City have been friends for many years. So it is only natural to assume that he was asked by the Yen patriarch to do this. There is no need to worry too much about Elder Zhe since he can't possibly harm you within the sect as it is against the rules. And even an elder of the sect wouldn't do something like that just to deal with a disciple that he has no relationship with simply to please another family. But the Yen family can still make your life difficult. However, this isn't everything. I also heard that Yen Shang from the Yen family, who is actually ranked in the top 800 rankings in the Martial Roll of Honor, has already claimed that he will find who killed his younger cousin and make him pay for it with his life. After all, the Yen and the Zhu families are the overlords of Yansu City and they would never tolerate someone killing their descendants for whatever reason, regardless if they are right or wrong, or if you were completing a sect mission during that time or not. If you were part of a powerful family, the Yen family may be forced to drop the matter with just an apology since they can't really compare to any of the real powerful families or clans around the holy sect. But judging from your cultivation, this doesn't seem to be the case. Shaking her head, the young woman waved her hand and continued, "Sigh. Forget it. I only mentioned this to you since I would feel guilty informing Elder Zhe about this otherwise, without you knowing who is targeting you." After thinking seriously for a moment, Shun Long nodded his head before he cupped his hands at the young woman in front of him and thanked her before he received his sect-identifying token from her. Regardless, in his eyes, the young woman in front of him didn't have any obligation to tell him any of this, and she could simply inform Elder Zhe about this matter. The Yen family, they must have at least 1 or 2 peak-level Dao Kings. Shun Long knew that it was impossible for the current him to deal with even early-stage Dao Kings, let alone any peak-stage ones like the Patriarch of the Yen family or Elder Zhe. But he still wasn't afraid of the Yen family taking revenge despite having no backing inside the sect. There was simply no way for them to kill a disciple of the holy sect so easily even if they wanted to. And Shun Long wasn't someone who could be killed just because someone was trying to kill him. Even though he couldn't fight against Dao Kings right now, escaping from them was an entirely different matter. Especially after breaking through to the early 5th stage of his monarch's eternal body and being able to use one with the world. Lately, as he was just a tiny step away from breaking through. About him, regardless if that man was rumored to be in the top 800 of the Martial Roll of Honor. At the same time, he could also feel that Little Black was coming closer and closer to breaking through to the early rank 7. Forget about peak Dao Kings then. Even average Dao Emperors would tremble in front of a Black Dragon at the early rank 7. As for that Yen Shang who claimed that he was looking to take revenge for his cousin Yen Wen, Shun Long didn't give a shit whether it was him or Lu Mei's senior sister, Dong Ai. Shun Long was planning to take care of them both. A few minutes later, Lu Mei and the rest had also finished handing in their missions and obtained their sect points. Before they went and gathered around Shun Long, with a curious look in his eyes. Bai Longshan looked at Shun Long and asked in a slightly eager tone, "Are we going to choose faction missions now?" Everyone turned their eyes towards Shun Long, who nodded his head and said, "Let's take a look at the missions on the mission board first." With Lu Mei and the rest all following after him, Shun Long made his way towards the enormous blackboard at the depths of the assignment hall where all the missions of the sect were posted. Skipping the personal D-rank missions, Shun Long's eyes went directly for the faction missions. D-rank faction mission: kill the infamous bandit Lu Yong and eradicate his group that has killed and raped countless men and women. Since this is a faction mission and the bandit leader's cultivation has reached the middle of rank 6 in the nascent soul, a faction with at least 10 middle stage nascent soul outer disciples are recommended to take on this mission. Reward: 850 sect points. D-rank faction mission: infiltrate the mansion of the city lord of Vast Ocean City and find out if the rumors of him abducting mortal girls and keeping them imprisoned in his home are true. Since the city lord's cultivation has reached the early stages of the Tao King realm, extreme caution is required. Reward: 900 sect points. D-rank faction mission: hunt down a middle rank 5 poison-tongued toad from the giant crane forest 3,000 miles away from the holy city, and bring back its magic beast core. Reward: 7,000 sect points. After a quick look, Shun Long actually noticed that there were plenty of D-rank faction missions suitable for him and Lu Mei and the rest to accept. And most of them could even be completed by a single person. Of course, that was only for monsters like Shun Long and the rest of them who could fight people above their cultivation level. And even then, most of the missions could prove quite difficult to complete. At the same time, Shun Long even noticed that there were some D-rank faction missions that gave as many sect points as some C-rank ones. Like those missions that required the disciples to hunt down middle rank 5 magic beasts like the middle rank 5 poison-tongued toad. Normally, the beast cores of middle rank 5 magic beasts would be sold for 5,000 sect points in the Golden Treasures Hall. But beast cores from specific magic beasts could fetch much higher prices, even reaching double the original price. Turning his head to look at Jiang Chen and the rest, Shun Long then said, I was originally planning for us to take on the D-rank faction missions together. But it seems that there is no need for that. With everyone's current strength, each of us is able to take on single faction mission alone. Although Shun Long knew that something like this wouldn't be easy even for geniuses like them, he knew that they could only push themselves if they wanted to reach the peak of strength in the holy sect. After all, even though they were all geniuses who weren't inferior to anyone else in the sect and they could even be compared to some of the strongest geniuses of the outer court in terms of talent, it's not like the other outer disciples would simply wait while they themselves get stronger. Jiang Chen and the rest had serious looks on their faces when they heard Shun Long's words. But they still nodded their heads in response. Since every one of them had chosen to follow Shun Long, they had already decided that they would follow him regardless of what they had to do or if they had to put themselves in danger. Besides, if Shun Long was willing to take on a D-rank faction mission by himself with his cultivation that was still at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul, then how could they even think of complaining when they were already at the rank 5 of the nascent soul right now? Even though they all knew that Shun Long was a monster who couldn't be judged using common sense, none of them wanted to be left too far behind him. If they could breach the gap between them taking on these risks, then every one of them would immediately do so. Without saying a word, each of them looked at the faction missions on the wall as they started to ponder over which one they would choose. Finally, 20 minutes later, Bai Longshan was the last one to finish choosing a faction mission as he turned his eyes towards Shun Long. Seeing that everyone else was ready, Shun Long walked to the mission counter to register their missions. Half an hour later, when his turn finally arrived, Shun Long looked at the young man behind the mission counter and registered the 2 missions that he wanted to accept. D-rank faction mission: hunt down a middle rank 5 poison-tongued toad from the giant crane forest 3,000 miles away from the holy city, and bring back its magic beast core. Reward: 7,000 sect points. The young man was slightly surprised when he saw the contents of the first mission, reading it one more time to make sure that he wasn't mistaken, before he once again looked at Shun Long in confusion. His cultivation that was at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul was truly too low for him to even think of participating in such a mission. I wonder which faction actually took this guy in with such a low cultivation base. Even though the young man was surprised by Shun Long's first mission, he still nodded his head before turning his attention towards the second one. The moment that he read the second mission's description, however, his eyes instantly widened. As he immediately turned to look at Shun Long with an incredulous look, C-rank faction mission, travel to Tang City of the Blue Star continent in the northern region and infiltrate the royal palace of the Tang dynasty to assassinate the crown prince. This mission requires extreme caution as there is at least one early-stage Dao King who is protecting the crown prince in secret at all times. Reward, 10.000 sect points. The yellow-robed young man behind the mission counter could feel his mind blanking out when he read the contents of the second mission. As he stared at Shun Long with a gaze filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing as he turned his gaze towards Shun Long for confirmation. It was one thing for him to accept a D-rank faction mission since it meant that despite his low cultivation, the rest of his faction members may be strong enough to hunt down a middle-rank 5 poison-tongued toad by themselves. But a C-rank mission was an entirely different matter altogether. The young man behind the mission counter stared at Shun Long for a few moments and thought to himself, I wonder which faction is crazy enough to take in someone with such a low cultivation base and even allow him to participate in a C-rank faction mission. No. Wait. Maybe he is just accepting the mission for his faction, but they won't take him along during the actual mission. As he reached this conclusion, the yellow-robed young man seemed to have realized that this was actually the most plausible scenario. As he looked at Shun Long and nodded his head as he confirmed his choice before he said, if you don't have a flying magic beast or a flying treasure, you can get to the Blue Star continent in the northern region through the sect's beast tamer hall. You can rent a flying magic beast that will carry you straight to the continent that you want to arrive in a short amount of time. However, renting magic beasts isn't free, but you can do it for a certain amount of sect points. As for how much you will need to pay to get to the northern region, you should ask the people in the Beast Tamer Hall. Shun Long nodded his head at the yellow-robed young man in front of him after registering his missions, while being surprised that the Holy Sect actually had a Beast Tamer Hall. However, thinking about it for a few more moments, he realized that this was only natural, since being a beast tamer was a profession that was just as rare and sought after as being an alchemist or a formation master. How could the Holy Sect not have at least a few beast tamers and a Beast Tamer Hall? After all, not every outer disciple in the sect came from a powerful family or clan like Lu Mei's senior sisters. Nor would everyone have flying magic beasts by themselves. Most flying magic beasts were actually even more expensive than normal magic beasts at the same level, precisely because they could travel faster and for longer distances, effortlessly traversing through any terrain. Of course, although most magic beasts at the rank 3 and above could fly as well, their flight wasn't used to cross large distances, which was why they couldn't be compared to magic beasts that could actually fly by themselves in this regard. As for flying treasures, although Shun Long had heard about them, he had yet to see such a treasure for sale just yet. As he registered the 2 missions, Shun Long waited for Lu Mei and the rest to finish registering their missions as well. As he closed his eyes and started to sense Little Silver's location, from the moment that he had seen Lu Mei waiting in front of the entrance of the sect, he could feel that Little Silver wasn't too far away from her, and had simply hidden itself out of plain sight. Indeed, through their mental connection, Shun Long could feel that the Black Panther was hidden in the clouds a few miles away from the Holy Sect, while his sharp gaze was staring at the Holy Sect's entrance. Of course, as a middle rank 6 magic beast, Little Silver wouldn't carelessly approach too close to the Holy Sect when it could clearly feel that there were 2 peak rank 9 Dao Kings guarding the sect's entrance. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen and the rest all finished registering their missions as well, before they turned their gazes towards Shun Long, who was waiting for them a few meters away. These are faction missions, and they aren't meant to be completed by a single person. If you feel that the difficulty or the nodding his head with a serious look on his face, Shun Long stared at Xie Xingyi and the rest before he spoke. Since we are completing these faction missions alone, make sure to avoid taking any needless risks. Danger of the mission is too high. Give up. The reason why Shun Long had said this was because he had already seen that every single one of them, including Xie Xingyi and Lu Mei, had actually chosen the more difficult D-rank faction missions. However, even though they all heard Shun Long's words, none of them actually nodded their heads, indicating that they would give up. Every one of them felt like they had to carry their own weight, or they would fall too far behind from the others. This wasn't like that just for Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan, who were competing among themselves. but for Lu Mei and Xie Xingyi as well. None of them wanted to be left behind and feel like a burden in the future. So they could only push themselves to their limits. And this faction mission was everyone's chance. Jiang Chen was the first one to speak. As he looked at Shun Long with an equally serious look on his face and nodded his head before he said, "If you can risk your life to become stronger, do you really think that we can simply wait and fall behind? If you can complete a faction mission by yourself with your current cultivation base, how can anyone else have the face to ask for someone's help? If we don't even dare to complete these missions by ourselves, we may as well die instead." Bai Longshan had a determined look in his eyes as he too nodded his head when he heard Jiang Chen's words. While Xie Xingyi and Lu Mei both nodded with serious looks in their eyes. Jiang Chen's determined voice resounded throughout the assignment hall, attracting the attention of many disciples around him. But he didn't seem to care about any of it as he kept staring seriously at Shun Long. Shun Long shook his head since he knew that it was impossible to change their minds. At the same time, he also understood that Jiang Chen was right. If he could take on a D-rank faction mission by himself, especially one that required him to take down a middle-rank 5 magic beast, how could the rest of them try and complete the easier missions? In the end, all 4 of them could be considered geniuses even in the Holy Sect. And even if they weren't monsters at the same level as Shun Long right now, they couldn't simply allow themselves to fall behind him. If Shun Long could complete a faction mission by himself with his cultivation at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul, how could the rest of them shy away from it when they were more than 2 minor ranks higher than him? This was also the same reason why Lu Mei had accepted the blood absorption art from Little Black. She didn't want to fall too behind from Shun Long. And she knew that that was the only way to keep walking by his side. Besides, would the rest of the factions in the outer court really wait for them to gradually grow stronger? Which of the other disciples of the Holy Sect wasn't doing their best to grow as well? After all, the sect itself was no different than a huge competition. However, understanding which risks to take was still important. Although Shun Long understood Jiang Chen's and the rest's thoughts, he wasn't planning on letting them needlessly risk their lives in the future. "Let's go." Shun Long's calm voice resounded in everyone's ears, as he turned around and left the assignment hall, heading towards the entrance of the sect. When they arrived in front of the entrance of the enormous white palace at the peak of the holy mountain, Shun Long turned around and looked at Lu Mei and the rest of his group before he said in a serious voice, "No matter what, make sure to stay alive. I don't care if you push yourselves to the limits or not. A month from now, I expect each of you to return safely here." As he finished speaking, Shun Long stared at Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan for a few moments, before he turned his gaze towards Xie Xingyi and finally Lu Mei, who was looking at him with a sweet gaze. Shun Long clearly understood that even though Jiang Chen was most likely the strongest one out of those 4 right now, he and Bai Longshan would be in the most danger during their missions. Which was why he warned the 2 of them like this. This was because both of them had actually chosen the same type of missions. To eradicate a den of thieves where the bandit leaders of those dens had much higher cultivation bases than them, while the bandit leaders' subordinates were also said to be strong as well. However, that wasn't the only reason why Shun Long felt that the 2 of them were going to be in danger this time compared to Lu Mei and Xingyi. After all, Lu Mei and Xie Xingyi had also chosen extremely difficult missions for their own levels, and their missions' difficulty didn't pale in front of Jiang Chen's and Bai Longshan's missions. Instead, it was because Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan didn't have any powerful ways to escape from their opponents if they ended up in a tough spot. Shun Long knew that Lu Mei not only had the pendant that Elder Xuan had given to her as a welcome present, but she was also wearing the peak rank 1 star rank translucent armor beneath her robes. While Xie Xingyi actually had the Vanishing Shadow's unique physique. Xie Xingyi's physique was not only suited towards stealth and assassination, but it was also perfect when she needed to escape from a dangerous situation. Although nothing was truly perfect and there were plenty of ways to counter that as well. Shun Long understood that it wasn't easy to lock down someone who had the Vanishing Shadow's unique physique if they were prepared. However, Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan were completely different from the 2 girls. Although each one of them also had a unique physique and they were also considered monsters in their own regards, they didn't have a way to escape like Lu Mei and Xie Xingyi did. Even though Jiang Chen's attack control, and speed were all at the peak of his level. Especially when he activated both his Eternal Darkness physique and used his demonic wings to augment his speed. While Bai Longshan's attack, defense, and speed were practically unmatched for cultivators at the same level. Especially when he activated his Golden Buddha unique physique. If they were caught in a bad situation and they didn't try to escape in time, they truly may die. However, Shun Long wasn't willing to see either of them dying. Almost as if they had guessed Shun Long's thoughts. Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan both nodded their heads as they looked at him. Before Jiang Chen's lips actually formed a rare smile as his voice resounded in everyone's ears, "Don't worry. I promise that even without my bloodline, I still won't die to a bunch of trash regardless of their cultivation level. You shouldn't die either, Brother Shun? The same goes for me. My Golden Buddha unique physique isn't that soft for me to die so easily. I am more worried about you instead." Shun Long shook his head and smiled when he heard Jiang Chen's and Bai Longshan's determined tones as they spoke. Shaking his head, he turned his eyes towards Lu Mei and Shi Xingyi, who were looking at him from the side. And with a smile on his face he said, "All right. Let's go then. If any of you return before the 1-month period is over, you can go and take a look at the Dao Tower inside the Holy City. 1 month later, we will take on the C-rank faction mission together." "Long Ji? What is the Dao Tower?" Lu Mei asked in a confused voice as she looked at Shun Long. Obviously having never heard of this name before. Shi Xingyi had a curious look in her eyes as well. For Shun Long to tell them to take a look at a certain place when they have enough time, that place must certainly have something extraordinary. Nodding his head, Shun Long saw how everyone seemed to be curious about it as he started explaining. The Dao Tower is an enormous tower at the center of the Holy City that allows one to train their own Dao. One's cultivation base, Qi purity, unique physique, their martial skills and everything else are all completely suppressed inside the tower, leaving you with nothing but your own Dao. Inside the Dao Tower, you can fight with many other cultivators. Not just from those inside the region of the Holy Sect, but everywhere around the central region. The more fights you win, the higher your rank will rise inside the tower, allowing you to fight with even stronger opponents. Thousands of cultivators from the surrounding cities, and even the outer and inner disciples of the sect also go to train themselves there. So, if you finish your mission before the 1-month period is over, all of you should go and take a look at the Dao Tower. The receptionists inside the Dao Tower will explain things to you in more detail when you get there. A deep look flashed through everyone's eyes when they heard Shun Long explaining the Dao Tower's use. While Jiang Chen's and Bai Longshan's eyes seemed to be filled with fighting intent as they turned their eyes towards the Holy City at the foot of the Holy Mountain. It was too bad that the Holy City looked like nothing but a small dot in their eyes from the Holy Mountain's peak. Jiang Chen also felt slightly regretful that he had spent 1 week inside the Holy City holed up inside and in increasing his cultivation. Instead of taking a walk around the Holy City, he had been planning to take a look around the Holy City after he broke through to the peak of rank 5 of the nascent soul. But by the time he finished his breakthrough, it was already the appointed time for him to meet with Shun Long and the rest at the peak of the mountain. Lu Mei was the first one to return to her senses, as she looked at the small black dot at the foot of the Holy Mountain. Before she turned her eyes towards Shun Long and hugged him tightly as she said, "Long Ji, stay safe. I will be back in less than a month." Shun Long smiled warmly and hugged Lu Mei back for a few moments, feeling her gentle breath on his neck. Turning her attention towards Shi Xingyi, Bai Longshan, and Jiang Chen, Lu Mei flashed a dazzling smile towards them before she said, "I will see you guys in 1 month. Hee. Let's take a look at the Dao Tower that Long Ji mentioned and see which of us can climb the highest." Without even mentioning their missions, almost as if it was already assured that all of them would succeed, Lu Mei's eyes were filled with a rare look of fighting intent as she looked at Shi Xingyi, Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan, before she started flying towards the east. A similar look appeared in Shi Xingyi's eyes a moment later as she stared at Lu Mei's figure that was flying on the horizon, before she turned her eyes towards Shun Long and flashed him a smile that could cause the downfall of a kingdom. Her blonde hair waving behind her as she said, "Brother Long, good luck. I will see you in 1 month." Without waiting for a response, Xingyi then shot to the sky. As she flew towards the northeast, Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan both looked at the two girls. And unwilling to fall behind them, both of them looked at Shun Long and said, "Don't die. I will be waiting for you. Brother Shun? Stay safe." Shun Long smiled as he saw Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan both turning around and leaving at the same time. Almost as if they were competing against each other. It had only been 1 month. But Shun Long could feel that it wasn't just himself, but each one of them as well that were also growing stronger. He could also feel that his faction was growing stronger at such a rate, that even some of the stronger factions inside the sect would be alarmed if they knew about it. After sensing Little Silver's figure above the clouds that followed after Lu Mei secretly, Shun Long turned his attention towards the holy city as he thought to himself, "I need to buy a map first. Preferably one that covers the entire territory of the holy sect." Thus, without any hesitation, he flew straight towards the small black dot at the foot of the holy mountain. Although he roughly knew the location of the giant crane forest that he had to travel to in order for him to hunt the poison-tongued toad. Since the mission on the mission board described where the giant crane forest was located. In the end, it was only a rough description of the forest's location. Obtaining a detailed map to be aware of the most dangerous places that one had to cross when traveling through the central region. Like the Flame Lion's Canyon that Shun Long had crossed along with Yingui to get to Yansu City was extremely important. Half an hour later, Shun Long had already entered the holy city and arrived in front of the huge White Tiger Chamber of Commerce. After taking a look at the 3rd floor, Shun Long eventually spent 50,000 middle-grade spirit stones buying an extremely detailed map of the central region. 50,000 middle-grade spirit stones for a single map. No wonder most cultivators don't even know where they are heading to when they travel with merchants. Although the map only covered the holy sect's territory, it was precisely what Shun Long needed. Despite the price being extremely expensive, Shun Long still felt that it was worth it after taking a look at the contents of the map. The map itself covered a vast area of countless miles, showing more than 1,000 cities within the holy sect's territory. After locating the giant crane forest on the map and seeing that it was just a little more than 3,000 miles away from the holy city, Shun Long flew past the holy city's gates as he headed towards the west where the forest was located. At the same time, inside the holy sect, in a private room at the depths of the administration hall, the yellow-robed outer disciple from the exchange counter who had accepted Shun Long's mission, was now standing in front of a white-robed old man who had almost no hair left on his head. The old man was staring at the young woman with a serious look on his face. Before he asked in a solemn tone, "Did you find him?" The yellow-robed young woman nodded her head seriously before she answered with a respectful bow, "I did. Elder Jia. His name is Shun Long and he handed in the D-rank personal mission around an hour ago. Just like Elder Jia requested. I have already verified that he is the person who killed Yen Wen from the Yen family before he eliminated the 2 slave traders, Dai Lim and Dai Hao." Elder Jia stood up from his seat with a furious look on his face as he looked at the young woman in front of him. Before he said angrily, "Around an hour ago. Didn't I tell you to inform me immediately as soon as you learned of that bastard's name?" The yellow-robed young woman trembled when she felt the aura of the furious peak rank 9 Dao King boring down on her, making her unable to breathe. A few moments later, after the pressure that Elder Jia emitted started to ease, the yellow-robed young woman from the exchange counter gasped for a few moments as she tried to regain her breath. Before she responded, "Elder Jia. It's because Elder Gao was in the assignment hall today that I couldn't come earlier. Elder Jia should understand that if Elder Gao saw me leaving my post for no reason, I would be punished heavily." Indeed, although the young woman had informed Shun Long that Elder Jia and Yan Shang from the Yen family were both looking for him, she had only done that so that she wouldn't feel guilty when she ratted him out. She wouldn't waste an hour before she informed Elder Jia if there wasn't a good reason for that. Elder Jia seemed to have calmed down significantly when he heard the words Elder Gao. But he still snorted before he waved his hand, throwing a spatial ring towards the young woman. Upon checking the contents of the spatial ring, the young woman was overjoyed as she hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you, Elder." "Leave." Elder Jia's cold voice was the only response that the young woman got. But she didn't seem to mind it as she accepted the spatial ring and left the administration hall without any delay. After the young woman left the room, Elderja took out a black-colored sect-identifying token and injected his chi inside it. A few moments later, a yellow-robed young man entered the private room at the depths of the administration hall. And looking at Elderja, who seemed to be waiting for him, the young man hurriedly bowed before he asked, "Master, did you ask for me?" Nodding his head, Elderja stared at the young man in front of him and said, "Changeling. Investigate an outer disciple named Shun Long. I want you to find out everything about him, including any faction that he may have joined, which people he has come in contact with, and if there is any family or clan, or some other power that is backing him. I want you to find everything about him within the next 2 weeks." The young man's eyes widened at Elderja's sudden request, as he hadn't even heard of a person in the outer sect named Shun Long. So how could his master, who didn't pay any attention to outer disciples, know about a small fry? His eyes, however, lit up a moment later as he remembered the young woman who had left his master's room a few moments ago. Before he asked in a tone that was filled with realization, "Master, is this related to Yen Shang's cousin, Yen Wen?" The yellow-robed young man clearly knew his master's relationship with the Yen and the Zhu families of Yansu City. So it wasn't hard for him to put the pieces together and guess the reason behind his master's sudden interest. Indeed, Elderja nodded his head with a solemn look before he said, "He is the person who killed that little shit, Yen Wen? I still owe a favor to the Yen family's patriarch. So find out everything about that brat, and let me know at once. If it's not too hard, I may help them a bit. But if it's too hard, they can solve their own problems by themselves. I will simply provide them with a name and they can do the rest by themselves." The yellow-robed young man bowed when he heard his master's words. As he hurriedly left the room, he knew that although his master had a good relationship with the Yen and the Zhu family patriarchs, he wouldn't do anything that would risk his own life. 4 days soon passed before Shun Long, who was flying at full speed, finally saw the outline of a huge forest in the distance ahead. The forest seemed to span for thousands of miles, with huge black trees that reached more than 100 meters, 330 feet, in height. As he approached closer and closer to the forest, Shun Long also noticed that tens of other cultivators that were gathered in groups were either entering or leaving the huge forest, or they had already set up camp a few hundred meters away from the forest's entrance. A minute later, Shun Long had already arrived in front of the forest's entrance, when his eyes suddenly widened as his gaze fell on a group of 6 that was walking out of the forest. 5 of these 6 people were dressed in yellow robes that were identical to his own, indicating that they were disciples of the holy sect as well. But what surprised Shun Long the most was the 3 familiar faces that he spotted in this group. The moment that those 3 saw him, auras that were filled with killing intent exploded out of their bodies as they locked on Shun Long all at the same time. The cultivators around them were startled when they felt the auras from the group of disciples from the holy sect that were filled with killing intent. Before they hurriedly opened up the distance between them, unwilling to be caught in the middle of a fight, Shun Long narrowed his eyes as he looked at the 3 young men in front of him who were obviously emitting hostile auras filled with killing intent. And yet, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move, as he simply observed the rest of their group for a few moments. The spiky-haired young man as well as the chubby-faced silver-haired young man who was standing next to him at the very front of the group, along with the blue-haired young man who was standing a step behind those 2 and was actually the only one who wasn't wearing the yellow robes of an outer disciple of the sect, were all completely ignored by Shun Long, as he focused his gaze towards the rest of their group. Even a month ago, when he was just at the peak of rank 1 of the nascent soul, Shun Long had never been wary of the prince of the Shengshan dynasty, Sheng Huang, or Zhong Fang, the young lord of the Mercenaries Association. Even when Sheng Huang had threatened him to hand over his black star rank sword, right in front of the inner court's entrance, Shun Long had never viewed him as anything else but an idiot. Of course, anyone who lusted over his treasures was bound to not have a good ending. As for the blue-haired young lord of the golden exchange firm of the Night Star continent, Hulu, who was standing behind those 2, although Shun Long was surprised to see him here since he still remembered that Hulu was actually the first one to fail the Holy Sect's 4th test. After a moment of hesitation, a look of realization appeared in his eyes as he realized that Hulu had probably chosen to become a follower of either Sheng Huang or Zhong Fang, and follow them inside the Holy Sect. For a genius who was previously ranked 4th in the Night Star Continent's rankings, to lower his head and become someone else's follower. It was obvious how much allow the holy sect held towards him. A fellow disciple. A young man's surprised voice broke the silence in front of the giant crane forest's entrance. As he looked at the two young men by his side who were emitting an intense aura filled with hostility towards the newcomer. Before he spotted the yellow robes that Shun Long was wearing, the young man wasn't surprised that another outer disciple from the holy sect would appear in this place. Since the giant crane forest was a place that many disciples traveled to, either to hunt magic beasts or look for rare treasures or other medicinal herbs. Instead, he was surprised by Shun Huang's and Zhong Fang's sudden change in their attitudes. As for Hulu, the yellow-robed young man didn't seem to care about him, as he looked at Shun Huang and asked curiously, "Junior brother Shun, do you know him?" At the same time that the young man spoke, Shun Long turned his attention towards him as well, and looked at him seriously for a few moments. Unlike Shun Huang and Zhong Fang, who had only recently advanced to the middle of rank 4 in the nascent soul, or Hulu, who was still at the early rank 4, Shun Long could sense that the yellow-robed young man who had spoken just now was on an entirely different level, as he had clearly reached the middle of rank 6 in the nascent soul, forcing even Shun Long to look at him seriously. After all, an outer disciple of the holy sect who had reached the middle of rank 6 in the nascent soul was definitely a genius who could easily fight against normal cultivators at the peak of rank 6 in the nascent soul as well. Aside from this young man, Shun Long also noticed a young woman standing next to him, who was actually at the early rank 6, as well as a robust young man who seemed to be almost as big as Zhong Fang himself, and his cultivation was at the peak of rank 5 in the nascent soul. From the 6 people in their group, Shun Huang and Zhong Fang, as well as Hulu, were definitely the 3 weakest. Turning his eyes towards the young man who had just spoken, Shun Huang nodded his head. But he didn't retract the hostile look from his eyes as he answered, "Yes, senior brother. His name is Shun Long. He is the person who has stolen something that's mine and refused to give it back." The young man's eyes lit up when he heard the name Shun Long, as he inspected the yellow-robed young man in front of him seriously for a few moments. As for Shun Huang's claim that Shun Long had stolen something from him, the young man didn't seem to have even heard it. At the same time, the young woman that was standing next to the young man looked at Shun Long with a renewed look of interest in her eyes before she said, "Shun Long, are you the person who rejected Chen Tao's invitation only to form your own faction in the sect?" Hee. How cute. Why can't I sense your cultivation? The young woman was even more surprised when she realized that she couldn't sense any chi at all coming from Shun Long's body. Naturally, since he had completely retracted his aura. Forget about an early rank 6 nascent soul stage cultivator like her. Even Peak Gao Kings wouldn't be able to sense the slightest bit of chi fluctuations coming from Shun Long's body right now. At the same time, Shun Huang and Zhong Fang looked at Shun Long with gazes that didn't conceal their killing intent. But they knew that they couldn't do anything to him right now, since they had come to the giant crane forest for a mission. Their senior brother had already activated the memory recording formation on his sect identifying token, and they knew that they couldn't simply attack a fellow disciple of the holy sect in broad daylight. Besides, even if they managed to persuade the yellow-robed young man, there were too many cultivators around them who would see that scene. However, the yellow-robed young man didn't seem to have even noticed Shun Huang's and Zhong Fang's hostile gazes towards Shun Long, as he kept inspecting him with a serious look in his eyes. A moment later, the young man suddenly smiled as he took a step forward and spoke in a warm tone. His next words stunning both Shun Huang and Zhong Fang, who turned to look at the yellow-robed young man with gazes filled with disbelief. "Junior brother Shun Long, huh? I heard that you and a kid named Jiang Chen both have immortal-grade bloodlines. How enviable. I suggest that you be careful inside the giant crane forest, since there are many rank 5 and even rank 6 magic beasts lurking in this place." Without waiting for a response, the yellow-robed young man waved his hand, as he stepped past Shun Long and flew away, with the yellow-robed young woman and the robust young man following right behind him. Shun Huang and Zhong Fang, as well as Hulu, were all stunned when they saw their senior brother suddenly leaving along with the other two. A moment later, Shun Huang gritted his teeth as he and Zhongfang ignored Shun Long and followed behind them as well. As for Hu Lu, he was the only one who stood there in a daze as he looked at Shun Long with an expression of disbelief on his face. He had already heard about Shun Long from Shun Huang and Zhongfang, and he already knew that he had somehow managed to pass the test to enter the holy sect with a cultivation at the peak of rank 1 in the nascent soul. For someone like Hu Lu who had failed to pass the test with his cultivation that was at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul, this wasn't something that he could accept so easily. Especially when it was done from someone from the same continent as him. He could accept Shun Huang, Zhongfang, Bai Longshan, and even Xie Xingyi who had managed to pass the 4th test. Since Xie Xingyi had a unique physique that she hadn't shown to anyone for so many years. And Bai Longshan had comprehended the Tao of the Buddha which he had kept hidden from everyone as well. But a peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator passing the test was an entirely different thing. At the same time, the moment that he saw Shun Long's face, Hu Lu's eyes had instantly widened, as he recognized him as the person who was riding on the silver-winged Panther King back in the Golden Exchange firm in the Night Star continent. Although Hu Lu was someone arrogant who usually didn't put almost anyone from the Night Star continent in his eyes, he clearly remembered Shun Long's face due to how rare the magic beast that he was riding on was. After all, a peak rank 5 silver-winged Panther King was extremely rare. Not inferior to rarity or strength when it was compared to his own blue-tailed thunder leopard, and both magic beasts were actually at the peak of rank 5 as well. Which made Hu Lu take a few more looks at the two people on the panther's back. And yet, it was still nothing but a few more looks in the end. Even though Hu Lu had heard of Shun Long's name from Shun Huang and Zhongfang already. And he knew that he was someone who also came from the Night Star continent just like them. He had never expected that it would be the same person he had randomly met in the Golden Exchange firm, and he had even bullied his magic beast. Regardless of how unwilling he was to accept this though, Hu Lu knew that this abnormal situation was the truth. Staring at Shun Long for a few more moments, he then snorted before he shot to the sky, chasing after Shun Huang and Zhongfang who had already started to disappear on the horizon. Although he wanted to completely destroy Shun Long, Hu Lu knew that his identity as a follower of an outer disciple didn't allow him to lay a hand on another disciple of the holy sect. If he did so, forget about staying in the holy sect. The disciples of the enforcement hall would come to him, and would personally take his life without any hesitation. Besides, he had also clearly heard just now that Shun Long had an immortal grade bloodline. And Hu Lu could easily guess that this was the reason why Shun Long had managed to pass the holy sect's test. Additionally, although he didn't want to admit it, Hu Lu knew that even if Shun Long was just at the peak of rank 1 in the nascent soul, he still wouldn't be his match if Shun Long activated his immortal grade bloodline. No. Perhaps even Zhongfang wouldn't be able to fight against him. If anyone, it's most likely going to be just Shun Huang who would be able to match him in terms of strength. This thought appeared in the blue-haired man's mind as he threw one last look at Shun Long, and chased after Shun Huang at full speed. At the same time, Shun Long had a cold look in his eyes as he stared at Hu Lu's disappearing figure, without saying anything during the entire time. Unlike Hu Lu who had never put that incident in the Golden Exchange firm's entrance in his mind, Shun Long hadn't forgotten about it or the injuries that the blue-tailed thunder leopard had caused to Little Silver just for Hu Lu's own amusement. He could also clearly feel the intense hostility coming from Hu Lu's body. That was only inferior to the hostility that Shun Huang had towards him. However, despite the fact that Hu Lu was just a follower and not an outer court disciple, Shun Long knew that he was still considered a member of the holy sect. It doesn't matter. Even if you leave the holy sect in the future, I will still come and find you myself. Shun Long's voice was practically inaudible. But the surrounding cultivators who had turned their gazes towards him all trembled when they felt the dense killing intent coming from his body. It was obvious that whether it was Shun Huang or Hu Lu or even Zhongfang, he wasn't planning to let any of them live in the future. Without any hesitation, Shun Long stopped staring at Hu Lu's disappearing figure, as he turned around and flew towards the giant crane's forest's entrance. The most important thing right now was still to locate the middle rank 5 poison-tongued toad and complete the mission. At the same time that Shun Long entered the giant crane forest, Sheng Huang and Zhong Fang had just caught up with their two senior brothers and their senior sister. When Sheng Huang turned to look at his senior brother in the lead, before his angry voice sounded in everyone's ears, "Senior brother Feng, I clearly told you that there is enmity between me and that bastard. And yet, not only did you not help me, but you even told him to be careful inside the giant crane forest. Are you trying to insult me? Or is it that you don't care about my opinion at all?" Senior brother Feng snorted as he looked at the furious Sheng Huang. While the young woman who was at the early rank 6 and the robust young man who was at the peak of rank 5 in the nascent soul both looked at him with cold gazes. Seeing that Sheng Huang wasn't willing to back away until he received an answer, Senior brother Feng stopped activating his memory recording formation on his sect token now that they were a distance away from the giant crane forest. Before he said in a cold voice, "Junior brother Sheng, I think you have been too used to get everything happening the way that you want them to. That you clearly don't realize what's going. Didn't I just give you a chance to deal with junior brother Shun Long just now? It's you who wasted that chance by chasing after me and asking me for an explanation instead of stalking him when he enters the forest. You have already lost your chance. Because your pride made you think that everyone else needs to listen to your wishes. However, this isn't the Night Star continent. And you are nothing more than an ordinary new outer disciple of the sect. Know your place." As he finished speaking, Senior brother Feng's aura at the middle of rank 6 in the nascent soul exploded out from his body, forcing Sheng Huang to circulate his cultivation to the fullest to try and resist it. However, even when he used his Tao of Destruction along with his cultivation at the middle of rank 4 in the nascent soul to protect himself and resist the powerful aura coming from Senior brother Feng, Sheng Huang realized that he was still unable to resist it completely as he was actually being pushed back just from Senior brother Feng's aura alone. Zhong Fang and Hu Lu were both terrified as they immediately stepped back, unwilling to get caught in all of this. Senior brother Feng had only shown a gentle side so far, but it seems that his anger wasn't something that they could deal with. If even Sheng Huang, who was known as the strongest genius of the Night Star continent, couldn't resist this, then they wouldn't fare much better than him either. Taking a few steps forward in the sky, Senior brother Feng kept pressuring Sheng Huang with his aura, forcing him to step back repeatedly before he continued, "You think I'm trying to insult you? So what? Do you want me to kill him in broad daylight in front of hundreds of other cultivators simply so that I can solve your so-called enmity with him? Don't forget, it's you who has enmity with junior brother Shun Long, not me. Why would I offend him for no reason? Why would I offend someone with an immortal grade bloodline for you in the first place? No, even if you are stronger than him right now due to your cultivation and your Tao of Destruction. I heard that that kid isn't inferior to you even in terms of the Tao that you have both comprehended. Since he has comprehended the Tao of space as well. Do you understand now? Your value in my eyes isn't enough to make me help you against someone like that." Sheng Huang's gaze widened in disbelief as he looked at Senior brother Feng, who had finally stopped advancing towards him. At that moment, the yellow-robed young woman who was at the early rank 6 in the nascent soul looked at Sheng Huang and said mockingly, "Junior brother Sheng, you probably think that you are some genius who only appears once in every 1,000 years. But the truth is that you are not. This is the central region, not your tiny Night Star continent. Although your Tao of Destruction is rare, there are far too many geniuses inside the sect who have comprehended rare Daos, some of which are actually far beyond your imagination. The only reason we are traveling with you right now is to help you get experience in faction missions, since we are members of the same faction. However, don't be mistaken. You are nothing more than a slightly more talented junior brother in my eyes. Your comprehension of your Tao of Destruction isn't enough yet to put you at the very top of the sect to compete with the strongest disciples. Perhaps you may be able to do so in the future. But right now, you need to start using your brain a little more." Sheng Huang's face was flushed red, unknown if it was due to anger or embarrassment, as he looked at his two senior brothers and his senior sister, who were all staring at him with different looks in their eyes. A moment later, the look in his eyes had turned cold as he suddenly shot forward all by himself, leaving the group of 5 behind him. After a moment of hesitation, Zhongfang followed after him as well. And Hulu did the same. At the same time, Shun Long had already entered the giant crane forest. As he spread his soul sense around him, looking out for any potential dangers. He had already learned from the 2 years that he and Lu Mei had spent in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, that the most dangerous things in these types of forests weren't the magic beasts that were lurking around, but the groups of other cultivators instead. As long as they met someone who they believed was carrying enough wealth to take such a risk, regardless of that person's identity, those groups would immediately attack him. Thus, Shun Long knew that in this place, his identity as a disciple of the holy sect wouldn't help him in the slightest. After staying still and looking at the trees around him for a few moments, Shun Long mumbled to himself in a surprised voice, "This place is probably even bigger than the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. No wonder others find it almost impossible to locate specific magic beasts in this place." With how big this forest was, along with the huge black trees that reached over 100 meters, 330 feet, in height and completely blocked everyone's vision, it was only natural that most outer disciples would struggle to locate specific magic beasts in this place. This was even more so for those disciples that had no idea about the environment that each magic beast chose to live in or the habits that those beasts naturally had. They would most likely end up looking for days, or perhaps even weeks, without finding the magic beast that they were looking for. After all, hunting specific middle rank 5 magic beasts was completely different from hunting any random middle rank 5 beast. The first required knowledge of that certain magic beast. That was on par with that of most beast tamers, and wasn't something that any random disciple could do at a whim. This was why those missions that required disciples to hunt certain magic beasts rewarded them with many more sect points compared to other missions at the same rank. Since the faction that accepted that mission would require at least a talented alchemist who had plenty of knowledge about that specific magic beast, or a beast tamer to help guide them. Taking a deep breath, Shun Long completely suppressed his aura, not emitting the slightest chi fluctuations from his body, while minimizing the area of his soul sense to the bare minimum, making sure that he wouldn't be accidentally spotted by any powerful magic beast. Before he headed deeper inside the forest. As he carefully walked deeper inside the forest, Shun Long saw more than a few aerial peak rank 4 and early rank 5 magic beasts flying in the sky above him. But he avoided every single one of them as his eyes kept examining his surroundings seriously. The poison-tongued toad prefers to live in environments close to water, since that's its only way to hunt other magic beasts. As long as there is a lake or a pond in this place, the toad shouldn't be too far away from it either. Unlike most other outer disciples, Shun Long's knowledge of the poison-tongued toad was more than sufficient for him to hunt down the magic beast. The only thing that was restricting him was his current knowledge of the layout of the giant crane forest. Regardless of whether he felt confident to even take on a peak rank 5 magic beast with the remaining bottles of poison from the soul-poisoning hell grass that he had inside his herb garden, Shun Long also knew that there were chances for rank 6 magic beasts to live in this forest. So he wouldn't carelessly head deeper inside if he could avoid that. 3 hours later, Shun Long's eyes lit up as he spotted a small lake not too far away from his location. However, he didn't head towards the lake right away, but instead, he climbed on top of one of the huge black trees around it. Before he started to carefully examine the area around the lake instead. A few minutes later, Shun Long shook his head with a disappointed expression as he thought to himself, there are no traces of poison in this place, and even the lake itself seems to be crystal clear. How unlucky. Shun Long had been hoping for the lake's waters to have been tainted with a slight purple color, or for a few of the trees around the lake to have been affected by the toad's poison and start to decay, since those were the signs of a poison-tongued toad living in this place. Once the poison-tongued toad hunted a magic beast, the poison from its tongue would spread through the lake itself. And Shun Long knew that in that case, it was simply impossible for the waters of the lake to be clear like this. Knowing that the chances of a poison-tongued toad to live here were practically zero, Shun Long didn't care if there was another rank 5 magic beast living inside the lake. As he turned around and left without any hesitation, heading deeper inside the forest. Even though he felt slightly disappointed, he knew that the chances of finding the toad so quickly were extremely low. In the blink of an eye, a week passed during these 7 days. Shun Long had walked through more than half of the giant crane forest's outer region, but he had yet to spot a single poison-tongued toad. At this point, he had already started to wonder whether there were really any poison-tongued toads inside the forest, or if they had already been all hunted by others. A few minutes later, however, Shun Long's eyes abruptly lit up, as he spotted a few of the gigantic black trees in the distance ahead of him that seemed different from the others around them, as they were slowly turning into a purplish color instead. As he walked closer to the trees, Shun Long noticed that the corroded trees were surrounding a small pond whose waters had already turned into a deep, purple color. And yet, this purple color seemed to be extremely alluring for some reason. Almost as if it was inviting everyone who laid his eyes on them to approach closer to them and enter the pond. Even Shun Long was stunned for a moment, feeling as if something was trying to affect his spiritual see and guide him to enter inside the small pond. However, he simply snorted as his enormous spiritual sea easily dispersed the alluring effect of the purple waters without any issue. What a joke! Even if it was a middle rank 5 magic beast, it was simply impossible for it to bypass Shun Long's mental defenses so easily and affect his spiritual sea like that. After Shun Long had broken through to the nascent soul stage in body his chi, and his body refinement. After all, his spiritual sea had already doubled in size. And if another nascent soul stage cultivator could actually see it, it was very likely that they would piss themselves from terror, since its current size was far bigger than the spiritual sea of any middle stage nascent soul stage cultivator as well. Staring at the small pond in front of him, Shun Long actually smiled before he mumbled to himself, "Finally found you." Although he couldn't see the figure of the toad past the purple waters, Shun Long was completely certain that there was a poison-tongued toad inside the pond in front of him. With a deep look in his eyes, Shun Long first waved his hand and consumed a top-grade rank 5 antitoxin pill. And after circulating his Monarch's hourglass, he actually flew straight towards the purple waters barely a moment later. Perhaps if the poison-tongued toad was a middle rank 5 magic beast that focused on mental attacks, like the rank 5 Spellsinger bird that had attacked Shun Long and Lu Mei in the past, then it was possible for its mental attacks to pose some trouble to the current Shun Long. But with just the mental effect that its poison had on the water of the pond, it was simply impossible for the toad's attack to succeed. Shun Long knew that the poison-tongued toad wasn't directly attacking him just now, but that this was the way that it hunted its prey. Any magic beast that entered the pond would immediately be affected by both its mental attack and the poison in the pond's waters, before the toad appeared and attacked as well. This terrifying killer combo could take care of even other unsuspecting middle rank 5 magic beasts without too much trouble. A few moments later, Shun Long entered the purple waters, when he suddenly felt the alluring effect that the water had in his mind become even more intense. However, he didn't seem to mind as he headed deeper inside the pond. His spiritual sea churned the moment that he entered the pond, resisting the second wave of this mental attack almost effortlessly. At the same time, Shun Long could feel the poison that had seeped inside the water that was now trying to slowly corrode his body, both from the inside as well as the outside. His Monarch's eternal body, however, was strong enough to resist the effects of the poison from the poison-tongued toad, as most of the poison couldn't even break past his skin and entered his body. As for the tiny amounts of poison that successfully entered his body, that was equally futile as well, since Shun Long's top-grade rank 5 antitoxin pill could even resist the poison from peak rank 5 magic beasts without any problems. Even without consuming a top-grade rank 5 antitoxin pill, Shun Long still believed that his Monarch's eternal body was strong enough to completely dispel the poison from the toad as well. Suddenly, Shun Long's golden eyes lit up with a bright blue light, before another scene appeared in his mind. With a smile on his face, Shun Long unhurriedly dodged to the side, only to see a long, dark purple tongue appearing in the spot where he was standing a moment ago. The tongue had shot forward with extreme speed and so much power that it could probably kill an early rank 5 magic beast in one hit. And yet, after failing to hit Shun Long, it retracted back at the speed of light. Although he couldn't clearly see the dark purple tongue that had mixed with the purple waters almost seamlessly, Shun Long knew that this was the tongue of the poison-tongued toad. Shun Long knew that the poison that covered the toad's tongue was strong enough to kill other middle rank 5 magic beasts as well. in less than a minute after it affected them, taking out the pitch-black star-rank sword from the Stone of Time. He held it in front of him with his right hand as he headed deeper inside the pond. A few moments later, another attack soon followed. As the long purple tongue appeared from the depths of the pond for the second time, with a smile on his face, Shun Long didn't dodge the tongue's attack time. And instead, he grabbed the hilt of the black sword with both of his hands before he injected his chi inside it. The mysterious runes and patterns on the sword's surface lit up at the same time, before a gigantic black-colored sword slash emerged from the sword's edge, heading towards the massive tongue in front of Shun Long. Thunder Gods slash. Shun Long's Saint low-grade martial skill erupted from the black sword, colliding with the purple tongue head-on. Grah! A cry filled with pain and rage resounded from the depths of the pond, as the dark purple tongue was instantly cut in half from Shun Long's terrifying slash. Blood spluttered from the dark purple tongue at the same time, making the water around Shun Long turn into a darker shade of purple, almost as if the poison around him had turned even more potent than before. Shun Long, however, had a calm look in his golden eyes that were shining with a light blue light, as he headed deeper inside the pond even faster than before. Although the tongue of the poison-tongued toad was its strongest weapon, its strength lied in the power it held behind its attacks as well as its poison. In front of Shun Long's Thunder God slash and his star-rank sword, the toad's tongue was effortlessly cut in half. As he reached the depths of the pond, Shun Long finally saw the silhouette of a magic beast that was more than 4 meters, 13 feet, tall, with a fat body and a mouthful of blood. The poison-tongued toad instantly turned its 2 red eyes towards Shun Long and stared at him with a look of extreme rage and bloodlust, before it suddenly jumped towards him with its large mouth wide open, almost as if it was intending to eat him alive. Shun Long's golden eyes lit up with an azure light that was even brighter than before. As he mumbled to himself, "Time prison." The giant toad was instantly frozen in place, as Shun Long forcibly halted the flow of time around it, placing it in a temporary time prison. Swinging the black sword in his hand for the second time, the runes and patterns on the sword's surface lit up once again, before a gigantic black-colored sword slash that was even bigger than the first one emerged from the sword's edge, and headed directly towards the toad's neck. Blood splattered in the depths of the purple pond, as the head of the large middle-rank 5 magic beast was severed from its body with a single sword slash. Shun Long watched as the poison-tongued toad's headless body seemed to have lost its balance, as it slowly floated upwards towards the pond's surface, along with its severed head. Just like that, a middle-rank 5 magic beast that normally needed a whole group of outer-court disciples of the holy sect that were at least at the early rank 6 of the nascent soul in order to hunt it down, had actually died. Not staying inside the pond any longer, Shun Long first swam toward the surface, before he collected the body of the poison-tongued toad and removed its beast core. Sigh. No wonder those faction missions reward so many sect points for those magic beasts. I had to look for an entire week just to locate a single poison-tongued toad, and I only found one by luck in the end. Staring at the beast core in his hands, Shun Long let out a long breath before he placed it in his spatial ring, as he then turned around and headed towards the forest's entrance. Even though he had spent the past week inside the giant crane forest looking for the poison-tongued toad's location, he had mostly walked around the forest's outer region and hadn't gone too deep inside. Otherwise, the risk of meeting with powerful magic beasts would be much higher. And even with the poison from the soul-poisoning hell grass, Shun Long wasn't confident in taking care of those magic beasts. In less than 4 hours, Shun Long had arrived back at the forest's entrance, as he once again looked at the groups of cultivators that had set up camp outside the forest. However, he wasn't the only one who looked at them, as the cultivators who had set up camp around the forest stared at him with wide eyes. Hey! Did that person just come out from the forest by himself? What? How is that even possible? This is the giant crane forest. Even peak nascent soul stage cultivators would be careful to not wander too far by themselves in this place. Don't tell me that this person is actually a Tao King. Wait. Look at his robes. Isn't he a disciple of the holy sect? But I can't seem to sense his cultivation at all. Although Shun Long could hear the crowd's discussions about him, he didn't pay any attention to them, as he headed straight towards the holy city's direction. 4 days quickly passed in the blink of an eye, as the outline of an enormous mountain finally appeared in Shun Long's eyes, along with the huge, familiar city on the mountain's foot. Knowing that he still had 2 more weeks until he met up with Lu Mei and the rest in front of the holy sect's entrance, Shun Long entered the holy city and rent a courtyard inside an inn. As he decided to enter seclusion and start cultivating, he wanted to spend the next 2 weeks trying to reach the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul stage, as well as purify his chi balls. Entering his room, Shun Long sat on the meditative cushion on the ground and closed his eyes, before he entered the foggy space in the Stone of Time. Taking out the heaven-swallowing vine, Shun Long waved his hand, causing a mountain of middle-grade spirit stones to appear in front of him, before he let the enormous vine munch on hundreds of them all at once. However, the heaven-swallowing vine itself seemed to have been growing bigger and bigger as time passed, looking like it was also growing after eating so many spirit stones for so many years. Of course, just like in the past, it didn't seem to matter if Shun Long fed the vine with low-grade or middle-grade spirit stones, as the vine absorbed them all at a speed much faster than any cultivator possibly could before it turned the chi inside them into an even purer type of chi that filled the foggy space around Shun Long. At the same time that Shun Long had entered the inn and was cultivating inside his room in the holy city, trying to increase his cultivation quickly, inside Elder Zhe's private room in the depths of the administration hall in the holy sect, a yellow-robed young man had entered inside and was standing in front of Elder Zhe with a fearful expression on his face. Elder Zhe seemed surprised when he saw his disciple's reaction. Although he knew that his personal disciple, Lian Changeming, was always respectful in front of him, the fear that he exhibited right now wasn't something that Elder Zhe was used to seeing, making him furrow his brows in confusion. Liao Changeming, what's wrong? Do you have something to say, or are you here to stare at me? Elder Zhe's angry voice resounded throughout the silent room, immediately bringing the yellow-robed young man back to his senses. Naturally, Elder Zhe wasn't used to his disciple staring at him and daydreaming, and neither was he interested in staring at his disciple's face for so long either. However, Liao Changeming simply trembled as he looked at his master, who seemed to be getting more and more displeased with him, before he took a deep breath and said in a grave voice, "Master, 2 weeks ago, you told me to investigate an outer disciple named Shun Long. Remember?" Elder Zhe nodded his head with a cold look in his eyes, before he asked in a serious voice, "What about him? Are you really that afraid after investigating a single outer-court disciple who has entered the sect for less than 3 months? Don't tell me that he has actually managed to join one of the top 100 factions in the outer court within just a couple of months of joining the sect. No. You still wouldn't be this afraid if that was the case." Elder Zhe seemed to have suddenly fallen into serious thoughts after seeing his disciple's face that had turned completely pale, before he looked at him and asked with a curious look in his eyes a moment later, "Could it be that that kid is actually backed by one of the big families and clans around the sect's territory?" Shaking his head vehemently, the look of fear in Liao Changeming's eyes had turned even more intense as he looked at his master, before he took a deep breath and said a moment later, "Master, it's much worse than that. Even worse." Elder Zhe's brows furrowed once again as he looked at his disciple, not understanding what was going on this time. In his mind, Elder Zhe was already certain that he had already mentioned the worst-case scenario when he said that Shun Long was backed by one of the big families and clans around the holy sect's territory, especially if it was one of the families that was ranked much higher than the Yen and the Zhu families. Elder Zhe knew that the Yen family would face quite a lot of trouble getting rid of Shun Long. However, Liao Changeming's words had given an uneasy feeling to Elder Zhe, who turned to look at his trembling disciple with a cold look in his eyes, as the aura of a peak rank 9 Dao King burst out from his body before he said in a voice that shook the entire private room, "Changeming, just spit it out." Liao Changeming seemed to have regained his senses after feeling Elder Zhe's aura that was on the verge of exploding, and after taking a deep breath to press down his fear, he looked at Elder Zhe and said in a hesitant manner, as if he couldn't believe his own words, "Master, from what I found out, that Shun Long isn't backed by any powerful family or clan around the holy sect's territory. He is just a new outer disciple who joined the sect from the continents surrounding our central region 2 months ago. And he is just a rogue cultivator without any backing. A rogue cultivator. Elder Je mused to himself, becoming even more surprised at how weak Shun Long's background was. However, Liao Changeming didn't stop, as he then continued speaking despite seeing Elder Je's questioning gaze. Not only that, but he is not a member of any of the top 100 factions either. Forget about the top 100 factions. He didn't even join the factions in the middle of the pack. He actually made his own faction instead, just a few days after he entered the sect. Ha 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 ha. Elder Je's boisterous laughter resounded throughout the room, as the white-robed elder looked at Liao Changeming, and said in a mocking tone, a new disciple without any backing. And he simply decided to create his own faction after entering the sect for a few days. Ha 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 ha. What kind of problem could a brat without any background pose? However, a moment later, Elder Je noticed that the look of fear hadn't disappeared from Liao Changeming's eyes and had only grown more intense instead. Liao Changeming then took another breath to calm himself down before he continued speaking in a slightly hesitant manner, almost as if he didn't know how to breach this subject. Master, I found out that when that Shun Long passed the 4th test and entered the sect 2 months ago, he was just a peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator. Before Elder Je could interrupt him, Liao Changeming ignored the surprised look in his eyes as he then continued. However, this is not everything. I heard that during the 4th test of the sect 2 months ago, that kid revealed an immortal grade bloodline when he fought against a disciple at the peak of rank 4 in the nascent soul and even won against him. Elder Je's face instantly paled when he heard the words immortal grade bloodline. Even if most outer disciples didn't know about it, Elder Je clearly knew that the number of disciples who had an immortal grade bloodline within the holy sect could be counted on one hand. And Shun Long was actually one of them. No. It is certain that this will attract the attention of an inner court elder sooner or later. If that happens, things will be really bad. Forget about the Yen family. I may even lose my life if I am involved in this. Elder Je seemed to have lost his usual calmness as his eyes finally showed hints of panic when he heard that Shun Long actually had an immortal grade bloodline. He knew that the inner court elders of the sect wouldn't ignore someone with an immortal grade bloodline for no reason. Even if they hadn't taken note of Shun Long yet, they were bound to do so sooner or later. No wonder he didn't care about the Yen family. As long as he reveals his bloodline, and attracts the attention of an inner court elder, the Yen family will truly be nothing. Things are too complicated. Elder Je seemed to have understood why Liao Changeming was so afraid just now, as he looked at his disciple and nodded his head as he waved his hand. Before he said seriously, I understand what's going on. You can leave. However, Elder Je's thoughts seemed to be just the beginning of all this, as Liao Changeming shook his head and said in a voice that could no longer contain his fear, Master, this is not everything. Before Elder Je could berate him, Liao Changeming actually continued speaking, while even his legs had started to shake as he continued his next sentence. Although that Shun Long created his own faction instead of joining another faction, his faction actually has 4 other members, and all of them are new outer disciples who entered the sect 2 months ago, just like him. However, in these 2 months that they have been in the sect, all 4 of them have been accepted by 4 inner court elders of the sect as personal disciples. Liao Changeming's next words were like a bomb that exploded inside the private room, making Elder Je's eyes widen in disbelief. Standing up from his seat, Elder Je's face had turned completely pale as he stared at his disciple who was now kneeling in front of him, almost as if he was waiting for his instructions. Changeming, are you certain about this? Elder Je's voice had turned slightly hoarse as he asked this question, while his eyes stared at the yellow-robed young man in front of him intently while he waited for confirmation. Nodding his head, Liao Changeming looked at Elder Je with a serious look in his eyes that failed to completely hide his fear. Before he said, Master, I am certain. The first of them is Shun Long's wife. Her name is Lu Mei and she came from the Night Star continent just like him. Apparently, she is someone who has managed to comprehend the Tao of Death. And a little more than a month ago, she was even accepted by Elder Xuan Zhao as a personal disciple. Although I don't know the specifics and neither did I dare to pry too much, I have heard that Elder Xuan is doting on this new disciple of hers very much. Elder Xuan Zhao from the inner court. Elder Zhe slowly slumped back to his chair when he heard the name of this terrifying elder who instilled fear in everyone's heart. Even though both of them were elders of the holy sect, the difference in status between an outer court elder and an inner court one was extremely big. It was even bigger than the difference between an outer court disciple and an inner court one. This was even more so for an inner court elder like Elder Shun, whose status was even above most other inner court elders like Elder Ling, the white-robed Dao Emperor with the unkempt appearance who was present during the fourth test of the holy sect and watched Shun Long and the rest. If such an elder was doting on her new disciple, wouldn't Elder Zhe directly offend her by messing with her disciple's Dao partner? Even if Elder Shun didn't take any measures against him, Elder Zhe knew that it would be akin to him sitting on pins and needles if an inner court elder had suddenly targeted him. No. Perhaps it's still possible to do it. No matter what. He is still nothing more than a new outer court disciple. Elder Zhe tried to console himself as he looked at the young man who was still kneeling in front of him as he waited for him to finish explaining what else he had found out. Unfortunately, this was only the beginning. As Liao Changeming continued a few moments later, his every word mercilessly crushing Elder Zhe's hopes, the second person from his faction is another beauty named Xie Xingyi. Apparently, she came from the Night Star continent just like Shun Long and Lu Mei. And just like Lu Mei, she was also accepted as a personal disciple from an inner court elder. I heard that it is the elder responsible for the refinement hall in the inner court, Elder Mao Jing, who has accepted her as a personal disciple. That girl is rumored to have an extremely rare unique physique. The Vanishing Shadow's unique physique. Which was why Elder Mao Jing took her as her disciple. It looked like Liao Changeming hadn't noticed the shock in Elder Zhe's eyes that could no longer be hidden, nor his pale face that was now as white as a sheet of paper. As the yellow-robed young man didn't stop speaking, his voice being the only thing that resounded inside Elder Zhe's private room. The third one is a kid named by Longshan who has comprehended the Tao of Light. And just like the other three, don't tell me that he came from the Night Star continent as well. Elder Zhe finally interrupted him as he refused to believe that everyone in Shun Long's faction came from the Night Star continent as well. Just what kind of shit continent was the Night Star continent? In so many years, it hadn't produced even a handful of passable disciples, making the elder even forget the name of the continent altogether. And yet in just a single batch, 3 people had managed to enter the sect, and 2 of them had even become personal disciples of inner court elders. And now there could even be another one. Unfortunately for Elder Zhe, Liao Changeming seemed to have turned as dense as a block of wood today, as he had been completely overwhelmed from the fear of the background of everyone in Shun Long's faction that he even failed to notice the shock and fear in his master's eyes. Naturally, his master was an outer court elder of the holy sect, so why would he be afraid of a few outer court disciples? This was the thought inside Liao Changeming's head that managed to calm him down. As the yellow-robed young man nodded his head without any hesitation before he answered, "Master is right. That kid is from the Night Star continent as well. Apparently, not only has he comprehended the Tao of Light, but in the 4th test to enter the sect, he even revealed that he has comprehended the Tao of the Buddha. It seems that Elder He Kun has personally accepted him as a personal disciple as well, making his status the same as Lu Mei's and Xie Xingyi's. Elder He Kun. What the hell is going on with every single one of those monsters? Isn't that old man He Kun from the same generation as the chief of the inner court elders? Elder Sun Wen. I thought he wouldn't be accepting any more disciples in his life." Unfortunately, Liao Changeming didn't give Elder Zhe any more time to daydream, as he took a deep breath and continued with a serious look in his eyes. "As for the last person, his name is Jiang Chen. Master. For some reason, I couldn't find anything about him. Not even which continent he came from. I am not sure how that's even possible. But I did find out that during the 4th test of the sect he actually revealed his bloodline. In the end, he is the same as Shun Long. A monster with an immortal grade bloodline." Elder Zhe's heart started to beat wildly as he stared at the yellow-robed young man in front of him, with a look of realization, as well as horror in his eyes. As soon as he raised his head, Liao Changeming was stunned when he saw the look of fear in his master's eyes. Elder Zhe didn't even question how there was another monster with an immortal grade bloodline in Shun Long's faction as he asked in a natural, but slightly trembling voice, which elder has accepted him as a disciple. Naturally. For a monster with an immortal grade bloodline, it was only natural that the inner court elders would fight to accept him as their disciple. Although Elder Zhe didn't know why the elders of the holy sect hadn't turned their eyes towards Shun Long yet. And even though Liao Changeming's investigation hadn't given him an answer about this either. This elder of the administration hall, who had been hoping to take care of Shun Long before he was noticed by the elders, now realized that it was all a fool's dream. He had been extremely naive from the beginning. If Shun Long's faction had 4 members, all of whom were personal disciples of the inner court elders, how could the inner court elders possibly not have noticed Shun Long already? Something is definitely going on. I can't get involved in this matter any longer. As this thought appeared in his mind, Elder Zhe looked at Liao Changeming, who nodded his head before he answered in a respectful tone, "Master. It's Elder Yao Shui Dong. He is the one who accepted him as his personal disciple." Nodding his head, Elder Zhe looked at his disciple who was kneeling in front of him. And without asking any further questions, he said in a serious tone that brought chills down Liao Changeming's heart, "Changeming, you will stop any further investigations regarding that kid and the people in his faction at once. If I find out that you keep doing that, you will receive punishment from me personally." Elder Zhe's cold voice and his sudden order made Liao Changeming shiver in fear, as he lowered his head even further and said, "Yes, Master." Although that was what Liao Changeming had said on the outside, he was actually grumbling inwardly that his master was so unreasonable. He was the one who ordered him to investigate everything. And yet now he acted like it was all Liao Changeming's idea. Unfortunately, Liao Changeming didn't dare to say anything, as he simply nodded his head before he left his master's room. Standing all by himself inside the empty room, Elder Zhe first took out a deep breath to finally calm himself down, before he waved his hand, taking out a small black-colored crystal ball from his spatial ring. After staring at the crystal ball in silence for a few moments, he placed his hand on top of the ball's surface, before the voice of an old man sounded from the ball barely a few moments later, as it reverberated throughout the silent room. "Zhe Shuying, what took you so long? You old fart. Do you finally have any news for me? Yen Gong, I suggest you give up. Things have gone beyond your control already." At the same time that this conversation was taking place in Elder Zhe's room, in a private room inside a luxurious inn at the heart of the holy city, Shun Long, who had already entered the foggy space in the Stone of Time, had no idea that 2 Peak Dao Kings were discussing about him, as he kept cultivating with his eyes closed while the heaven-swallowing vine continued to fill the air around him with pure qi. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had gone by as Shun Long finally opened his eyes. A mountain of middle-grade spirit stones had covered his surroundings, but most of them seemed to have lost their luster and were just a few moments away from turning into dust. Raising his head, Shun Long saw the 27 balls of qi that were floating above his head, all of them emitting the same light. In the past 2 weeks, Shun Long had used more than 130.000 middle-grade spirit stones to reach the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul, and fully purify every single one of his qi balls, bringing them all at the same level as the 27th qi ball. Since today marked the end of the 1-month period where everyone had to complete their faction missions and meet up in front of the holy sect's entrance, Shun Long stopped cultivating and stood up from his usual seat, before he closed his eyes and imagined himself leaving the foggy space in the Stone of Time. At that moment, however, before he could actually return to his room inside the inn, Shun Long felt the air inside the foggy space suddenly turn heavy and stifling as a terrifying aura erupted from behind him. This aura that was filled with endless majesty and bloodlust was much more powerful than anything that Shun Long had ever felt so far. And yet, it only caused a huge smile to break on his face, as Shun Long turned around and stared at the scene behind him. At the same time that Shun Long turned around, Little Black's eyes that had remained closed for more than 2 years suddenly opened, causing the powerful, chaotic aura that was coming from his body to become even more intense. The air inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time turned even heavier. But Shun Long didn't seem to feel the slightest bits of pressure from this, as he stared at the black dragon in front of him with a relieved smile on his face. This feeling only lasted for a single moment before the aura coming from Little Black's body instantly calmed down. causing the entire foggy space in the Stone of Time to return to normal. Staring at Shun Long with his bright blue eyes that seemed to hold a myriad of emotions inside them, Little Black's spoke a moment later, his voice sounding directly inside Shun Long's mind. Master, I am awake. Little Black stretched his head, covering Shun Long's body with it, before he asked in a curious tone, Master, how long have I been sleeping for? A little more than 2 years. Patting Little Black's head, Shun Long answered with a smile on his face. Obviously having missed his dragon's company during this time, Little Black stayed silent for a moment when he heard this, as he knew that the 2 years that Shun Long mentioned only counted for the years spent in the outside world. Since he had stayed inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time during this time, Little Black understood that he had spent more than 20 years asleep. Naturally, for a magic beast like a dragon who could sleep for thousands of years without the need to wake up, sleeping for 20 years was nothing. But for Little Black, things were completely different. He knew that every time that he fell asleep to advance his strength, he would be unable to wake up and help Shun Long if he really needed it. Little Black also knew that after the first 2 years had gone by, Shun Long would participate in the Holy Sect's test. Although Little Black didn't know what the Holy Sect's tests entailed, he understood that even though Shun Long's cultivation had yet to reach the nascent soul stage back then, he would certainly attract a lot of attention during the test. Master's talents are definitely not something that people from this mortal world can compare with. Even the biggest geniuses from the immortal dimension wouldn't dare to compare themselves with Master if they were sent in this place without any immortal-grade spirit stones. As this thought appeared in Little Black's mind, the enormous black dragon first looked around him, and surprised that he didn't find Little Silver in this place, he looked at Shun Long with a curious look in his eyes and asked, Master, can you tell me what happened while I was asleep? Since Little Black had guessed that Shun Long had already entered the Holy Sect, he wanted to know what Shun Long had experienced during this time. Nodding his head, Shun Long sat back down on his seat before he started to narrate everything that he had experienced ever since Little Black had fallen asleep to absorb the Dragon Stone. From his experience inside the 10,000 Beasts mountain range with Lu Mei, to him entering the Holy Sect and revealing his dragonic bloodline and forming his own faction. He also told Little Black about Jiang Chen and his immortal-grade bloodline that came from the demonic Crow of Darkness, as well as his background and the background of his mother, both of whom came from the Yu family of the Eternal Darkness world. Naturally, he also mentioned Shi Xingyi and Bai Longshan, without missing even the slightest details. From Lu Mei and the rest of his faction members accepting the inner court elders of the Holy Sect as their masters, to the missions that he had accepted during this time, and even mentioning the Dao Tower at the heart of the Holy City, Shun Long told Little Black, who kept listening quietly. Shun Long didn't even skip the hostility that Shun Huang had showed him after they had entered the sect, causing the Black Dragon to narrow his eyes dangerously. A brat from the Shengshan dynasty. The next time that we return back to the desolate East, I will completely eradicate that dynasty then. Little Black's words didn't have the slightest hints of mercy inside them, as he mentioned destroying a dynasty that had stood for almost 100,000 years like it was the most trivial thing, one that didn't even need any further thought. Shun Long, however, simply smiled, as he understood that Little Black was definitely strong enough to say something like that. Before absorbing the Dragon Stone, Shun Long knew that Little Black was still at the middle of rank 6. But from the aura coming from his body now, it was obvious that he had definitely exceeded the rank 6 already. Even if he was at the peak of rank 6, Shun Long guessed that Little Black would still be strong enough to fight against early-stage Dao Emperors without any problem. Peak Dao Kings like the old king of the Shengshan dynasty, Shang Jun, and even the Hall Master of the Demon Emperor Palace, Duanzhu, could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as Little Black. But now that he had broken through to the rank 7, Little Black was at the same level as a Dao Emperor. The same level as the inner court elders of the Holy Sect. A Dao Emperor could control an entire continent by himself, holding billions of life in his hands. It wasn't something that peak Dao Kings like the Dao King from the Shengshan dynasty could compare themselves with. With a deep look in his eyes, Little Black ignored a worm like Shang Jun, and staring at Shun Long he then said in a serious voice, Master, although I have never gone to the eternal darkness world with Master in the past. For a family to possess the bloodline of a mythic rank magic beast like the demonic crow of darkness and still remain standing without being destroyed, even if their strength isn't anywhere close to the peak of the immortal dimension, they are definitely not going to be weak either. Mythic rank magic beast. Shun Long nodded his head when he heard Little Black's warning to not take them lightly, as he already knew that the Yu family wasn't going to be easy to fight against. However, what surprised Shun Long was the words mythic rank magic beast. Even though he clearly knew that the demonic crow of darkness belonged to the upper spectrum of the stronger magic beasts in the immortal dimension, even in the holy sect, Shun Long had never heard of such a classification of magic beast ranks. Nodding his head, Little Black then started to explain in the immortal dimension. Magic beasts are split into different categories depending on their strength and how rare they are. The lowest are the common rank, followed by the rare rank and then the elite rank magic beasts. However, in this mortal world that Master is right now, there are probably only common rank magic beasts, and even rare rank magic beasts are extremely difficult to find. As for elite rank ones, I don't think that there will be any in this place. After the elite rank is the mythic rank, and finally the legendary rank. The magic beasts that stand at the peak of the legendary rank are even called kings of magic beasts. As for the demonic crow of darkness that the Yu family has taken their bloodline from, it is a powerful mythic rank magic beast. Little Black knew that Shun Long had yet to fully regain his memories, so he knew that he had to explain the ranks of magic beasts in the immortal dimension. Although the demonic crow of darkness doesn't stand at the peak of the mythic rank, it is still among the 15 strongest mythic rank magic beasts. That Yu family is definitely extremely lucky to be able to obtain its bloodline like that. After pausing for a moment, Little Black then continued, of course, it doesn't matter if it's a mythic rank or even a legendary rank magic beast. In front of Master, all of them will be able to only bow their heads in the end. Shun Long simply smiled as he patted Little Black's head. Before he said a moment later, Little Black, there is a problem with Maya's undead creatures. After breaking through to the nascent soul stage, her undead creatures have started to develop their own consciousness, and they are no longer the soulless beings that they were before. Even though they are now stronger than they were in the past after they developed their own consciousness, they are also more dangerous as well, since Maya has to use her soul sense to suppress them during a fight. According to the words that Maya's Grandmaster left behind, a cultivator of the Tao of Death shouldn't treat their undead creatures as tools but rather see them as living beings, and use their soul sense to completely suppress the killing intent and all the negative emotions that they emit before a fight. Little Black instantly understood what Shun Long was trying to say, and after staying silent for a while, almost as if he was recalling something, he finally shook his massive dragon head a few seconds later as he looked at Shun Long with his bright blue eyes before he answered, Master, that is both wrong and right at the same time. Master must have already realized by now that the Tao of Death is one of the most terrifying Daos in existence, both for those who have comprehended it as well as their enemies. As soon as a cultivator who has comprehended the Tao of Death breaks through to the nascent soul stage, her undead creatures will naturally develop their own soul too as they become stronger. Of course, since they are undead creatures that are summoned directly from the death abyss, they would never have any positive emotions, and instead, they will be filled with malice, killing intent, hunger, and countless other negative emotions. This isn't something that can be avoided by any cultivator who has comprehended the Tao of Death, since this is a trait that comes from the depths of the souls of every undead creature. It's a risk that every cultivator who has comprehended this Tao must take care of by themselves. However, according to that family from the immortal dimension, it is wrong for a cultivator who has comprehended the Tao of Death to use their soul sense and completely suppress their undead creatures or treat them like an army. After breaking through to the nascent soul stage, you should allow your undead creatures to fully fight, using all their evilness and malice without holding back, and only suppress the killing intent that they have towards you and those around you. Only when they fight at their full strength without being suppressed, will the creatures from the death abyss be at their strongest. Shun Long's eyes widened slightly when he heard this. But a moment later he quickly understood that Elder Shen hadn't lied to Lu Mei. But it was simply her master's insights in the Tao of Death that couldn't compare to those from a top family of the immortal dimension. Although it seemed like a small detail. To either have Lu Mei completely suppress the killing intent from her undead creatures during her fights, or simply suppress it when it was targeted towards herself. Shun Long understood that the difference was massive for Lu Mei. After chatting with Little Black for 2 more hours, Shun Long finally stood up from his seat and closed his eyes. As he imagined himself leaving the foggy space in the Stone of Time and return back to his room. It was time for him to return back to the Holy Sect and meet up with Lu Mei and the others. Before they left for the Blue Star continent in the northern region to complete the C-rank mission, Shun Long knew that as long as they managed to complete the mission, their faction would automatically become eligible to join the faction wars inside the Holy Sect. At the same time, Little Black had an overjoyed expression when he heard that Shun Long had unlocked another part of his memories after breaking through to the nascent soul a few moments ago. Leaving the inn, Shun Long flew past the Holy City's gates. But this time, he didn't head towards the peak of the Holy Mountain. Instead, he flew towards the opposite direction of the Holy Sect. And less than a minute later, he had already arrived high above the clouds where a black panther with silver wings lazing around in the sky. The moment that it sensed Shun Long's presence, Little Silver immediately stood up from the cloud he was lying on and flew towards Shun Long without any hesitation. After greeting Little Silver, whom he hadn't seen for the last 2 months, Shun Long patted the panther's head warmly and placed him inside the Stone of Time. Before he flew straight towards the Holy Sect a few moments later. As soon as he arrived at the peak of the Holy Mountain, Shun Long's eyes instantly landed on a group of 4 young men and women who were standing a few meters away from the Holy Sect's entrance. As his lips slowly curved up into a smile, almost as if they sensed Shun Long's presence, Lu Mei and Shi Xingyi, who were chatting together, as well as Jiang Chen, who was standing with his eyes closed, and Bai Longshan, who had his usual warm smile on his face, all turned their eyes towards him at the same time. With the same smile on his face, Shun Long looked at Lu Mei, who was the first one to approach him, as she hugged him gently. Before he turned his attention towards Shi Xingyi, who was staring at him with a blush on her face, as well as Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan, who were standing a few meters away from each other, as he then asked, "How did everyone's missions go? Brother Shun? No one of us faced any problems. Everyone finished their missions within the first 2 weeks before we visited the Dao Tower in the Holy City." Bai Longshan was the first one to answer, as he took out a deep red-colored token from his spatial ring and showed it to Shun Long. Jiang Chen nodded his head in agreement after hearing Bai Longshan's words, as he and Lu Mei, as well as Shi Xingyi, all took out their own tokens from their spatial rings. Jiang Chen didn't even glance at the red-colored token in Bai Longshan's hand. But the moment his eyes landed on Lu Mei's and Shi Xingyi's purple tokens, he suddenly froze on the spot. His own token was indeed a purple token, but he had just entered the purple rank in the Dao Tower. While it was obvious that both Xingyi's and Lu Mei's tokens were a much deeper purple color than his, Bai Longshan smiled warmly the moment that he looked at Lu Mei and Shi Xingyi's tokens. Before he congratulated them without holding back, "Sister Mei. Sister Xingyi. Congratulations. It looks like Brother Jiang and I are no match for you in terms of our Dao comprehension right now." Bai Longshan wasn't being humble when he said this, while even Jiang Chen ended up nodding his head in agreement with a serious look on his face. It was obvious that although Bai Longshan's token was a deep red color that was only a few steps away from entering the purple rank, while Jiang Chen's token had already entered the purple rank instead. Shi Xingyi's and Lu Mei's tokens were already a much deeper shade of purple compared to theirs. This was even more so for Lu Mei's token, that made even Shun Long's eyes widen in response, as her Dao Tower token was almost identical to his own. This meant that Lu Mei's comprehension of her Dao of Death had already reached the peak of the nascent soul stage already. As for Shi Xingyi's token, although its purple color wasn't as deep as Lu Mei's, Shun Long guessed that she was just a step away from her Dao of Shadows reaching the peak of the nascent soul stage. Of course, this was only in terms of their Dao comprehension. It was unknown just yet which one of the 4 of them would be stronger if they fought with each other. Since everyone had their own strengths, Lu Mei's Dao of Death was extremely terrifying. But the same could be said about Shi Xingyi and her Dao of Shadows, as well as her Vanishing Shadows unique physique. However, Although Bai Longshan's and Jiang Chen's Dao comprehension seemed to be slightly inferior to the two girls at this moment, this didn't necessarily mean that the two of them were weaker than Xie Xingyi and Lu Mei, since they both had comprehended more than one Dao instead. And Jiang Chen's Eternal Darkness physique as well as Bai Longshan's Golden Buddha unique physique weren't inferior to Xie Xingyi's physique. If anything, in terms of pure combat ability, their physique was even stronger than Xingyi's, since her Vanishing Shadow's unique physique was more suited towards concealment, speed, survivability as well as surprise attacks, while Bai Longshan's and Jiang Chen's physiques were used to fight their opponents head-on. Of course, it would be dumb for a natural assassin like Xingyi to fight her opponents head-on. Killing your opponents with one swift strike was always the best choice for her, making her unique physique the best natural augmentation for her abilities. Xie Xingyi and Lu Mei both smiled warmly at Bai Longshan and Jiang Chen, who didn't conceal their fighting intent in their eyes. Originally, the two of them were only looking at each other as their own rivals, while in their minds Lu Mei and Xie Xingyi were Shun Long's women. Even if Shun Long had yet to seal the deal with Xingyi, based on the interest that Xingyi had shown so far and the fact that she was good friends with Lu Mei and that Shun Long didn't seem to dislike her, in their eyes, it was only a matter of time before she became his woman. However, after seeing themselves being left behind in their challenge in the Dao Tower, they both stared at the two girls with serious looks filled with fighting intent. This was even more so after Jiang Chen, Bai Longshan, and even Xie Xingyi all remembered Lu Mei's words before they had split up to complete their faction missions. I will see you guys in 1 month. Hee. Let's take a look at the Dao Tower that Long Ji mentioned and see which of us can climb the highest. Even Shun Long felt some excitement when he felt the competitive spirit in the air around him, before he smiled and said a moment later, let's go to the Beast Tamer Hall and rent a flying magic beast to get us to the Blue Star continent in the northern region then. Lu Mei and the rest all turned their eyes towards Shun Long with both eager and excited, but also serious looks in their eyes. This would be the first faction mission that they would be completing together, but it was still a C-rank faction mission nonetheless, although every one of them had completed a D-rank mission successfully by themselves. C-rank faction missions were an entirely different matter altogether. The difficulty between each mission rank was more than a single level, making D-rank and C-rank missions simply incomparable to each other. This was even more so for a mission at the top of the C-rank, where there was even an early-stage Dao King that was possibly involved in this. With a deep look in his eyes, Shun Long led Jiang Chen and the rest past the Holy Sect's gates, as he started to look for the Beast Tamer Hall's location. Although Shun Long knew that he could save some of his sect points if he had Little Silver carry them all to the northern region, he wasn't planning on exposing Little Silver's existence just yet. Thus, he preferred to rent a flying magic beast from the Beast Tamer Hall directly, and have it carry them all the way to the Blue Star continent in the northern region instead. After walking for more than an hour, Shun Long finally arrived in front of a large building with the words Beast Tamer Hall right above its entrance. Even before he entered the building, Shun Long could clearly hear the occasional roars of magic beasts that sounded from the inside, before he led Lu Mei and the rest past the building's entrance. After he entered inside, Shun Long found himself inside a large lobby with 20 other outer disciples, all of them waiting in front of the reception. Behind the reception counter Shun Long saw 5 wooden doors, while each door was guarded by at least one outer disciple that had reached the early rank 7 of the nascent soul. So this is the Beast Tamer Hall. Xie Xingyi mumbled in a low voice as her stunning green eyes took in the details of this spacious room and the disciples queuing up in front of the reception counter. Shun Long and the rest joined the queue for a few minutes, before their turn arrived sometime later. Hello. How can I help you? The yellow-robed young woman behind the counter asked with a smile on her face. I want a flying magic beast to take us to the Blue Star continent in the northern region. Shun Long voiced his request without any hesitation, as his eyes landed on the 5 wooden doors behind the reception counter. He had already seen the disciples before him enter those doors after talking to the 2 girls in the reception counter, so he easily guessed that the magic beasts were all behind the doors. Please follow me. The young woman nodded her head and guided Shun Long towards the 3rd door right behind the reception counter. The disciple that was guarding the door naturally didn't stop them, As the yellow-robed young woman opened the door and gestured for Shun Long and the rest to enter inside. As soon as he walked past the door, Shun Long saw an enormous garden that seemed to span for more than 10 miles. With tens of flying magic beasts either sitting around in their nests, or flying around in the sky. This is the place where our beast tamer hall keeps the flying magic beasts. Unlike those magic beasts that live in the water or the land-based magic beasts who can live in any environment, we keep the flying magic beasts in this open space so they can enjoy some freedom. Naturally, our beast tamers have made sure that each one of them are docile and won't try to escape. So there's nothing to worry about. The yellow-robed young woman could guess that it was Shun Long's and the rest's first time coming to the beast tamer hall. So she explained things with a smile on her face. Is there a specific magic beast that you want to choose? Since you want to get to the Blue Star continent in the northern region, I suggest that you pick a peak rank 5 flying magic beast or above. A middle rank 5 magic beast will need 6 months to take you to the northern region and 6 more months to return. So the entire journey will take more than a year. A year? It wasn't just Lu Mei who was surprised. As Shun Long and the rest all stared at the young woman in front of them with stunned looks on their faces. A year just to travel to the Blue Star continent and return back to the Holy Sect. The yellow-robed receptionist nodded her head matter-of-factly before she answered naturally. The distance between our central region and the northern region isn't small. So a year is the minimum if you choose a middle rank 5 magic beast. Of course, middle rank 5 magic beasts are also the cheapest options, as each of them will only cost you 200 sect points, regardless of how long you rent them for until you return back to the Holy Sect. If you rent a magic beast to transport you during a mission, then it doesn't matter if you leave the sect for a month or a year. You will still have to pay the same amount in the end. Shaking his head, Shun Long rejected the option right away before he asked what about peak rank 5 and rank 6 beasts. Shun Long had no idea that the distance between the central region and the northern region was so big that it would take a full year just to come and go with a middle rank 5 magic beast. He would much rather spend more sect points to choose a faster magic beast since that was the case. There was no way he would simply spend an entire year just traveling from the Holy Sect to the northern region like this. The yellow-robed young woman's face bloomed with a bright smile when she heard Shun Long's question. Before she nodded and explained a peak rank 5 magic beast will only need 4 months to take you to the northern region and 4 more months to return you back to the Holy Sect after you have finished your mission. As for the price, it is 500 sect points. Shun Long shook his head without any hesitation before he said what about the rank 6 magic beasts then? He had already decided that if the beast tamer hall didn't have any early rank 6 flying magic beast, he would sell some pills in the Holy City and purchase an early rank 6 flying magic beast for himself. Although the price would most likely exceed 1.6 million middle-grade spirit stones and could even reach more than 2 million if he was unlucky. In his eyes Shun Long knew that this was a much better option than spending more than half a year in a magic beast's back. Fortunately, the young woman's face wasn't downcast when Shun Long rejected picking a peak rank 5 magic beast. But instead, she smiled even brighter before she walked deeper inside the garden and said naturally, "Our beast tamer hall has rank 6 magic beasts, whose speed is simply incomparable to the magic beasts that are still at the peak of rank 5. A single early rank 6 magic beast will cost 2,000 sect points. And it will only take 2 months to get your group to the northern region. As for middle rank 6 magic beasts, they cost 5,000 sect points. But they will only take 1 month to get you all to the Blue Star continent in the northern region instead. Naturally, we also have peak rank 6 magic beasts whose price reaches up to 20.000 sect points. And they will only take half a month to get you to the northern region." Understanding that Shun Long wasn't interested in the peak rank 5 magic beasts, she started to introduce the price of every single rank 6 magic beast, as well as the amount of time it would take for each beast to get Shun Long's group to the Blue Star continent. After falling silent for a moment, Shun Long nodded his head before he handed the young woman his sect-identifying token and said, "We will take a middle rank 6 magic beast." The yellow-robed young woman was extremely surprised when she heard this. But she still nodded her head happily and accepted Shun Long's token before she deducted 5.000 sect points from it. She knew that very few outer disciples would be willing to spend so many sect points just to travel from the holy sect to another region. As for a group like Shun Long's, where everyone aside from Shun Long seemed to be at the middle stages of the nascent soul, such a group would normally do everything they can to preserve their sect points, even if that meant spending a year traveling. After all, which outer disciple didn't complete missions to gather sect points? Even if Shun Long's group was taking on a D-rank faction mission this time, even the toughest D-rank faction missions only gave a few thousand sect points at best. With the strength of their group, where even the strongest person, Jiang Chen, seemed to be at the peak of rank 5 in the nascent soul, the young woman believed that their mission wouldn't give them more than 1,000 sect points at best. As for C-rank faction missions, that thought didn't even cross her mind with their group's current strength. Although she couldn't sense Shun Long's cultivation, the young woman was certain that it was impossible for them to complete a C-rank faction mission by themselves. Regardless, she still looked at Shun Long with the same bright smile on her face before she said, "Please follow me." The woman then headed deeper inside the garden. And a few minutes later, she arrived in front of a huge tree that was even bigger than the black trees that Shun Long had seen in the giant crane forest. At the top of the tree, a large blue bird with icy blue feathers seemed to be resting in its nest that was completely encased in ice with its eyes closed, not even paying any attention to the rest of the magic beasts flying in the sky. Oh! A middle rank 6 Arctic blue bird. The young woman turned around and looked at Shun Long with even more surprise in her eyes than before, as she nodded her head and said, "Junior brother is very knowledgeable. I suppose I don't have to explain things then. This is indeed an Arctic blue bird that our beast tamer hall has found. It will take you less than a month to get to the Blue Star continent riding on its back. However, I must warn you that you can't allow any strangers to approach it. Nor can you carry anyone from the Blue Star continent back to the holy sect other than yourselves. Only disciples of the holy sect who possess a sect identifying token can approach the magic beasts from our beast tamer hall. If anyone else approaches them, the magic beasts will instantly attack that person." Although Shun Long didn't know about this, he still nodded his head in an uncaring manner. He wasn't planning on getting anyone from the Blue Star continent back to the central region. As for the Arctic blue bird, Shun Long already knew that it was an ice element flying magic beast that used its feathers as its primary hunting tool when it hunted its prey. Although its speed was barely above average compared to most other rank 6 flying magic beasts, the Arctic blue bird had a very high endurance. So even traveling for 6 months straight wouldn't be a problem for it, let alone the 1 month it needed to reach the Blue Star continent in the northern region. Shun Long looked at the yellow-robed young woman and nodded his head, indicating that he was satisfied with the Arctic blue bird as well, although he had spent 5,000 sect points for it, leaving him with only 440 sect points. He wasn't worried since he could sell some pills to the Golden Treasures Hall anytime that he needed sect points. Besides, he had yet to collect the 7,000 sect points that he would obtain after handing in the beast core of the poison-tongued toad in the assignment hall. Nodding her head, the yellow-robed woman took out her sect-identifying token and raised it above her head, causing the Arctic blue bird to open its eyes. Seeing it spread its large, icy blue wings and float downwards from the tree, the young woman turned her attention towards Shun Long before she explained, "You don't have to worry. Even if you have never been to the northern region before, since our holy sect is located towards the north of the central region as well, all you have to do is order the Arctic blue bird to fly towards the north, and it will take you to your destination by itself." This time, it wasn't just Shun Long, but Lu Mei, Bai Longshan, and the rest who were surprised upon hearing that the holy sect was also located at the north of the central region. If a middle rank 6 magic beast needed a whole month to get to the northern region from the north of the central region, then how long would it need to reach the eastern region or even the south? This thought appeared in everyone's minds. But Shun Long still nodded his head as thanks to the yellow-robed young woman. Before he was the first one to jump on the Arctic blue bird's back. The bird itself was enormous and was even bigger than Lu Mei's Death Eater. With a height that exceeded 40 meters 131 feet. It could easily carry a dozen people on its back without it feeling cramped at all. Once Lu Mei, Xie Xingyi, Jiang Chen, and Bai Longshan all climbed on the bird's back. Shun Long patted the bird's back lightly with his right hand, causing it to start flapping its wings in response. In just a few moments, Shun Long could see the holy sect's palace getting smaller and smaller in his eyes, as the Arctic bluebird flew towards the north at full speed. Half a month passed by in the blink of an eye, as Shun Long, who was still sitting with his eyes closed, trying to deepen his insights in his Tao of time during the past month, finally opened them and saw that they were now flying above a city that was even bigger than the holy city itself. In the past half a month that they spent on the Arctic bluebird's back, Shun Long and the rest had already seen 2 more cities that were even bigger than the holy city as well. And this city right below them was now the 3rd. Although they didn't know the city's name or which power it belonged to, Shun Long and the rest knew that they had already left the holy sect's territory long ago. Brother Jiang? Your father is from the central region, right? Do you know where we are then? Bai Longshan asked with a look in his eyes that didn't hide his curiosity. Although he wasn't present when Jiang Chen had narrated his story the first time in Shun Long's room, he still found out about it later on. After all, since they were planning to stay together for a long time, they wouldn't act as strangers. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen answered coldly, almost as if he had suddenly remembered something extremely unpleasant. Although my father was a member of the Jiang family from the central region, that was a thing in the past. He has already severed all ties with them after they said they would expel him from the family so they wouldn't have to face the Yu family's fury. Bai Longshan nodded his head and cupped his hands at Jiang Chen without asking anything else. Although the 2 of them seemed to be competing fairly often with each other, Bai Longshan still looked at everyone in their faction. Whether that was Shun Long, Jiang Chen, Lu Mei, or Shi Xingyi, as both a rival and a friend. And thus, he felt extremely sorry after hearing about Jiang Chen's paternal family expelling Jiang Chen and his father. He had hoped that Jiang Chen would know some more things about the central region since his father's family came from this place. But clearly, that wasn't the case. After staring at the huge city below them for a few moments, everyone turned their eyes towards the distance ahead of them. At the enormous sea that appeared past the large city below them that didn't seem to have an end. Long Ji? Is this the continental sea? Lu Mei asked before she turned her gaze towards Shun Long, who nodded his head in response. Most likely. We have already spent 15 days traveling, so we must be at the northernmost part of the central region already. Shun Long and the rest weren't surprised when they saw the vast sea in front of them that seemed to have no end. And instead, serious looks had appeared in their eyes. Although they didn't know anything about the powers in the central region, they all knew about the name of the sea that surrounded the central region from all sides, making it look like an enormous island that covered the vast majority of the cultivation world. They knew that the continental sea separated every single continent from each other, and it also separated those continents from the central region. Thus, if one wanted to get to another continent from the central region, they had to cross the continental sea first. Unlike the central region or the continents that surrounded it, it was said that the continental sea was inhabited purely by magic beasts, and its vast majority was still unexplored. Although there were rumors of some extremely rare and unique treasures being found by some lucky adventurers inside the sea, rumor had it that even some of the strongest experts would be careful upon stepping foot in the continental sea, since extremely rare and dangerous magic beasts were said to be lurking inside. Of course, this only applied to those people who were reckless enough to explore the sea itself and look for its treasures. If it was someone who simply wished to cross past the sea and reach another continent, the danger usually wouldn't be too high, unless they were attacked by a powerful magic beast beyond their capabilities. As for Shun Long and his group, unless they were unlucky enough to be targeted by an extremely powerful middle rank 6 or an actual peak rank 6 magic beast, they would be completely safe. After all, the Arctic bluebird was strong and fast enough to defend against most predators at the middle of rank 6. This was also why Shun Long had accepted it as his ride without a second thought. In the blink of an eye, 15 more days had passed, as Shun Long saw 5 gigantic continents slowly appearing in the distance ahead. The northern region. The same thought appeared in everyone's minds the moment they saw the 5 huge continents that slowly appeared in the distance ahead of them. Shun Long already knew that the northern region was the only region that was said to have 5 continents among the 4 regions. The eastern region had 3 of them. The Night Star continent, the Martial Star continent, and the Sun Star continent. The southern region had 4. While the western region was the only one that had just 2 continents. As the Arctic bluebird rapidly approached closer to the 5 continents, Shazingyi asked in a curious voice, which one is the Blue Star continent? The one at the center. Jiang Chen was actually the first one to respond. His confident voice instantly attracting everyone's attention. Seeing that everyone had turned their gazes towards him, Jiang Chen calmly nodded his head before he pointed at the 5 continents that were shaping an X mark if one looked at them from the sky. As he then continued, although my father came from the central region, I grew up with him in the Polar Star continent in the northern region. Although I don't know many things about the northern region itself, I do know some things about the strongest powers in every continent. Shun Long smiled when he heard this and nodded his head as he accepted his good luck. Since knowing even a few things about the northern region was better than knowing nothing at all. Patting the Arctic bluebird's back, he then ordered it to fly straight towards the continent in the middle that looked like it was surrounded by the other 4. Even with its speed as a middle rank 6 magic beast, it still took a full day for the Arctic bluebird to cross the distance and arrive at the Blue Star continent. A relatively big coastal city was the first thing that greeted Shun Long's and the rest's eyes as soon as they arrived in the continent. After taking a look around this city from the Arctic bluebird's back and noticing that this was indeed the biggest city in the surrounding 500 miles, Shun Long had the Arctic bluebird descend right in front of the city gates. The city guards and the people queuing up to enter the city were all terrified when they sensed the overpowering aura of a middle rank 6 magic beast looming above their heads. As they turned their attention towards the 5 newcomers on top of the bird's back and looked at them with eyes filled with dread, it didn't matter if it was the hundreds of people queuing up to enter the city, the dozens of city guards in front of the city gates, or those standing on the city walls. Silence had immediately descended the moment that everyone felt the Arctic bluebird's aura. A guard dressed in silver armor that was slightly different from the rest of the guards could be seen running from the city walls, until he arrived in front of the enormous bluebird a few moments later, staring at the 5 young men and women on the bird's back who looked like they were preparing to enter the city. The guard started to sweat profusely before he took a deep breath and bowed as he asked in a respectful tone, "Young lords and ladies, welcome to the South Blue City. I am the captain of the city guards, Manhwa. Can I help you?" It was only natural for the captain of the city guards to feel fear upon seeing 5 people riding on a middle rank 6 magic beast, and approach the city. Although he didn't know what Shun Long's group wanted to do in his city, Manhwa knew that even the city lord of the city was only a middle stage Dao King himself. If he had to fight a middle rank 6 magic beast, everyone could guess what the outcome would be, as it was common knowledge that magic beasts were stronger than humans at the same level of cultivation. Hence, although he was afraid, Manhwa still gritted his teeth and approached the enormous blue bird before he asked Shun Long if he could somehow help them. Where did those people come from? They are so young and yet all of them have reached the middle stages of the nascent soul. They obviously aren't members from the Tang dynasty. Did they come from one of the other 4 continents instead? Although this thought appeared in everyone's minds, neither the cultivators in front of the city gates nor the city guards dared to look at the newcomers group for too long, lest they end up accidentally offending them. This was extremely hard for the young men among their group who had already had their eyes captured by Lu Mei's and Xingyi's peerlessly beautiful faces. At the same time, Shun Long had his attention fully placed on the captain of the city guards in front of him. He understood that Manhwa was asking him if he could help them, simply because he wanted to avoid having them enter the city if he could. Naturally, Shun Long understood that it was only natural for the captain of the city guards to look out for the city's safety, and neither he nor Lu Mei and the rest seemed to mind. Since the South Blue City wasn't the city they had to visit in the Blue Star continent in the first place, the only reason why Shun Long had chosen to stop in this city was because this was the first big city that he had found and he wanted to purchase a map of the rest of the continent. Nodding his head, Shun Long looked at Meng Nui, who seemed to still be waiting for his answer, and cupped his hands before he said, "We were planning to enter the city and purchase a map of the Blue Star continent, since this is our first time here. I wonder if Captain Meng can help us." Meng Nui heaved out a sigh of relief inwardly the moment he heard this. As he hurriedly nodded with a smile on his face and said, "Of course. It seems that this is your first time in the Blue Star continent. Naturally. There is no need for you to enter the city for such a small matter. Please accept this map as a personal gift from me." Meng Nui then took out a scroll from his spatial ring and tossed it in the air, allowing it to land right in front of Shun Long, who caught it with his right hand. After taking a look at the scroll in his hands, Shun Long took out a small pouch from his spatial ring and tossed it towards Meng Nui before he cupped his hands and thanked him. Without waiting for a response, he then patted the Arctic blue bird's back for the second time, causing it to instantly flap its beautiful light blue wings as it quickly soared in the sky. Staring at the disappearing figure of the 40 meters tall blue bird, Meng Nui turned his gaze towards the small pouch in his hand and opened it almost out of reflex. The moment that his eyes saw the 300 middle-grade spirit stones inside the pouch, however, his heart started to beat in excitement. Although 300 middle-grade spirit stones was nothing to Shun Long, it wasn't a small sum even for a head of guards like Meng Nui, let alone the rest of the guards. Even as a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, every month Meng Nui only obtained 10.000 low-grade spirit stones, which translated to 100 middle-grade spirit stones. As for the map that he had given to Shun Long, its price wasn't more than 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even the most expensive maps only costed around 6,000 low-grade spirit stones at most, which translated to 60 middle-grade spirit stones. At the same time that the rest of the guards looked at their captain enviously, Shun Long was still guiding the Arctic blue bird towards the heart of the Blue Star continent, to the place where the Tang city was located. "Long Ji? How far away are we from Tang city?" Hearing Lu Mei's question, Shun Long nodded his head before he took a look at the map that he had gotten from Meng Nui. After roughly calculating the distance, he then said, "With the Arctic blue bird's speed we should be around half a day away from reaching it." Everyone nodded their heads when they heard this, while they were unable to conceal the gleams of excitement inside their eyes. No matter what, this was the first actual faction mission that they were doing together as a faction. As the Arctic blue bird flew across the Blue Star continent, Shun Long had already seen many big and small-sized cities on the ground, making him realize that the Blue Star continent seemed to be even more populated than the Night Star continent that he and Lu Mei were in the eastern region. Finally, a little more than 11 hours later, a huge city that seemed to be even bigger than the Heaven's Dome city in the Night Star continent slowly appeared in the distance ahead, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The Tang city. Judging from the time that had passed ever since they had left the South Blue City, and from the huge size of this city itself, that was the biggest one that they had seen so far in the Blue Star continent. Everyone could easily guess that the city in front of them was most likely their target. The Tang city. Before they arrived closer to the city walls, Shun Long turned around and looked at Lu Mei and the rest with a smile on his lips, before he waved his hand, taking out a pitch-black robe from the Stone of Time and wore it above his yellow robes. Everyone instantly understood what Shun Long wanted to do, and without any hesitation, Lu Mei and the rest all smiled, as they took out similar black robes from their spatial rings and wore them as well, instantly covering their yellow robes that indicated that they are outer disciples of the holy sect. Plain black robes was one of the necessities that every cultivator always had with them, along with high-grade anti-toxin pills, healing pills and chi replenishing pills. "Brother Long is afraid that we will be discovered by the people from the Tang dynasty." Shai Xingyi asked the same question that everyone had in their minds after she completely covered herself with her black robes. "Although most people won't recognize our yellow robes, in the off chance that the Tang dynasty actually does, our mission will become nearly impossible to succeed. After all, 5 disciples of the holy sect visiting the Tang city at the same time will definitely end up alarming them." Suddenly, Shun Long changed their direction, and instead of heading straight towards the huge city in the distance, he had the Arctic blue bird fly towards a small forest not too far away from them. The middle rank 6 magic beast landed on the forest a few moments later, before Shun Long and the others all got down from its back. Holding his sect-identifying token in his hand, Shun Long activated the memory recording formation before he patted the bird's head and ordered it to stay here for a few days. Although Shun Long didn't have a mental connection with the Arctic blue bird like he did with Little Black and Little Silver, as a middle rank 6 magic beast, the bird's intelligence wasn't inferior to an adult human's and it could easily understand what Shun Long had said. Kiu. After letting out a small cry, the huge bird headed deeper inside the small forest, almost as if it was looking for a good place to stay in. Little Black. Is there any other middle rank 6 magic beast in this forest? Shun Long sent a mental message to Little Black, who was still munching on a stalk of dragonblood grass inside the foggy space in the Stone of Time. Although the rank 5 grass naturally didn't have any effect on a rank 7 magic beast, Little Black seemed to still be enjoying its taste quite a bit. Closing his eyes, Little Black then spread his soul sense around Shun Long's body, before he answered a moment later, Master. Don't worry. That bird will probably be safe. The strongest magic beast in this forest is just a newly advanced early rank 6 wolf. Shun Long nodded his head upon hearing Little Black's confirmation, before he deactivated the memory recording formation from his sect-identifying token and turned his attention towards Jiang Chen and the rest. Then, with a calm smile on his face, he said, let's go to the Tang City. As soon as he finished speaking, Shun Long shot to the sky as he headed towards the city in the distance, with Lu Mei, Shi Xingyi, Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan all following right behind him. The huge city was very close to the small forest where Shun Long had just left the Arctic blue bird, and barely an hour later they had finally arrived in front of the city gates. The moment that they arrived closer to the city gates, everyone noticed the words Tang City that were plated in gold and were written above the city gates in a bold manner. Although the queue in front of the city gates was long, Shun Long noticed that it obviously couldn't be compared to the bustling holy cities. 20 minutes later, it was finally Shun Long's turn to enter the city. A city guard wearing a bronze armor with the words Tang Dynasty took a step forward and approached him, before he stretched out his hand and said in a disinterested tone, 3,000 low-grade spirit stones for each person. Waving his hand, Shun Long took out 15.000 low-grade spirit stones from the Stone of Time and handed them to the guard before he and his group stepped past the city gates and finally entered Tang City. Even before he had started to walk on the streets of the city, after taking just a brief look at his surroundings, Shun Long quickly realized that Tang City was among the most bustling cities that he had seen so far, second only to the Holy City. Even Yansu City couldn't be compared to the amount of life and the sheer number of people that were walking on the streets of this city. However, just as Shun Long finished taking a look at his surroundings, Little Black's serious voice sounded in his mind a few moments later, Master. There is a Dao Emperor inside this city. A Dao Emperor. Shun Long's body suddenly froze while his eyes widened the moment he heard Little Black's voice inside his mind. However, he still calmed down quickly barely a few moments later, after remembering what he had heard in the Alchemists Guild in Heaven's Dome City 2 years ago. The old woman from the Alchemists Guild, Jin Wenling, had told him that at least one Dao Emperor needed to be present and control every continent around the central region. Since Shun Long knew that there weren't any Dao Emperors in the Night Star continent, he had already forgotten about it. But it seemed like the Night Star continent was simply an exception to this rule due to its poor chi that wasn't enough to nurture any Dao Emperors. It doesn't matter. As long as we don't expose the fact that we come from the holy sect, it's unlikely that a Dao Emperor will suddenly turn his attention to 5 nascent soul stage juniors for no reason. And even if he does, I doubt that he would dare to truly do anything to us anyway. Besides, if things really end up turning bad, I still have Little Black. As he came to this conclusion, Shun Long no longer bothered with this matter as he turned his attention towards Lu Mei and the rest and said with a smile on his face, let's have a look at this Tang City first. Our mission can wait for a bit. Everyone nodded as they all followed after Shun Long, who had started to walk around the busy streets of Tang City. Half an hour later, Shun Long's group entered inside a big building named Noble Tang Restaurant. This was supposedly the best restaurant in the entirety of Tang City. Rich merchants, people of high status within Tang City, nobles, And sometimes even people from the royal family were the ones who would normally come to eat in this place. Someone without enough spirit stones would never dare to step foot inside this building. Since there were rumors that the royal family of the Tang dynasty was the force behind this restaurant. A beautiful young woman dressed in a long red dress was the one to welcome Shun Long and the rest inside as soon as they entered the building. The young woman's eyes instantly lit up the moment she saw the three extremely handsome men and the two kingdom-toppling beauties enter the restaurant. As she skillfully bowed, slightly exposing some of her cleavage in the process. As she said in the most enticing voice she could muster, "Young masters. Young ladies. Welcome to the noble Tang restaurant. What can I do for you?" Noticing that the first floor of the restaurant that only had 20 tables was almost fully crowded, Shun Long turned his eyes to the young woman in front of him and gave her 10 middle-grade spirit stones before he said, "Give us a table on the second floor." "Of course. Please follow me, young master." The young woman's eyes instantly brightened upon receiving the 10 middle-grade spirit stones. Before she led Shun Long and the rest to the second floor. Her monthly salary was only 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. And she had just received the entirety of it just now. After Shun Long sat on the table with Lu Mei and Xie Xingyi sitting on his left and right respectively, while Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan sat next to them as well. The young woman in the red dress looked at Shun Long with her sparkling brown eyes and asked, "Young master, what would you like me to bring you?" Shun Long didn't even ask her for her menu as he said, "I heard that your restaurant is famous for your royal Tang wine that only the royal family of the Tang dynasty can drink." The young woman nodded her head with a somewhat proud look on her face as she responded, "Young master is correct. In the entirety of Tang City, I can assure young master that you won't find a better wine than the royal Tang wine. And the only place you can find it is our noble Tang restaurant. However, I need to warn young masters that this wine is extremely expensive. With every single jug costing 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. While every person is only allowed to purchase at most 2 jugs of it every day." Shun Long nodded his head, as he said, "Bring us 5 jugs of it. As well as a dozen dishes of your restaurant's best food. 5 jugs of their best wine and a dozen dishes of their best food." The young woman stood there with a stunned expression, not knowing how to react. This was an extremely expensive order that she wasn't prepared to hear. She was certain that upon hearing the expensive price, Shun Long wouldn't be able to afford it and would opt out to choose something else. A moment later she took a deep breath and asked gently with that same professional smile on her face, "Young master, your order would be 9,500 middle-grade spirit stones. Are you certain about it?" It was only natural for her to ask since 9,500 middle-grade spirit stones wasn't a small amount even for the scions of the richest families within Tang City. Shun Long nodded his head before he waved his hand, causing a rumbling sound to fill the almost empty second floor of the noble Tang restaurant. As the table in front of him was instantly filled with a small mountain of spirit stones. The young woman, and even the people sitting at the 2 other tables all stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Although only rich merchants or people with high status would usually come to eat in this place, those who were rich enough to spend nearly 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones for a single meal could be counted on one hand within Tang City. The red-dressed young woman's eyes were filled with the sight of the spirit stones. Before Jiang Chen coughed a moment later, bringing her back to her senses. "My apologies, young master." The young woman bowed and apologized as she looked at Shun Long. And unknown if it was intentional or not, this time she exposed even more of her pale white skin. After feeling the 2 displeased gazes coming from Lu Mei and Xingyi, she then straightened her back and waved both of her hands, immediately gathering all of the spirit stones inside her spatial ring before she hurriedly left the second floor. Lu Mei smiled when she saw this and gently held Shun Long's arm. Before she said in an enticing tone, "It seems like everyone has their eyes set on my Long Ji." Shun Long simply smiled and shook his head when he heard this. Before he turned his eyes towards the other 2 groups on the second floor who had turned their attention towards him. From the luxurious clothes they were wearing, Shun Long guessed that they weren't merchants, but most likely nobles of the Tang City. After seeing that Shun Long was looking at them as well, they simply nodded towards him in a friendly manner before they carried on eating. Since they didn't know his identity, they weren't going to offend him for no reason. As for the red-dressed young woman, Shun Long didn't care about her in the slightest. Putting her appearance aside, Shun Long wasn't someone who would go around collecting every random woman that he saw even if she was beautiful enough. Let alone when it was a woman that was simply attracted to spirit stones like that red-dressed woman. Such a woman would never enter his sights to begin with. After all, Shun Long had yet to respond to Xing Yi's feelings even though he knew that she was interested in him while Lu Mei wasn't against it either. So why would he pay attention to someone like this red-robed woman who was clearly inferior to her in every single aspect? It only took 15 minutes for the woman in the red dress to return to the second floor, with 2 female waiters following after her, while their hands were all full carrying a dozen dishes as well as 5 jugs of wine. After placing everything orderly on Shun Long's table, the red-dressed woman and the 2 female waiters all bowed before they said, "Young masters. Young ladies. Please enjoy your meal." The woman in the red dress then added, "And if there is anything else that you need, please don't hesitate to call me." Without waiting for a response, she then led the 2 female waiters as they left the second floor. Turning his eyes towards the food that had filled the table, Shun Long picked up one of the 5 jars of wine and removed its lid. The moment that the jar's lid was removed, a sweet scent immediately filled the entire second floor of the Noble Tang restaurant, causing the 2 other groups who had just started to eat their food to involuntarily turn their eyes back towards Shun Long's table. The Royal Tang wine was indeed the best wine in the entirety of Tang City. The scent coming from it was pleasant but not overbearing. Yet it still made one immediately want to taste it the moment they smelled it. After taking just a single whiff of its scent, Shun Long instantly understood why this wine was so popular. As he said in a low voice, "No wonder they sell a single jar for 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. The power behind this Noble Tang restaurant definitely isn't a pushover." The 2 other groups who had turned their attention towards Shun Long's table all mocked Shun Long inwardly for trying to appear knowledgeable. The power behind the Noble Tang restaurant isn't a pushover. Who didn't know that already? However, they still made sure to keep these thoughts in their minds for now. "Brother Long, is there something special about this wine?" Xing Yi asked in a curious voice, naturally not paying any attention to the 2 groups who were seated a few tables away from them. While Lu Mei, Jiang Chen, and Bai Longshan were all looking at Shun Long as they waited for his answer. Shun Long nodded, and without even tasting the wine in his hands he answered in a certain way. "It is indeed special. Since this wine was created by a mix of more than a dozen of rank 3 medicinal herbs as well as a rank 4 medicinal herb. The main ingredient of this wine is a rank 4 herb called the fragrant dew flower. Among rank 4 medicinal herbs, the fragrant dew flower is a relatively common herb, but it is extremely good when it is used to create wine. However, that is not the main reason why this wine is good. Instead, it's because a high-rank alchemist personally made this. At the very least, it's a rank 1 gold-grade alchemist if not a rank 2 one." Jiang Chen, Xing Yi, and Bai Longshan all stared at Shun Long with looks of shock in their eyes. Although they already knew that Shun Long was a genius alchemist, especially after tasting his wine back in the Holy Sect, they hadn't expected that he would be able to guess what the Royal Tang wine was made of after taking just a single whiff of its scent. Since even peak rank 3 gold-grade alchemists most likely wouldn't be able to find out something like that so easily. After all, alchemy was a long process that needed hundreds of years of experience. And regardless of how talented Shun Long was, this had already exceeded the realm of a genius. As for Lu Mei, a dazzling smile was formed on her lips as she wasn't surprised in the slightest. She knew that Shun Long's knowledge on alchemy and medicinal herbs was already far above any rank 3 gold-grade alchemist. Perhaps even the alchemists above the gold grade would have a hard time competing with Shun Long simply based on pure knowledge regarding pill concoction and medicinal herbs. As for the people sitting at the 2 tables away from Shun Long's, their expressions weren't much different from Bai Longshan's and the rest in the beginning. But scornful looks appeared on their faces a few moments later. "What a joke. Kid. You really are ignorant. You think you can find out the recipe of the Royal Tang wine after just smelling it once? Why don't you say that you are already a star-rank alchemist?" A fat man couldn't help but mock Shun Long loudly after eavesdropping in their conversation. Not caring if he was going to offend them anymore, causing Shi Xingyi and the rest to furrow their brows in displeasure. At that moment, Jiang Chen stood up with a cold look in his eyes. As he walked towards the fat man's table without any hesitation, while his body was emitting a dense, unrestrained aura of killing intent. Shaking his head, Shun Long didn't even take a look at the fat man and his group of 3 who were startled after seeing Jiang Chen walking towards them before he said calmly, "Jiang Chen, don't kill them." Nodding his head, Jiang Chen didn't even turn around as he answered, "Don't worry. Even though I won't kill them, I will make them wish they were dead." The fat man and his group of 3 immediately stood up from their table and faced Jiang Chen with cold looks in their eyes. Although they wanted to avoid offending Shun Long's group due to their unknown identity, since they had already done so, they knew that a fight was impossible to avoid. However, the 4 of them didn't seem afraid in the slightest. After all, aside from the middle-aged fat man who was just a peak rank 5 nascent soul stage cultivator, the other 2 middle-aged men and the old man in his group had all reached the peak of rank 6 in the nascent soul. As for Lu Mei, Shi Xingyi, and Bai Longshan, it was clear to them that all 3 of them were just early and middle rank 5 nascent soul stage cultivators. As for Jiang Chen, even though he was emitting a dense aura of killing intent, it was obvious that his cultivation was still at the peak of rank 5 in the nascent soul. Hee. You said that you will make us wish we were dead. Brat. I don't know which power you come from, but it's obvious that you are not from our Blue Star continent. Aside from the Tang dynasty and a few extremely powerful individuals, no one else would be so daring to say such words in public without knowing who they are facing. Let this old man teach you a lesson personally so you will be more humble in the future. Hee. Don't worry. I won't kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the 3 peak rank 6 nascent soul stage cultivators near the fat man suddenly stepped forward, appearing in front of Jiang Chen in a single instant. Shun Long barely turned his head and glanced at the old man in bright red robes who looked like he was about to punch Jiang Chen in the chest before his lips curved up into a mocking smile. The people on the second floor of the restaurant didn't even have enough time to react as they heard the loud cry that left the peak rank 6 nascent soul stage expert's mouth, before they saw his body being sent flying back like a cannonball. The old man's loud scream reverberated throughout the entire second floor of the Noble Tang restaurant, and if it wasn't for the noise-isolating formations on this floor, his voice would have definitely been heard by the people on the first floor as well. Silence soon filled the entire floor, as the fat man who had just started this fight, the other 2 peak rank 6 nascent soul stage cultivators from his group, and even the people from the other group who were still sitting on their table and were watching everything calmly previously, all stared at Jiang Chen's with mouths agape. It had only taken a single punch for a peak rank 5 nascent soul stage cultivator to defeat someone who had already reached the peak of rank 6 in the nascent soul. Who the hell is this kid? A monster. He is a monster. Jiang Chen didn't even pay any attention to the hushed discussions coming from the people of the other group who were all staring at him in shock, as he calmly retracted his fist in a cold manner. And after staring at the old man who had fallen on the ground and seemed like he had already lost consciousness after colliding with the wall, he actually didn't stop, as he started to walk towards the fat man and the remaining 2 peak rank 6 nascent soul stage cultivators from his group, who were now looking at him with hints of dread in their eyes. The fat man looked like he could no longer endure this pressure as he suddenly took a step forward and looked at Jiang Chen before he said in a threatening manner, "Brat. You better know when to stop. If you don't, I will make sure that your life in Tang City becomes a living hell. You have no idea who you are messing with." Unfortunately for him, Jiang Chen didn't seem to have cared about his threat at all as a pair of pitch-black wings suddenly appeared from his back. The next moment, the fat man's body had already fallen on the ground, lying right next to the old man from before as well as the other 2 peak rank 6 nascent soul stage cultivators from his group. However, unlike the other 3, the fat man hadn't lost consciousness, causing Jiang Chen to stare at him with an evil smile on his face as he stood less than a meter in front of him. The terrifying demonic aura coming from his body instantly made the fat man shiver before Jiang Chen's voice resounded throughout the silent second floor the next moment. "Next time, you should keep your mouth shut and not interrupt others when they are having a meal. Maybe I should rip that mouth of yours so you don't get to speak again." The fat man in red robes trembled upon hearing Jiang Chen's calm voice, but the only thing that could be heard on the silent second floor of the restaurant in the next few seconds was only the man's screams. A moment later, Jiang Chen sat back on the table with Shun Long and the rest. Before he took off the lid of his wine jar in a nonchalant manner and actually took a sip. Ha ha ha. Master. This brat is really interesting. Little Black's voice sounded inside Shun Long's mind the next moment, causing Shun Long to smile and nod his head in agreement. It didn't matter if it was Xing Yi, Jiang Chen or Bai Longshan. All three of them had entirely different characters, and yet they still fit with him and Lu Mei as well. Lu Mei, Xing Yi, and Bai Longshan all nodded their heads before they started to either eat or drink without caring for what had happened just now, causing the people from the other group to stare at them with eyes full of shock, almost as if they were looking at five monsters. What they didn't know was that Shun Long wouldn't pay any attention to that fat man and the other three people from his group in the first place. Although he was slightly concerned about being noticed by the royal family of the Tang dynasty beforehand, which would make his plan harder. He knew that it was simply impossible for the royal family to turn their attention towards him simply because of a single fight inside a restaurant in Tang City. Unless the fat man was actually a member of the royal family himself. However, based on the fat man's attitude as well as his words from before that, it was obvious that this was not the case, as he clearly wasn't a member of the royal family. Half an hour later, after they finished their meal, Shun Long, Lu Mei, and the rest left the noble Tang restaurant under the terrified gazes of the other group on the second floor who hadn't dared to move until now. As for the fat man and his group, they would either lie on the second floor of the restaurant until they regained consciousness, or until the staff of the restaurant found them. Although Jiang Chen had made sure that the fat man and the rest wouldn't die, the pain they would feel after waking up would truly make them feel like they wished they were dead. This was even more so for the fat man, who had received special attention from Jiang Chen in the end. After walking around the streets of Tang City for about an hour, Shun Long's eyes suddenly narrowed as he had finally arrived in front of an enormous palace that was surrounded by hundreds of guards who were vigilantly staring at their surroundings. The palace itself seemed to have been coated by a bright silver metal, while countless protective formations that could be activated in an instant if someone was bold enough to attack it were engraved on its walls. As for the hundreds of guards that were situated around the palace gate and were vigilantly staring at their surroundings, they were there to make sure that no one would even think of sneaking inside the palace. Surprisingly, every single guard had already reached the nascent soul stage. And even without approaching too close to them, Shun Long could feel that most of them were actively using their soul sense every now and then, making sure that no one was sneaking past them to enter the palace. Naturally, even for nascent soul stage cultivators, using their soul sense too often was extremely draining, and it would quickly exhaust them mentally as well. At that moment, Shun Long noticed the look in Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly turning serious. As Jiang Chen looked at him and spoke in a low, almost inaudible voice, infiltrating this palace and killing the crown prince isn't going to be easy for us. Unlike the Polar Star continent that I was living in with my father, which is jointly governed by two peak powers, the Blue Star continent is one of the continents that only has one peak power controlling the entire continent fully. The royal family of the Tang dynasty is precisely the power that controls this continent. After all, my father once told me that the continents around the central region all need to have at least one Dao Emperor realm expert governing them. So it is likely that the Tang dynasty will also have such an expert. Since the crown prince of the Tang dynasty is going to become the next king of the Tang dynasty in the future, while he is also protected by a Dao king according to the mission, it's very likely that he is related to that Dao emperor one way or another. Shun Long's eyes flashed with a bright light, as he nodded his head barely a moment later, agreeing with Jiang Chen's words before he actually fell into deep thought. At the same time, Lu Mei, Xing Yi, and Bai Longshan all nodded with serious looks on their faces the moment they heard that. Lu Mei already knew about the matter of a Dao Emperor needing to control every continent, since Jin Wenling had mentioned this to Shun Long in the Alchemist's Guild in Heaven's Dome City. As for Bai Longshan and Shi Xingyi, as the young White Lord and the granddaughter of the old chief of the Shay family, they both knew about this matter already, even though the Night Star continent didn't actually have a Dao Emperor expert overlooking it. Naturally, Shun Long already knew from Little Black that a Tao Emperor was hidden inside Tang City the moment that he stepped foot inside the city itself. This was why he wasn't in a hurry to enter the palace and assassinate the crown prince. Besides, with a Tao King protecting the prince in secret at all times, the C-rank faction mission only became even more difficult. After thinking seriously for a while, Shun Long turned his gaze towards She Xingyi and asked, "Xingyi, can you sneak past the palace walls and take a look inside?" Although others couldn't do it, Shun Long knew that Xingyi was an exception and could do this thanks to her Vanishing Shadow's unique physique. Nodding her head, She Xingyi flashed an extremely beautiful smile at Shun Long before she answered, "Don't worry, Brother Long. Leave it to me." She Xingyi didn't hesitate to agree before her body started to merge into the shadows, completely disappearing from everyone's vision. This was what she naturally excelled at the most. Unless the difference between hers and her opponent's soul sense was too big, it was impossible for Xingyi to be found out if she was careful enough. This was why Shun Long had asked her to do this. Since he knew that despite the fact that the palace guards were occasionally scanning the areas around them with their soul sense, they would be unable to spot her as long as she was careful. Naturally, there was always a certain degree of risk of one of the guards having a soul sense much stronger than the rest, or a powerful late-stage nascent soul guard or even a Tao King realm guard to appear. But Shun Long had already seen that most of the guards around the city walls were at the early stages, while less than a third of them had reached the middle stages. Although there would definitely be some experts at the late stages of the nascent soul and perhaps even Tao King realm experts like the one who was rumored to guard the crown prince inside the palace, it was impossible for the Tang dynasty to have the Tao Kings work like the nascent soul stage cultivators and supervise the corridors of the palace. If anything, the Tao Kings would only supervise the most important and sensitive places within the palace instead. Thus, unless Xingyi entered too deep inside the palace, Shun Long knew that she would most likely be safe. 5 hours had already passed by before Shun Long and the rest all saw the familiar figure of a stunning, blonde-haired beauty in black robes, appearing in front of them seemingly out of thin air. Although her face was dripping with droplets of sweat due to her overusing her unique physique for so long, the gorgeous smile on her face only made her look even more beautiful than before. After taking a moment to catch her breath, Xingyi smiled brightly as she said, "Brother Long, there are more than 3,000 guards inside the palace, but most of them are in the early and middle stages of the nascent soul. As for those who have reached the late stages of the nascent soul, they shouldn't be more than 200. I could sense some powerful auras inside the palace that had definitely exceeded the nascent soul stage, but I couldn't get too close to them. However, after looking around the palace for more than an hour, I finally found the Crown Prince's chambers." Shun Long, Lu Mei, Jiang Chen, and Bai Longshan all stared at She Xingyi, who had the same beautiful smile on her face with their eyes wide open. With the sheer number of the more than 3,000 nascent soul stage guards around the palace gates, as well as the number of guards stationed inside the palace itself, everyone understood that infiltrating the palace like this was a nearly impossible endeavor. As for the Crown Prince's chambers that would most likely be guarded tightly, it would be even harder to get there. This was why Shun Long had only asked Xingyi to simply sneak past the palace walls and take a look inside instead of entering the depths of the palace itself. The difficulty of doing the latter was enormous, even for someone like Xingyi, who had a physique like the Vanishing Shadow's unique physique. From the droplets of sweat dripping from her stunningly beautiful face, Shun Long understood that this wasn't easy for She Xingyi either, and she had most likely pushed herself way past her limits. "Xingyi, you are amazing. Junior sister She's unique physique is truly extraordinary." Lu Mei and Bai Longshan praised her without holding back their praise, while Jiang Chen nodded his head in agreement. However, it was natural that all of them were surprised by this, since the degree of danger for this mission was already off the charts. After staying silent for a moment, Shun Long looked at She Xingyi's enchanting green eyes that were fervently staring back at him, before he nodded his head and said with a smile on his face, "Xingyi, good job. No one else could do this but you?" It was only a single sentence, and yet it still made a dazzling smile form itself on the stunning blonde-haired young woman's lips, while her face turned slightly red in response. For a girl who had no prior experience of love in her life, Being praised by the person whom she felt affection for made a sweet feeling appear in Xie Xingyi's heart. After taking a look at his surroundings and seeing that night had already fallen, Shun Long then said a moment later, "Let's find an inn to spend the night." Jiang Chen and the rest all nodded their heads. As they continued to walk around the busy streets of Tang City, although night had already fallen, Tang City didn't seem to be any less bustling, as the streets were still full of light, and most of the shops remained open. Half an hour later, Shun Long and the others had arrived at the entrance of a large inn, a couple of miles away from the royal palace of the Tang dynasty. "Hello. How may I help you?" The middle-aged innkeeper approached their group the moment they entered the inn and asked them with a gentle smile on her face. After Shun Long asked her for a courtyard with at least 4 rooms and paid her 100 middle-grade spirit stones for the night, the innkeeper led them deeper inside the inn, stopping in front of a large, spacious courtyard. Less than a minute later, with just a glance, Shun Long realized that the courtyard had plenty of protective formations that could block even an early-stage nascent soul cultivator from forcefully barging in. After thanking the innkeeper, the 5 of them all entered the courtyard. Before Shun Long turned around and looked at Xie Xingyi and said, "Xingyi, you can go rest for a bit. At least until you replenish your qi." Xie Xingyi didn't decline as she was clearly at her limits already. And after saying goodbye she walked towards one of the 4 rooms. Her qi had been almost completely depleted in the 5 hours that she had spent inside the royal palace of the Tang family. And Shun Long had already guessed that she had already consumed at least a couple of qi replenishing pills or her qi would have depleted long ago. Hee. Master. That little girl is really interested in you. She has really helped Master this time. Hearing Little Black's voice in his mind, Shun Long calmly nodded his head with a smile on his face, as he watched Xingyi's figure that entered inside one of the 4 rooms to cultivate and fully refill her nearly empty dantian with qi. Indeed, Shun Long hadn't expected that Xingyi would manage to find the Crown Prince's chambers this time. He knew that this was almost impossible. So he had already told Little Black about his first plan, that was for Xingyi to infiltrate the royal palace of the Tang dynasty and take a look inside to get a general idea of the palace's interior before she relays it to Shun Long. Shun Long would then open a space tier leading directly inside the palace, bringing Lu Mei, Jiang Chen, and Bai Longshan all inside the palace. Lu Mei would then summon her skeletons and have them go wild in the palace, instantly attracting everyone's attention. With more than 1,000 skeletons at the peak of rank 4 in the nascent soul going wild, even the 3,000 nascent soul stage guards would find it hard to stop them. After all, most of the guards were at the early stages of the nascent soul to begin with, although there were some guards at the late stages of the nascent soul as well. It was simply impossible for all of them to enter the royal palace and deal with Lu Mei's skeletons while leaving the gates of the palace completely unprotected. Thus, Shun Long believed that as long as Lu Mei's skeletons started to go wild, even the Dao Kings inside the royal palace would be alerted, forcing them to go towards Shun Long's direction and find the source of the problem. With everyone's attention on Lu Mei's undead army, Xingyi would then be able to roam around the palace almost freely looking for the Crown Prince's chambers. However, with Xingyi locating the Crown Prince's chambers so quickly, things entirely changed. Entering the biggest one of the 4 rooms, Shun Long, Lu Mei, Jiang Chen, and Bai Longshan all sat down on the meditative cushions on the floor. Before Bai Longshan looked at Shun Long and asked, "Brother Shun, what are we going to do?" Shun Long fell silent after hearing Bai Longshan's question before his mind fell into deep thoughts. He clearly knew what Bai Longshan was trying to say. After all, even if they knew the location of the Crown Prince's chambers, it would still be hard to assassinate him, since according to the mission's description, there was always at least one Dao King protecting him at all times. Although everyone's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds in these last 3 months since they had entered the holy sect, dealing with a Dao King was simply impossible. 2 hours later, at the same time that Xingyi had finished replenishing her qi and entered Shun Long's room, Shun Long's eyes abruptly lit up, before a smile slowly formed itself on his lips. The night soon passed and daybreak arrived a few hours later. Before Shun Long's group left the inn and headed towards the direction of the royal palace, although no one was allowed to approach too close to the palace gates, There were plenty of restaurants and shops in the periphery of the palace itself. Shun Long and the rest walked around the streets of Tang City for a little more than an hour, before they entered inside a restaurant that had a direct view of the palace, and sat by a table next to the window. Even though it was still morning, the shops and the restaurants inside Tang City didn't close for the night since they were operated by cultivators. Even the waiters in most of the restaurants were at least heaven-grade cultivators, and they could go for at least a month without sleep and still be in peak condition. As Shun Long stared at the gates of the royal palace that were still wide open and were guarded by the hundreds of nascent soul stage guards just like the last time, Lu Mei's gentle voice sounded in his ears a moment later. Long Ji, you and Xingyi have to be careful. In the past few hours that they had spent inside the room back in the inn, Shun Long had already decided on a new plan regarding the Crown Prince's assassination. However, although Lu Mei and the others all understood that Shun Long's plan was extremely dangerous to him and Shi Xingyi, they also knew that it was probably the only feasible way to pull it off. Shi Xingyi simply shook her head with a smile on her face and said, "Mei, don't worry. Since Brother Long will be with me, I will be all right. You should be careful too." Shun Long patted Lu Mei's head lightly and pulled her into a hug before he said, "You shouldn't worry too much about me when your mission isn't any less dangerous." Turning his eyes towards Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan, Shun Long then continued, "Be very careful. No matter what, our target is still guarded by a Dao King realm expert." Jiang Chen and Bai Longshan both nodded their heads with serious looks on their faces, as they understood that although Shun Long and Shi Xingyi would be facing the brunt of the danger this time, the parts that they had to play in this mission weren't any less dangerous in reality. Without saying another word, Shun Long turned his gaze towards the food that the waiters had started to bring, but his eyes would still occasionally stare at the palace gates of the royal palace through the window. A little more than 3 hours later, Shun Long's eyes suddenly narrowed as he spotted a luxurious carriage that was being pulled 2 peak rank 5 magic beasts coming out from the royal palace. Without even needing to guess, Shun Long heard the conversation of the people inside the restaurant that instantly exploded the next moment, as everyone else seemed to have also noticed the luxurious carriage coming out from the palace. "Sigh. Isn't that the Crown Prince's carriage? I wonder who the unlucky girl is going to be this time. It's the same thing every few days. Every time he only comes out from the royal palace to pick a girl, and once he gets bored of her he just picks another one a few days later. Those girls are truly unfortunate." "Unfortunate? They still get the chance to become the Crown Prince's women, so why are they unfortunate? Even if they become his concubines, their status will still skyrocket. After all, isn't the Tang dynasty is the strongest power in our Blue Star continent?" a middle-aged man asked curiously after hearing the confusing conversations of the people around him. He seemed to have heard some things about the Crown Prince, but his ignorant response only caused a barrage of snickers and mocking looks to be thrown at him. "Hare, you must be new to the royal city to be this naive. Do you really think that the profligate prince would take those women as his concubines? How naive? They are nothing more than his playthings that he discards after playing with them for a few days. Forget about giving them some status. He simply kicks them out of the palace a few days later. Hare. That's for those who manage to survive his torture." The middle-aged man was shocked when he heard this, as he stared at the luxurious carriage through another huge window of the restaurant with a look of shock in his eyes. It was obvious that he had only just arrived in Tang City and didn't know too many things about the infamous Crown Prince. At the same time, Shun Long stared at the luxurious carriage with his eyes narrowed slightly, before he stood up from his seat and turned his gaze towards Shi Xingyi and the rest, with a bright smile on her face. Xingyi stood up as well, followed by Lu Mei, Jiang Chen, and Bai Longshan. As the 5 of them walked out of the restaurant, it was time to start the plan. Naturally, Shun Long wouldn't be waiting inside the restaurant blindly and simply hope that the Crown Prince was going to show up in front of him. He had already found out a few things about the infamous Crown Prince of the Tang dynasty after registering the mission in the assignment hall of the Holy Sect. After all, the Holy Sect wouldn't just ask its disciples to assassinate someone without a good reason, and would always do a thorough research before issuing a mission. Although most people in the Blue Star continent didn't know about it, How could the holy sect not know anything about the profligate crown prince who didn't like to cultivate, and would visit Tang City every few days, picking every beautiful woman that caught his sight? Everyone inside Tang City already knew that the crown prince of the Tang dynasty had only boosted his cultivation to the middle rank 1 of the nascent soul stage thanks to the pills that he had consumed throughout his entire life. While his combat prowess wasn't even a match for normal early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivators. And yet, despite all that, nobody dared to go against his wishes even though it was known that the crown prince didn't discriminate against commoners or nobles, picking any woman that he liked despite her status, before he forcibly brought her back to the royal palace. Of course, it was only natural that nobody would dare to speak up against it. After all, not only did the crown prince have the backing of the entire Tang dynasty behind him, but every time that he left the royal palace, 2 powerful Dao kings would accompany him inside the city. Even the experts who were strong enough to repel 2 Dao kings from the Tang dynasty would have to think twice before doing so, lest they face the wrath of the strongest superpower in the entire Blue Star continent. Staring at the 2 Dao kings who were sitting on top of the crown prince's carriage with their eyes closed but were still emitting their auras brazenly, scaring away all the passers-by, Shun Long actually didn't show any surprise, and instead he simply nodded his head. In the past few hours, he had already discussed the possibility of assassinating the crown prince after leaving the royal palace, since it was only a matter of time until the infamous prince got bored of the women he had picked the last time and went out to pick some more. However, since the mission clearly stated that they had to infiltrate the palace to assassinate their target, Shun Long understood that it was extremely likely that more than 1 Dao King would be accompanying the crown prince every time that he went out of the palace, making the mission simply impossible for them to complete. After all, even a single Dao King protecting the prince in secret had already made this mission an extremely difficult C-rank faction mission that could even be compared with some B-rank faction missions. Killing the crown prince with 2 Dao Kings protecting him at the same time was simply impossible. Leaving the restaurant, Shun Long threw a glance at the luxurious carriage that was heading deeper inside the city, before he turned his attention towards Lu Mei, Jiang Chen, and Bai Longshan and said calmly, "You guys can wait here. Xing Yi and I will go ahead." Lu Mei, Bai Longshan, and Jiang Chen all nodded their heads with serious looks, before Shun Long raised his right hand and slashed the air in front of him. A human-sized space tier appeared in front of him a moment later, as he and Xing Yi both entered inside. Xing Yi had already memorized the places that were relatively safe inside the palace and those that were heavily guarded by the palace guards. As for the space tier that Shun Long had just opened, it had led them directly inside the royal palace, in a spot that was outside of most guards' vision. After successfully infiltrating the royal palace and making sure that there were really no guards around them, Shun Long turned his eyes towards Xing Yi and said, "Xing Yi, I'm counting on you." Nodding her head, Xing Yi smiled gently before she reassured him, "Brother Long, leave it to me." As soon as she finished speaking, she activated her Vanishing Shadow's unique physique, as her body melded into the shadows before she disappeared deeper inside the royal palace. 10 minutes later, Xing Yi's figure materialized in front of Shun Long and said, "Brother Long, we can head deeper inside." Nodding his head, Shun Long slashed the air in front of him for the second time, opening another space tier that led them deeper inside the palace. The same scene repeated itself more than 5 times, before Shun Long and Xing Yi finally reached the palace's core region, where the members of the royal family resided. Shun Long's plan was to have Xing Yi lead the way directly to the chambers of the crown prince. Even though he already knew the rough location of the crown prince's chambers thanks to Xing Yi, Shun Long couldn't open a space tier that would lead right towards it, since if the guards happened to pass by the area at the same time, or he and Xing Yi would be instantly discovered. By then, forget about assassinating the crown prince. Shun Long and Xing Yi would have a hard time escaping the palace under the thousands of nascent soul stage cultivators and the Dao Kings who were hidden inside the palace. Although the Tang dynasty had many members who lived inside the palace, only the direct descendants of the royal family were allowed to live inside the core region where Shun Long and Xing Yi were in front of right now. As for those members who were from the branches of the Tang dynasty and weren't members of the royal family, although they were given places within the royal palace as well, they weren't allowed to live within the core region. Sigh. I heard that the Crown Prince left a few hours ago. I wonder how many girls he is going to bring back this time. Ha! It must be really good to be born as the prince. Even if you don't cultivate and just laze around all day, you still get experts like Commander Peng who will protect you at all times. The two late-stage nascent soul guards who were guarding the entrance of the core region of the palace started to talk to each other, seemingly oblivious to the fact that a nearly invisible shadow was heading in their direction. And yet, the moment that Xing Yi's shadow entered a radius of 5 meters from the guards, the guard on the left suddenly narrowed his eyes. Before he turned his gaze towards her direction and shouted in a loud voice, "Who is there?" The guard on the right was stunned when he heard his friend's loud shout. Before both of them turned their attention towards Xing Yi's direction and sent out their soul sense. After scanning the area around her 3 times without finding anything, the guard on the right looked at his friend and said, "Ha! There is no one there? What's wrong with you? Are you really that tired? Besides, who would dare to enter this place to begin with?" Sigh. You are right. Was I really mistaken? Shun Long and Xing Yi both heaved out a sigh of relief when they saw this. Before Xing Yi headed past the 2 guards and entered the core region of the palace, even with her vanishing shadow's unique physique, it wasn't that easy for her to sneak past most late-stage nascent soul guards. However, as long as there wasn't a Tao King present, Xing Yi was confident that she wouldn't be discovered as long as she was careful inside the palace. A few minutes later, Shun Long saw Xing Yi's body that had started to materialize itself in front of him. Before Shun Long raised his right hand, once again opening another space tier, as he and Xing Yi both stepped inside. After exiting the space tier, Shun Long found himself standing in front of a pair of large wooden gates with Xing Yi standing by his side. Although there were no guards in front of the wooden gates, from the protective formations that were engraved on them, Shun Long instantly understood that even early-stage Tao Kings wouldn't be able to force their way through and enter inside without permission. Is this the Crown Prince quarters? Shun Long looked at Xing Yi and asked for confirmation. Nodding her head, Xing Yi had a serious look in her eyes as she answered, "Brother Long, I heard from the guards that were patrolling the last time that this is where the Crown Prince stays. However, I couldn't stay for too long the last time, since there was a Tao King in this area." Nodding his head, Shun Long smiled lightly, before he placed his right hand around Xing Yi's small waist, causing her body to involuntarily tremble by his sudden touch before he said, "Xing Yi, remember to not move under any circumstances." As soon as he finished speaking, spatial fluctuations started to ripple around Shun Long's body, slowly expanding and covering Xing Yi's body as well, before their bodies both vanished in the next second. This was the technique that Shun Long had comprehended after breaking through to the early 5th stage in the Monarch's eternal body back in the Holy City. One with the world. In terms of concealment abilities alone, Shun Long's one with the world was even better than Xing Yi's vanishing shadow's unique physique. Although Shun Long wasn't certain if he could avoid detection from the soul sense of powerful Tao Kings while he was concealed itself with one with the world, he knew that the chances of doing so successfully were at least 40 to 50%. As for Xing Yi's unique physique, although Shun Long knew that she could still avoid the detection from most late-stage nascent soul cultivators, avoiding the soul sense of Tao Kings was an entirely different matter. Of course, even though Shun Long's one with the world was much better in terms of concealment, Xing Yi's unique physique allowed her to move while she had activated it as well, while also providing her with enhanced combat abilities at the same time. Her survivability while she was using her unique physique would also shoot up by countless times, making it even tougher to harm her with normal attacks, since it was impossible to lock onto her. Seeing that she was keeping her lips tightly sealed, almost as if she was afraid to speak, Shun Long smiled and said a moment later, "Xing Yi, don't worry. You can speak freely. No one should be able to hear us in this place." Xing Yi's face started to turn somewhat red upon hearing the last sentence that Shun Long had just said, since she could still feel his hand that was holding her from her waist. Of course, infiltrating the palace like this was part of the plan, making Shun Long heave out a sigh of relief upon reaching this stage successfully. Although this wasn't the most dangerous part of the mission. If Shun Long and Xing Yi were discovered during this time, Shun Long knew that the plan would be completely ruined. All we have to do now is wait. Hopefully. It won't take too long. Xingyi nodded her head gently as her eyes surveyed her surroundings with a gaze filled with wonder. This was the first time that she was concealed in a separate space. And feeling that she was isolated from the rest of the world with only Shun Long by her side, made her heart start beating faster involuntarily. As for why Shun Long didn't choose to bring Lu Mei, Jiang Chen, and Bai Longshan with him, and conceal them with his one with the world just like he did with Xingyi, it was simply because his strength wouldn't last him for even an hour even after breaking through to the early 5th stage of the nascent soul. After all, with every second that he was concealed within the separate space, the strength of his monarch's eternal body was being rapidly depleted. Bringing Xingyi in this place was even tougher. But it was impossible for Shun Long to let her roam throughout the palace and hide herself while he had concealed himself here. Besides, Xingyi's abilities were still vital to the rest of his plan on the Crown Prince's assassination. In the blink of an eye, 5 hours had already passed. At this point, Shun Long could feel that more than 60% of his strength had been depleted already. But he and Xingyi still didn't move a single step. Finally, just as Shun Long was about to get depressed by his bad luck, a loud laughter resounded from the distance ahead of him and Xingyi. Before the excited voice of a young man entered his ears, ha ha ha. I thought I had plucked the entire Tang city of beautiful girls. But who would have thought that I had missed Baron Chen's daughter? Quickly, Commander Peng, bring her to my room. A few seconds later, a luxuriously dressed young man with a big nose appeared in Shun Long's vision, followed by a tall man with spiky brown hair who was carrying a short-haired young woman on his shoulder. Shun Long's eyes instantly narrowed upon feeling the powerful but reserved aura of a Tao King coming from the tall man with the spiky brown hair. Before his gaze was focused on the luxuriously dressed young man with the big nose a moment later. This was the infamous Crown Prince of the Tang dynasty, Tang Long. Xingyi's body instantly stiffened the moment she felt the aura that was coming from the tall man that was carrying the young woman on his shoulder before her gaze instantly turned solemn. It was obvious that not only was this person a Tao King, but based on the aura coming from his body, he was probably an experienced one at that. At the very least, he wasn't a newly advanced early rank 1 Tao King realm expert, but someone who was at least at the peak of rank 1 in the Tao King realm, if not even higher. Her heart started to beat faster with every passing second, as the powerful Tao King and the young man in front of him walked closer and closer towards the Crown Prince's chambers. She wasn't certain if she and Shun Long would be discovered while they were concealed by Shun Long's one with the world or if it could avoid the detection of a powerful Tao King. Turning her head to the side, Xingyi turned to look at Shun Long, only to see that he was actually staring at her with a smile on his face, while his hand was still holding onto her waist as he asked Xingyi, "Are you ready?" Xingyi's worries instantly evaporated by more than half after hearing Shun Long's calm voice, before she nodded her head in response. At that moment, the look in Shun Long's eyes turned serious as he first circulated his monarch's hourglass, causing his eyes to instantly turn golden, before he took out his golden-colored token from the Stone of Time and activated the memory recording formation inside it. At the same time, he no longer used his energy to maintain his one with the world, causing spatial fluctuations to start rippling around his and Xingyi's bodies, before their figures appeared right in front of the Crown Prince of the Tang dynasty and the tall man behind him barely a moment later. Wah! Before the Crown Prince, Tang Long could even finish his sentence, Shun Long saw the tall Tao King who was still carrying the young woman on his shoulder abruptly take a step forward, closing the distance between himself and Tang Long in a single instant. Without any hesitation, the tall man whom the Crown Prince had called Commander Peng earlier, suddenly placed his hand on the prince's robes and instantly took a few steps backward, pulling the Crown Prince along with him, and opening up the distance between himself, Shun Long and Xingyi. Tang Long's body rolled on the floor of the palace uncontrollably after Commander Peng's forceful pull. But before he could flare up, Commander Peng's serious voice sounded in his ears in the next moment, "Your Highness, step back." Hearing the solemn tone in his voice, Tang Long didn't turn angry. As he turned his attention towards Shun Long and Xingyi and asked, "Who the hell are you? How did you get inside the royal palace?" turning his attention towards Shun Long and Shi Xingyi. Commander Peng's aura exploded from his body as he ignored Tang Long's question and asked in a serious tone, "Who are you? Why are you sneaking around the prince's royal chambers?" Although Commander Peng was slightly wary of Shun Long and Shi Xingyi since he had actually failed to detect their presence until they finally revealed themselves. After sensing their cultivation that was only at the peak of rank 3, and the middle of rank 5 in the nascent soul, he heaved out a sigh of relief. However, neither Shun Long nor Shi Xingyi looked like they wanted to answer him. Raising both hands, Shun Long tore the space in front of him open, creating a large space tier, while Xingyi activated her Vanishing Shadows unique physique at the same time. As her body melded into the shadows, Commander Peng's eyes instantly narrowed upon seeing this scene, as he saw a gorgeous black-robed young woman with long black hair and two handsome young men in black robes, all coming out from the space tier. Before they took a look at their surroundings, this was precisely how Shun Long was planning to have Lu Mei and the rest enter the royal palace. Since it was almost impossible for his energy to sustain hiding everyone with his one with the world, he had chosen to simply hide himself along with Xingyi, who was going to lead the way to the Crown Prince's chambers. As soon as the Crown Prince arrived, Shun Long had already told Lu Mei, Jiang Chen, and Bai Longshan, that he would create a space tier which would lead them directly inside the royal palace. Although Shun Long couldn't create reverse space tiers in the past that would lead straight to him, after breaking through to the 5th stage of his monarch's eternal body, it was practically effortless for him to do so. At the same time that Commander Peng and the Crown Prince of the Tang dynasty, Tang Long, were both looking at Shun Long with eyes filled with disbelief. Shun Long had already turned his attention towards Lu Mei, Jiang Chen, and Bai Longshan. Without waiting for Shun Long to say anything, Lu Mei created a pitch-black ball in her hands and allowed it to fall on the floor of the palace barely a moment later, opening up a huge portal. In just a couple of seconds, 1,000 jade white skeletons and 60 undead knights, along with an enormous 30-meter 100 feet tall monster, had all emerged from the enormous portal, with Lu Mei standing right on top of the enormous monster's back. Jiang Chen nodded his head before an ever-expanding veil of darkness erupted from his body, slowly expanding towards his surroundings, while a pair of pitch-black wings that were burning with dark red flames had also formed themselves on his back. The veil of darkness was clearly Jiang Chen's strongest skill from his Eternal Darkness unique physique, the Kingdom of Darkness, while the black wings were his demonic wings. Seeing both Jiang Chen and Lu Mei going all out, Bai Longshan didn't hide his strength any longer, revealing in public his Golden Buddha unique physique for the first time. His body instantly turned into a 10-meter 30 feet tall giant Golden Buddha, whose eyes were staring at the shocked Crown Prince of the Tang dynasty without any emotions. The veil of darkness that was slowly expanding around Jiang Chen's body had soon turned into an enormous fist, as it followed after Lu Mei, who was standing on the Death Eater's back, as well as Bai Longshan, who was using his Tao of Light to increase his speed even further. All of them heading straight towards the still stunned Prince of the Tang dynasty. With a smile on his face, Shun Long nodded his head before he waved his right hand, taking out the black star-rank sword from the Stone of Time. His eyes were still locked on the powerful Tao King from the Tang dynasty, before he turned his attention towards the Crown Prince, who was standing behind him barely a moment later. Injecting his chi inside the sword, Shun Long slashed it forward without holding back, causing the mysterious runes and patterns on the sword's surface to light up all at the same time, before a powerful black-colored sword slash erupted from the sword's edge, heading directly towards the dumbfounded Crown Prince. Humph! The powerful Tao King! Commander Peng snorted once he felt the auras of Lu Mei, Jiang Chen, and Bai Longshan that were only at the rank 5 of the nascent soul, before he tossed the young woman that he was carrying on his shoulder to the ground, no longer caring about her. Instead, his eyes barely glanced at the huge army of skeletons that were led by the 60 black-armored undead knights, before his gaze was focused on the huge black-colored slash that was crackling with sparks of lightning, the enormous Death Eater, and Lu Mei, who was standing on its back, Jiang Chen's fist created from his Kingdom of Darkness, and Bai Longshan's gigantic Golden Buddha body. all of whom were heading straight towards the Crown Prince, who was standing a few meters behind him. The Crown Prince trembled when he felt the four terrifying auras that were coming straight towards him. But Commander Peng had a calm yet serious look in his eyes as he took out a large bronze spear from his spatial ring and held it tightly with his left hand. As soon as Shun Long's Thunder God's slash, Lu Mei's enormous Death Eater, Jiang Chen's Black Fist made from his Kingdom of Darkness, and Bai Longshan's gigantic golden Buddha form all arrived in front of him, Commander Peng swept the bronze spear in his hand sideways as he shouted loudly, "Scram! Saint low-grade martial skill. Earth-splitting sweep." A huge crimson slash emerged from the bronze spear's tip in the next moment, colliding with Shun Long's Thunder God's slash head-on. This was the strongest martial skill that the Tang dynasty owned. The earth-splitting sweep. Normally, only members of the royal family were allowed to learn this martial skill. But as the personal bodyguard of the future king of the Tang dynasty, Commander Peng was allowed to learn the first form of the earth-splitting sweep. As soon as the huge crimson slash collided with the black-colored slash, Shun Long's Thunder God's slash was destroyed in an instant. Before Commander Peng's earth-splitting sweep continued towards Lu Mei's Death Eater, the might of a Tao King wasn't to be underestimated. The early rank 5 nascent soul stage Death Eater's body was instantly split in half the next moment, as the powerful crimson slash instantly tore through its body before it continued heading towards Jiang Chen's black palm. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth when he saw this. But his enormous black palm was no different when placed in front of Commander Peng's powerful crimson slash, as it was split in half in a single instant. The look in Bai Longshan's eyes instantly turned serious when he saw this scene. And realizing that the crimson slash was about to hit him, he circulated his Tao of the Buddha to its fullest, creating a small golden sphere around his body that enhanced his defense to its limits. Boom! As soon as he met Commander Peng's sweep head-on, Bai Longshan's protective golden sphere crumbled almost instantly. Before his enormous 10 meters 33 feet tall golden body was sent flying backward uncontrollably, only stopping after it collided with the palace walls. Hundreds of Lu Mei's skeletons and more than a dozen of her black armored knights were destroyed simply from the remnant attacks of the slash. And yet, Commander Peng's expression didn't show the slightest hints of joy, but instead it turned even uglier, as he hurriedly turned around to look at the Crown Prince behind him, only to see the figure of a blonde-haired young woman appearing right next to the Crown Prince. Tens of shadow-like tentacles seemed to have emerged from the Crown Prince's own shadow, completely restricting his movements, as the gorgeous blonde-haired young woman held a silver dagger in her hands, ready to plunge it in the Crown Prince's throat. This was precisely the final step of Shun Long's plan. Knowing that it was impossible to defeat the Tao King who was protecting the Crown Prince, Shun Long had decided to avoid fighting him to begin with and sent a barrage of their most powerful attacks straight towards the Crown Prince. Even a Tao King realm expert like Commander Peng would have to take their combined attacks seriously, or he wouldn't be able to block every single one of them. Of course, if Commander Peng went all out and used his most powerful martial skill, Shun Long knew that even his Thunder God's slash combined with Lu Mei's Death Eater, Jiang Chen's Kingdom of Darkness, and Bai Longshan's golden Buddha form wouldn't have a chance against it. But in that case, it would be impossible for Commander Peng to stop Xing Yi's perfectly timed attack. However, just when Xing Yi was a moment away from slashing the Crown Prince's throat, a powerful silver light suddenly covered the Crown Prince's body, before it headed straight towards Xing Yi. Xing Yi didn't even have a moment to dodge before she was hit by the silver light, causing her to fly back without any ability to resist, as her body collided with the palace walls, causing her to cough a mouthful of blood in the process.